Chapter 126 More than 40% alarm the universe. In the northern Milky Way, in a certain galaxy that is 100,000 light-years away from the solar system, planet Curish. This is a planet that has experienced the impact of super-large meteorite extinction of life, and the planet has entered the Ice Age. At this time, Talat was standing on an ice field looking up at the sky. A bright moon in the sky is blooming with its unique light. It was originally dark night, but because the planet was covered with ice, it was like a gem that could absorb light and reflect light, making the world look extremely bright and beautiful. It's really cold. If an ordinary person comes here, he may be frozen to death. Even though he has the ability to survive in the universe, can withstand the low temperature in the universe, and can withstand heat resistance, his senses are still at the original sense, and still has an intuitive feeling of the cold. Talat said to himself, and the voice of the king of the northern realm came from his mind. There is no way. This is the fastest planet I can find on the full moon. You are too anxious and didn't say hello in advance, but even if you have more time, it will be difficult to find a suitable planet for you in a short period of time. The planet that breakthrough is not as good as this planet. It is already in the period of time and has almost no life to survive. The kingly way of the northern realm. That's right. Coming to this planet was to borrow the help of the king of northern realm. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Talat to find a planet with a moon, and the most important thing is that this planet is in the full moon period. It doesn't matter. I just sighed. You don't have to take it seriously, Lord King of Realm. Talat responded casually, focusing his energy. After stabilizing the breath, a heavy breath of turbid air was exhaled from his mouth. Are you sure you want to try that alternative transformation? Haven't you completed the second level of the Super Saiyan? Why take risks again? The King of the North could not help but stop him. After all, it is a field that has never been involved, and no one knows what the result will be. In the view of the King of Northern Realm, all unknowns have huge risk. If they are not successful, there is a high possibility of unimaginable consequences. Of course, even if Talat said that even if he died, he could be resurrected with the Dragon Ball, and he could also find the King of the North after he arrived in the underworld. But this is a later story, and as the King of the North knows, not all life after death will go to the underworld. If you die due to some special reasons, or get rid of the framework of some rules, the soul will slowly dissipate in the human world, or it will really disappear after death and will never exist again. This is a step that must be taken, and I must also sprint for the future. Besides, don't Lord King of Realm hope that I can become stronger? Talat smiled and stopped talking. These words made the King of Northern Realm speech frustrated. He knew that he could not persuade Talat, because as long as it was decided by Talat, he would definitely do it and would not change it. But it is precisely because of this determination and belief that Talat has reached this point now. After a long time, Talat began to look up at the sky without the disturbance of the King of Northern Realm. The wild giant ape inside the body has actually begun to move under the illumination of more than 17 million units of bolts light waves in the full moon. Not just the wild madman of the giant ape, the violent factor and S cells in the body are also rushing and splitting wildly due to the stimulation of light. To put it bluntly, if Talat had not reached a certain level of control over himself, he would have begun to transform into a giant ape during the conversation with the King of the North. If I successfully break through to the fourth level of the Super Saiyan, then I can also walk sideways in the future. By then, it will no longer be limited by the present, I thought to myself. Talat raised his head and looked into the sky. The eyes were directly looking at the moon, and the chain of control was released. In an instant, violent power surged out from the body, and the power of the giant ape continued to gush out like boiling water. The wild factor became more agitated. Talat's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a bloodthirsty madness rushed straight to the sky. After just a moment, Talat's body was nearly twice as big as a roar full of barbarity burst out from his mouth. Talat's clothes were bursting with explosive muscles, and terrible blue veins appeared on the surface of his skin, like a giant dragon winding and squirming, and a layer of dark hair grew out, making the whole person look like it's even more hideous and terrifying. The desire for destruction that was sleeping deep in the Saiyan bloodline was aroused. Talat's voice truly transformed from human voice to the anger of a beast. The power of the giant ape exploded. Talat's human appearance completely disappeared. Black and brown hair spread all over his body, and a bloodthirsty fishy light flashed in his eyes. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong. The heartbeat kept accelerating, as thrilling as thunder, becoming more and more intense. The violent aura released by the giant ape swept across all directions, causing the entire frozen planet to shake. The thick and solid ice surface cracked, splashing ice chips flying everywhere. Planet Curish appeared because of this terrifying power. The first terrifying turmoil ever. It's like the planet's revival awakened from its sleep, and now it's frightened. A roar that shook the world and vented, and Talat completely entered the giant ape state. Just the roaring shock wave triggered a rippling space, causing layers of storms and dividing every everything around. This was not over yet. A destructive energy cannon was ejected from Talat's mouth, sweeping across everything within 10 miles ahead. Room where the energy cannon passed, all matter is destroyed. The scorching flames melted the ice and burned the rock, causing the temperature in the area of the Kurish planet to rise sharply. Of course, Talat's sudden release of the energy cannon was not because he had lost his mind, but because he had not entered the giant ape state for too long and was too wild, so he just vented a little. Soon, Talat was released and restrained the huge desire to destroy in the giant ape state. Giant ape state. I have never entered this state since I mastered the power of the giant ape. This time I feel it is completely different from the previous giant ape. As expected, I have become a super saiyan. The giant ape after humans is different from the giant ape that has not achieved the super saiyan. The giant ape Talat spoke in his mouth and stood quietly in place to understand himself. The tenfold increase in the giant ape has increased his combat power to 65 million points. According to the tenfold increase, he who is normally only 6.2 million points should only have a combat power of 62 million points. After the release of the potential of giant ape and my meditation accumulation in the previous 2 months, the normal situation exceeded 6.5 million points. I thought to myself, this is one of them. The second is that he clearly felt that the increase in the power of the giant ape should be able to increase, which is far more than 10 times. It is the power of the super saiyan that stimulate the giant ape. The energy of the super leak is attached to the power of the giant ape, and it can turn into a golden giant ape in the opposite direction. After having an idea, Talat thoughts moved. Due to the strength of the body, the power of the giant ape can only reach 4 times the blessing of the super saiyan. Even if you fight to die, it will only reach 5 times at most. Now that the giant ape's body is strong enough, it means that the limit that can be endured in reverse is greater. A special halo flashed in his scarlet eyes. There were obvious emotional fluctuations on Talat's hideous gorilla face. Now the giant ape's state is stable and can fully impact the golden giant ape's state. Even if it wasn't for me to explode deliberately, the cells in my body were rolling and splitting rapidly, and my body was eager for a further explosion. The giant ape Talat murmured to himself. After pondering for a while, I realized something again. This special feeling is like self-guiding myself to become a super saiyan. I just need to follow this feeling and let it go. Maybe. As he said that, the giant ape Talat found the direction and a smile appeared on his face. He didn't know how evil and hideous his smile was, and it was extremely terrifying. It's beginning. Roar, 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 roar. A wild roar erupted from the mouth of the giant ape Talat, shaking the entire planet Kurish. In an instant, all S cells in the body were activated, and the flow and division were faster. As the S cell goes wild, saiyan energy surges and it volatilizes with the power of the giant ape. Golden breath. The eruption from the inside out wandered around him. Crack. The intense aura was so strong that it even sparked golden lights around Talat. The ice field under your feet collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the vast golden storm swept across the world, and the terrifying pressure even left the planet Kurish. The super saiyan energy pool that exploded in the giant ape state was enough to destroy the world. The order of magnitude has risen to billion. Talat's aura is still expanding, and his power is ushering in explosive growth. The golden aura surrounding his body became more and more intense, and the hair on his body also flashed with golden light from time to time. All S cells began to gather at the center of the back as if they were ready to make a comeback and were accumulating constantly, and they were about to break through the shackles. It's now. With a loud shout, Talat detonated the S cells gathering on his spine in one go. His beast face was even more hideous and terrifying than at the beginning. S cells exploded, and the purity and intensity of energy ushered in a qualitative change. Boom! An extremely dazzling golden light column rose from the ground and soared into the sky, touring the dim sky of the planet Kurish. In an instant, the dark world was shining with golden light as if it had ushered in a new life and regained its vitality. But immediately following is a terrifying pressure that can completely crush people. With the giant ape Talat as the center, all the ice fields within a radius of hundreds of miles collapse, and the depth is unsightly. The cracks continue to expand and spread. The power limit of the giant ape Talat's power increased sharply, and his autonomy was gradually being controlled by this force. If he cannot find himself in time, he will completely go wild and turn into a crazy wild beast that can destroy the world. How can I be dominated by power? Give me some peace. The powerful willpower of the giant ape Talat regained control of the body and completed the most critical step in transformation. His giant ape body became even bigger, and his brown and black hair had been stained with golden aura. The endless golden aura entangled the whole body. Here, the golden giant ape has achieved it. The moment the golden giant ape was completed, Talat's ion blood further sublimated, becoming purer and more powerful, and further enhanced his normal combat power. His normal combat power had reached 6.5 million points before, but now he has at least 8 million points. Is this the power of the golden giant ape. Talet's face was incredible when he stabilized the golden giant ape. Feeling the bottomless energy in his body, Talet conservatively estimated that in the form of the golden giant ape his combat power reached at least 6.4 billion. The 10-fold giant ape plus the 100-fold increase in the second level of the Super Saiyan, a total of 1000-fold increase. No, the power of the golden giant ape is far more than that and can continue to improve. Talet once again exerted force to hit his limit. His aura surged again and a powerful storm swept across and the blue and white arc exploded around his body. He had a premonition that if he had a desperate explosion, his combat power could even exceed 10 billion. The effect of the fusion of the power of the giant ape and the power of the Super Saiyan is far more terrifying than he thought. Moreover, the golden giant ape can be said to be a giant ape's transformation into a super competition, so Talet can add Super 2 energy pools. At the same time, on the northern border of the star, the king of Northern Realm, who had been paying attention to Talet, was stunned by this scene and could not speak. Yolegli and Babruz, who were beside him, also saw the changes in Talet through the power of the king of the north. This immersive sense of oppression made them feel like they had seen a ghost. No, they often see ghosts, which is even more shocking than meeting people in the underworld. It really made this kid successful. The reverse operation has obviously completed the second level of the Super Saiyan, and now it has gone further. This power is even more important than Bohei, who was sealed by our 4 world kings in the past. More powerful perhaps. Talet can help us solve that hidden danger in the future. The king of the north sighed Lian. While being proud of Talet's strength, he also recalled what happened many years ago. After a while of his thought, the king of Northern Realm quickly came to his senses. The power of the golden giant ape is indeed powerful, but this should not be the limit you really pursue, right? You kid won't have a big breakthrough next, right? The king of North Realm focused again and paid attention to Kurish. The changes in Talet on the planet. His intuition told him that Talet's breakthrough would not end so easily, and it had just begun. On the planet Kurish, after a while of slowing down, Talet finally adapted to the power brought by the golden giant ape. This feeling of destroying countless planets with every move made him extremely intoxicated. With the current combat power in the form of the golden giant ape, it is not an exaggeration to call it invincible in this era. Next, 4th level of the Super Saiyan. His mind is stable, and the golden giant ape Talet has a serious expression, ready to complete the final breakthrough. From the transformation of giant ape to the transformation of golden giant ape, Talet did have ideas and insights from the beginning, but there is really no idea from breaking through to the golden giant ape to the Super 4. Just talk about Sun Bei, who was in the original GT Time and Space, also maintained his rationality after mastering the golden giant ape and made a breakthrough directly. So Talet, though tall, that is to let it go. Of course, he did not have any clues about the transformation of the 4th level Super Saiyan before, but now that he has entered the state of the golden giant ape, the beast's intuition has pointed him in the direction. According to the guidance of instinct, the last shackles in the body were detonated, the power was concentrated and finally returned to nature. From the form of the golden giant ape, it entered the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. Restraining his excitement, Talet carefully felt the energy in his body that was enough to destroy everything. It is as calm as the sea surface, and once it explodes, it will cause extremely huge waves. According to the instinct guidance, Talet controlled the spread of these energy from the inside out, spreading all over his body, and then quickly returned. The golden light became more and more intense and dazzling, as if it had condensed into substance, completely covering Talet. Talet's bloodline is sublimating, his potential is released, and his strength has increased sharply. Directly above Talet, suddenly there were dark clouds, and countless golden thunders exploded in the void. It's like passing a tribulation, terrifying. After the golden light condensed to the extreme, it erupted suddenly, penetrated through the sky, and a heavy and depressing atmosphere expanded, covering the entire Kurish star. The king of the north frontier on the king of the north frontier was cheered up and paid attention to this scene quietly. When the golden light column completely dissipated, Talet's golden giant ape form also disappeared. The rolling smoke filled the whole world, and the ice chips and dust were flying all over the sky. In the center of the thick smoke, a burly and sturdy figure appeared faintly. When the smoke dissipated, Talet appeared in a new posture, returning to the human form. He is full of muscles and terrifying, covered in blood-colored hair. Long black hair extends to his waist, and there are 2 blood-colored eyeshadows at the corners of his eyes. The pair of black and blue pupils exuded a special charm, as if a look could destroy the minds of others. Just standing there, the invisible pressure can give others great pressure and make people feel scared. This is the 4th level of the Super Saiyan after the bloodline of the Saiyans is sublimated again. Finally succeeded Super Saiyan level 4. Talet's lips fluttered slightly, and he smiled demonically, looking like a heinous supervillain. The appearance of the 4th level Super Saiyan gives people the feeling that it is a complete human-shaped beast full of wild aura. Taking a deep breath, Talet felt his own power at this time. Every cell in the body is in an activated state, providing Talat with a continuous stream of psion energy. Talat could feel that he was so strong now. After his bloodline sublimation, his normal combat power truly exceeded 10 million points. He himself doesn't know how strong he is in the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, but it is no exaggeration to say that his combat power is definitely far more than tens of billions of points, or even tens of billions of points, or even hundreds of billions of dollars. This is just superficial combat power. If all your strength breaks out, Talat is confident to increase this index again. This feeling of being full of power is really wonderful. I finally understand why Sun Wukong in GT Time and Space will say something that he will not stop if he doesn't knock down the enemy after he transforms into the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. This form will maximize the warlike nature of the Saiyans, and I also want to find a strong opponent to compete. Talat clenched his fist and looked down at his hands. The unscrupulous smile on his face seemed even more intimidating. With more than tens of billions of points or even hundreds of billions of dollars in combat power, it is absolutely invincible in this era when the god of destruction is sleeping and the magician Bu is still sealed. Even when facing the Magi Bu, Talat had a confident battle. He can be said to be the well-deserved #1 in the universe in this era. At this moment, Talat's face changed slightly, as if he had noticed something, and his eyes looked towards the sky in the distance. To be precise, it is looking at another more advanced plane world. In that place there seemed to be a gaze watching him, and the person who looked at him used similar methods to the king of the Northern Realm, but he is not the king of other world, located above the universe in the higher dimension plane that manages the universe. This is the realm of the kingdom of the realm, known as the Holy Land, and it is also the supreme realm of the god, the supreme existence of the universe today. The king of the East Realm lives here. At this moment the king of the East Realm was shocked, and a drop of cold sweat couldn't help but flow down his forehead. Has he discovered it? What a keen perception! Is this really a Saiyan? The king of the East Realm felt unbelievable. He was observing the lower world on a whim, but was attracted by a sudden powerful energy fluctuation. He positioned the source in the direction of the energy and happened to find Talat, who was breaking through. Such a strong human being was born in the lower realm. He was unexpectedly surprised by the pursuit of the origin of the Saiyan. Especially Talat's mental power was discovered, which scared him even more. His gaze could be noticed by a dimension apart. Although this powerful force was not as good as the Magi Bu, it was also quite amazing. We need to focus on this mortal in the future. I may need his help in the future. The king of the East Realm secretly remembered the character Talat. At this time he didn't know that it was because of his active investigation that he gave Talat the opportunity to shuttle along this spiritual line. At the same time, located at the headquarters of Galaxy Patrol, in the office of the Galaxy Patrol Special Officer Myers, who was dealing with the work at hand, suddenly realized a quite terrifying force. His eyes couldn't help but look into the distance. This power, it seems that another super strong man has been born in the universe. Myers frowned slightly, attracted by this power. He didn't know who this power came from, but the intuition of the intern angel told him that it was necessary to investigate it carefully. The screen is transferred back. On the planet Kurish, Talat, the 4th level Super Saiyan, looked at the sky with a serious expression and said nothing. With his current strength and the dimensional height he is in, he can directly use space to teleport over to find out. This special Phelanjit shouldn't be an angel. If it were an angel, how could such a flaw be revealed? Therefore, it should be the king of realm. Talat thought in his heart, this time, my momentum of breaking through the 4th level of the Super Saiyan was too great, and it has attracted the attention of some higher beings. Chapter 127 The King of Realms. Magman Bu, since you have taken the initiative to pay attention to me, I will follow the flow and come to you for a while. The king of the realm. With the thought moving, Talat positioned the source of spiritual exploration through his thought perception. Although it is not completely certain that it is the position of the realm king god realm, Talat is definitely inseparable from it. The space teleportation is exerted in an instant with the blessing of the power of the more than 4, and the limit of its ability is infinitely magnified. If it were before, it would never be possible. Talat disappeared from the planet Kurish. The Northern King, who was on the Northern King of the Northern King, couldn't help but change his expression slightly after he noticed Talat's sudden disappearance. He thought that Talat should have traveled to him from the planet Kurish, but after a long time he didn't wait for Talat. He stayed silent. What is this situation? Where did that kid go? There is no trace, and there is no way to find it. The king of the Northern Realm would not know that Talat had already gone to the realm that he could not reach at this time, and the realm king god realm. In the realm of kings and gods, as a divine servant, Jobit took the initiative to come up after the expression of the king of the East Realm. The god Xin became solemn. Lord King of Realm, are you okay? Xion, isn't that a race that was destroyed by Frisia many years ago? Jebite asked, caring. This was heard by the Eastern King of King Xin, who had come back to his senses. After looking at him, he spoke. It is one of the survivors survivors after the extermination of the clan. I also realized that Xia is still alive in the universe. People and their strength should not be underestimated. This scion should feel great honor to be praised by you, who is supreme in the universe. Hearing this, Jebet flattered in his way. The king of the East Realm is obviously very useful, but he did not show his own extraordinary appearance, but said in a calm tone, as the king of the world is realm, I am indeed the supreme god of the universe, but it may not be possible in the lower realm universe. This scion is indeed extraordinary when a powerful life appears. Hearing this, Jebet became more and more handsome and continued to flatter. The king of the East Realm stopped talking and continued to observe the lower realm. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. The next second I found that Talat's figure on the planet Kurish had disappeared, leaving only the messy glacier world vanished. The king of the East Realm exclaimed incredibly. It is simply incredible to be able to disappear from his mental perception and not notice it at all. What disappeared is that scion. Jebet reacted and came back to his senses from flattery. He didn't understand why Lord King of Realm cared so much about a small scion, but he knew the character of this master, so he would not take the initiative to get into trouble. Swoosh! At this moment, a fierce sound of breaking through the air came from behind the king of the East Realm and G-Bite. At the same time, an extremely heavy wild pressure descended into the critical king's realm. The king of the East Realm and Jebet, swept by the pressure, looked stagnant and felt a chill on their backs together. The source of this fierce pressure is not Talat, so who is it? Are you just watching my existence in the dark? It really unexpected to me. Talat put his hands on his chest and confirmed all the guesses in his heart. He did not directly tell the identity of the king of the Eastern Realm. After all, he had never seen it before, so it was impossible to predict it. His sharp eyes were staring at the king of the East Realm and Jebet. After Talat spoke, he quickly judged the strength of the two. The combat power of the king of the East Realm should be between 2 billion and 2.5 billion. This strength is no wonder that in the original Magister Bu chapter, it can express the meaning that a finger can crush Frisia to death. Speaking of which, Talat always felt that it was nonsense. When the length of the Magic Bu chapter was completed, Sun Bei casually surpassed the Realm King God. Even if he did not transform, it was enough to compare. Otherwise, how could he compete with Magic Bu after surpassing the second? Even if it is crushed, it is equivalent to that Sun Bei of the Magic Bu chapter can easily crush Frisia as usual. But the result is time out. A few years have passed, and the god of destruction, Beerus, who was welcomed, gave Sun Wukong a lesser evaluation than Frisia, so much so that everyone thinks that Sun Wukong's normality is far less powerful than Frisia. It should be said or not. In fact, for Beerus, it was just that he was too powerful, that in his eyes both Frisia and Sun Wukong belonged to the same class and could not make his eyes shine. It was the same, the existence of the level, or maybe Sun Wukong's physical strength is really too poor, which gives Beerus the illusion. In short, after the era, everything seems to have changed. Come back to your senses and don't think deeply about this information. Talat also saw through Jebet combat power value reaching about 1 billion point. This guy always looks conceited and awesome in the original work. Everyone thinks he is superior, but he only has this little strength. Talat didn't say anything more. His eyes kept looking at the king god of the East Realm and Jebet. It took a long time before the atmosphere suddenly changed. This is impossible. How could an outsider come to the Realm King God realm? How did you do it? Talat's arrival directly subverted Jebet's worldview. In his cognition, no matter how strong any living body is, it is impossible for it to enter the realm of God, especially the Holy Land and King God realm. But in front of him, Talat's appearance severely broke the rules and refreshed his cognition. I can come here thanks to the person beside you. If it weren't for his mental power, I wouldn't have been able to locate here so easily and teleport through space. Toluo said casually. Following the conversation, I changed the subject and said, you said this is the realm of the World King God. It seems that it is no different from what I expected. I heard the Lord of the North Realm mention the World King God, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Have a chance to see you. You talk about the King of the North. The King of the East Realm, Xin said unexpectedly. Yes, I'm considered a disciple of Lord King of Realms, so I know something about you. If I read it right, you are the God of Realms, right? Talat smiled at Jebet again. I don't know why, but I just don't have any good feelings for him. As for you, you are not the God of Realm King. You should be the attendant of the God of Realm King. After all, as the God of Realm King, even if you face such a sudden change, you shouldn't. He was shocked and lost his composure. As he finished speaking, Jebet's face turned red. No, his face was already red. Obviously, he was insulted by Talat and didn't know how to talk back. After all, what Talat said was the truth. The performance of the King of the East Realm is completely different from that of Jebet. So that's it. It's hard to believe that you are the disciple of the King of the North. He will accept you, Sion, as your disciple. The King of the East suppressed his panic. Originally, he was almost scared to the ground because the aura released by Talat is too powerful. The long-distance viewing made him sweat profusely. intensely. Not to mention the feeling at close range now. He could clearly feel the destructive energy in Talat's body, stronger than imagined. After forcibly calming down, he confirmed that the other party was not an enemy but was still a person from their camp. The king of the East Realm suddenly discovered that he was not afraid of Talat but began to examine him excitedly. He is one level higher than the King of Realms and is considered a direct boss, which means that he can also drive this disciple of the King of Northern Realms. The King of Northern Realm, who had not been in contact for many years, trained him a super strong man who could help him eliminate the Mammon Bu. Feeling something wrong with the eyes of the King of the East Realm, Talat thought it carefully and chatted with him. But Talat didn't expect that the King of the East Realm would be so familiar, as if he regarded him as a close friend he had known for many years. What surprised Talat the most was that the active show of the King of the East Realm was completely opposite to his initial performance in the original work. Of course, Talat didn't think about it, that is, he was strong enough that the King of the Eastern Realm had no courage to resist. Jabit, who was standing beside him, was stunned at this time. He never expected that his master would become so easy to talk to and actively please the scions in the lower realm. Speaking of this, there have been no guests in the realm King God realm for several years. Welcome to you again, Talat. After knowing the other party's name and information, the East Realm King God said again. Taro's characteristic didn't care. At this time, the two sat face to face while he used his ability to create a coffee table seat. The King of the East Realm raised his hand and made a call, and said, "Please use tea." Talat picked up the teacup and maintained the posture of Super 4, but his strength was not at all disordered, nor did he feel that he could not control his strength, and crushed the teacup. I took a sip of tea and felt it in his way. Not to mention, the tea that the King of Realm drinks is indeed a good thing. Jabit served tea and poured water on the side. After Talat finished drinking a cup of tea, he filled another cup. In this way, after several more exchanges, the King of the East Realm also learned more about the situation in the lower realm, especially about the situation in Talat and the Scion clan. What made him most incredible was that he had not noticed that Gula, who had been committing evil in the lower world for many years, had died. It should be said that the King of the East Realm is really a bit bad, and he is even a bit ungrateful and doesn't care about the lower realm at all. What was born? No wonder he has changed almost at all in the past millions of years. It turns out that before I knew it, the lower realm has become like this. I have been in the realm of the kingdom of the realm over the years. I have either occasionally searched for and did something or created some planets and life. Now that I see you, I suddenly see hope. Your appearance may solve the biggest threat for our universe. There is something in the myth of the King of the East. Talat probably understood what he meant. It was nothing more than Magi Bu and Babadai, but he still asked, "If you have any trouble, just say it. You are the king of the realm after all, and you don't need to beat around the bush." A casual sentence caused another emotional fluctuation in J-Bit. The kind of mentality of being proud of his identity makes him feel that he is insulted and his master is also insulted. "Since you said that, I will not hide it anymore. This matter has to start 5 million years ago. The King of the East Realm told everything about the Maharibo in his heart come out. As a time traveler, no one knows it. Perhaps the only thing that was not revealed in the original work was that the magician Bu's demon egg was hidden on the earth by the King of the East Realm. So, I once saw the demon egg under the spring of the super divine water on earth. Is it the seal of the magic man Bu?" Talat asked back. "It seems that I ask, but in fact, it is because after knowing the truth, I feel the feeling of understanding and confusion. Do you know where? Wait, have you been to Earth?" The King of the Eastern Realm was shocked, and he never expected that Talat had already come into contact with the giant dome sealed by the Magi Bu. Nodding, Talat said, "Yes, for some reasons over the years, one of the few people have settled on the Earth. As for the magic egg, it was only by chance that he saw that giant when I was in the egg. I felt that there should be a very sleepy existence, but I was not strong enough at that time and dared not investigate easily. So that's it. I didn't expect everything to be so coincidental. Back then, I directed the spring water of the holy spring to the spring that formed the super divine water on Earth, and later put the giant dome sealed by the Magi Bu into the spring. The original intention was to use the holy spring water to wipe out the evil power of the Magi Bu in the giant dome, but now it seems that I am too whimsical. After 5 million years, Magi Bu should not have died yet." As he said this, fear couldn't help but appear on the face of the King of the East Realm. For him, the fear brought by Magi Bu could not be forgotten. Unless Magi Bu is really dead, he will not sleep well. "So you mean I hope I will kill Mahuo for you, right?" Talat said straight to the point. "That's true." "Not exactly." The King of the East Realm nodded and continued, "I mean, I hope you can help me eliminate the hidden black hand Babadai behind it so that the seal of the magic Bu will not be broken. After all, even if your strength is very strong, I still have to tell you that the Magi Bu is even more terrifying, so terrifying that you can't imagine." After saying the words of the King of the East Realm, Talat was stunned. His performance difference in this regard is indeed the same as described in the original work. He has never played before, nor has he compared it on the same platform, so he has gained the ambition of others and destroyed his own prestige. However, Talat would not be so arrogant that he took the initiative to take action. Yes, if you can do your best, you can help. However, I hope to practice in the realm King God realm in the future. I wonder if it is feasible. Only by exchanging this can it be considered fair. Otherwise Talat wouldn't have helped him with the vacancies. The realm King God realm is good. It is a good place to practice, especially because of the abundant natural power. Talat has a new understanding. Maybe it can be mastered by Sun Bei, who can master the divine power that only Sun Bei, who is beyond the times, can be mastered here. Chapter 128 Legendary King's Divine Sword. Power of God. Talat's active request made the King of the East Realm extremely happy, because as long as there are requirements, it means that the relationship between them has been bound to a certain extent. At least everyone will get what they need. The King of the East Realm has a King of the Realm at the level of tens of millions of years. Even though his strength is average and his cultivation is poor, he is still a King of the Realm. It is impossible for you to say that he has no brains. On the contrary, when the King of the East Realm appeared at the beginning of the original work, he showed how deep his cunning was. Of course you can stay in the realm King's God realm to practice. Not only is your original identity a disciple of the King of the North Realm, but now we are also friends. Moreover, with your current strength, it is indeed far away from any place in the lower realm. It's better than the realm of the Kingdom of the Realm. The words of the King of the East Realm caused the face of Ji-Bai, who acted as a melon-eating crowd, to change his face, and a storm in his heart. As a servant who has been with the King of the East Realm for millions of years, I have never seen this scene. Talat was not surprised at all. After all, the King of the Eastern Realm now asks him for help. If he doesn't agree to him, he is undoubtedly slapping himself in the face. Thank you then, Taro responded. I didn't say directly that he would bring Latize and Celery to the future, but according to the relationship he has established now, even if he really brings Radies and Celery and even the others, the King of the East Realm will have no choice but to accept it. Another cup of tea was eaten, and no one expected that the King of the East Realm suddenly changed again and said, actually, I have another thing that I need Talat to help verify. As soon as Talat said this, he was slightly curious. Jabite beside him looked at the King of the East Realm even more incredible. As a servant who has been with him for many years, he couldn't even think of what this master was going to do now. I am so pleased with a scion in the lower realm. Although this scion is extremely powerful, this is too much. I have said it just now. Just say whatever you have, Talat said bluntly. The King of the East Realm nodded and said, in fact, this verification is also related to a legend in the King of the World. As soon as Talat blurted out his word, he smelled a trace of signs, but was directly broken by Jebit beside him. Lord King of Realm, can you want him to pull out the King of Realm sword? Right, Jebit exclaimed. The King of Realm God's sword, he said in his heart. Sure enough, Talat almost forgot that there was this sealed sword in the King of Realm God. Draw out the King of Realms and release the old King of Realms and the 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 King. Then, naturally, it is potential development. The most mysterious old guy in the original Z era is not only the World King God 15th generation ago, but also knows many unknown secrets. Yes, many years ago, there was a legend about the World King God realm. It is said that those who pull out the World King God realm can get the first power in the universe. I think you may try it after all with yours. If the strength can be pulled out of the World King's divine sword, then coupled with the power given by the World King's divine sword, it should be able to compete with the magician view. Of course, this is only possible because from ancient times to the present, no one is present. Even our World King God can be pulled out, the King of the East Realm said. After saying this, he looked at Talat with a meaningful smile. He had a premonition that Talat might surprise him. What if the World King divine sword is pulled out? Lord King of Realm, are you really sure he can pull out the King of Realm sword? That's the King of Realm sword. Only the gods can beside the King of Realm, and you have tried it all, and they all ended in failure. He was just a slightly stronger scion. Jabit didn't like Talat in his word. No, to be precise, he looks down on all mortals. In his opinion, how could mortals do things that God cannot do? These gods are right. He has long regarded himself as a god, God's servant. I believe that I am destined to stand in God camp and overlook all living beings. Talat just glanced at Jebite contempt without caring about it. In his opinion, Jebit is just a frog in the well. The vision stops here, so I can only be the attendant of a king of the realm in this life. Jebite should be glad that Talat has a good temper and is not the kind of person who is unforgivable. Otherwise, if it were other time travelers, he would have been beaten or even died while saying, "Enough of Jebet, this is my decision. Talat is my guest and I believe in his strength." Fearing that Talat would be angry about it, the king of the East Realm scolded Jebet. After spending so many years with Jebet, he naturally knows how Jebet is to understand. Hearing the angry shout of the king of the East Realm, Jebet obediently closed his mouth, not daring to violate the orders of the king of the East Realm. "Would you like to try it?" When pulling out the king of realms, the king of Eastern Realms asked again tentatively. Hearing this, Talat's mouth fluctuated slightly. He didn't care about Jebet from the beginning, so his mood would not be affected. "Okay, then give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I can do it." Talat did not answer directly, but said it very tactfully. "Then please come with me." The king of the East Realm, who received the affirmative reply, smiled slightly, then stood up and left the place with Talat. Under his leadership, Talat soon arrived at the area where the holy spring, where the holy land where the king of realms was sealed. King Shen and Jebet stood on the shore of the cliff in the middle of the lake, looking up at Talat on the cliff with their emotions fluctuating violently. The king of the East Realm was full of expectations, hoping that Talat could pull out the king of the realm. Jebet had a serious expression and remained silent, although he was scolded by the king of the East Realm and settled down. In his opinion, Talat, a small scion, could never do anything that even the king of the All Chronicles could not do. On the cliff, Talat looked down at the World King's divine sword with a legendary story. On the surface, it looked like a giant sword inserted into a stone, nothing special. To put it in simple terms, it means there is no fancy decoration or exquisite glyphs, and ordinary things cannot be more ordinary. But the moment Talat's hand held the hilt of the sword, an extremely special force was transmitted into the body through the contact of the palm. Unlike the power he currently has, this is a very strange power that has never been felt before. After a moment of careful understanding, Talat immediately understood what this power was. "If you guessed correctly, this power should be the power of God's lot," murmured to himself. "Power of God, that's right, in the legend power that only high-level God can master. Once a mortal masters the power of God, the level of life can usher in transformation and become a god. The Super Scion God in the original work is the realm reached after possessing the power of the god. The first time I felt the power of God," Talat felt deeply. Looking back at the time when he was on the mixed star, he made a wish to the dragon Bolung God to try to obtain the power of the gods to practice. However, because of his lack of ability, Bolung God only gave him a more perfect and powerful chi cultivation method. "Now that I feel the power of the god, this power of the gods seems to have established some connection with Talat." Vaguely, Talat could hear an old man whispering in his ear, but the voice was blurry, making Talat unable to confirm for a while. "Is this the voice of the old king god?" After listening carefully for a moment, Talat judged that this was the old king of kings trying to establish communication with him. "Although I don't know what the old man wanted to express, I can be sure that this old guy saw the hope of getting out of trouble and wanted him to help him and let him go." Talat is also thinking this way. In the original work, Sun Gohan transformed into the second level of the Super Saiyan to pull out the King of Realm. Now, with his current strength, even if his normal state is far less than that of Sun Gohan in the original Meiji Bu chapter, his current state is the fourth level of the Super Saiyan. "It is easy to draw out this sword. Let me experience how much weight is the legendary World King Divine Sword." Talat's hand holding the hilt of the sword suddenly exerted force. There is no stalemate screen that is difficult to pull out. On the contrary, it was extremely relaxed, as if I pulled out a kitchen knife from tofu. Boom! As the World King's divine sword was pulled out, the cliff at Talat's feet collapsed. Seeing Talat pull out the King of Realm sword in his spare time, the King of the East Realm and Jebet were stunned and unbelievable. "Pull it out, he really did it." The King of the East Realm came back to his senses from the sluggishness, and an explosive excitement suddenly arose in his heart. He just casually told Talat to try it, but in fact he had only 50% of the hope. "I never expected that he did it. This scion did something that even the kings and gods of all dynasties could not do. How is this possible? What can even be done by a scion in the past dynasties have been done by something that even the kings of the world cannot do. Doesn't this mean he already has the power of the world's number one?" Jebet's forehead was sweating coldly and his mouth was open. His stereotyped understanding of mortals was completely broken at this moment. Recalling the scene where he questioned Talat just now, Jebet couldn't help feeling a chill on his back. He was completely trying to die before. Fortunately, people don't bother with him at all. Otherwise, even if he has 10 lives, he would not be enough for Talat to kill. "Now I know that there are people outside of people. There is heaven outside of them, right, Jebet?" The King of the East Realm could only look for a sense of existence in Jebet. "Yes, Lord King of Realm." Jebet sweated heavily and tried his best to stabilize his mind. At this moment, Talat, who was in mid-air, held the King of Realm sword in his hand and exuded wild and sacred pressure, as if the gods descended to earth had the ultimate sense of oppression. He fell from the sky and landed in front of the King God of the East Realm and Jebet. His posture of holding the King of the World Realm Realm and the King of the World made the two even more stunned. After a long time, the two of them recovered. How do you feel now? Do you feel that you are extremely powerful? You have already gained the first power in the universe. The King of the East Realm asked impatiently. I don't feel anything. It seems that the legends circulating in your kingly world are fake, and the abilities of kingly worlds in all dynasties do not seem to be very good. This sword is of no use except that it is a bit heavy. Talit symbol. He waved the sword of the King of Realm for a few seconds, as relaxed as waving a wooden stick. These words also completely shocked the King of the East Realm and Jabit. No feeling, no strength to improve. Is the legend fake? This is impossible. How could the legendary World King Divine Sword just be a bit heavy? Jabit couldn't accept this. After all, this is a legend that has been circulating for countless years. He firmly believed that something must have happened at some point, or rather, it is because the other party is not a god. Don't you believe it? Then you can try it yourself. Talit threw the King of Realm sword at Jabit without any attention, revealing a playful look in his eyes. Jabit opened his hands in a conditioned manner and wanted to take over the King of Realm, but when the hilt of the sword fell on his hand, an unimaginable pressure made him fall to the ground, pressing him tightly, making him unable to move. So heavy. Breathing. I can't come. Jabit sweated coldly on his forehead and struggled with all his might, but he could not shake the World King Divine Sword pressing on his body. Because of the blood surging, his skin looked even redder. The legend is false. The greatly stimulated King of the East Realm did not go to save Jabit, but instead fell into silence. It's because he's too whimsical. How could there be such a way to make people jump into this world? Something that is the strongest warrior in the universe. Legends are always legends and false. The King of the East Realm didn't know that there was actually a Dragon Ball in the universe that could realize this wish. After the future surpassed the times, Granola used the 2-star Dragon Ball to make a wish to become the strongest person in the universe, and later made a wish to become the strongest person in the universe one after another. Actually, there is something strange. When I was drawing the sword just now, I seemed to hear a strange sound. The source of the sound seemed to be in the sword of the King of Realm. Talit looked at the face of being pressed and blushed. Jabit, as he spoke, bent down and grabbed the hilt of the King of World sword and lifted it up. Jabit, who was oppressed by the King of Realm and doubted his life, was also rescued. I'm saved. Thank you. Thank you. Jabit thanked. Talit didn't take it seriously. The sound in the King of Realm's divine sword. The King of Eastern Realms' interest came and felt extremely confused. He suddenly thought of something again. Could it be that the legend is not false but needs to be opened in a different way? That's right, there seems to be an amazing secret hidden in this World King's sword. Maybe you can find out by opening this sword. After Talit said, a golden arrogance flashed across his left hand and 2 fingers clamped at the tip of the sword of the King of Realms. When Talit said he wanted to open the King of Realms sword, his brains instantly crashed. You don't think? The two of them instinctively wanted to stop them, but it was too late. The Super Saiyan level 4 brutal and domineering power burst out. With the force of Talit's 2 arms exerting force, the King of Realms sword reached the extreme of endurance. Crack bang! The King of Realm broke in response. Chapter 129 Potential Development. Spiritual Tempering Method. The legendary World King Divine Sword has actually broken. This is a holy object. How could it be broken by you so easily? The King of the East Realm and Jabit were shocked again. What happened today completely subverted their worldview. One piece is more exciting than the other. If they hadn't been extremely awake now, they would have wondered if they were dreaming. In their incredible eyes, Talit drew the broken sword to the ground after measuring the broken sword for a long time. This made the 2 kings and servants of the East Realm even more stunned. They didn't know what to say for a moment, and they fell into a deadly atmosphere. After a while, the King of the East Realm and Jabit accepted the fact that the King of the World was broken. Time just passed by minute, but no accident happened. Is the legend really fake? Talit, what you just felt was just an illusion, said the King of the East Realm. Just when the master and servant thought that this was the end, suddenly, a sound full of vicissitudes of life sounded behind them. After countless years of baptism, I thought I would have no hope of coming out in this life, but I didn't expect that someone finally broke the seal today. I finally saw the light of day again. The elderly voices mixed with liberation and joy. Talit's eyes looked at the source of the sound. The King of the East Realm and the King of Jabit's trembled when they heard the sound, and turned around and looked around. What caught my eye was a vulgar old man in a magical outfit. The old king god. The King of the East Realm saw that the old king of the old realm was dressed almost the same as his, and his brain was down for a moment. He seemed to have guessed something, but he couldn't believe it. Just as I was about to ask about the identity of the old king god, I was shocked by the serious look of the old king god. This kind of suppression from the divine position was so direct that he felt like he was facing a strict ancestor. Oh, I have been sealed for too long. I didn't expect that the new world king god had already become like this. I am really moved. The old world king god sighed, shook his head repeatedly, and said to the east world king god. God was extremely extremely disappointed. His words made the king of the East Realm panic. Old man, who are you? The king of the East Realm asked carefully, suppressing Xiaojuju in his heart. How dare Jabit, who was standing beside him, take a breath? As a servant of God, even if he is not the god of the realm king, he still feels the pressure from God from this old man. It's normal that you don't know me. After all, if you really want to count it, I should be the king of realm, god of the realm before the 15th generation. The king of the realm, god of the realm, carried his hands and put on an unfathomable posture and said. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, exploding into the minds of the king, god of the East Realm, and Bite. What? You are the king of realms, god of the 15th generations before. Wouldn't that mean you are my ancestor? The king of the East Realms took a breath. He had thought that this old man might be his ancestor, but he did not expect that his identity was the king of the realm 15th generation ago. According to seniority, this is not only as simple as the ancestors, but also the super ancestor. After learning the news, Bid was frightened and dared not breathe. He was just a servant of the king, god of the East Realm. Now an old ancestor king, god of the world, appeared, which was just a big fuck. To be honest, I always thought that the person who could release me should be an excellent king of the realm, but I never expected that the one who rescued me in the end was actually a mortal from the lower realm. The king of the realm lasted his eyes. It was transferred to Talat, and after a few short glances he had a hint of weakness in his expression. Fluctuated, nodding in satisfaction. With his eyesight he had already seen Talat's extraordinariness. He knew that the mortal in front of him was a scion and had reached the super ape state of ancestral rebirth. However, this super ape scion is much weaker than the existence he sees. However, it is still very powerful, and there is a very powerful potential abilities hidden in its body that have not been discovered. Once it is fully discovered, its strength will be increased several times. Talat didn't know that the old king god had seen through him now. You are the master of the previous voice, right? The realm king god 15 generations ago. Talat looked at him and asked, well, thanks to your level that you have reached a sufficient height, you can hear the voices delivered by me. Unlike this unpromising boy, I have observed him for millions of years and called him for millions of years, but this boy, there was no reaction at all, which really disappointed people. The old king god said, shook his head helplessly, and at the same time, the old-fashioned eyes shaved hard. The East king god. These words made the king of the East realm feel extremely ashamed. Over the past millions of years, it seems that he has really done nothing. This ancestor of his family has been calling him, but he doesn't know anything. In the end, I still thought about the legend of the world king divine sword. The ashamed king of the East realm wanted to find a hole to crawl into it. Okay, I don't want to blame you completely. After all, the boy who died early and the inheritance you received is not complete. In the future, I will personally teach you how to become a qualified god of realm king in the world in the future. The old king god said with a serious expression. Yes. When the king of the East realm heard this, he looked excited and his eyes were filled with tears. This scene is very similar to the grandfather and grandson. Then, it's your turn next. The old king of the world turned his gaze to Talat again, and after pondering for a moment he said, you rescued me from the king of the world, and I naturally cannot help you. I can sense the unfathomable potential in your body. Once developed, your strength will be greatly improved far beyond now. As he spoke, the old king god also showed a confident look. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Talat also took the initiative to say, I know it myself. After completing the 4th level transformation of the Super Scion, not only did his normal combat power improve, but his bloodline was sublimated and his potential naturally became deeper. In addition, past accumulation has not been developed entirely because of this breakthrough, so the accumulated potential is naturally extraordinary. Young man, don't be impatient. The old king god was not interrupted by Talat's sudden interruption. The old man is like a fox, not to mention that he, the god who has lived for countless billions of years, has never been wrong. The old king god continued to pretend to be unpredictable, and after pondering for a moment he said, I can deeply explore the potential power in your body and make your strength explode. As long as I'm developing, your strength may be truly the number one in the universe. So, you mean, use potential development as a reward for saving you, right? Talat said with a smile. The old king Shenru looked at Taluo's head with a teaching ability. When it comes to this, Talat would not refuse. He was worried about how to let the old king god help him develop potential. It would be better for him to take the initiative to say this. How can you let go if you have the opportunity to become stronger and you know that there is no risk? Although the development of potential, the improvement of strength depends on the individual, but just in terms of potential development level, the ability of the old king god is far millions of times stronger than that of the great elder Namek Star. The mysterious Son Gohan in the original work is his masterpiece. Compared with the past, when Son Gohan accepted the potential development of the great elder of Vegeta Planet, the level has been improved too much. Then come on, before potential development you need to make some preparations. By the way, you should also withdraw from this transformation. Not only will it be of no use for the next potential development, it will also affect me. Seeing Taro agrees, the old king god signaled Talat to withdraw from the transformation state, then mysteriously turned around with his hands on his back and headed forward. Talat did not hesitate and directly retracted the power of Super 4, retreated back to normal, and followed closely behind the old king god. Looking at Talat's changes, he and the old king of kings walked towards the open space in front of him. The highly tense kings of Eastern Kings and Jebet looked at each other. What happened one after another today is like a dream. The two of them hadn't fully reacted. Under the leadership of the old king god, after a while, several people came to a flat grassland. Under the instruction of the old king god, Talat stood in the middle of the grassland, and then the old king god signaled that the East king god and Jebet would stay aside and not get close. Finally, we started the weird and funny pre-development ritual action of the original work. Simply put, it is like dancing and shaking like a witch, and then it circles around Talat. If it weren't for the original work, Talat would be ashamed. I used to feel embarrassed when watching cartoons, but now it's my turn, and I really feel like I'm dead. It's just that there are only a few of them here. Can you ask how long this ceremony will take? Talat asked curiously. According to the original work, the ceremony seemed to have lasted for several hours, and then sit and stay motionless for a day. In the plot, Gohan has a very good temper and is angry. The ceremony takes about 5 hours, and then you need to develop your potential. The time is about 1 to 24 hours. It depends on how much potential you have. The old king god acted while acting. Answer. Hearing this, Talat's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, it was not the old king god who did it on purpose in the original work, but it really took so long. Talat once had a speculation whether the old king god deliberately delayed time to anger Son Gohan and achieve the effect of stimulating Son Gohan's potential. Of course, that kind may be very small. Now I really understand that his potential development does require these process operations. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours later, the old king god, who had no stop to work, suddenly stopped the ceremony with the face of worry between the king god of the East king god and Jebet, and then sat on the grass. The ceremony is over. The king of the East realm and Jebet stepped forward and asked the king of the old realm with concern. After getting the unimpeded answer, he silently retreated aside and stopped talking and disturbing him. Where is Talat? At this time, he was in a state of perception. Because 5 hours were too long, Talat knew that the developer would not feel anything during this period, so he took the initiative to practice with his chi meditation practice. I hope I can find a breakthrough in it, or cooperate with it to achieve better result. You are truly a strong man who has reached this level. You are more mature than I imagined. You actually know how to cooperate with my ritual to practice yourself. However, the abilities I have shown are a kind of magical skills. Although pure power has been cultivated to this level, but it is never possible to understand the power of God. As the old king god's words sounded, Talat also woke up from meditation. Then, without reminding the old king god, I naturally sat down. The old king god smiled and raised his hands. Then we will officially start next. According to my calculations, it will take at least another 5 hours, so you can continue to practice with your method. After saying that, the old king god concentrated his energy. Although Talat didn't feel anything, he did notice a difference in the old king god. It's because I'm too confident in myself. It took 20 hours to develop the potential of Son Gohan in the original work, but it only took me 5 hours. I felt a little nervous. After all, what the old king of the world said at the beginning was about 1 to 24 hours of development, which means that Sun Wuhan spent 20 hours, almost reached the maximum, while his 5 hours were even average. Not up. Trying to calm down his inner unwillingness and dispel his resentment, Talat finally restored his rationality. Sure enough, you have to be down to earth in everything you do. Although talent and potential determine the smooth progress of your cultivation, it is not truly powerful without experiencing the strength of your storm. I can speak more clearly. Since I can't open the cheat, I will become stronger by making it a little bit more solid. In short, it is incomparable to those who cheat. Perhaps there are people who are even less than him, just like Latais and Celery, perhaps even worse than him. After maintaining a stable mentality, Talat's mood made a breakthrough, returning to the most original concept of thought. Why compare it with others? What he needs to compare is as long as it is his past self. As for the future, no matter how far you can go, it depends on his current effort. Close your eyes, and Talat once again activated the meditation practice method. But before he could practice luck, the old king god suddenly passed on a spirit into his mind. This is a complete set of cultivation method, which seems to be the cultivation of the spirit and soul. Before Talat was shocked, the old king of the king said, although your method is not bad, it is very difficult to go further in terms of mental power. Practice the spiritual tempering method I gave you. Maybe your level of life, they will all go up to the next level. Thank you. I wanted to say something to respond to the old king god, but in the end I just said these two words. For him, this was a real real surprise. Chapter 130. Thunderous increase in strength. The temptation of the divine position. Time passes and another 5 hours passes. The potential development of Talat's old king god's potential on the old world has finally come to an end. It also seemed to have some feeling in the dark, and Talat just opened his eyes and looked at the old king god. Hey, it's finally over. The old king Shen sighed and wiped away the sweat stains on his forehead. The rhythm of his breathing was slightly heavy. His old face, which was already energetic, looked a little pale because of the potential development this time. Looking at Talat, his eyes changed subtly, different from what he had seen Talat before. It can be said that in these few hours he has deeply understood the terrible aspects of Talat. In the most direct word, it is truly worthy of being able to achieve the existence of a super ape scion with its potential unfathomable. He tried his best to develop potential for Talat, although the process was it went smoothly, but whenever he developed his potential to a certain extent, greater potential would surge out of Talat's body. According to his guess, if he continues to develop potential, Talat's strength may be improved even more, but he did not do this beyond his limit. First, I have to keep one hand, and second, I have to do nothing. This kind of exhausts the known potential and the body suddenly bursts out with greater potential. If it is too developed, he doesn't know what the result will be. As the old world king god, he deeply understood one truth, that is, excessive pursuit of the ultimate will lead to a desperate end. Is it finally over? Ignoring the slightly profound scrutiny of the old king god, Talat did not get up immediately, but felt the changes in his body. There is nothing different from Sun Gohan in the original work. Talat seems to have practiced the spiritual tempering method given to him by the old king god, so he can feel the doubled energy in his body. This powerful force made Talat intoxicated. If this energy is converted into a combat power value, his normal combat power should now reach more than 20 million points. How strong would it be if this turned into the 4th level of the Super Saiyan? Although the potential development has ended, there is still a stronger force in your body that has not been discovered. This requires you to practice yourself in the future to dig deeper. I can only help you. The old king god of the kingdom of the world, after pondering for a moment, he said. After hearing this, Talat nodded slightly to thank him, then stood up, intending to release his power. Such direct behavior shocked the old king god and hurriedly stopped him. Fortunately, Talat had not erupted yet, and it was also a reminder from the old king god. Talat had just reacted. He almost broke out like Sun Gohan in the original work, affecting the old king god. After the old king god left a long way and arrived at the locations where the king god and Jebet of the East king god were, Talat had no worries. Mobilize the super energy pool in the body. The S cells in the body exploded, concentrating on the back, and the golden aura surrounded the whole body and was about to explode. Boom! The golden aura suddenly rose from the ground with Talat as the center, like an erupting volcano. The breath storm raged everywhere, causing gusts of storms. With Talat as the Chinese and Western countries, the earth within 10 kilometers was trembling violently at the same time. Feeling the powerful pressure coming towards him, the old king god, who was already far away, remained calm. He knew that this was just the beginning. However, the king of the Eastern realm, Xin, and Jebet were very uneasy. Feeling the pressure of this oncoming aura, the master and servant looked at each other and wiped the cold sweat from their forehead. It's just now that it has reached this level. What if it explodes with all its strength? In just a few seconds, the breath storm that broke out in Talat dissipated. Golden hair rose into the sky, and a rich golden aura wrapped around his body, standing on the earth like an invincible god of war, with the aftermath of the power rippling around him. Super Saiyan 1st level full power. The magnitude of the breath is not at the same level as before the development of potential. Not only is it more vast, but even the quality and richness are far from comparable to before. Is this the power I have after developing potential, after becoming the 1st level full power of the Super Saiyan? Initial estimate, it may have reached more than 1.5 billion. Talat said as he was wearing a body. He was introverted and looked down at his hands. At this time, there was no tool to measure combat power, and with his current strength level, virtual glasses could no longer be detected, unless it is the Bulma supercomputer. This is just the full power of the 1st level Super Saiyan. If you go further and transform into the 2nd level Super Saiyan, the corners of his mouth lightly raised. Talat's eyes narrowed slightly, and a deeper energy pool in his body was activated, and blue and white light burst out all over his body, completing the 2nd level transformation of the Super Saiyan. With his strength increased again, a span of hundreds of times, Talat knew that his strength had exceeded 2 billion, and this was even just the 2nd level stable stage of the Super Saiyan. If he exploded with all his strength, he would only be stronger. If it is the full power of the 2nd, this was just an imagination before, and it has not been practiced yet. My Super Saiyan 2nd level seems to be able to go further after the strength of my potential development is improved. This most realistic feeling of breakthrough is the feeling brought by the significant increase in normal time. I vaguely felt the higher realm of the 2nd level Super Saiyan. Dring! With a muffled shout, Talat's teeth clenched and exerted force again with one go. The momentum rose, and the light of the whole body exploded, and the entire king of the realm was shocked. The lusters from far to near seemed to be shooting out from Talat's body, affecting the world. The second level of the Super Saiyan at a higher level has increased by dozens of times on the basis of at least 100 times. The combat effectiveness has increased from 2 billion points to 3 billion points. I didn't expect that the potential development of the old king god can be achieved at this level. If Latais and Chilleri accept his development, they might be able to achieve full power in one go. Talat was ecstatic. He also had new cultivation goals. The current Super Saiyan level 2 has reached its peak, but Talat still noticed that there was a higher extreme realm above. Only by practicing Super 2 to the extreme can you reach the third level of Super Saiyan. Although he has reached the realm of a Super Ape Saiyan, and Super 3 seems to be optional. Since he has embarked on this path of cultivation, there is no need to be any lack. It can be not used, but it cannot be done. In the distance, the old king god stroked his chin with his right hand, looked up and down at Talat for several times, and nodded with satisfaction. After the potential development, there was no phenomenon of breath leaking out in the transformation. This kid has reached a very high level of power control. No wonder it can achieve a transformation in that state. I thought that after the potential development, Talat would have some situations where the power could not be controlled or out of control, but now it seems that he is thinking too much. However, although Talat's current bursting power is powerful, it has not reached the level he predicted. After all, the Super Ape Saiyan has not yet become. The good show has just begun. By his side, the king of the East Realm and Jebit were still stunned and unbelievable. Although the fourth level of the previous Super Saiyan was shocking enough, this real explosion has caused great changes in the world, and its impact is more intuitive. What's more, this is the realm of the World King God. At this time, Talat, after experiencing the difference between the second level of the current Super Saiyan and the previous one, stabilized his form and regained his mind. Under his control of his mind, the cells in his body rolled and split violently, and the power of the giant ape rushed out like a flood that opened the dam. Like a flood beast, the normal state is stronger, and the second level of the Super Saiyan will go further, so the fourth level of the Super Saiyan will definitely be stronger. It's almost. Taking a deep breath, activate the blood power in the body. Talat's momentum expanded rapidly. In an instant, thunder descended from the sky and even hit Talat's body directly. Even though he had just broken through the fourth level of the Super Saiyan, even if this was the first time he had made a breakthrough directly in human form, it seemed to have been engraved into his bones. A powerful force that was so fierce that it was indescribable gushed out from Talat's body. The entire World King God world began to tremble violently because of the explosion of this power. The fierce energy expanded straight with Talat as the center, causing the earth under his feet to collapse, and countless cracks appeared and continued to spread. Crack! The golden light fell more fiercely, and this scene is comparable to the end of the world. Talat's aura increased rapidly, his body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye and ushered in an astonishing transformation. The vast and boundless aura covered the entire World King's God realm, and even reached the point where the World King's God realm could not bear it and hit the universe. The huge pressure hit the old King God, which had not been turbulent for countless years, changed. He also had a dense cold sweat on his forehead and was deeply shocked by Talat's powerful force. It seems that his intuition is correct. Before he has fully exploded, because of his potential development, this kid broke through to a higher level. Looking at the king of the East Realm and G-Bit, he showed a ghost expression, and cold sweat slid down from his forehead like raindrops, and his whole body could not control himself at this moment. This sense of oppression is the real power of the transformation of this form. The king of the Eastern Realm felt the fear and powerlessness he felt when he was facing the magician Bu from the pressure of Talat's fierce aura. He didn't know which one is better than Magus Bu, but he was sure that Talat could kill him instantly like Magus Bu. Jobit dared not breathe and almost kept his breath all the time. Every cell in his body was shaking uncontrollably. This was a sense of fear from his body's instinct. The more I looked down on Talat before, the more I was now my fear was. This scion was so powerful that he could not understand. Amid the hysterical shout, Talat completed his final transformation. Black-haired and red-haired monkey, the fourth level Super Saiyan has arrived in this world again. The blood and scion factors in the body are boiling. Even if you do nothing, you will produce a feeling of chi and blood surging. This feeling is amazing. As I expected, after the second level of Super Saiyan upgrade, the fourth level of Super Saiyan also went further. Talat clenched his fist, feeling the huge energy flowing in his body made him intoxicated. Successfully mastering the fourth level transformation of the Super Saiyan has made him profitable, but the constant surprises brought by this trip to the King of Realms made him feel even more irritating. In just less than a day, his strength has improved by several levels. What he needs to do next is stability and precipitation, starting with the spiritual tempering method passed down to him by the old king god before. It is a good choice. After realizing his own realm, Talat quickly removed the 4th level transformation of the Super Saiyan. He felt very happy, but the impact on the worldites really big. Moreover, this feeling has been recorded and will not be forgotten. Manipulating whatever you want is the king. Without absolute oppression, the king of the East Realm and Jabit breathed a sigh of relief as if they were released again at the same time. The oppression brought by Talat's transformation was so terrifying that it made them even breathing difficult. It is still the old king god who has a wide knowledge and is not completely scared. At least he has faced the destruction god Beerus and even faced angels, great priests, and even the whole king. So even Talat is very strong. It is not as scared as he is. The old king god walked up to him, pretended to be in a mysterious way. Come close to him and look at him. How do you feel? Asked with a smile, with a word in his word. It's very good, much stronger than I thought. It's far from comparable to the potential development I experienced before. Talat replied truthfully, without any pretentious concealment. Of course, my potential development can deeply explore a person's potential abilities and help you surpass your limit. How can other potential development be comparable? Said the old king god with great pride. The next second, a mysterious smile appeared on the face of the old king god. You have reached a very high level of cultivation in your own strength, but in a sense you have also reached an end. If you cannot surpass it, you can only stay where you are in your life. The words of the old king god made Talat slightly stunned and asked back, what do you mean? I mean literally. Of course, this situation can be broken by practicing some special power. If you can master the method of God's cultivation, your strength will be higher, and perhaps your transformation will also because of mastering divine power. It is possible to upgrade again. The old king god intentionally revealed to Talat the method of cultivating divine power. As the oldest group of world king god, the cultivation method of naturally understanding the power of the gods revealed this cultivation method to Talat because he was attracted by Talat's potential. Moreover, he had one thing he had to do, but this thing could not be done by his own strength and could only be done with the help of someone with a profound potential and powerful strength. The power of God? Do you mean, are you going to teach me God cultivation method? Hearing this, Talat cheered up. After all, this is also one of the goals he will pursue in the future. Once he masters the power of God, he can use the power of God to complete the transformation in their Saiyan clan mythological story, the Super Saiyan God. There will be Super Blue or Pink, Dark Blue, or Pink 2, or even Super Blue or Pink 3. You can also use the power of God to attach to the 4th level of the Super Saiyan so that the 4th level of the Super Saiyan can be further upgraded to the realm of red-haired boundary breakthrough. It is natural that you can learn. I can teach you everything I can, but there is one condition. If you agree. Before he could explain clearly, the old king god looked tempted and a treacherous smile appeared on his face. It seems to be waiting for Talat to take the bait. Talat's keen sense of smell also smelled the scent of conspiracy from this old guy. What are your conditions? Talat asked tentatively. If this condition is not excessive, he can agree to the old king god. No one knows better than him the importance of the practice of the power of God to the Saiyans. It's very simple. Just promise me to become the king of the internship world. The conditions of the king of the old world made Talat the king of the East world and Jebet stunned for a while, and then the three of them showed incredible feelings. Expression. Talat had thought about the old man asking him to help with something difficult, even taking revenge on a certain god, but I never expected that the old king god would make him the intern king god. Old ancestor, will this decision be a little too hasty? And it's too abrupt. Jebet has been with me for so many years, but he has not yet become the king of internships. The king of internships hurriedly spoke. Even though he is a real king god, he has been a little unreliable, but after all, he has been a real king god for so many years. Now, because of the old real king god, the new real king god must be chosen, which is indeed difficult for him to accept. If it was Jebet, he wouldn't think it was important. After all, he knew the truth. But even though Talat is very powerful, he is always a Saiyan and has no divine nature from head to toe. Divine nature? The king of the East realm believed that if the king of the old realm knew about it, he would definitely scold him with contempt, because he, the king of the realm, has no divinity at all. Even the divine power has not been cultivated. If it were not for the blessing of the god of the realm king, what kind of god of the realm king? Jebet was quite moved by the sight, because although the words of the king of the East realm made him dull in his qualifications, he was also speaking for him. Obviously, the king of the East realm felt that he was more qualified to become the king of the internship world than Talat. The worker has been recognized by his boss for so many years, and he is so grateful. Rules are dead and people live. The old king god did not explain too much. He is the biggest. He has the final say. Those eyes looked straight at Talat, waiting for Talat's answer. In response to this, the king of the East realm and Jebet also held their breath. Talat's mind was circulating calculating for a long time before finally sorting out his answer. I'm sorry, I prefer freedom than becoming the king of realm, so I'm not interested in becoming the king of realm. Even though you use the power of the god to practice the method as an induction condition. Chapter 131 Time Ring. Angel Weiss's vision of God. You actually refuse to become the god of the realm king? Boy, you have to know that this is supreme glory. The god of the realm king is the supreme god in the universe. We not only hold all the power of life and death but also create life on the planet with our own strength. Over time, monitor the entire universe and even control the laws of all things. As the old king of realm said incredible word, he also blew the authority of king of realm to the sky. But despite this, Talat's answer was still unwilling. The old king god was speechless, and in the end he had to let Talat think about it carefully and not be so anxious to answer him. For the old king god, the eastern king god, and Jebet, Talat undoubtedly rejected this supreme honor. They felt that Talat was too arrogant and seemed to look down on the world king god. They would not know the reason why Talat refused was just because he became the king of the world and would share his life with the destruction god. Even though there was no incident in the original work that the god of destruction falls and the king of realm fell, Talat knew that once he became the god of realm his life would be bound. However, a point in the old king's words reminded Talat the king of realm is in charge of creation, holding the time ring in hand, and can travel time to the past and the future. He couldn't get in touch before, but now he has contacted him, so he has to think about it carefully. After all, after Bolunga answered his question, he did think of finding the king of realm and let the king of realm use the ring of time to bring back Badak, who has reached the past era. Of course, it is still unknown whether it is feasible because it involves the field of time. At least he cannot reach it now. After some negotiations, the old king god, the eastern king god, and even Jebet were shocked because it is really incredible to cross time and space, especially when the planet exploded. It was teleported to the past era for unknown reasons. The time ring can indeed bring people back to the past or to the future, but it is only limited to the use of our king god. Moreover, the timeline of the past is not allowed to be modified. Even if we have confirmed that there are future people who travel back to the past, we are the greatest. All you can do is to take a look, but you cannot change the past. So please forgive me for not helping you with this matter. Talat knew about the words of the king of the East realm. It's not as simple as imagined. Even if you can go back to the past, you can't do anything when you go back to the past. Otherwise you will change the past and that this future world does not exist. The old king god gave him another insight. Maybe the scion you mentioned called Badak is not just returning to a certain time in the past. He may have arrived in a brand new one, parallel time and space. Even relying on the dragon to make a wish can't bring him back. Another parallel space and space? Old ancestor, is this possible? The king of the East realm was shocked. A subtle change may create a new parallel space-time. The old king god nodded. In the past years, I have encountered similar things, but that was a lot of things from billions of years ago. To be specific, many details have been forgotten, and I can only say that there is indeed a future. The people crossed the past time, thus deriving the future of our parallel time and space. What our ancestors mean is that we are just parallel space-time and space evolved from a certain world. Jebet took a breath. To him, it was too unreal. The old king god's eyes were deep. Who knows? Even though we are the king god in the world, we are not omnipotent. There are even higher beings above us and above the universe. We only need to know, we live and we exist, and that's enough. At least for us, this world is our world. Everything is possible. As the words fell, the king of the East realm and Jebet became even more frightened. Their worldview was broadened by the old king god. Talat knew what he meant. It involves time and is of great importance. I would like to advise you, since the scion named Badak travels through time and space by mistake, it is also his fate. If you can't change it, let it go. What do you think? Besides, even if we are willing to risk our violation of the provisions of the cosmic law time regulations, we cannot determine which time that Badak has gone. According to the birth of our universe, it has been more than 10 billion years. The old king god's words seemed to be dispelling Talat thought. The king of the East realm and Jebet nodded one after another. Hearing this, Talat could not force him. He could only accept this reality. He would never force them to find Badak. Even if they were the kings of the realm, it would be really difficult. Besides, as the old king god said, there are too many parallel time and space. Even if they go back to the past, they may not be able to find the parallel time and space that Badak went to. If you go and haven't found it yet, then a new future parallel space and space will be born. Taro had no other way to put his last hope completely on the wishing bead. Unless he can really be powerful enough to break the limitations of time and space, master the power of time, or find the king god of the world of time. If that person is, he should be able to travel between time and space and act at will. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Bada in the past K heard the advice he had passed on, and went to find the planet of Namek and summoned Polenga to make a wish. No longer concerned about this, Talat simply changed the subject. He is unwilling to become the king god of the internship world, but this does not mean that he cannot continue to stay in the king god realm of the king god realm. The old king god did not force him to give him enough time to think about it, but he did not take the initiative to mention the method of cultivating divine power. Talat wanted to get it, but he already understood that he could not cultivate divine power without becoming a god, only slowly draw it. Here, after discussing with the old king god and the eastern king god, Talat continued to stay in the king god realm of the king god realm and did not leave directly. First, we need to be familiar with the power of potential development and rapid growth. Second, the old king god has taught a spiritual tempering method after all. Although he has already practiced it, he needs to be proficient in understanding. At the same time, located in another supreme realm in the universe, destroy the god realm. Angel Weiss is watching the interesting things that happened in the lower world. As an angel, he is almost omnipotent, possesses absolutely supreme power, and can easily know everything he wants to know. Originally, he should be preparing a dessert he had just learned from a planet in the lower realm, but a special sense in the dark made him stop, causing him to carefully search for the source and inquire about the reasons. Under his investigation, he had already figured out all the reasons and probably knew what was going on. At this moment, in the projection in front of him, the scenes that happened in the realm of the king of the realm were played. Talat, the king of the east realm, Jebet, and even the king of the old realm did not discover what they were doing now, and had been seen by Weiss from the perspective of God. Ho ho ho, it's really interesting. I didn't expect that the seal of that year was broken by accident. The direction of our time and space world seems to be heading towards the unknown because of this scion. Weiss smiled and said, as he said that, he narrowed his eyes and his thoughts drifted away. Angels are not in the universe, but are existences that transcend the universe. He can see some established futures, and he can also see whether the past timeline has been changed. Obviously, he had noticed that Talat's existence was very special, and he had a possibility of changing time and space to a simple description, that is luck. After a long time, Weiss came to his senses and looked back, focusing on the Destruction God's bedroom at the top of the Destruction God's tree. Maybe after waking up this time, Lord Beerus, you will meet a very powerful opponent. This scion will inevitably grow to an extremely powerful level in the next 20 years. After that, Weiss looked again toward Talat in the picture. He had a premonition that something incredible will happen in the future. At this moment, a commotion came from not far away, causing Weiss to shake his head and show a helpless look. Prophecy fish, can you stop being so reckless next time? I don't want to do it either. I just suddenly had a premonition dream, so I'll tell you specifically. After all, my memory can only last for a short period of time. I see. Realm King God Realm. Time flies. 2 days have passed since Talat came here. During these 2 days, in addition to the time spent on potential development, Talat had not rested, not only stabilizing his own cultivation level but also integrating the spiritual tempering methods taught by the old King God. After learning about Talat's evil talent, the old King God was also surprised to be unbelievable. You must know that even the most gifted existence in the universe cannot learn it so easily. Even if the king of the internship world practices, it will take at least 1 month or even several months to practice this spiritual tempering method. In the past years, the old King God has never encountered such a situation as Talat. This is simply a monster. The old King God felt glad in his heart that he not only did not miss judgment or had a bad relationship with him, but both sides had established a good start. Being able to integrate the spiritual tempering method so easily, perhaps telling him the way of practicing the power of the gods will be a good choice. The old King God thought of it. Of course, no matter how much I think about it, the old King God still did not make this decision simply. After all, we met for too long, and he couldn't be completely sure that Talat must be a good person. It will take a certain amount of time to investigate and determine Talat's true character before deciding whether to teach it. On the other hand, Talat's realm has just been stable for a while. If he told him how to cultivate the power of the god at this time, it would certainly play a significant role, but it would be like pulling seedlings to encourage growth, which would be extremely harmful to Talat's future. In the view of the old King God, although Talat is very powerful and can be said to be an individual among mortals, but accumulation is far from enough. This is actually completely different from Talat's perception of himself. Talat has always felt that he is constantly accumulating, so the accumulation should be very deep. If he knew what the old King God thought of him, he would definitely be shocked. The picture turns. Here is Talat sitting cross-legged. He stood up from the ground and ended the final stage of spiritual tempering practice. This practice method is very good and can be combined with the practice method of Qi. As long as it is operated, it can have an effect at all times. It is like an automatic buff body, and its mental power will be tempered and improved at every moment. It should be said that it is worthy of being a spiritual tempering method mastered by the old King God. If you continue to practice and cooperate with your own strength to improve, you can indeed sublimate your soul. soul. In other words, the spiritual tempering method may be the beginning of the divine power cultivation method. If you continue to study it deeply, it is not impossible to become a god. This method of cultivation has been mastered. It is time for me to leave the realm king god realm and go back to report my safety, Talat said, heading towards the old realm king god, the east realm king god, and G in the distant bit looked out. It was during the breakthrough that I felt the spiritual exploration of the king god of the east realm, so I came to the king god realm and took the opportunity to lift the seal of the king god of the old realm, learned new things and stayed there for the time being. Even though the effect of practicing here is really good, especially the practice of spiritual tempering has greatly improved oneself, Talat still wants to leave. Come to the old king god and the eastern king god. Jabit was directly ignored by Talat. Although Jabit has not been as arrogant and self-righteous as he was at the beginning in the past 2 days, Talat still has no good impression of him. Maybe it will change in the future, but at least Talat is very touched by him now. Are you really leaving so fast? The king of the east realm was still a little reluctant. It seems that it will be difficult to see each other again after this separation. It was the old king god who directly put his head on him, which allowed him to get rid of this inexplicable situation. You idiot, it's not that he won't come, he just needs to go back. What are you thinking about? You are the god of the realm king, so you give me a little bit of the god of the realm king. After being scolded, the king of the east realm was red in his cheeks and was extremely embarrassed. Talat smiled and did not interrupt and said goodbye and left. After he left, the old king god of the world still did not stop reprimanding the king god of the east king god. To be honest, you are the real king god I have ever seen who is the least like the real king god. In the next period of time, I will strictly teach you to become a qualified real king god, otherwise you will be the real king god in other universes. If you know it, you will inevitably feel sarcastic, so for the next period of time you will understand, the old king of the world said earnestly. The king gods of the world in other universes, my ancestors, besides our universe, are there other universes in this world? There are other king gods of the world, the king god of the east world said in shock. Obviously, the king of the east realm really doesn't know anything. This also made the old king god cover his face helplessly, feeling embarrassed. He didn't know how this kid became the king god of the upper realm. I don't know how he survived to this day. God of destruction, Beerus is not worried at all. I don't even know such basic information. Forget it, the days ahead are still long. Let's teach you slowly from the beginning. The old king god sighed and said, Underworld, on the northern border of the star. The king of northern realm has been tracing Talat disappearance out of thin air for 2 days, but until now, I still find nothing. Where did this kid go? There is no whereabouts of the entire Bay, and this shouldn't be true. Could it be that he went to the galaxy under the jurisdiction of other realms kings? Or the Bay? And he frowned and looked at the tower. Lot's whereabouts were extremely worried. After all, he is his disciple, carrying all his expectations. This kid has gone to some dimensions that even our kings cannot reach, right? The king of northern realm reminded of this. At this moment he was behind the king of northern realm. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Sensing the movement coming from behind, the king of northern realm immediately turned around. The person who came into sight was nothing but Talat. You kid is back. Where have you been in the past 2 days? I have searched through the entire Bay but couldn't find you. Don't be so rash next time. At least tell me in advance. The king of the north could not help but he scolded Talat. It seems to be scolding, but in fact it is full of concern. How could Talat not hear it? When I broke through, I vaguely noticed a special mental power that was secretly paying attention to me, so I didn't have time to think too much and locked the exact coordinates according to the person's observation. After using space teleportation, I arrived at the king of realms, God realm. Talat told the king of the north realm in all his ways. Hearing this, the king of northern realm's brain crashed instantly and he was stunned. It took him a while to recover. You said you went to the realm king god realm. Then say so you saw Lord King God. The king of the northern realm asked in a very disrespectful manner. He never expected that Talat would accidentally go to the realm king god realm. Although there were speculations before that Talat had entered a realm that their realm king could not reach, that did not include the realm king's realm. That is the realm of gods that even the kings of the realm, including the kings of the great realm, cannot reach. Well, from beginning to end something happened, so I came back late. Talat slowly told the king of the north realm about his experience in the realm king's god realm. Get to know each other. The king of the east realm learned about the existence of the magician Bu, then pulled out the king of the realm sword and released the king of the old realm. Finally he developed potential abilities and almost became the new king of the internship king of the realm. After listening to Talat telling his experience, the king of northern realm was stunned and felt unbelievable, especially when he heard that Talat was appreciated by the old king god and almost became the king god in the intern world. He was so excited that he could not help himself. After all, he is a disciple he taught. If he becomes the king of the realm, even if he will become his immediate boss in the future. It doesn't matter. That's the king of the world. The only thing that can be compared with the highest god in the universe is the god of destruction. Although god of destruction is even more terrifying. Why do you refuse, you little brat? Do you know what a rare opportunity this is? As a scion, this is the supreme glory which has never been seen since ancient times. The king of the northern realm learned that Talat refused. He became the king of the internship world and scolded him without any worries. Anyone who is a master will get angry, right? My disciple finally reached the top, but he refused and walked down again. You also know my personality, so I naturally don't want to be bound. Beside, my purpose is just to become stronger. Many things have not been done yet. Once I become the king of the world, I am naturally confident that I will be the strongest, the king of the realm, but I also know that many things can never be done anymore. Talat said. After hearing this, the king of northern realm probably understood. Talat thought. Only sigh. He does understand. Talat, forget it. It's over. It's up to you. It depends on yourself in the future. The king of northern realm tried his best to calm down his emotions. Then, the king of northern realm changed his tone and looked serious and said, by the way, you're back. It's just right. You have been to the realm king god realm these 2 days. While searching for you, I accidentally discovered some strange movements of the Frisia Legion. Oh, is Frisia coming out? Talat asked unexpectedly. The king of northern realm shook his head. It's not Frisia who came out. It's king of Kurd. Just a day ago, he began to mobilize Frisia's army and his Kurdish army on a large scale, and seemed to be deliberately trying to force the two legions. They are matched together, and there is also the power of the Gula Legion. What you mean is that Frisia has never come out, and the Kurdish king is about to move, intending to sit back on the throne of the universe emperor. Talat said. That's true. After all, this old guy's strength cannot be underestimated now. I remember telling you the last time, the king of northern realm reminded. If they practiced for a month or two on their mother planet, it would be too useless if they remained strong. His descendants Frisia and Gula are so outstanding, so naturally his father would not be bad either. Talat said casually. Continue one sentence. After 2 months of negotiations, the strength of the Kurdish king was probably confirmed, so Talat was not surprised at all. What are you going to do? Asked the king of northern realm again. I'll go back to Earth first. After all, I've been away for 2 days. They must be very worried. By the way, I'll tell Latais and Saleri to the news. Talat said. Okay, they actually came to me yesterday, so you can go back and explain yourself. Chapter 132. This era no longer belongs to that clan. Earth. After returning to Talat and Zita from the northern territory, he immediately found Bulma and Saleri. After seeing Talat return safely, Bulma and Saleri's hanging heart finally let go. Facing them, Talat did not hide anything and told the story of his experience in the past 2 days, his breakthrough in his strength to the god realm of the king of realms. After understanding Talat's whereabouts and what happened, the two women completely breathed a sigh of relief and felt incredible at the same time. Without the tension and anxiety at the beginning, they were full of curiosity about the realm king god realm and the realm king god. However, before they could delve into it, Talat conveyed another important message. Undoubtedly, he went straight to the point and told the movements that the king of northern realm said about the Kurdish king. Bulma was fine, but she didn't react much, but she knew that King Kurd and Frisia were father and son, and belonged to the dark forces of the universe, and were enemies of Talat and his clan. Saleri was different. She quickly cheered up. She had been waiting for a long time to attack the Kurdish king. Originally, after Rades broke through to become a Super Saiyan 2 months ago, they should take revenge, but Talat reached the stage of breakthrough, and Rades also needed to adapt, so it has been delayed to the present. Brother Talat, just tell me, what will we do next? Saleri asked seriously. As a woman, as Talat's wife, although she could no longer bear it to the verge of an outbreak, she still obeyed Talat's arrangement. As long as Talat said she would do it, Talat said he would wait, then continue to wait. If Talat said to set out for revenge now, she would charge without hesitation. Although his strength is not comparable, although it may die. Seeing the changes in Saleri, Talat raised his hand and lifted the hair on her face and said, don't be so determined. Let's go to Latais first. After saying that, Saleri smiled and nodded, and Talat looked at Bulma again. With eyes facing each other, Talat said gently, this operation is very dangerous. Considering your safety, I can't take you with me. Bulma can't go, otherwise there will be no situation to take care of. After all, the level of this battle will be very high. I know, so I didn't plan to drag you down from the beginning. I'm also prepared for these days. Before you go, bring my latest virtual glasses 3.0 version. After upgrading, the detection limit value of virtual glasses should be around 10 billion. You can know how powerful the opponent is at the first time, then determine whether you can fight, Bulma said, and quickly trotted to the main interior of the research room on the first floor of the house. Talat and Saleri followed closely behind and took over the latest product from her, the detection limit of tens of billions of combat power. You surprised me again. Thank you for your hard work. Talat praised Bulma. To be honest, promise. Bulma is just like they have been working hard to cultivate and create new miracles, and she is also moving forward in her field. It seems that it is just detecting a value and upgrading the functional strength of the detector. In fact, God knows how much research and improvement is needed, just as others would not know how strong they are to this point and how much effort they have put in. It's not hard at all, just help you, Bulma said. Yeah, Talat nodded slightly. After a while of warmth, he took Sailor to teleport away from home, Bayazai Mountain. After finding Latais, Talat also told him about his experiences over the past 2 days. Latais is not surprised that Talat has become stronger, but Latais is very interested in the Realm King God and the Realm King God realm. It was not until the end that when talking about Frisia and Kurd that Rades temporarily put aside all distracting thoughts. So, is it finally time for us to take the initiative? Talat. Latais was very excited. He had been waiting for a long time at this moment. Calculate the days. They are all 20 years old. It has been nearly 15 years since Frisia destroyed the planet Vegeta. Now your strength has stabilized. Even if you have not yet fully improved your full power, it is time. To this day, it is time for us to attack Frisia and Kurd. This era no longer belongs to them. Lot's words revealed the indomitable dominance and his unwavering determination. This decision was exactly the same as Latais and Celery's intentions, igniting the flame of revenge deep in their heart. This era, the next era, and even the future era will belong to us, Scion, Celery said with ambition. Start with Kurd, then it's Frisia's turn. Latis looked excited and was ready to make a big fuss. The atmosphere was filled with a murderous aura, and a special halo was surrounded by the three of them. This situation made Gnei, Lan Chi, and Sun Gohan on the side show their own different expressions. There are worries, concerns, and sorrowful faces. Of course, in the end, all the emotions were transformed into care and encouragement for the three. Relatives and friends are about to go to the battlefield. If they do not support and distrust, who will become a solid backing? Talat, Celery, and Latais. You are my pride and our Scion clan. Before you know it, you are all so powerful and have become Super Scion, carrying them. We are the Scion tribe. I will wait for you to return on Earth, and you must return victoriously. Gnei said. The words were full of care. She actually doesn't need to win, as long as they return safely. Although I don't know who the enemy is, how terrible it is, but Rades, as the man I like, I believe you can definitely kill that Kurd. I will be waiting for you to come back on Earth with my mother. Ranchi motivated to Latais. As one of the women who are extremely short-lived, if Lan Chi had not chosen the right person, she would definitely be the same type of woman as Bulma and Kikai. I know. Just wait for me to come back. At that time, you have to give birth to a few sons for me to continue our Scion blood. Latais nodded seriously, looking bad for Lan Kai. It's extremely attractive. His words were direct, which made everyone laugh. Talat didn't notice that Celery looked at his belly intentionally or unintentionally, then looked at Talat again and made up his mind. The serious atmosphere was a little relaxed because of this joke. As an elder, Son Gohan also spoke some encouraging words at this time. However, what Son Gohan expressed the greatest meaning is that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since it is evil, they will be eliminated as justice. The three of them agreed happily, but in fact they felt a lot of feelings. Son Gohan didn't know how evil and terrible the Scions were in the past, and they did everything they wanted. If he knew, this would not be the case. Of course, there are always differences between good people and bad people, so we cannot generalize them. At least under the leadership of Talat, neither Latais nor Celery nor Jine caused any random damage or casualties. After some conversation, the three left the Earth. Because it is impossible to directly locate the Kurdish king, we need to return to the King of the North and rely on the power of the King of the North, the Northern Territory of Kings. As the space emits a rippling ripple, Talat, Celar, and Latais arrived here. Have you decided? The King of Northern Realm, who had already prepared, was straight to the point, and the three of them nodded one after another. Tell me the coordinates of Kurd, Lord King of Realm. Talat said. Yes. The King of Northern Realm nodded slightly and telepathically gave the current coordinate position of Kurd to Talat without hesitation. I still have to remind you before I go. I just found out the intensity of Kurdish aura again, and you must not underestimate it. The King of Northern Realm gave another reminder. The three nodded, and Talat took advantage of this time to take out Bulma's virtual glasses 3.0 version from his portable space, giving Celery and Latais one. There were originally three, and time should be in a hurry, so Bulma didn't have time to make extra backups. Otherwise, like version 2.0, there are many more in his portable space. Can you test the value of 10 billion combat power? I really don't know how Bulma's brain grew. It made huge progress so quickly. Although Latais' words were amazed and praised, they were indeed a bit unpleasant. Now, fortunately, Bulma is not here, otherwise her face would have changed drastically, and she probably won't have the same role as Latais in the future. In 2 months, Latais, you seem to be lazy, and your combat effectiveness of 3.8 million points has not improved at all. Celery said with a smile. I wanted to say say it before, but because of the topic of discussion and GNEI, Lan Chi, and Sun Gohan, so I didn't talk about this. Tisk, didn't you just reach 3.6 million points of combat power? Not as good as my combat power 2 months ago. You have to know that although my normal combat power has not changed, my cultivation of the Super Saiyan has made great progress, Leitai said proudly. Solari was obviously dissatisfied, but before she could refute anything, the two of them were stunned by the data on the virtual glasses at the same time. Talat's normal combat power is as high as 23 million points. Hey, what's the situation? Talat, when did your combat effectiveness be so high? Leitai said, shocked. Solari was shocked and surprised. Brother Talat, is this what you said about the great increase in strength after the breakthrough? Talat nodded slightly and also mentioned the general situation and the potential development of the old king god, but did not mention the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. If they knew this, they would be eager to try it. Although Talat is not afraid of them catching up, they have not even mastered the full power of the Super first, so it is too early to try more than 4. The king of Northern Realm smiled at the outstanding 3 people, especially Talat. Here, the 3 of them were ready to set off. At the same time, Kurdish Planet number 1, a large-scale strategic command base. The Kurdish king Damajindeo sat on his exclusive throne. His burly figure exuded absolute pressure, and his playful expression seemed to be able to play with everything in the world. He was playing with the red wine glass in his hand and enjoyed the joy brought by the continuous expansion of his power. During this period, he integrated his forces, annexed the leaderless Gula Legion, and then absorbed the marginal soldiers of the Friesa army. However, in a short period of time, he has once again become the emperor of the largest organization of the Northern Galaxy. Even though his son Friesa was still practicing in his mother planet, he did not die. But when will Friesa come out is a question. Maybe soon, maybe years or even decade. During this period, everything he did was for the future of their clan. Of course, this is the case on the surface, but in fact, the feeling of returning to power is amazing, which makes the Kurdish king deeply fall and unable to extricate himself. He even had the idea of killing Friesa's son, but it was wiped out in just a moment. For the Kurdish king, both Gula and Friesa were his good sons. Although the Kurdish king was bloodthirsty and cold-blooded, he had a spirit of not eating anything that could not eat anything. Even his son would not take him seriously. Just give me a few more months. By then, the Friesa Legion and the freshman Kurdish Legion merge, and the universe will be born, the largest and most powerful organization in history. The Kurdish king drank a glass in one gulp. The red wine was like blood, and the words were full of intoxication. Just when the Kurdish king was immersed in his imagination, an accident happened. Hey! The Kurdish king, immersed in his dream, suddenly woke up and noticed something strange. Before he could react, his strategic command base suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterward, boom! The sudden super explosion occurred, and the entire strategic command base and the area where Kurds are located were engulfed by the explosion flames. Within a radius of dozens of miles, a huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and the earth for hundreds of miles was shaken by this huge explosion. At the same time, the alarms from all bases of the entire planet were sounded, and interstellar warships stationed in space outside the planet responded one after another, and all the combatants stationed on the planet were also alarmed and acted quickly. It is enough to see that the new Kurdish Legion is managed in an orderly manner and responds quickly. Located above the explosion area, Talat, Selar, and Leitais have arrived. There is no doubt that this big explosion is their masterpiece, telling the Kurdish king in a high profile that they are here. Finally this moment, Talat, Kurd is left to me to deal with. You defeated Gula with the Super Saiyan, but now I defeated Kurd with the Super Saiyan, and finally Friesa, Leitais said with a high spirit of fighting, already a little impatient. After restraining for so long, especially in recent time, his strength has been constantly improving and his cultivation of the Super Saiyan. Leitais' desire for fighting has reached its peak. This time he finally didn't have to restrain himself anymore and let him go. Chapter 133. There is more than one Super Saiyan. Leitais volunteered that Talat would not refuse to pour cold water on him, and even Solari had no intention of refuting. For Talat, his original plan was to let Leitais or Solari deal with Kurd. If 1-on-1 doesn't work, then 2-on-1. Solari wanted to see how far the Super Saiyan realm had reached. As rapid as Rades said, it's not that she doesn't want to fight, but that her personality is exactly the opposite of before, and the stronger she is, the more cautious she is. Since that's the case, then Kurd will be left to you to deal with it, but don't blame me for not reminding you that if you lose, I will not give in to you next time. Solari teased, just watch it from the side and see how I kill Kurd. Rades' eyes were chilling. That's good, brother Talat, and I will help you solve other enemies, and it will definitely not affect your battle. Solari looked like she was waiting to watch the show. Listening to their conversation, Talat said nothing. At this moment, as the explosion time passed by little, the Kurdish army's high-powered combatants had arrived unknowingly and surrounded them like a net of heaven and on Earth. Ding BBBBBB. Virtual glasses automatically detect the combat effectiveness of these Kurdish soldiers. Not only are the labels given one by one, but they are detailed in body shape, biological information, and even all data. Compared to the most primitive combat power detector, it is much more advanced. The lowest combat power is the elites with over 5,000 points, and most of them are captain level above 10,000 points, close to 20,000 points. Talat murmured to himself, there are still a few people who have reached 30,000 points, and they are guys who have never heard of them before. Solari responded, from this we can see that Kurd's subordinates are also hidden and hiding. Of course, for them now, they are just some unknown small characters. As Solari said, you can let go and fight Kurd, and we will solve other enemies, Talat said as he raised his right hand. As he spoke, a golden light flashed in his palm. The next second, the light ball rose into the air and exploded suddenly, turning into dozens of energy rays and shooting out directly, accurately hitting dozens of Kurdish soldiers surrounding nearby. I'll come too. Solari was itchy and took action immediately. Just like a game for Solari, even if the normal strength is at millions, even if the opponent's combat power is as high as hundreds of thousands or even millions, it is not worth watching. Bang, 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 bang. The roar of the energy explosion was endless, and the explosion of fire filled the whole world. It seemed that in just a blink of an eye, the Kurdish soldiers who formed an encirclement in the air were quickly eliminated by Talat and Solari. This scene was naturally taken into consideration by other Kurdish soldiers who rushed over one after another. For them, this is undoubtedly a Shura field. The move was fatal and full of blood. We witnessed countless senior combatants being killed instantly, and the fighters who survived by chance would dare to stay here for a long time. Run away, run away. What a joke. How can they survive when fighting against that kind of monster? Unfortunately, no matter where they run, as long as they are still on this planet, they are within the range of Talat and their elimination. Unless they hide, Talat and the others did not intend to find them all or directly destroy the planet. One-sided sweep. That's right, the slaughter without any suspense. In the past, the existence of tens of thousands of combat powers can be said to be the overlord of one side, and it is one of the best super existences on some high-level planet, but at this time it was a mob. Leitais never moved, and his attention was always focused on the center of the previous big explosion. He could sense that Kurd was not dead. It's even more okay. Room. Crazy. Just when the situation was overwhelming, a hurricane was howling in the center of the mushroom cloud caused by the explosion, and layers of air waves rose into the sky and ravaged all directions. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the world changed color. The smoke and flames that exploded within a radius of dozens of miles were blown away at the same time, revealing the disgrace of the earth. Before Kurd, who was swallowed by the explosion, also appeared, the Kurdish king swept his cold eyes over Talat and the other two. He didn't have to guess what was going on now, especially his elite soldiers are constantly being slaughtered, and he soon recognized the identities of Talat and the other three, because the image sent back from Gula told him, as expected, you came after all, but I didn't expect you to come to my planet. Scion. The Kurdish king's face was heavy, and his eyebrows were full of cruelty. He actually had already predicted the arrival of Talat and his group. I just didn't expect it to be so suddenly, and it was this time again. In particular, he took the initiative to come to his base camp. Not only did he choose to invade directly, but he also killed himself in a large number of ways without taking him as the emperor of the universe seriously. Since you guessed that we will come, it seems that you have washed your neck and waited for us to arrive. The death period is approaching. I wonder what your last words are. Frisia's father, Kurd. Leitais slowly stepped forward, smiled contemptuously. He showed an arrogant attitude and did not take the Kurdish king seriously at all. As soon as I came to the virtual glasses, I have seen how powerful the Kurdish king is. Secondly, the super science brought him enough support. The combat power of 150 million points is very powerful, but nowadays it is a bit too much to see. It's so shameless if I admit it wrong that Scion is the super scion who killed my son Gula, right? As for you, just a wild monkey with long hair, you are not qualified to do so. This king talk. King Kurdish also did not take Leitais seriously. He believes that the super scions are just specific scions, so he doesn't intend to talk nonsense about Leitais. With his hand raised, he released a charming energy bomb. Laddies, who knew that he was underestimated, smiled without anger. Facing the attack of King Kurdish, the super energy pool in his body was called, and the golden aura surged. He grabbed King Kurdish's energy bomb and crushed it with a little force. Broke in. Hey, what? King Kurdish witnessed this scene with his own eyes. His expression changed slightly, and he became a little solemn. Although this is just his casual blow, it is not easy to resolve any product. It was him who underestimated this long-haired scion. It's true that Talat was the super scion who killed Gula, but you will die soon in the hands of me, the super scion. As soon as the word fell, the S-cells in Leitais' body burst out completely. Black and waist long hair without wind. Under the gaze of the Kurdish king, the energy in Raytai's body increased rapidly, and soon after he turned into a Super Saiyan. The momentum exploded and turned into a single breath without any energy leakage, and it seemed so natural. This shows how amazing the perception and control of the Super Saiyan people have reached in the past 2 months. Incarnated as the first level of the Super Saiyan, his combat effectiveness soared from 3.8 million points to 190 million points. Witnessing Raytai's transformation, especially his blonde hair and blue eyes and his dazzling golden aura, made King Kurd's pupils suddenly shrink and he was stunned on the spot. It will not be wrong. It is exactly the same as the form in the ancestor warning. It's the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. In other words, there is more than one Super Saiyan. King Kurd, who came to his senses, said in disbelief. Another Super Saiyan appeared. At the same time, the Kurdish king also understood why they attacked him at this time. So that's it. You have just been able to become a Super Saiyan, so you plan to use this king as a stepping stone for hard work. King Kurd suddenly realized, his mouth lightly raised and his facial expression gradually changed. That's right, so you must not be killed by me so easily, otherwise it would be too boring. After the words fell, Raytais did not hesitate and took the initiative to attack, turning into a golden aurora to go straight to King Kurdish. Seeing this, the Kurdish king had no intention of dodging, crossed his arms to protect himself to form a defense. Pound. There was a loud bang. The terrifying power swept across, and the Kurdish king was repelled for more than 10 meters before he stopped. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan? Feeling the severe pain, the Kurdish king said to himself with a serious expression, the fist that exploded just now was indeed powerful, but it was not unsolvable for him. Therefore, the Super Saiyans are not as invincible as the legendary ones. He was a little disappointed. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Raytais, regardless of what Kurd was thinking, made a breakthrough again, rushed to the front of the Kurdish king, and waved out with all his strength. Bang! The powerful attack hit the Kurdish king's face, and the unparalleled power instantly knocked the Kurdish king out. Raytais would not let the Kurdish king go so easily, and he rushed out at full speed again while he was chasing the backward Kurdish king. The golden light was so dazzling. Raytais came to the Kurdish king early and kicked the Kurdish king's backward. A powerful force swept across the body and sent the Kurdish king into the sky 100 meters. The Kurdish king, who was hit hard one after another, laughed instead of anger. He had already figured out Raytais' approximate strength. At the same time, Raytais instantly moved and descended directly in front of the Kurdish king with his fingers linked together to form a war hammer and smashed it with all his strength. Pound! A thrilling sound of flesh sounded and a ripples appeared in the space. The heavy blow of the Kurdish king fell to the ground like a meteorite. The huge body tore the earth apart, causing a tremor of more than 10 miles of earth to shake. It's really boring. You are really disappointing, King Kurd. Let's end you. Raytais in the air seemed to have determined that Kurd was vulnerable, locked in the position of King Kurd, and took the position of the Knight Kurd, posing as a killing move. The energy around the body moves rhythmically, and the momentum of the body continues to expand. When the momentum reaches its peak, Raytais' ultimate skill will also take shape. Shining Shock Cannon. With a loud shout, Raytais pushed forward with both hands, and a golden lightning energy beam shot out from his palm, opening his bloody mouth like a roaring dragon, heading straight for the Kurdish king. Kilgo. The destructive power of this attack can even be comparable to the full-strength attack of a strong man with 200 million combat power. But the Kurdish king lying in the huge pit didn't care at all, and the smile on his face became more and more hideous and seductive. There is no need for him to dodge this level of attack. Boom! The energy that destroyed the world hits the Kurd's head on. In an instant, the wind and clouds surging, the sky and the earth shaking, and the whole planet trembled violently under this terrifying force. Solari, outside the battlefield, raised his hand to resist the attacking shock wave, while Talat put his hands on his chest, motionless, and his expression did not change significantly. Others can't see it, but he can see it. It seems that Raytais has an absolute advantage, but Kurd is not vulnerable. Drink. Raytais exerted force again in the air, and the blue veins on his forehead raised, shining the impact of the cannon's superpower output. It seems that I am venting my negative emotions that have been accumulated over the years. The violent golden energy beam expanded again, and the destructive power became even more terrifying. However, as the energy release lasted, Raytais quickly noticed something was wrong. A huge impact force hit the shining impact cannon, causing Raytais' face to change drastically. In his incredible gaze, the shining impact cannon was being pushed back little by little, and the Kurdish king, who had been hit on the front of the shining impact cannon, had already stood still and showed a sarcastic look on his face. What? Feeling the increasing pressure, Raytais exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. The Kurdish king's combat power is only 150 million. Nodding. How could he stop the shining impact cannon he released with all his strength? Through breath perception, Raytais found that King Kurdish's energy had expanded to an extremely terrifying level. This is far from the data detected before. The 150 million points just now are just the the superficial strength of the Kurdish king. Now the serious Kurdish king has shown a new level of combat effectiveness. No, the Kurdish king's combat effectiveness index is 250 million points. Solari outside the battlefield saw the Kurdish king's combat effectiveness index through his virtual glasses. A 100 million point more than the previous 150 million point. This is the true level of the Kurdish king. From the very beginning they were deceived by the Kurdish king's disguise. As long as I expected, he was the former emperor of the universe, and he also returned to his mother star to practice for nearly 2 months. It is impossible for him to have only such a little strength. Lord King of the world reminded. Rades did not listen to it. I am afraid that he would not listen to it. The true strength of the Kurdish king is far more than 250 million point. Talat pinched his chin with one hand and said earnestly, when you reach his level, your perception and insight will be improved to a higher level again. He could feel an extremely terrifying energy sleeping in the Kurdish king's body. Once all the energy is bursting out, its strength is not even as good as Gurus. It's getting more and more interesting. Yes. Then, if this is the case, isn't Latai? Solari took a breath of air conditioning. Don't worry, facing a strong opponent, it's not a challenge for Latai. Talat was not panicked at all and quietly watched Latai's performance. Perhaps he may be able to transcend himself briefly because of the pressure brought by the Kurdish king. Chapter 134. Latai, who doubts life if he has full power. On the battlefield, the Kurdish king, who showed his true skills, slowly stood up and resisted the advancement of the shining impact cannon without any pressure. There was a wicked smile on his face which looked so gloomy and terrifying. It seems that the power of the Super Saiyan is nothing more than that. I am too proud of you. King Kurdish smiled coldly, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. The past years were shrouded in the fear of his ancestors, making him afraid of the existence of the Super Saiyan. Now that he is strong enough, the Super Saiyan is not that scary in his opinion. Around his body, the ice blue aura was burning like the fire of hell. The Kurdish king's powerful aura continued to expand, easily overshadowing Rades' aura. Latai's forehead veins in the air raised, constantly increasing its energy output. He doesn't believe it. This guy can really transform. Relieve his killing attack. The boring game time is over. Super Saiyan. After the word came, King Kurd suddenly exerted his strength with both hands, and a purple destructive cannon with infinite destruction came out from his hands, rushing out Latai's, urging him to the point of being able to destroy Latai's. The shining impact shells broke down. What? Latai's exclaimed, incredible, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Without having time to think about it, he immediately interrupted the energy output and his body retreated quickly. Fortunately, he avoided the Kurdish king's lethal purple destruction cannon. The countdown to your life has begun, and next is the time for this king to perform. The Kurdish king said cruel words, his legs accumulating strength, and suddenly burst out. His burly body rushed out of the air like a cannonball, but it fell in front of Latai's in a flash. Even though his body is so huge, his movements are beyond imagination, but he moves naturally and smoothly beyond imagination. Latai's face was solemn. Faced with the advancement of the Kurdish king, he chose to face the front. The battle that hides is meaningless, and the real battle is just that it is meaningful. The Kurdish king raised his hand and fired a death energy cannon, which was quickly dodged by Rades and attacked the Kurdish king's neck with a full-strength round kick. Kurdish king easily grabbed Latai's ankle with his huge palm, and his strength exploded, blocking Latai's action. One leg was pinched, and Latai's immediately took the air to control the other leg and kicked the Kurdish king. But such an attack is nothing to the Kurdish king. The result was that both feet were locked by the Kurdish king without any suspense, but Rades did not lose his combat ability, and his hands condensed their energy to prepare for a close-range explosion. The Kurdish king is not stupid, so this kind of attack cannot be hidden from his eyes, so he took action as soon as possible. With both hands exerting force, he threw Rades' body directly to the ground, causing him to lose control. I don't know how Gula lost to you back then, but today I will settle the grudge of my eldest son with you wild monkeys. King Kurd smiled jokingly, his aura even more terrifying. As he raised his hand, the terrifying energy quickly gathered and finally turned into countless energy bombs and swept down. Rades, who was thrown away, flipped in the air dozens of times in a row, and it was not until he landed on the ground that he barely regained control of his body. And the moment Latai's landed, dozens or hundreds of death energy bombs followed him down from the sky like a meteor shower. This airtight bombing left Latai's with no choice to open the protective barrier room. The explosions continued, stirring up smoke, and the entire planet trembled violently because of this big explosion. The shock waves that destroyed the world were divided into all directions as if they were going to destroy the world, and also attacked Talat and Sarari. Talat waved his luck and dispersed the oncoming shock wave. He felt it was okay, but Solari looked shocked. He felt the power of the explosion and couldn't help but take a breath. If this were her, if she did not transform into a Super Saiyan in time to resist the first and third stages, she would probably suffer a lot lot of injuries. Leitais is just the first stage of the Super Saiyan. Can it bear it? Celery didn't know about Leitais' situation, so he was worried. Don't worry, Rades won't lose so easily. If I guess correctly, he should have mastered the deeper transformation of the Super Saiyan, but he was in the first stage of training. As I said, it directly reaches full power, so it depends on how he exerts more powerful combat power. Talat explained. Can you directly reach full power? Is that method really feasible? Celery said suspiciously. How long has it been? If Leitais really achieved full power, she would have been thrown away. Time passes by minute by minute. The Kurdish king floated in the sky, looking down at the center of the explosion in the form of a victor, and the smile on his face became more and more unscrupulous. This kind of coverage bombing, even if Leitais doesn't die, he will lose half his life. It seems that you, the Super Saiyan, are all that. Compared to you, another Super Saiyan should be stronger. Otherwise, how can you kill my eldest son Gula with just this little strength? King Kurd's eyes turned to Talat and Celery outside the battlefield. The female Saiyan monkey can be ignored. Even if she can become a Super Saiyan, her strength should not be worth worrying about. All he needs to pay attention to is the Saiyan monkey who killed Gula, and that is the real opponent. Just as the Kurdish king was thinking about how to deal with Talat, a powerful aura storm suddenly came from the center of the explosion. The explosion of the smoke was dispersed. Countless rocks were flying, and dozens of kilometers trembled violently due to the sudden explosion of this force. What? This vibration, could it be that wild monkey has more power not to be used? The Kurdish king came to his senses and stared at the center of the explosion of breath with shock. Leitais' body became stronger, and golden light flashed faintly around her body. Her long golden hair showed signs of standing upright, but it did not completely stand upside down, but her temperament changed differently. This form is the second stage of the first stage of the Super Saiyan. In the previous 2 months, although Leitais did not deliberately break through, he could indeed complete a higher level transformation to increase his strength in a short period of time. In the explosion just now, he also transformed into this form in time to offset most of the impact of the explosion. Of course, even so, I still suffered some harm. However, this level of injury is nothing to the Saiyan. Blah. King Kurd frowned slightly, and he felt a little dangerous aura from Leitais. He said tough word, but Kurd knew that Leitais, a Super Saiyan monkey, was completely different from before. The Kurdish king glanced at Leitais below with a solemn gaze. On the ground, after stabilizing this stage, Leitais wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a mad look appeared in his hideous smile. Let's start the second round, King Kurd. With a loud shout, Leitais raised his hand and fired a powerful energy light to attack King Kurd. The Kurdish king waved his hand coldly and released the death energy cannon to fight it. Boom! Two destructive energy collided, and a deafening explosion rang out in mid-air. The aftermath of the explosion swept across the world, causing ripples in the space. Laddies seized the opportunity and attacked quickly, moved and used instantly, quietly descending behind the Kurdish king, and the whip legs that gathered all their strength swept across the Kurdish king's waist. So that's it. Is this the instantaneous movement skill of the Adra? Gula died because of this. The Kurdish king predicted Leitais' attack in advance and raised his hand to resist. Bang! There was a loud bang. Leitais' whip legs gathered all his strength and hit the Kurdish king's arm. The fierce power defeated the Kurdish king several meters away. The aftermath of the force caused a storm in the air, dispersing the explosion flame. You reacted quite quickly, but you won't be so lucky next time. Take it. Leitais attacked again and rushed towards the Kurdish king quickly. In an instant, the fierce offensive attack attacked the Kurdish king like raindrops. Every attack had unparalleled destructive power, killing him fast and ruthless. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled sound of limb collisions continued. Fierce battle is about to break out. Laddies tried his best to attack the Kurdish king, and his offensive without any room for him allowed him to take the dominance of the battle. On the other hand, the Kurdish king was pressed step by step and kept regressing. It seems that it is not the case that it is completely suppressed by Leitais. The Kurdish king was adapting to the rhythm of the battle and was also judging Laddies' current accuracy and ability. He was very cautious because his son died at the hands of the Super Saiyan. In just a dozen rounds of battles, he understood Leitais' approximate strength and adapted to Leitais' offensive. Even if my appearance has changed a little, my strength has not improved much, so I am too worried. The corners of King Kurdish mouth rose upward, showing a playful smile. After noticing the Kurdish king's smile, Radi's heart was filled with anger and his iron fist was swinged out. Pound! There was a loud bang. Leitais' full-strength attack was easily blocked by the Kurdish king, and his huge palm pinched Leitais' fist tightly. Seeing this, Radi's suddenly felt something was wrong, and his breath burst out and wanted to pull his fist back, but the power of the Kurdish king was so great that he could not imagine. No matter how hard he exerted, he could not pull his fist back. It seems that the power of the Super Saiyan ends here, and I won't play with you anymore. After the word came, the Kurdish king instantly attacked, clenched his fist with his left hand and slammed slammed his strength pound. There was a muffled sound and a powerful blow hit Leitai in the abdomen. The powerful fist force penetrated Leitai's body, causing ripples in the space. At this moment, Leitai's internal organs were greatly impacted and the blood in his body rolled and a mouthful of blood surged into his throat, but Leitai forced it to swallow it. Quite tenacious. How many times can you resist? The Kurdish king smiled evilly and punched Leitai in the face. The unavoidable Leitai resisted the Kurdish king's slam. Bang, 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 bang. Every time the Kurdish king hit, it brought a huge blow to Leitai. At this moment, Leitai seemed to have become a toy in the hands of the Kurdish king. Damn, how could his power exceed me? It's just that one hand can't stop it. Leitai felt the power of the Kurdish king and was shocked. The oppression and power brought by each attack made him feel as if his bones were about to be broken, and he was so painful that he doubted life. He overestimated himself and underestimated the Kurdish king too much. I thought that my strength was strong enough and could defeat the Kurdish king by making a leaps and bounds but the facts were cruel. This old guy's strength is far stronger than he thought. If he can master full power, what's wrong? Super Saiyan, is your strength only at this level? King Kurdish smiled jokingly and was completely unsatisfied with one hand, so he simply let go of Raiti's fist. Using both hands together, the Kurdish king severely destroyed Raiti's body. Bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound. The roar of the body collision spreads all over the world. The strength of the Kurdish king far exceeded Raiti's expectations. The destructive power contained in each attack penetrates into the body and causes secondary damage, making Laddie's scalp numb and he vomit blood. The Kurdish king enjoyed this moment very much. Death bombardment. King Kurdish might have had enough fun, and he clasped his hands together and aimed at Raiti's. The purple-red energy cannon shot out, swallowing Leitai's body like a torrent. The energy exploded and the purple-red flame expanded, covering most of the sky. Leitai, who was swallowed by the explosion, has no life or death. Humph. The Kurdish king sneered gloomily. The dark aura lingered around him, making the atmosphere around him extremely depressing, as if Leitai's death was foregone conclusion. Outside the battlefield, Talat's face was cautious and Solari's face looked ugly. In the breath perception, Raiti's breath seemed to have disappeared. I can't feel Leitai's breath. Can't he be? Solari said with horror. Not only can't feel the breath, but even virtual glasses can't capture the energy reaction. No, he is not dead. Only this level of attack can't defeat Raiti's. However, you may need to join forces with Raiti's to deal with the Kurdish king next time, and I do underestimate him. Talat said to Solari. The original idea was that Raiti's should be able to tie the Kurdish king, but now it seems that Solari and Raiti's must be 2-on-1 to tie. But this is also a good challenge for them. Perhaps you can master full power through this battle. It depends on whether the Kurdish king has a greater hiding. Yeah. Solari nodded with a serious expression. Talat actually sent her this message before. Immediately afterward, Solari mobilized the super energy pool in his body without hesitation. The S cells in her body were rhythmic and her black hair was windless. In a flash, she entered the second stage of the first stage of the Super Saiyan. The combat effectiveness has increased from 3.6 million points to 216 million points. The form is stable. Solari and Talat nodded in front of each other and then rushed behind the Kurdish king in a violent manner. Chapter 135 2-on-1. The Kurdish king transforms again. Feeling the arrival of Solari, the Kurdish king turned around. After seeing Solari's Super Saiyan form, the Kurdish king was not surprised at all and had already expected it. It seems that the Saiyans who were left behind when Frieza destroyed the planet Vegeta found a way to transform into a Super Saiyan. My stupid young son is so arrogant that he doesn't know how to eradicate the root, but in the end the father, come and clean up the mess for him. The Kurdish king said with great conscience. Killing Leitai, a Super Saiyan, doubled his self-confidence. The Kurdish king was arrogant and believed that no one in the entire universe could stop his own pace, even Talat, a Super Saiyan, because he still has a huge trump card. What a big tone. Your tribe is all the same virtue. I'll send you, the old guy, to hell to be your companion with Gula later. Solari sneered and scolded. Humph. The female monkey who doesn't understand the situation. The murderous intent in the eyes of the Kurds was revealed, but just as he was trying to kill Solari, the sound from behind him made him slightly stunned. You are the one who can't figure out the situation, Kurd. Raitai's voice sounded from the smoke. What? Hearing this familiar voice, the Kurdish king turned around in surprise. In the explosion position, Leitai's slightly embarrassed figure slowly appeared. His aura increased instead of falling, but instead before being attacked just now. The terrifying power of the death bombardment made Leitai's a blessing in disguise, and the pressure forced him to release his potential in his body and his strength was improved. Now, Leitai's fierce combat power has reached an astonishing 240 million points. You are still alive. The Kurdish king had a gloomy face. Seeing that Raiti's was not dead, he replaced the arrogant face just now without fear. The situation began to be unfavorable to him. Although he is not sure of winning, if if the two Super Scions join forces, even he is not sure of winning so easily. Call you the king? You really think you are arrogant? Don't be so self-righteous. At that level of attack, it's not enough to even scratch me. I will give back the attacks just now. With an angry shout, Raitais took the initiative to attack, turned into a golden shadow and rushed towards the Kurdish king quickly. The strong attacks were continuous, sweeping the Kurdish king like a storm. Raitais gave all his full attack, which was not unbearable for the Kurdish king. After a brief confrontation, the Kurdish king slowly cracked Raitais' fighting style. This situation seems to be destined from the beginning, but this time the difference is that Saleri also took action, and she joined forces with Raitais to put pressure on the Kurdish king. With Saleri joining the battle, the Kurdish king also felt the pressure increase sharply, from being able to suppress Raitais to being forced to defend. Don't blame us for 2 against 1. After all, you are Frisia's father, the so-called Cosmic Emperor, King of Kurds, Saleri said with a sarcastic look on his face. The next second, her attack cooperated with Raitais to take action, sweeping like a rainstorm. King Kurdish. With Salari's effort, the situation was reversed. Her attack, coupled with Lati's attack, disrupted the rhythm of the Kurdish king's battle. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. The joint attack between Raitais and Saleri formed a new fighting method, and the intensity was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. In just a few seconds, several fist marks appeared on the Kurdish king, and the pain on his body made the overlord furious. So what if it's 2 Super Scion in front of me? I'm so proud. The Kurdish king's aura burst out, shocking Saleri and Raitais back, taking the initiative to attack and seizing the dominance of the battle. Raitais and Saleri were not surprised by his counterattack, but became more and more excited. Just as the Kurdish king counterattacked, they used instant movements at the same time and disappeared from the spot, leaving the Kurdish king empty-handed. When the two appeared again, they had already come behind the Kurdish king and kicked it out at the same time, overturning the Kurdish king. The Kurdish king, who was moving forward, slid hundreds of meters and finally hit the ruins. It's moving in an instant again, stabilizing his body. The Kurdish king was extremely angry. He really has no good way to crack this trick that suddenly disappears and appears suddenly. The only thing that can be done is to prevent in advance the wild monkey hiding. Die for me. The Kurdish king, who was angry, danced quickly with his hands, and in an instant dozens or hundreds of death rays shot out through the air, attacking Raitais and Saleri. Your angry look makes people feel so happy. Isn't it okay for an old guy from the old era to retreat behind the scenes with peace of mind? He has to come out and die. That's your life. Raitais and Saleri opened the protective barrier to offset all death rays. Immediately afterward, the two of them moved instantly at the same time and descended to the Kurdish king's head. The powerful whip legs formed a double teaming force against the Kurdish king from the left and right side. Annoying. King Kurd raised his hand to defend himself in time. Bang pound. 2 muffled sounds in succession. An unrivaled force swept over. The Kurdish king's body was out of control again, and the ruins under his feet were even broken by the fierce force. The successive defeats made the Kurdish king's eyes turn red, and he wished he could tear the two of them into pieces before he could show his power. Saleri and Raitais appeared on his left and right sides again. The two men's fierce fist and feet attacks continued to bombard them like a storm. Bang pound, bang pound. The attacks of Raitais and Saleri brought great pressure to the Kurdish king. Enough. The unbearable Kurd king jumped into a kilometer-high sky, holding his right hand high, and energy continued to gather. An energy bomb filled with the breath of death flashed and expanded rapidly in his palm. Are you going to bomb the planet again? The same virtue as Gula and Frisia. It's just a futile struggle to quit the stage of history. Saleri and Raitais looked at the expanding death energy bomb in the sky without any panic. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and the golden aura rose from the ground and blended at an extremely fast speed. The two of them were posing for energy release at the same time. Their auras rose step by step, and their ultimate skill took shape quickly. Super Scion, die for me. The Kurdish king roared angrily at a height of 1,000 meters and threw it. The death energy bomb containing the terrifying aura of destruction was rapidly landing like an asteroid. You will be the only one who dies. The shining impact cannon. Raitais waved his hands quickly, and the golden energy beam rushed out like a roaring dragon. Go to die, King Kurd. Super purple light cannon. Saleri pushed forward with both hands, and a white and purple lightning energy beam burst out. The two powerful killing techniques perfectly merged during the advancement process and turned into a shining purple cannon, which made the destructive power to the next level. Boom. The moment when the killing tricks collided, the whole world was overshadowed. The wind and clouds rise, the sky shakes and the earth moves. This situation is as terrifying as the end of the world is coming. Soon, the mutation reappeared, and the Kurdish king's death energy bomb was penetrated by the shining purple cannon after persisting for a few seconds. What? A strong sense of crisis came towards him, and the Kurdish king knew that he was playing with it. At this angle, he had no choice but to resist the attack of the flashing impact cannon head-on. The Kurdish king King hurriedly liberated the sleeping power in his body to resist the advancement of the shining impact cannon, but he was still one step late. Boom! The roaring purple-gold energy cannon exploded, and its terrifying storm caused the entire planet to fall into violent tremors. A dazzling light burst out, covering everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. Latize and Solari both stopped eating and releasing their energy and raised their hands to block the expanded light of destruction. Time passes minute by minute. The turbulent planet gradually returned to calm, and the shrouded light disappeared. The Kurdish king was in the previous position, filled with thick firework. In the breath perception, the Kurdish king's aura no longer exists. Have you solved that guy? Latize murmured to himself. His combat nerves were very tense and he dared not relax at all. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Solari was also alert, but she still remembered Talat's previous reminder. The true strength of the Kurdish king is far more than they are facing now. That's a little bit. What did you say? Latize was about to ask, but suddenly a thunder broke out in his mind. His horrified gaze suddenly turned to the heavy smoke in the sky. An unprecedented sense of oppression came, and the disappearing aura of the Kurdish king also appeared again, and the intensity of the aura was far more terrifying than before. The intensity level is at least doubled. Sure enough, that guy has come out his real skills. Brother Talat is right. Solari was ready to go and put on a fight again, and cold sweat emerged from his forehead. The intensity of this aura was far greater than that of her and Latize. In the thick smoke of gunpowder, the Kurdish king descended in a monster-like posture. Not only was his body covered with armor similar to mechanical devices, but he also had sharp spike and 2 more arms. His whole body was terrifying, with a ferocious face, and he looked like a super big monster. Especially that aura was so big that it was enough to crush people to death. After seeing the new form of Kurdish king, Latize and Solari instinctively took a step back. A cold chill swept through their feet, causing their scalp to numb. Just the momentum reached this level. It is conceivable how terrifying the Kurdish king's current strength has reached. Ding BBBB. The virtual glasses that Solari was wearing were detecting the intensity of this energy. Finally, a number entered Solari's sight. How can you be so strong? How is that guy's combat power? Latize's virtual glasses had no idea because of the previous battle, so he asked anxiously. 1 billion points of combat power, Solari whispered in a deep voice. What? This guy's combat power has reached 1 billion. Latize felt unbelievable and trembled all over. The terrifying combat power of the Kurdish king even surpassed that of Gula, who came to Adalath and was killed by Talat. Just because of this guy, he went to the so-called Mother Star to practice for 2 months. This scene was also taken into consideration by Talat outside the battlefield. I didn't expect that the Kurdish king would have changed so much. This transformation is really unexpected, Talat said to himself. As a time traveler, he knew that the new form of King Kurdish was, but he didn't expect that the form belonging to the Dragon Ball series Superdimensional Chaos War fan works would be cultivated in the real world. This also made Talat more certain that anything was possible. Kurds are so powerful, but I don't know what kind of situation Frisia is in now. Gold form? If so, then how strong does he have to become? Is it possible for me to compete with now? This is the first time I have become like this. The wild monkeys regret it now. I will not let you die so easily. I will use all my means to turn you into pieces. The tortured survival cannot be pursued and died. Finally, in the voices of your wailing and longing, you will be settled. The Kurdish king who transformed into a monster, his cruel and bloodthirsty nature has also been amplified several times. His strength in this form increased dramatically, but it will also affect his judgment, making him even more crazy and bloodthirsty. At the same time, on the northern border of the star, when he noticed that Kurd appeared in a monster-like hideous posture, the king of the north was also shocked. Gyolegli and Babruz, who were watching the game with the help of the northern king's ability, were also frightened by the oppression brought by the immersive situation and hurriedly disconnected from their mental connection. The situation is worse than I thought. How long has it been? King Kurd, the cosmic overlord of the old era, became so strong. Fortunately, the situation has not yet gotten out of control. At least you are the one who is holding the formation. Wang Wuobi sighed in shock. After saying that, he took out a handkerchief from his waist pocket and wiped away the cold sweat from his face. Although the situation was unexpected, fortunately Talat was there. Although the combat power of 1 billion points is strong, it should not be as strong as it can be. At least Talat was much stronger than this when he was dealing with Gula. It's almost time for you to take action. Hurry up and deal with this emperor of the old era and put an end to this battle. The king of Northern Realm murmured to himself. The picture returns to the main battlefield. The Kurdish king landed from the sky directly in front of Solari and Latize. The sturdy figure, which was like a monster, invisibly brought a sense of oppression and tension, stimulated the fighting nerves of the two. The absolute suppression of strength made them difficult to breathe, and their hearts were like a huge rock, and their bodies were as heavy as mountains. The gap is too big. Chapter 136. When I come to this world, many things are destined. It's almost done. Talat, who had been been watching finally moved. In a blink of an eye, Talat crossed the space and descended to Latais and Solari, blocking their pressure. Your battle is over, let me leave it to you next. The combat power of more than 1 billion points is not something you can deal with now, Talat instructed. Upon hearing this, Latais and Solari looked at each other. At the same time, he retreated to a safe place without hesitation. The powerful strength of the Kurdish king is indeed not something they can compete with now, but they will not be afraid to retreat. For them, they can be inspired by this higher level battle and take their own strength to the next level. I didn't expect it to be like this in the end. I'll depend on you next. Talat Latais mocked himself and then focused on watching the upcoming battle. Both Solari and Latais knew Talat's strength, so what if the Kurdish king's combat effectiveness exceeds 1 billion point? I just don't know if I have the chance to see what Talat looks like after his breakthrough in strength, and I don't know how strong the second level Super Saiyan is. They don't know that they are over 4 for the time being, and this is also the trump card left by Talat for himself. If I knew, I was afraid that it would be another expression. Have you finally decided to take action? Kill my big Super Saiyan. King Kurdish saw Talat's action, slightly restrained his breath and smiled ferociously on his face. He has cultivated a stronger ultimate form on his mother star. Now that his strength has increased dramatically, he is not afraid of Talat at all. After all, his combat effectiveness is now beginning to exceed 1 billion. Frankly speaking, you can become so strong that it is really beyond my expectations, and this transformation really reveals your nature. But unfortunately, the combat effectiveness of just 1 billion noons was indeed very strong before, and it was enough for me to take it seriously. Unfortunately, I am no longer the same as I used to be. So, next I will ask you to go to hell to accompany you, that old man. As soon as he finished speaking, the S-cells in Talat's body mobilized. The golden aura was released from the inside out, and his hair was automatically free of wind. Crazy. A golden breath-like flame hovered up, and Talat entered the state of full power of the first level Super Saiyan. The combat effectiveness index reached more than 1.8 billion in one breath. The invisible and powerful aura released with Talat as the center also directly overshadows the Kurdish king's aura. It's true that the Super Saiyans who killed Gula are far from comparable to those two junk Super Saiyans, but don't look down on me. While shouting, the Kurdish king used 4 arms together, and 4 death energy cannons with infinite destructive power broke through the air and attacked Talat. Spiral barrier, rebound. Talat raised his right hand and waved his hand. Under his control, the energy formed a counterclockwise circular barrier, which easily absorbed the Kurdish king's 4th level death energy cannon and rebounded back. The Kurdish king was surprised to witness his special move being easily rebounded. Before he could think too much, his huge body moved quickly and dodged 4 death energy cannons that had been bounced back without any danger. Do you think I'm just bounce back your attack? It seems that my mind is still stupid after transforming. Talat smiled indifferently, and his mind moved. The 4 death energy cannons that were dodged were lowered by his mind. Turn the direction and attack the Kurdish king again from different directions. You can resolve it so easily. And seeing that the ultimate move was counter-controlled by Talat, the Kurdish king was even more afraid of Talat. Before he could think too much, he quickly burst out energy to open the protective barrier, blocking the advancement of 4 death energy cannons. Boom! The death energy cannons exploded, and the scorching flames turned into storms and raged everywhere. The power of the explosion is terrible, but it is no big deal for the Kurdish king. As a gust of storm raged, the explosion flames were completely dispersed, and the Kurdish king appeared again in an intact manner. The fierce face of the Kurdish king showed a strong sense of bloodthirst and madness. Your methods are strange and special, but it seems that you are just that. Next, I will use my strength to tear you apart. Let's see how you counterattack my attack. King Kurd was full of fangs. A murderous roar broke out from his mouth. The next second, his hideous and terrifying body rushed towards Talat like a violent giant beast, and his huge momentum even caused the earth to shake. What a crazy beast! Feeling the oncoming storm, Talat was not afraid at all. At the moment when the Kurdish king approached, his strong fist swung out. King Kurd's huge shattering fist carried a fierce murderous intent and rushed towards Talat's face. 2 fists that were not proportional to collided. Pound! With a loud bang, the entire space was shaken by 3 points. The Kurdish king's huge body flew backward, and his 4 arms rubbed against the ground and slid for dozens of meters before he could barely stabilize. On the other hand, Talat stood in place like an invincible god of war. The Kurdish king was too self-righteous. He thought Talat was just a clever method. If he used his physical strength, the Super Saiyan would be nothing scary. As a result, his intelligence was mistaken for being clever. But that's the case. You just look scary on the surface, that's all. After the words came, Talat raised his hand and released a spiral-splitting bomb, and dozens of high-speed spiral gases bounced through the air and attacked the Kurdish king. Wild monkey, don't be so proud. King Kurd was so angry that he used his 4-handed swings to release the death energy bomb. Room! Spiral split bomb and death. The collision of energy bombs has a chain reaction and all the energy bombs on both sides explode. The sky was covered with flames, forming a thick wall of flames that blocked the two people's sight. The next second, the Kurdish king's huge body broke through the flames and rushed straight towards Talat, but in a flash, he rushed to Talat. Four huge arms danced at the same time, and a dense attack like a storm fell towards Talat. If it were someone else, he would have been caught off guard by the Kurdish attack, but for Talat, the Kurdish attack was not threatening at all, and he easily resolved it all. I won't play with you anymore. Talat smiled slightly, and the space teleportation was used and disappeared from the spot instantly. In an instant, King Kurdish back felt cold. As soon as he was about to turn around, his body was overturned by an irresistible huge force and directly hit the sky. The heart-wrenching pain from his back made King Kurdish King's already twisted face look even more ferocious and terrifying. The purple blood slid down the corner of his mouth, and the Kurdish King's anger increased sharply. If it weren't for his ultimate form and his physical strength, he would have been kicked to death by Talat. The control of the body would not be able to be regained for a while, and the Kurdish King's body continued to rise. Talat on the ground took advantage of the victory to chase and quickly fired an ultimate energy cannon to devour the body of the Kurdish King. Boom! The violent explosion was like a nuclear bomb explosion of tens of millions of tons. The fire is overwhelming. How shocking and terrifying this scene is, as if it has entered the end of the world. The entire planet kept trembling because of the impact of this explosion. The atmosphere was torn apart, and a terrifying storm swept across all directions, with its power reaching extreme terrifying. As bystanders Celery and Latais opened their mouths in surprise. This is the battle between strong people with combat power that exceeds 1 billion. Not only are they too many, but they are even more thrilling than the last battle between Talat and Gula. The most important thing is pure crushing. The center of the explosion, the Kurdish King's embarrassing posture slowly slowed everyone's eyes. If he hadn't had his full efforts to condense a protective barrier at critical moments and offset most of the impact, he would have suffered more than just one injury. Crack! The Kurdish King clenched his fist angrily, and his already ferocious facial features seemed even more distorted under extreme anger. Wild monkey! The Kurdish King, who was angry, was about to explode, but he never thought that Talat would come to him in the next moment. King Kurd was frightened by this scene and subconsciously punched Talat. Bang! The extremely fierce fist hit Talat's chest. This blow was enough to crush the mountains, but it failed to shake Talat's lightest and even failed to break Talat's protective aura. This is also destined that the strength of the two is not in the same dimension at all. The attack was invalid, and the Kurdish King widened his eyes, his bloodthirsty pupils filled with shock and incredible expressions. One attack failed, and the Kurdish King waved his other arm, charged his strength and slammed. This time, Talat easily blocked this fist with endless destructive power. It seems that your final form is really just like that. I thought you could bring me some more surprises. It turns out that my expectations for you are too high. Talat shook his head with a little disappointed. In an instant, a powerful blow swung out, hitting the Kurdish King's abdomen. The powerful blow, the powerful fist force that penetrated the Kurdish King's body, was enough to severely damage an existence with a combat power of over 100 million. Puff! The Kurdish King spewed out a blood arrow. A shrill scream sounded. His facial expression was distorted to a frightening feeling. He covered his abdomen with both hands and kept retreating. This pain made him wonder about his life. Thinking of the warning from their ancestors, the Kurdish King was even more scared and sweated. This is the real Super Saiyan. The previous two were just parallel good. Is this the power that the real Super Saiyan has? Just a punch. I have suffered such great damage. King Kurd spitted purple blood, and the pain was so painful that he burst into cold sweat. I had already developed fear of Talat. I thought you could force me to take out the second level of the Super Saiyan, but now it seems that I am too arrogant to you. But compared to you, I am even more curious about how powerful Frisia will be after finishing his practice. Talat looked at the Kurdish King with disdain, and then said, since I came to this world, from the time I became a Super Saiyan, many things have begun to be destined. I still vaguely remember that in order to escape everything, Vegeta did okay. What do you say more to you? How can you know what I have experienced? As the Emperor of the old era, it is time for you to withdraw from the current stage of history. After a little emotion, Talat lost interest in the Kurdish King. He raised his hand to condense energy, preparing to kill King Kurd in one fell swoop. Talat's words lingered in the Kurdish King's ears, lingering like a nightmare. For the Kurdish King who returned to the world, this was a huge blow that he could not accept. Although he was the cosmic emperor of the old era, he was also the overlord of the universe. After his transformation, he was better and stronger than both sons Gula and Frisia. This era should belong to him. Don't think that all this will end so easily. King Kurd, adjusted in good condition, quickly distanced from Talat. Although Talat's strength made him feel desperate, as the overlord of the old era, he would not give up easily. Once it fails, everything he has now will turn into the past, clouds and smoke, and disappear. After retreating the Kurdish Kurdish king raised his hands high and gathered all the energy in his body together. In an instant a supernova with an extremely rich and full of death aura appeared. The terrifying pressure and unparalleled momentum swept across the entire Kurdistan one planet. The diameter of the supernova continued to expand and finally reached more than thousands of meters. I am worthy of being a father and son. I have the same virtue as Gula. The pressure of this energy bomb is very good. Unfortunately, you are still too weak to me. After Talat said that, he secretly mobilized the deeper inside his body energy pool of layers. The golden aura became more and more intense and the blue and white arcs were faintly visible around him. Go to die with a clever wild monkey. King Kurd waved his right hand in a loud roar and the huge supernova advanced rapidly, and even the surrounding space had a terrifying deformation due to this terrifying energy aftermath. Feeling the oncoming supernova, Talat's mouth lightly raised and raised his right hand to deal with it. This behavior made the Kurdish king widen his eyes, but soon he showed a gloomy smile. Talat was seeking death and he also saw the hope of winning. Natural, Talat said indifferently, and a deeper super energy pool in his body was mobilized. The blue and white arc exploded around his body and Talat instantly entered the second level of the Super Scion. A huge pressure shot out from his palm, freezing the supernova, and also penetrated into the supernova. But in a blink of an eye, boom, the supernova collapsed quickly and turned into energy particles floating in the space. This scene stunned all the onlookers. Solari, Rades, King Kurd, and King of the North. The gap in strength is no longer the same level. Chapter 137 The Legion Split. Vegeta's Temptation. This show is this possible? Your supernova is broken down by you. The Kurdish king let out an incredible whisper and trembled. At this moment his fear of Talat was infinitely amplified. I thought that even if my ultimate move could not kill this damn Super Scion, I could at least win a game back, but I didn't expect it would be the result. Because his strength has increased greatly and he has developed a further transformation, he has begun to be unscrupulous. I never thought that even though I reached this state, I was far from being a match for the Super Scion. Talat did not say much nonsense to the Kurdish king. He raised his right hand slightly to gather energy. Soon, a huge golden energy bomb was formed. It was Talat's ultimate blow-up technique. In terms of strength and sense of oppression, the king's energy bomb is much stronger than the supernova of the Kurdish king. Feeling the fatal threat contained in the king's energy bomb, the Kurdish king's heart was cold. Wait, let me go. I can hand over all my forces and all the planets to you. I am willing to exchange everything I have for my life. Just ask you to spare me. King Kurd was very sensible, begged for mercy to Talat. Whether you should say it or not is indeed a character. Being able to bend and stretch is worthy of being the overlord who can reach today. Not everyone can have this kind of awareness. Neither his two sons Gula nor Frisia could do this. In order to survive, they could do whatever they wanted. Even if they had dignity, they could give up their steps under their feet. It's a pity that this kind of trick is useless to me. I don't care about everything you have, Talat thought, and the huge king bomb propelled through the air and headed straight for the Kurdish king's seat. No, no. The Kurdish king burst out with fear and instinctively wanted to escape, but found that he could not move at all. His body was locked by the king's energy bomb and could not move. He had always thought that Gula died because Gula was too arrogant. Now that he is on the verge of death, he realizes that he is just as stupid as a father. Buzz! The king's energy bomb quickly retracted until it finally turned into nothingness. The Kurdish king also disappeared and his corpse was gone under the backlash of the king's energy bomb. It's over. After removing the second level transformation of the Super Scion, Talat slowly fell from the sky. With the death of Kurd, it is time for this clan to truly perish. Gula and the Kurdish king were both dead, although Frisia was still in seclusion. So what? Once Frisia dies, the old era will be completely over. It's your turn next. Frisia, I don't know if you know that my father has been killed by me. Talat clenched his fist and a playful smile appeared on his face. As long as Frisia is solved, the current goals will be achieved. Become. At the same time, on the northern border of the star, seeing King Kurdish was killed by Talat, the king of the north #1 nodded with a smile on his face. Although he had known the ending, that it would be like this, it still made him particularly happy. After eliminating this scourge, as long as Frisia doesn't come out, his North Galaxy will be much quieter next. The only thing you need to care about is those stingy people. Just be careful that they will grow bigger. Only Frisia is left. I don't know what the Talat boy thinks now. It's best to solve it in one go, and then I can ask him to help deal with the guys. Bojack, the latest episode. Time. The power of the seal is getting weaker and weaker, and they are becoming more and more dishonest. The king of Northern Realm thought of the threat from another force and said to himself, unlike King Kurdish, Gula and Frisia clan, Boha and and his gang are more threatening than this clan, too much more powerful. When the 4 great kings of the realm joined forces, they could only barely seal them, but they took advantage of the power of the great king of the realm. After that calculation and seal, the strength of the 4 kings of the realm were greatly reduced. It was the cultivation over the years plus the nourishment of the spiritual tree fruit brought by Talat which made him recover a lot. Another corner of the northern galaxy, deep in the demon frozen star, there is no light here. It is the mother star of the Frisia clan. Frisia, who was practicing, seemed to suddenly sense something and stopped his cruel death exercise. This feeling, could it be that my father has encountered an unexpected situation? Frisia felt something and murmured to himself. Based on his understanding of his father, he has been practicing in seclusion, and during this period he will definitely try his best to annex the forces under his command. At least when he was unable to come forward to control the forces below, his father would definitely use his means of rule. Snort. Damn Super Saiyan. Nowadays I can't be distracted. I have to seize the time and I have to become stronger, Frisia thought in her heart, and then she devoted herself to cultivation again. Before his cultivation level could eliminate all threat, he had already made plans to not go out. At least I must be 10 times stronger than my father and elder brother, or even 100 times stronger. In fact, he is now so powerful that his combat power reaches billion. But there was Gula and his father before, and his idea of going out shortly after he was born was shattered. Not enough, he has to become stronger. Back to the Kurdistan planet. After killing the Kurdish queen, everything returned to peace. Solari and Latais witnessed everything and came over. I finally got rid of that guy. What Lord King of Realm said is indeed correct. The potential of their clan is even more terrifying than that of our scion. Fortunately, I killed him. First, it was Gula and the Kurdish king. Their strength was able to be improved to such a terrifying level in a very short time, which is really incredible. Latais and Celery spoke one after another, sighing. After a battle with the Kurdish king, they understood a lot indirectly. That is, the power of the super scions is not necessarily invincible. Only by constantly practicing and constantly becoming stronger and breaking through can one maintain one's own strength. It is hard to imagine how powerful he would be if King Kurd had been allowed to practice for a period of time. Now, Gula and King Kurd have been killed by Brother Talat, and now only Frisia is left. Brother Talat, should we set out to the parent star of their clan immediately and eliminate the root? Solari was a little bit fearful. He suggested, fear of Frisia becomes stronger. It's really outrageous that the Kurdish king has become stronger. Latais didn't say anything, waiting for Talat's answer. Although he knew that his strength was not even comparable to the Kurdish king, let alone fighting Frisia, but as long as Talat needs him to go with him, he will be fearless of life and death. After looking at Solari and Latais, Frisia's figure appeared in Talat's mind. He knew the worries in the hearts of the two. However, he also has his plans. Don't hurry, Talat replied. This made Latais and Celery puzzled, but they did not ask too much and followed Talat's arrangement. Actually, for us, the existence of Frisia has inspired us to become stronger. We have always worked hard to become stronger in order to defeat Frisia. To this day, we have indeed surpassed Frisia's original work. The strength you have, but times are changing. We are getting stronger, and the enemy is getting stronger. After the battle of the Kurdish king, I have quite a sense of it, and I believe you are the same. So, my plan is to wait until Frisia is strong enough to be reborn. I believe this day will not be too long, and I will do my best to help you reach the first level Super Saiyan full power first, and even lead you break through to the second level of the Super Saiyan. Finally, I actually want to take you to the Realm King God realm to develop potential before this. The power of that old Realm King God is extraordinary. After saying this, Talat calmed down. Latais and Chalari looked at each other and nodded one after another. Why don't they want to become stronger to wash away the shame of defeat? Since Talat has already arranged this way, if they protest they will just be boring. After all, they don't have any real situation strive to fight against the stronger Frisia. The only thing that was unhappy in my heart was that the last ep of revenge was about to go out, but in the end it was stuck. After some discussion, this Kurdish one planet was completely annihilated into the universe under the power of the three. Everyone on the planet was destroyed. It's not that they are cruel, but that they belong to the enemy. If they are allowed to stop these people from killing them, they will cause harm to the other side in the future. The average index of the 7th universe may be greatly reduced, but in fact this so-called average index is just a number at the end. On the northern border of the star, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space. Talat, Celar, and Latais returned. Seeing this, the king of Northern Realm walked up to talk to the three of them. First he praised the three of them, and then he went straight to the point and asked whether to go to Frisia's parent star to kill Frisia or continue to accumulate strength. The king of Northern Realm knew Talat. As he got to know him longer and his heart became deeper, he understood that Talat was actually always looking for a goal to put pressure on himself. I have never killed Frisia and the Kurdish king for a long time, just because I am using the pressure they have brought to become stronger. Otherwise, with Talat's strength, what our King Kurdish Kurdish and Frisia. It can be killed long ago. If the Kurdish king had not officially come out and did so many big things this time, he would not have said so seriously, and Talat would have probably made up his mind to destroy him first. He believed in Talat, but he was also worried that Talat would capsize in the gutter. After all, if he allows Frisia to become stronger now, isn't it the same as Frisia's previous unscrupulous allow them to develop like the scions who remained? Some words are not very meaningful if you say too much. After several communications, the king of Northern Realm could only continue to do what he should do and monitor those unstable factors. As for Talat and the other two, they chose to continue to stay at the Northern Territory and absorb the insights they gained from this battle. Time flies, and a month has passed in just a blink of an eye. During this month, the news of the death of the Kurdish king could not be concealed and spread, which not only caused turmoil among all forces but also caused an extremely chaotic situation. At least the Northern Galaxy is in chaos. The huge new Kurdish army and the Frisia army entered the stage of headless dragons due to the death of the Kurdish king. Undercurrents were surging, and all forces also took action. Many captain-level existences who had once ambition chose to seize the separatist and slowly planned to attack Frisia, who had been missing, appeared. They were not able to suppress the entire major force, and they were worried that Frisia had always known their actions and did not dare to be careless. In short, it was the sudden incident. Although it was certainly true, Frisia still didn't know whether to die or live, and everything needed to be cautious. To put it simply, it is not a fool who can become a captain-level existent. Everyone knows that they are vulgar and do not become rude. Of course, most of them are like this, but a small number of them choose to take action due to the backlog of resentment in the past, and they will no longer obey military orders. In fact, the current situation is somewhat similar to the Frisia Legion in the later period of the original work. In name and reality, located in a certain galaxy in the Northern Galaxy, a planet named Horde is highly developed in scientific and technological civilization. In the eyes of the sight, there are endless ruins and the rising smoke of gunpowder. The city full of technology and the bustling and dense city has disappeared, and the breath of life on the entire planet has almost been wiped out. Just a few days ago, the Vegeta squad in Frisia's army set its sights on this highly developed planet with technological civilization and launched an invasion operation. In the eyes of this, it is all the masterpieces made by Naba in Vegeta's squad. Located in the center of a city ruin, Vegeta and Naba sat around a bonfire as always, sitting cross-legged. This is their way of celebrating victory. On this bonfire, there was a strange creature similar to humans which was roasted by the flames and blew out the smell of meat. This creature is the indigenous people of this planet, the Hot. At the same time, it is also the food supply for Vegeta and Naba today. Seeing that the food was almost baked, Naba pulled off a piece of meat and handed it to Vegeta, then pulled off another piece of meat and started chewing it. Hehe. I can't tell that although this hot star is strange, its flesh is good. It's been a long time since I tasted such delicate food. Naba smiled evilly, then pulled off one of his leg and began to feast. On the other hand, Vegeta was casually chewing the tasteless food in his mouth while also paying attention to the news conveyed by the combat power detector. He took the initiative to invade the planet Horde not because of the above instructions. The purpose of doing this is very clear: to test whether the current senior management of Frisia's army has time to take care of him. After all, this planet was sold to the Hots by the Legion decades ago, and it also has a century-long asylum contract. It's already a one-sided approach to their actions stir up the treaty. For Vegeta, he has now confirmed something, that is, the news that King Kurdish was killed by the Super Saiyan a month ago is indeed true, and Frisia is missing and he is not sure whether he is dead or alive. The most important thing is that until now, the senior leaders of the Legion have not conveyed any news of punishment to him. The Legion's forces were divided and each unit was unable to take care of itself. Chapter 138 Encounter Goal Earth. No one has contacted us until now. It seems that the rumors that the Kurdish king was killed by the Super Saiyan are indeed true. And Frisia, I'm afraid it's not much better. Even if he doesn't die, you should have been hiding too. Vegeta showed an evil smile on his face. After this month of investigation and testing, he finally confirmed that his opportunity had come. He has been dormant in Frisia's army for many years and has been fighting on the front line. To this day, his strength has long been different. Even though he cannot compare with the legendary Super Saiyan, he still has confidence. As long as he thinks he can walk sideways in the universe except for a few guys who are stronger than him. Vegeta, what are you going to do next? Are we really not looking for the existence of the Super Saiyan? Now should be the best time for us to control the Frisia army to rebel. Naba picked up the baking in his hand. He lowered his thighs and asked with a serious face. He has been fighting on the front line all year round with Vegeta. Although his strength is not as strong as Vegeta, it has also been greatly improved. Comparing him in the original work with him now is that he is a little bit like a big witch and is not worth mentioning. Even Sabo and Dodolia, Naba was confident to fight with him, but he could only kneel down when faced facing the members of the Jinnit team. Turn your mind and think carefully about why I planned this planetary invasion. Vegeta was speechless about Naba's simple mind. If it weren't for Naba's staying with him for so many years and there was no better fellow in his side to control him, he would have killed Naba long ago. With such a brainless subordinate you will not only be tired but may also hurt yourself at any time. Old Naba's face turned red and she didn't know how to answer. In fact, since he learned about the Super Saiyan, he was thinking about looking for it, but due to Vegeta's deterrence he did not dare to do anything at all. Idiot, listen to me. The news of the death of the Kurdish king has become a mess. It's true that Frisia seems to have disappeared a year ago. It seems that the entire legion is like a group of flies flying around, but in fact Frisia's loyalty is not dead now. Sabo, Dodoria and even the guys from the Jinnit team are busy integrating the internal forces. Although we are learning from others now, like humans, we will win over our subordinates and occupy the territory. But if Frisia is not dead and he appears again, then we will be liquidated at that time. Vegeta explained that this place has already expressed his meaning. Continue to endure. At least before investigating the matter of the Super Saiyans, all they need to do is to take this opportunity to escape from the sphere of influence of the Frisia army, rather than reverse the situation. If you lack strength, that's all. Unless they are also Super Saiyans. Otherwise, if you don't have enough strength to be killed sooner or later, just because of your identity as a Saiyan. After hearing Vegeta said so much, Naba could only nod in obediently and pretend to understand. Vegeta couldn't help but sigh when he saw Naba's performance. He regretted saying so much to Naba, a simple-minded guy. It's a waste of words. As a Saiyan prince, he has been silent for so many years. If he missed such a great opportunity, he would probably not have it in the future. However, Frisia's situation is still unclear. He must wait for a better opportunity, or find that Super Saiyan and find a way to become a Super Saiyan. He was unwilling to give up. As a prince, his arrogant self-esteem made him unwilling to admit his failure. Just as the two continued to rest and tasted the meat, suddenly, a harsh roar came from the air. Vegeta and Naba noticed the movement and raised their heads to look at the source of the sound. In the sky, a spaceship with the Galaxy Patrol sign rushed over and landed not far from them. Vegeta and Naba frowned slightly and said in their hearts that something was wrong. Of course, they could not know about the Galaxy Patrol Police, a group of police officers who maintain cosmic security. But I didn't expect that this invasion of the planet Hort would attract the Galaxy Patrol. On the other side, the spaceship landed on the ground and two figures came out of the spaceship. Coincidentally, the people in this spaceship are nothing but Garki and Tais. I came to planet Hort just to replenish spacecraft and create some technological inspiration for Tais. As a result, they just arrived at Hot and they discovered that the planet had been invaded and destroyed, and by chance they landed not far from Vegeta and Naba. The Frisia army are in trouble. Garki immediately saw the standard of combat uniforms, as if facing a great enemy, holding one hand on the gun at his waist and at the same time putting Tais on his side. Protect behind you. What should I do? Can I deal with it? Tais shivered. Although the space travel is full of dangers, but now facing the Frisia army is not a joke. Especially in the past month, the situation in this universe has been quite chaotic because the Kurdish king was killed by the Super Saiyan. Of course, they knew who killed the Kurdish king. After all, Tais was always in touch with the earth. Moreover, as far as they know, who else is the three known powerful Saiyans except Talat? Don't act rashly for the time being. Let's see the situation. Gaker could not see any emotional fluctuations on the surface. Seeing that he was so calm, Tais was even more worried. She knew that Gok's personality was so serious, which shows that his opponent was not simple. It's really the Galaxy Patrol. Although I have heard of it before, it's the first time I have seen it. Vegeta and Naba had approached at some point, and with a little vigilance they moved the combat power on their left eye to detect the test utensil. Ding beep 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 beep. Combat power index 10,000 point. Is it 10,000 points of combat power? It's stronger than I thought. It seems that the Galaxy Patrol is not a waste. This strength can be compared to the elite of the Legion. After learning about Gok's combat power, Vegeta relaxed a little vigilant and spoke again. After all, with his current strength, his combat power of only 10,000 points is just an ant, and he can be destroyed by raising his hand. I didn't expect there was another female human who had been in Frisia's army for so many years. I haven't seen a female human of the same type as us for a long time. Naba licked the corner of her mouth greedily. The original flame flashed in his eyes. Noting Naba's crazy performance, Gok subconsciously blocked Tais, but Tais was not afraid at all after seeing Vegeta and Naba clearly. Her cute eyes looked Vegeta and Naba up and down, and quickly opened her mouth and said, "It's you. Hey, you woman know us," Naba said unexpectedly. Vegeta didn't care much at first, but now he took a look and frowned slightly. The long-standing memories suddenly came to his mind, reminding him of who the woman was in front of him. "It's you woman. Tell me, where are Tais and Talat? And that Super Saiyan? One of them, right?" Vegeta Vegeta changed his previous attitude and directly he ignored Gake and questioned seriously. When Naba heard this, she immediately recalled it. Over the years, Tai's appearance has not changed much. Tai's face suddenly turned pale when he was frightened by Vegeta. She was not afraid at first because she had seen her before, and Talat and the others had strong enough strength to deal with. Now I suddenly remember that this is not a friend but an enemy, and no one can protect her now. What's going on? Tais, do you know them? Garki asked from the side. Tais nodded and revealed the identities of Vegeta and Naba. Upon hearing this, Gake immediately thought of Vegeta and Naba of the Frisia army. For a moment he did not dare to act rashly, so he could only wink at Tais. In today's situation, they seem to have no ability to resist. Even if you ask for help now, you have to find an opportunity. Under the pressure brought by Vegeta and Naba, Tais finally spoke out the existence of the earth under Gok's instructions. This also made Vegeta show an evil smirk. Is the earth I didn't expect that this time invasion of the planet Hot would meet you, and I learned the information I want to know the most. It was a surprise. Finally, I learned Taro. Vegeta smiled happily with the whereabouts of Te and Leitai. Seeing him like this, Tais and Gok were at a loss for a moment, and Tais pressed the button on the watch in an emergency. This is a helping device made by Bulma for her. Once pressed, the distress signal will be transmitted to the earth. However, it is true that Bulma can receive it at the first time, but it cannot be passed on to Talat, who has left the earth as soon as possible. Even if you have virtual glasses, it depends on what Talat and the other two are doing and whether they have worn the device on their eyes. It's so great. Once we know where they are, we don't want to look for it. Vegeta, what should we do next? Nabana's evil expression looked full of playfulness. Vegeta came to his senses after hearing his word. The cold eyes swept over Naba and asked him to stop, then looked at Gok and Tais again. When Vegeta's eyes stared at them, the two of them felt a lot of pressure and their scalp was numb. A possibility broke out in the hearts of the two. That is, this guy won't kill anyone to silence him, right? After pondering for a while, a teasing smile suddenly appeared on Vegeta's face. Forget it, I'm in a good mood this time. Let you go. Let's go. Naba, I already have new plans. Vegeta turned around and signaled Naba to follow. Naba, who was standing by, dared not disobey Vegeta's orders, looked at Gake and Tais fiercely. Even if he was unwilling to give up, he could only follow Vegeta away. I'm saved. Seeing Vegeta and Naba go away with their own eyes, Gake breathed a sigh of relief and his tense nerves were relieved. For a moment just now, he thought I was going to die. This is also a big deal for Tais, who insists on technological inspiration. Otherwise they would not have come to this planet at all. Gok, you Sadie told them about the existence of the earth. Will it cause trouble for Talat and the others? Tais asked with some regret. Upon hearing this, Gake looked at Tais with confusion, with an expression of you teasing me. Trouble? There's a big trouble. According to Talat and his team's strength, they were the Super Saions who killed Gula and the Kurdish king. Vegeta and Naba were just two minions under Frisia. If you really want to meet these two guys, will only be killed instantly. Go away quickly. Don't come back from these two evil stars. Gake returned to the spaceship without stopping. He doesn't want to stay here. God knows whether the other party will regret it. However, that Prince Vegeta looks much more mature and steady than when I saw him a few years ago. Although he still looks so vicious, it seems that it is a little different. Tais said. She, the novel writer, has gained new inspiration in Vegeta. Don't say anything messy. Don't tell me. Are you interested in him? Gake was sweating coldly, afraid that Tais would make something wrong for him again. Leaving this planet, Garki quickly contacted Tais and informed the past of the situation here. After learning the news, Bulma, who was on Earth, confirmed his safety. He hung up and started contacting Talat on the planet Hort. Vegeta, when did you become so kind? Is it necessary for those two people to let them go just now? What if they leak the news? Talat and Leitais leave the Earth. Naba was puzzled by Vegeta's release of Gok and Tais. Upon hearing this, Vegeta glanced at Naba with disdain. What do you know? I just want Talat and Leitais of the Earth to know that we are going to the Earth. Otherwise, we will really be able to lose. After saying that, Vegeta did not wait for Naba to reply and said, how long does it take to get to the Earth? We will set off immediately. Taking advantage of the current situation, if we can become a Super Saiyan, then Frisia, even if you make a comeback, it's not that scary. Vegeta's words brought Naba a surge of passion. Super Saiyan, which Saiyan doesn't want to become, and Naba had long wanted to act. The two quickly rectified and boarded the spacecraft together. Because the level is different from the original work, the spaceship they drove is still a medium-sized spaceship, no longer the small single-person spaceship in the original work. After finding the coordinates of the Earth, the spacecraft system planned a closest route and calculated the approximate arrival time. It takes 10 months to get from this star field to the Earth. Of course, this time is not long or short for them. It is nothing more than a sleep. It took only 10 months, and it was indeed a long sleep that I hadn't experienced for a long time. Soon, Vegeta and Naba started the spacecraft and sailed out of the planet Hot. Chapter 139. Half a year later, a new beginning. Time flies and the blink of an eye flies. Half a year passed quietly. In the past 6 months, a lot of changes have taken place in the universe, especially the northern galaxy. With the death of the Kurdish king, the new Kurdish army was headless and the Frisia army was also divided due to the lack of command. It can be said that the huge force divided into countless large and small organizations in a short time. There are even many strong people who have broken away from their original jurisdiction and went directly to other galaxies to seek new life. The situation changed drastically, but Frisia still did not appear in front of others, which also caused the leaders who had always been sincere in Frisia to develop strange intentions. Dodolia and Sabo, the Ginuit team, the captains of various galaxies. In the past, these beings were covered by one hand, and now half a year has passed and Frisia has no news, and they have also begun to pluck their courage. In other words, if you step late, you won't even have to drink soup. Most of the captain elites who had been in the early stage were glad to take action from the beginning. In short, the era of great unification has passed and the deaths of Gula and the Kurdish kings and Frisia disappeared. Everyone felt that even if Frisia was still alive, he would not dare to come out again. The situation in the lower realm of the universe has changed drastically, but this change is not a bad thing. For the King of Realms, this is a great thing, because even if these guys with combat power exceed 10,000 or even more than 100,000, will definitely not be as good as Frisia and King Kurd and Gula. Not to mention the pattern of the universe. Looking back at the time when the Kurdish king went to hell 7 months ago, another big thing happened in hell. There is no doubt that the Kurdish king after his death was like Gula and even joined forces with Gula to launch a war and overthrow the rule of King Yama. In the end, Talat went to hell again and educated them well and suppressed them. Afterward, as planned at the beginning, Talat took Latais and Saleri to the realm of the King of Realms to practice. Of course, let the old king god help them develop their potential. In short, after half a year, the strength of the three people has improved greatly. Let's talk about Talat himself first. His normality, the combat effectiveness has reached 30 million points. The improvement of nearly 7 million points has been far greater than the past years. After half a year of precipitation, Latais and Saler have also made considerable progress. Not only did they complete the first level full power state of the Super Scion, the two of them had normal combat powers reaching 13 million and 12 million points respectively. Latais is higher, but in terms of real combat effectiveness, the difference between the two is actually not very big. As for the second level of the Super Scion, the two of them also explored with the help of Talat. Even if it is difficult to achieve at present, if you give them time, it will definitely be achieved in a year or two. This day, Holy Land, in the realm of kings and gods, the three Super Scions are confronting each other with a magnificent momentum. On the ground, the old king god, the eastern king god and Jabit as spectators were watching the battle quietly. They have actually been used to the battle between Talat, Salar, and Latais and are not surprised. High in the sky, Talat held his hands in his chest, floating like an invincible god of war, waiting for Latais and Saleri on both sides to take the initiative to attack. This time, it won't be as simple as last time. Be careful, Talat. Latais put on a fighting pose, and his powerful aura pressed towards Talat. The oppression brought by the invisible aura impact is extremely terrifying to others, but it has no effect on Talat. Talat countered it calmly, smiling in his eyes. There is no need to use this method, Latais and my brother Talat. Saleri burst out with air pressure at the same time, ready to go. One breath is indeed not enough, but the two breaths put pressure on them together, and it is indeed different. The two of them attacked at the same time under the extreme explosion, and their respective combat power had soared to nearly 1 billion. Just say that it is no less than the original Kurdish king transformed. Latais took the lead and rushed towards Talat at full speed. The lightning-fast attack continued, causing layers of sonic booms. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In just a few seconds, Latais launched dozens or hundreds of powerful attacks on Talat. Of course, all of them were easily resolved by Talat without exception. After all, Talat's current combat power is 2.4 billion. The hand-to-hand combat could not gain any advantage. Latais quickly distanced himself from Talat, waved his hands quickly, and in an instant dozens of golden energy bound through the air, like a huge net covering the sky, sweeping straight towards Talat. Seeing this scene, Talat released an aurora, detonating all the energy bombs. The explosion of fire covered the sky and bursts of thick smoke to isolate the eyes of several people. The plan succeeded. Latis acted quickly, put his right hand on his forehead in the shape of a sword finger, locked Talat's breath and moved and used it instantly, descending behind Talat and exerted force to lock Talat's body with both hands, limiting the life in Talat. Do you think it's useful to lock me from behind? Latais. Talat, who was blocked from the blockade, said to Latais. He was not panicked at all, as long as he thought he could completely break free from Latais' limitations in an instant. You will know right away, Talat. Latais smiled and continued to increase his strength and strengthened the blockade of Talat. At the same time, a strong storm swept across, dispelling expelling the explosion of smoke. When he looked closely, Solari was maintaining the energy release posture, and his super ultimate skill had already taken shape. The cooperation between the two is to simplify the complex and attack in the simplest way, which makes Talat feel at a loss. I'm sorry, Brother Talat, we really can't take advantage of it if we don't do this. Take it. Super purple light cannon. With a soft shout, Solari pushed forward with both hands, and the white and purple energy beam shot out. He drove the unparalleled destructive power and rushed straight to Talat. The super purple light cannon hits head-on, and Talat is indeed surprised. Unexpectedly, Solari would launch such an attack without hesitation. I don't worry if Latais will be severely damaged or killed by the attack. It seems that you have indeed let go a lot during this period and have absorbed the shortcomings of the previous battle. Since it is a battle, you must not be hesitant or merciful, even if it is a relationship like ours. Talat, on the other hand, said as he said that. His eyes suddenly glared, and the invisible momentum turned into a strong impact, and the super purple light cannon was in the middle. Boom! There was a loud bang. The super purple light cannon exploded and turned into white and purple particles floating in the space. This scene scared Latais and Solari. Even though there was a gap in strength, the gap this time seemed to be even bigger. A look of eyes resolved Solari's final kill. It's true that you are Brother Talat. This is my almost full blow. The fright on Solari's face dissipated, and he slowly smiled excitedly. The stronger her brother Talat, the more proud she is. But she was able to think about it, and Latais was different. Is it resolved just by looking at me? You guys can always become stronger faster than us, so that we can't catch up no matter how much we chase. Latais was a little resentful. Before he could react, Talat moved and hit Latais in the lower abdomen with an elbow. The heavy blow made Latais spit sour water on his mouth and suck the air conditioner. Talat, he broke free from the constraint, and at the same time he grabbed Latais with both hands and exerted force, throwing Latais out. Latais, who flew backwards, slid in the air for dozens of meters before he could barely stabilize his body. Pain turned into pleasure, and he was unwilling to admit defeat easily, and immediately shouted, "Come again!" In a loud shout, Latais' momentum burst out again, turning into a golden aurora and rushed straight towards Talat. The real battle has just begun. Haha! Solari also raised his breath to the top and rushed towards Talat at full speed. The two men formed a left and right attack on Talat, one from left to right, and punched them hard. Bang! Pound! Solari and Latais' heavy punches were each defended by Talat's hands. The attack failed to work. Latais and Solari jointly attacked, and the fierce offensive stormed Talat like a hurricane. Every attack is fast and fierce, without reservation. The two of them have been practicing together for many years, both offense and defense, and complement each other. It can be seen that you have put in a lot of effort. The full power of the first level Super Saiyan has been perfectly mastered by you. Unfortunately, you have not yet taken the second level Super Saiyan step. Facing two with the joint attack of people, the belligerent factors in Talat's body were slowly activated, and the silent Saiyan blood gradually became restless and boiling. After resolving more than 10 attacks between the two people, Talat couldn't hold back, and his suppression strength was only slightly stronger than that between the two, so he took the initiative to attack. Boom! The powerful aura exploded instantly. Latais and Solari were shocked by this fierce aura. Not good. This feeling, condensing energy quickly. A strong sense of crisis came towards us, and Latais suddenly felt something was wrong. The bursting energy, without leaving any room for space, was condensed and formed by the shining impact cannon. I know. There is no need to give orders. Solari did not dare to neglect, and at the same time he exerted force to increase his energy to the top, and the super purple light cannon was formed again. Explosion bombardment. Talat's hands formed a stamen-shaped body, and the golden electric energy cannon shot out from his palm, driving unparalleled destructive power and killing several people. Super shining impact cannon. Latais released his ultimate skill with maximum power. Super purple light cannon. Solari tried his best to use his unique move. The two of their ultimate skills blended with each other at the moment of launch, and their destructive power increased by another order of magnitude. The super flashing purple cannon hit Talat head-on with the explosive bombardment. Boom! Two powerful energy collided, and the sky shook and the earth swayed, and the wind and clouds swelled. A strong storm swept across the realm of the King of Realms, and the dazzling firelight was even more overwhelming. The destructive power of this explosion is like a super nuclear bomb explosion of billions of tons, extremely terrifying. Such a huge momentum frightened the Eastern King God and Jabit, who were spectators. This is the first time the battle is so loud. As for the old King God, he was knowledgeable and not shocked. After all, they are all the masters who have had a tough fight with Beerus. Before he was sealed, he had seen more intense battles than this. The times are changing, and now they should be the strongest warriors in the entire universe. The King of the East Realm murmured to himself. Jabit, who was standing beside him, kept silent and did not dare to speak. These scions cannot use common sense to judge, and they are all monsters among monsters. It was at this moment the King of the East Realm Realm, who was expressing emotion, suddenly looked stunned and received a request from the King of the North Realm. During this period, because of Talat and his relationship, a good contact between the King of the East and the King of the North and the King of the North has been established. In the past, the King of the East Realm would not communicate anything with the King of the Realm, so much so that over the past millions of years, the number of times the Realm King has been able to contact the Realm King God can be counted with 2 hands. It was still him, the King of the world, who was dereliction of duty. Otherwise, how could this be the case? After accepting the connection, a voice quickly passed into my mind. Lord King of Realm, I'm sorry to disturb you. The situation is urgent. Something happened here. I need Talat and the others to help. The King of Northern Realm explained the reason for the active contact in a brief sentence. If you have any questions, just tell me now. Talat and the others are discussing each other. After the battle is over, I will convey your words to them. The King of the East Realm used his mental power to respond to a voice. Yes, Lord King of Realm, this is the general thing. With the telling of the King of the North, the King of the East knew the general situation. At this time, the battlefield in the sky, the super flashing purple cannon and the explosion bombardment cancel each other out. When the smoke dissipated, Talat, Saleri, and Leitai smiled at each other, and they all removed the transformation of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan and quickly landed on the ground. Click until the battle ends. You have cultivated the first level of Super Saiyan to almost the same level as me. If you accumulate for a while, use powerful external stimulation as an opportunity to break through, and you may be able to break through to the second level of Super Saiyan. Talat sorted out the language and said to them, I will reach the second level of the Super Saiyan, but I care Maurice. Do you still hide it? I don't know why, but I always feel like there is a super monster in your body. Once it breaks out, Saleri and I will not be enough to stuff your teeth into. Leitai said. There was also this feeling in Saleri, and she only heard her say, yes, brother Talat, can you say that you have surpassed the second level of the Super Saiyan? Hearing the two of them ask questions, Talat smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, they could already feel this step in their realm. Of course, Talat still won't tell them that the existence of the fourth. What are you thinking about? I do hide it, but I just didn't give my all, Talat said with a smile. Chapter 140 Prison Star China. Start with instant kill. The battle here ended, and on the other hand, the King of the East Realm broke off the spiritual connection with the King of the North Realm, and he took the initiative to step forward and praised him. Later, the King of the East Realm told Talat the 3 of them about the King of the North Realm, which immediately surprised the 3 of them. Although some things have happened in the past 6 months, this time it is indeed different, especially the big boss involved in the original theatrical version of Bohake. According to the timeline, Bohake escaped from the seal after Shuru was killed and took advantage of the death of the King of the North. Unexpectedly, in this era, Bohake is ready to come out and do evil. However, this is good news for Talat. Now that he lacks an opponent, the King of Northern Realm takes the initiative to talk about this matter, obviously asking him to help solve this problem. It just so happened that Talat and the other 2 practiced in the King of Realms and God Realm came to an end. Originally, I planned to go back to cultivate for a while. After all, in another 4 months it would be the 22nd World's #1 Martial Arts Conference. At that time, it was the time for Vegeta to arrive on Earth. Half a year ago, through Bulma's accuse, Talat and the other 2 learned that Vegeta and Naba had encountered Gok and Tais and were coming towards the Earth. From then on, Talat asked the King of Northern Realm to help investigate and track it, and by the way, he determined the time of Vegeta's arrival. In short, we rushed together, saying goodbye to the King God of the East Realm and the King God of the Old Realm. Talat and the other 2 left the King God Realm together. Come to the Northern Territory of Kings. The King of Northern Realm was now looking solemn and crossing the steps back and forth, until I saw Talat, Salar, and Leitai. After some communication, the specific situation was determined. In general, Bojack and his thugs have been hitting the seal for some time recently. If this continues, it may not take long for them to break the seal. Talat knew about it. After all, he was a time traveler, but Saleri and Leitai didn't know it, which inspired their desire to fight. The last time I lost against the Kurdish king, my strength has increased significantly and has reached a strength comparable to that of the Kurdish king after his transformation. I have strong opponents, which is great news for them. Who doesn't want to prove yourself when your strength is improved? Especially Saleri and Leitai have been able to compete with each other and have no opponent. The King of the East Realm and Jebet do have certain strength, but their combat abilities are really not very good. Although Saleri and Leitai could not win them, that kind of battle was of no benefit to them, so in the end they were only able to fight Talat, which was equivalent to being unilaterally abused. Located on a dark planet on the edge of the Milky Way, this planet is called China Star. It was also the prison planet created by the 4 realm kings in the southeast, west, and north, and the power of the great realm king to imprison Bojack and his group on the Star of China. At this time, Bohawk joined hands with Zanja, Jekuya, Butchan, Peter, and the 5 5 people constantly released energy light impacting the energy barrier in the sky. After countless years of hardship, this energy barrier is no longer as strong as before. Under the energy output of the Bohake 5, cracks spread little by little. Although it can only break a little bit every time you do this, it has become quite large over time. As long as they break this energy barrier, they will be able to regain their freedom without leaving them in this deserted and broken place. We will soon see the light of day again. The moment we break through the seal, it is the time to reckon. King of Realm, your retribution is coming soon. A bloodthirsty look flashed in Bohake's eyes, and the angry flames were on him. Burns in the chest cavity. After being sealed for so many years, he always wonders how to crush those kings who are above the world. After a wave of output, Bohake's 4 subordinates stopped taking action. Bohake immediately spoke day on the spot and continued to hit the seal after an hour. With Bohake's order, Jekuya, Butchan, Zanja, and Peter stopped their energy output and rested on the spot. The 4 were absolutely loyal to Bohake. First, his strength is far less powerful than Bojack, and second, Bojack is their boss and their elder brother. It was just when they were having a rest. At the same time, it was located on a hillside not far from them. Under the guidance of the King of Northern Realm, Talat used space teleportation to bring Solari and Latais into China Star. In fact, they had arrived a long time ago, but they were watching how Bojack and his group destroyed the seal. At this rate of destruction, it may take at least 10 years to break it. After witnessing the seal in the sky, Talat said, based on this situation, perhaps the reason why they broke the seal and went to the earth in the original plot was not entirely because of the death of the King of the North. It can only be said that by chance, because of the death of the King of Northern Realm, they seized this opportunity and made a breakthrough in one breath. In fact, the King of the Northern Realm does not need to be anxious at all. Even if there are cracks in the seal, how many are there? However, Talat would not say anything because since the King of the North asked them to deal with Bojack and his gang, he could use them as a stepping stone. I didn't expect that Lord King of the Realm is really a lie. He originally had a stronger power. It was because he sealed these people with other King of the Realm that his strength was greatly weakened. Rades said as he began to whisper, really, if we had said it earlier, we would have come to meet these guys long ago, and we would not have just been practicing hard in the past. Scions are naturally warlike, and when they encounter strong opponent they can't help but want to fight. He is confident enough about his strength, so Rades is not worried at all that he will lose like the last time he dealt with the Kurdish king. Is that leading guy Bohake? Although he only sensed the superficial aura, it is indeed extraordinary. As the King of Realm said, this guy is much stronger than the King of Kurds. Solari was more cautious. Take out the virtual glasses and put them on, detecting the combat power data that Bohake is currently holding. Combat power 2 billion point. The single value is twice that of the Kurdish king. Then there were his 4 subordinates whose combat power was hovering between 500 million points and 1 billion point. You don't have to worry about Bojack. I will deal with that guy. As for the other 4 people, it should be fine if you deal with 2 of them by yourself. It's just right. Let's go and test your strength. As this was said, the 3 of them looked at each other, and after confirming their opponent, Talat took the initiative to raise his right hand, attacking Bojack and his gang who were resting in the distance. A powerful golden energy blasted out. Energy attacks are unexpected and difficult to detect. Most people will definitely be caught off guard, but Talat underestimated Bohake's perception. Aware of the sense of crisis, Bohake quickly turned around and slapped it out, knocking out the golden energy bomb released by Talat. Boom! The golden energy bomb was bounced back to a mountain in the distance, causing a huge explosion. Jekuya, Buchan, Zanja, and Peter were all shocked by the sudden attack and stood up suddenly and prepared for the battle. External. Bohake pursued the source of energy release and noticed the 3 Talat standing on the hillside. Without thinking too much, he had guessed the greatest possibility. It seems that those kings of the realm noticed the abnormality here and knew that the seal was about to be broken by us, so they took action. But do you think you can defeat us if you send an ants like you? I really think we have been sealed here for so many years and our strength is not as good as before. Ha 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 ha. Bohake laughed. In his eyes, Talat and the other 2 were just ants. He could get rid of the 3 of them while talking and laughing. Bohake didn't know that Talat 3 men did not transform into their natural strength and did not even touch the unit of 100 million, but once they transformed, it would not be as simple as increasing 10 times and 20 times. Tisk. It turns out that it is the King of the Realm. Since it is here, stay forever. Jekuya's eyes were chilling, and his aura was as sharp as a sword. After being sealed for so many years, they hated the King of Realm to the core. Now that he is finally about to break through the seal, the King of Realm sent someone to obstruct him, and he just vented his inner dissatisfaction and anger. Jekuya roared angrily, and the energy sleeping in his body exploded. Although the previous consumption was huge, the physical strength had been recovered after a short rest. Moreover, the impact seal is a long-term release of energy, and they have become a habit, so it will not affect their strength. The powerful aura quickly formed. Gekuya's muscles continued to expand and the color of her skin also turned pale blue. This level of aura burst into surprise both Leitais and Solari. Although it is not a transformation, it has indeed inspired a stronger power and should not be underestimated. Solari activated his virtual glasses again and soon learned about Gekuya's combat effectiveness index. This guy's combat effectiveness has reached 900 million points due to this change. Solari exclaimed, "This combat power can be compared with her and Leitais' super full power. Hey, Gekuya, remember not to be dying at once. Leave us a living. After so many years, living people have finally arrived. We must vent our vent." Butchin and Peter sneered, "If I do something, I won't show mercy. Don't think about picking up my leak." After transforming into stability, Gekuya instantly burst out, holding a sharp sword in his hand and rushed straight to Talat. Apart from thousands of meters, but in the face of nearly 1 billion combat power, it is just a step ahead. Solari and Leitais were about to take action against Gekuya, but Talat took the initiative to stop him. "Come for me, then I will play with him." Talat chuckled. When Rades and Solari heard this, he glanced at him and stopped moving. Just as he watched Gekuya sprint to Talat, the sharp sword slashed at Talat's head. The sharp sword light was full of killing aura. Talat directly activated the S cells in his body and transformed into the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan. His combat power soared to 2 billion points in one breath and his powerful protective aura wrapped around it. Indestructible. Facing the extremely sharp sword body, Talat just raised his hand to block it. Ding! The sword blocked the body and, with the force exerted, directly broke the sword. This scene shocked Gekuya, who maintained the slashing posture. Buchan, Zangia, and Peter were stunned. This is not an ordinary sword, and Gekuya's slash was easily blocked. After Bohake felt Talat's powerful aura, he realized that something was wrong. "When you attack me, you must be aware of being killed by me." After the words fell, Talat smiled coldly and punched him. Pound! An unstoppable punch penetrated directly through Gekuya's chest. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Gekuya, who took the initiative to attack, regretted it at this time. He didn't expect that he just took action and was shocked by the opponent and killed with one punch before he could use all his strength. His life breath dropped rapidly and his consciousness became blurred. Die! Talat did not hold back at him, and the energy in the Super League burst. Boom! There was a loud bang. The roaring golden aura swallowed Gekuya, and the terrifying crushing and destructive power directly decomposed Gekuya's body until it finally turned into nothingness. Instant kill. This situation made Bohake raise his eyebrows and move him. Zangia, Buchan, and Peter were even gasping for air and widened their eyes. The previous arrogance turned into deep fear at this moment. What a joke! This guy who can turn into a golden hair is so strong. At first they thought they were ants, but they turned out that they were ant. So that's it. No wonder those kings of the realm will let you come here. So this is your reliance. The subordinates began to shake, and Bohake's face turned cruel. As soon as this was said, first use your breath to form an aura to calm Zangia, Buchan, and Peter, so that they will not let them retreat because of fear. I will deal with that golden-haired man and leave the remaining two to you. Gekuya is dead. You shouldn't want to follow in his footsteps and take all your strength, Bohake ordered coldly. After hearing this, the three of them knew what they should do. At the same time, their power burst out because of the precedent of Gekuya. They did not reserve at all. Faced with this momentum, Talat did not take any further action. Originally, Rades and Celery fought 1 and 2, but now because he destroyed Gekuya, there are only 3 opponents left. If he takes action again, they will have no choice but to fight. Slowly flying into the sky, Talat talked to Bohake with his eyes. Obviously, his opponent is him. Don't bother with each other. Bojack understood what Talat meant, so he soared into the sky with no choice and came to a height comparable to Talat. He was a super figure who once dominated an era and naturally had a huge confidence in himself. This is also why after he arrived on Earth, he learned about the current situation on Earth and how strong the Scions were. He was still so arrogant. Chapter 141. The battle is about to break out. Talat took Bohake away so that Leitais and Celery could also play their roles well. They are left to me to deal with them. Do you have no objection? Leitais asked Celery with a fist and eager to try. It's up to you, as long as you don't capsize. If you are too confident, you will suffer a big loss. You have suffered many losses, Celery replied indifferently, and her eyes were locked in the same place. Women's praise for her. She doesn't need to have many opponents as long as she is strong enough and suitable for her opponent. As an opponent in testing strength, being a woman is the most suitable for her. After identifying their respective opponents, Leitais and Celery directly activate the energy of the Super League. Accompanied by the dazzling golden energy beam rising from the ground, the two of them transformed into the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan. Such a scene, coupled with feeling the momentum bursting from Leitais and Celery, Butchan, Peter, and Zangia were stunned and unbelievable. They have not yet fully recovered from Talat flash kill of Gekuya. I originally thought that even if these two people had hidden strength, they would not be as fierce as his talent. Now they knew that the situation was completely different from what they thought. No, it looks the same, but their strength is far less than the one before. Buchan shouted. There is indeed a big difference. This transformation method can greatly improve their strength. However, we were not opponents of the person before, but they were not enough to make us afraid. Peter continued. Take all your strength. I won't follow Jakuya's footsteps. Zangia also said. I understood that even if Leitais and Chilleri turned into blonde warriors, their strength was not enough to scare them, and they changed the horror they showed immediately. Strength after reaching their level, you can't fool it on the surface. They are not stupid. They clearly distinguish between strength and weakness. The three of them were ready to go, and they all burst out with their aura, and they were in a battle posture, ready to go. Humph! In the distance, Leitais saw this, and the corners of his mouth fluttered slightly, and he showed a bad smile. The energy in his body surged rapidly. After reaching the critical point, he chose to take the lead and seize the opportunity. Chilleri on the side did not stop him, but continued to gather his strength. By the way, she also wanted to see how Leitais planned to do it. Shining impact cannon. With a loud shout, Leitais pushed forward with both hands, and the energy gathered rapidly and exploded with a bang. The terrifying golden electric energy cannon drove the power of destroying the world and headed straight for Buchan, Peter, and Zangia to attack, which was unstoppable. Feeling the terror of the destructive power of this blow, Buchan, Peter, and Zangia's faces changed drastically. They took action in an instant, not only retreating to a safe distance but also perfectly avoiding the shining impact cannon. Boom! After a deafening explosion sounded, the strong fire light covered this area, and the power of the aftermath spreads within a radius of hundreds of miles. At the edge of the explosion center, Buchan, Peter, and Zangia were about to counterattack after resisting the first wave of impact, but Leitais had already appeared behind Peter quietly through instant movement. Peter, be careful, that guy is behind you. Buchan noticed the abnormality and reminded him loudly. What? Peter took a breath of air, turned around quickly, and instinctively fisted. The extremely fierce fist was easily caught and resolved by Leitais. The blow failed and Peter gasped. The reaction is good, but unfortunately the power is too weak. I have given you a chance to fight back. Leitais sneered and sarcastically. Arrogant coupled with the scion nature that they are born to be slut. Leitais is still unable to find north, but now he can indeed ravage Peter, whose combat power is only over 700 million. You're looking for death. Peter was angry, pulled his fist back, and quickly launched a fierce attack on Leitais the next second. The attacks were as fast as lightning, but this level of attack was as slow as a snail in Leitais' size. Every time Peter's attack was about to hit Leitais would suddenly dodge. At first Peter hadn't noticed anything, but after being dodged by Leitais' dozens of punches and kicks, Peter suddenly realized. Bastard, are you humiliating me? Peter, who could not bear it, folded his hands together and released a powerful energy cannon at close range to attack Leitais. Faced with this kind of attack, Leitais looked disdainful and a light flashed in his eyes. With his arms raised, this terrifying energy bombardment was bounced into the sky by him. So weak. After losing interest in Peter, Leitais suddenly disappeared after criticizing him. Peter was frightened and tried his best to find Leitais' place. However, the next second he felt a chill on his back and suffered a heavy blow on his back. A powerful force that could not resist directly sent him to the sky. The piercing pain made his facial features twist and his spine seemed to be about to break. Chi and blood rolled in his body and a blood arrow spurted out from Peter's mouth. If he hadn't had his physical fitness been quite strong, he would have been destroyed by Leitais' attack. Unable to control his body, Peter rushed straight into the sky and finally hit the seal barrier. When he contacted the barrier, he was once again severely injured by the barrier's backlash. Seeing this, Leitais below gently tilted the corner of his mouth, and energy had already condensed in his hand and bombarded him, intending to solve Peter in one go. At this moment, Buchan on the other side got rid of the shock and acted quickly. He used a very special method to forcibly change the trajectory of the attack of Leitais' energy cannon. This also caused Leitais' energy attack to brush through Peter's body and hit China's seal barrier. Boom! In an instant, the flames caused by the explosion were overwhelmed. The seal barrier was hit hard by this blow, and there were more cracks, and the entire China star trembled for a long time. The speed is quite fast and the means are good. It can interfere with me. If it is half a second later, your companion will be killed by me. Leitais didn't care. After retracting his breath, he put his hands on his chest and asked Buchan, I looked at it. If you really kill one directly, the subsequent battle may be boring. His purpose is to 1 to 2, or even 1 to 3. If it weren't for Celleri's consideration, he would have eaten all three opponents. Damn it! Peter, who suffered from continuous trauma, fell from the sky, wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were covered with blood, and murderous intent surged. This damn bastard dared to humiliate him so much, making his mind full of thought that he must tear Leitais to pieces. Don't be affected by anger. Kill him first. Buchan spoke like a rope that strangled Peter and dragged him back from the sea of anger. Hearing his command, companion's word. Peter calmed down. This kind of transformation is indeed not an ordinary person can be done. I can only say that this guy can have combat power of over 700 million and his strength is not merely obvious. I will tear you into pieces. Peter's voice was extremely cold and even his breath changed drastically. If you want to kill me, you can try it. It depends on whether you have the ability to break it. Leitai smiled disdainfully, put his hands on his chest, looking arrogant. His eyes turned and fell on Zangia, who was about to attack him on the other side. You are quite united, but unfortunately my companions are not something you can ignore. Leitai said, another irony. At this time, Solari was already in front of Zangia. The situation is clear, and that's what it is now. Originally, Peter and Baochen were still attracting Leitai's attention, thinking that Zangia's sneak attack could be successful. Unexpectedly, not only was he easily seen through, but another enemy also took action. Solari stood in front of Zangia, holding Zangia's wrist with one hand, making it unable to release energy attack. After the two women looked at each other for a long time, Solari let go of Zangia's hand. Let me play with you. Don't be killed easily by me. Solari's words made Zangia look ferocious and a cold light burst into her eyes. His cold and beautiful face was full of murderous intent. Do you think you can be arrogant if you see through my sneak attack? You are not qualified to kill me. Zangia is not as unspeakable as the original work, and her rebuttal is not inferior to Solari. Then let's see the truth. Solari's mouth curled slightly, making her already beautiful face look more confident and moving. The battle between the two was about to break out. Zangia took the initiative to attack with anger, and instantly opened up the distance and launched more than a dozen powerful energy bomb attack. But for Solari, this method is not even an appetizer. Easily avoiding the attacks of these energy bombs, Solari passed by, punched out, and hit Zangia's arms. Pound. In an instant, an irresistible force swept across Zangia's body. Even if the defense was timely, Zangia was bombarded dozens of meters away by this terrifying force. Feeling the pain from his arms, Zangia's face changed drastically and said to himself, this woman is so strong. It's just a casual blow. Are you so surprised? I'm so arrogant. After the words came, Solari used a super high movement and appeared behind Zangia. A chill swept across her body from behind. Zangia quickly turned around and a golden energy bomb had already been pressed against her waist. It's over. The energy bomb in Solari's palm instantly exploded with power and Zangia's body crashed into the huge ruin not far away. Boom! The energy exploded and the aftermath was everywhere, and the entire ruin was swallowed by the explosion. In one hit, Solari was not in a hurry to attack again. This attack is indeed immeasurable, but it cannot kill Zangia. She didn't want to finally have an opponent and be killed by herself. In the center of the explosion, Zangia quickly jumped out in a slightly embarrassed posture, leaving the most powerful area. Although she was injured, it was not fatal. They are all outlaws. How could they not have the means of guarantee? Just talk about the performances of these people in the original work. They are all experienced. Come on, the battle has just begun. Solari hooked his index finger at Zangia. Zangia, who was provoked, became angry in her heart, but she was not a fool and quickly suppressed her anger. Impulse is the devil, especially when facing such a powerful opponent. You cannot be impulsive. Here, the battle is on the right track. On the other side, Talat and Bohake came here hundreds of miles away. I chose this place as my grave and I'm quite good at choosing places. Bojack stared at Talat with his eyes and a strange laugh came out from his mouth. Bohake seemed to feel that he had to eat Talat. Actually, I'm choosing the right cemetery for you. Talat would not be easily angered but instead provoked. Eloquent boy. Even if you kill Gekwa easily, Gekwa didn't realize how strong your strength is and didn't give out all your strength. Neck facing me. I hope your strength is with your mouth just as hard. As he said, Bohake broke out without hesitation. The majestic aura raged the world like a tornado, and the earth within a radius of more than 10 miles trembled violently. When the aura burst to a certain extent, Bojack showed a fierce look on his face and his aura was completely different from before. Talat didn't move after feeling Bohake's momentum and was not affected. It can be analyzed without virtual glasses. Bohake's strength and combat effectiveness index at this time must have reached more than 2 billion or even 2.5 billion. It is enough to match his current full power of the Super Scion's first level full power state. It's very powerful aura, but this shouldn't be your full strength, right? If this is your full strength, the 4 kings of the realm do not need to use the power of the king of the realm to seal you. Talat said, knowing the plot. Naturally, Bohake also knows that there is another transformation in an explosive form. The subordinates of the king of realm tendering have good eyesight. Bohake did not hide it, but he did not explode directly. As he held his right hand through the air, the magnificent energy rhythm in his body moved and a deep green energy bomb condensed and formed. Bohake raised his hand and threw it. The cyan energy bomb went straight to Talat. Do you do it directly? It's okay. Talat waved his right hand and the spiral air bomb condensed in seconds and was thrown out by Talat, hitting Bohake's green energy bomb head on. 2 powerful energy energy bombs collided. Boom! The energy impact triggered a big explosion that ruined the world. The hot flames soared into the sky. After a closer look in the explosion, two rays of green and golden lights wandered and collided in the space. Fierce battle broke out. The speed slowed down 100 times, and Bohake took the initiative to attack, but in the blink of an eye, his strong body broke through the explosion of fire, came to Talat and punched out with infinite destructive power. Talat's iron fist, burning with golden flames, also waved out and fought Bohake head-on. Bohake's fist is extremely fierce and contains endless murderous intent, but Talat's fist is also extremely fierce. Chapter 142 Super 2 Attack. The first person under Sharu. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. Bohake's fierce attack without leaving any room for nothing was terrifying. Battles of more than 2 billion levels are another height. The battle of a billion level is just like the Piccolo battle after number 17 and the assimilated God Beak in the original work. The battle of 2 billion is already the battle of Vegeta from the Spirit Time House, ravaging the mature Sharu's level with the posture of a super Vegeta. Therefore, according to the power exerted by Bohake and Talat, it is enough to surpass the super Vegeta level in the original work. The unstoppable fist attack. Each attack contains the ultimate destructive power. The murderous aura is so strong that the fast and fierce attack is a bombardment that strikes the fatal point. Facing Bohake's fatal attack, Talat faced the attack head-on. During the process of receiving the attack, a special feeling grew in Talat's heart. The experience that this level of battle can bring to him is too direct. Simply put, this is also the first time Talat has fought at this level. My own strength has indeed been improving, but my opponent's strength has never been able to meet the standard. Now, Bohake's short confrontation has made Talat's silent militant factor active. Sure enough, now only the real competition at the same level can help me improve my strength faster. A thought to himself, Talat kept defending Bohake's attack. In fact, Bohake's fighting style is very simple and direct, but his strength is strong enough and fast enough, so the real combat level he shows is very high. This also shows that the higher the level of battle, it does not necessarily require any complex combat technique. As long as it is effective, it is enough. I see when you can defend. Bohake's strength and speed are getting bigger and faster. The instant explosion in this battle is like a sudden doubler of the World King's fist. In amazement, Bohake's unstoppable punch came straight into the door. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Talat avoided Bohake's punch at the critical moment. Even though he avoided it, the unstoppable fist force still brushed Talat's cheek, and it hurt. Excellent attack, but that's all. I can't kill me. You're done with the fight. It's my turn next. In an instant, Talat's face flashed with excitement, and the powerful iron fist swept across it. When he came out, his speed rose by one order, and under Bohake's shocked eyes, he hit him in the face. Pound! The thrilling muffled sound exploded. Bohake, who was hit hard, had his facial features twisted, and blood gushed out of his mouth and nose, and he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Without stopping, Talat chased in one breath, used super high speed movement to catch up with Bohake, and kicked Bohake to hundreds of meters above the sky. At the same time, he caught up with Bohake again, preparing a set of combos to force him. Bohake showed his true skills. Just as Talat approached, Bojack stopped in the sky and his mouth turned, and he smiled coldly and evilly. In an instant, he accumulated power with his right hand and fired an energy cannon with infinite destructive power in seconds. Faced with the sudden bombardment of the energy cannon, Talat disappeared from the spot as if he had expected it. As Talat disappeared without a trace, the smile on Bohake's face disappeared. Before he could come back to his senses, Talat had appeared quietly behind him. The energy was ready to go, and one hand was aimed at Bohake. Not good. Feeling the sense of crisis coming from behind, Bohake turned around quickly instinctively. Your reaction is a little slow. Burst and bombardment. With a loud shout, Talat's hand burst into a golden electric light energy cannon with infinite destructive power. The unavoidable Bojack was swallowed by this destructive energy. Even if he made a defense in time, this huge impact forced his body to continue to retreat like a meteorite falling to the ground. Did you block it? It seems that you are being imprisoned in such a place where there is no light. Your physical strength is very strong. I want to see how long you can last. A sharp cold light flashed in Talat's eyes. The muscles of the arm swell and the veins are raised. Boom! There was a loud bang. The volume of the golden energy beam increased sharply, and the destructive power increased by another order of magnitude. Bang, 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 bang. Feeling the sudden increase in pressure, Bohake was crushed to the ground, and the ground under his feet was sunken. His body was sinking deep in. Enough. Bohake, who could not bear it, no longer planned to hide. After all, they were the overlords who dominate the universe. How could they be willing to be suppressed? Especially the subordinate of the King of Realms. Decisively liberated a deeper layer of energy in the body, and the ring-shaped protective cover appeared around his body and continued to expand, pushing back the explosive bombardment energy beam displayed by Talat bit by bit. Seeing this, Talat's mouth undulates and his eyes slightly change. Knowing that Bohake was going to take it seriously, Talat increased increased his energy output again without hesitation, squeezing Bohake's ring protective cover vigorously. Finally, the big explosion occurred. The explosion bombardment cancels out with Bohake's protective cover, turning into energy particles, dissipating invisible. Talat didn't care if he didn't succeed. After all, if he suppressed Bohake like this, the battle with him would be really boring. On the ground, Bohake looked up at Talat in the sky. His anger surged in his heart and his murderous aura increased sharply. With a loud roar, Bohake burst out and rushed towards Talat. He didn't transform directly, and he didn't know what Bohake thought. Pound. There was a loud bang. After catching Bohake's fierce attack, the fierce battle began again. The angry Bojack kept attacking, and every attack was full of murderous intent, trying to completely crush Talat. Faced with Bohake's fierce pursuit like a mad dog, Talat launched a counterattack while resolving Bohake's fierce offensive. The two sides confronted each other again. On the surface, Bohake seemed to have the upper hand and completely dominated the control of the battle, but in fact it was not. Although Bohake's offensive was fierce, he was negligent in defense. Despite the terrifying attack, he could not cause substantial damage to Talat. On the other hand, Talat, after the previous fight and current competition, he has seen through Bohake's offensive trajectory and can perfectly predict Bohake's next move with the help of predicting the future. Although Bohake is a master, he has been sealed on this China star for so many years, and his combat skills, combat experience, combat intuition, etc. will more or less regress. Although Talat had not fought many high-level battles, he has been in a state of high-intensity training all year round. His combat skills and combat awareness are much stronger than Bohake now. Boy, can you just dodge? Bohake shouted angrily, and a blue aura burst out all over his body, and a whip leg swept out. This attack has great destructive power, but Talat has no intention of dodging. Such a battle is really uninteresting, so he plans to use more powerful power. In a moment, the S cells in Talat's body surged, and a deeper super energy pool was stimulated. Crack! The blue and white arc exploded around Talat, its momentum rising. Its golden vertical hair became more upright, and its face became more handsome and cold. The combat power has increased sharply, and Talat combat power has exceeded 3 billion points. Super Saiyan Level 2. Bohake's whip leg was not only easily blocked by Talat, but also caught Talat's ankle in turn. From now on, it's no longer the kind of battle before. Talat smiled slightly and exerted force suddenly. Wah! Feeling Talat's momentum change, Bojack's mind trembled violently. Unexpectedly, Talat still had such strong strength. The next second, Talat exerted force on his right arm and threw Bohake out. Bohake was shocked in his heart. Talat didn't plan to keep his hand. In the second level Super Saiyan state, he exploded to the extreme, but in a flash he caught up with Bohake, who flew backward. In an instant, Talat's attack swept through Bohake's body like a hurricane. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Pound! Bang! Pound! Dozens of roars like muffled thunder sounded in succession. Every dull sound means that Bohake's body is hit by a terrifying blow. How strong was Bohake before? Even if he gave up defense, he would have to seize the dominance of the battle. But now Bohake can only be beaten unilaterally by Talat. The continuous heavy blows caused more and more injuries to Bohake. Bang! A super punch hit Bohake in the abdomen. The severe pain like a broken bone swept across his body, causing Bohake to twitch all over, his hands involuntarily covering his stomach, and he kept retreating. Seeing this, Talat did not pursue him again. When do you want to hide your strength? Don't say that I didn't give you the chance to show your full strength. If you don't show your true skills, I will kill you, Talat warned. Once Bohake's strength explodes, it will definitely not be weaker than his current Super Saiyan second level. If he hadn't known that he would have a transformation with an explosion of strength, Talat would have killed him directly because of the boring battle. At this time, Bohake quickly healed his injuries with the help of his hidden power, and his spirit gradually calmed down. Want to kill me? You're naive, but if you give me one move, you're proud. Bohake grinned, looking unruly. Before it's just looking for the rhythm of the battle. It's healed for so many years and hasn't been active for a long time. Now that the warm-up exercise is over, it's time to put an end to the battle. Buzz! Bojack clenched his fist. His facial expression became ferocious, and pure blue aura burst out from his body. As a result of a muffled sound from Bohake's body, the blue dress on his body was shattered by the surge in muscles, and the blue skin also turned into blue. Not only did it become more burly, but its momentum suddenly increased. Have you transformed? It should have been like this long ago. Talat stared at Bohake, whose form changed drastically. The combat power also exceeds 3 billion, even far exceeding the super second strength he has shown. It should be approaching 4 billion points, even more than that. Looking at the current era, there are very few people who can compete with this strength, and only the Demon King Doppura can suppress a hero like Bohake. Among countless parallel space-time and space, among the early characters who appeared, excluding the Demon King Doppura, he is the first person under Shiru. Bohake transformed and showed all his strength. At the same time, the underworld. At this moment, the battle situation on China Star was seen by the four kings of the world, south, east, west, and north. There is no doubt that the king of the North Realm asked Talat and the others to deal with and destroy Bohawk and his gang, and the other kings of the world also knew about it. Even the king of the Great Realm is aware of it. On the eastern frontier Wang Star, Bohawk the monster has been sealed for so many years and its strength has increased instead of decreasing. If he had this strength back then, I'm afraid that the four kings of the realm could not have sealed him. The king of the East Realm began worried about Talat. Although Talat is the king of the North, if she can really kill Bohawk, it will be beneficial to her. Speaking of which, Talat gave her a spiritual tree fruit and restored some energy, so she didn't hate Talat at all, but instead felt that it was teachable. On the southern border king, the situation is not very good. Bohawk's strength has increased to this level. Can Talat, a scion, deal with it? The king of the southern realm couldn't help but feel a little scared. Once Talat loses, Bohawk will inevitably hit the seal at all costs. Bohawk is now far stronger than that of the past. If he really hit the seal at any cost, he may face another catastrophe. On the western frontier, Neptune. I just said don't act rashly. The king of the North Realm is just too anxious. Damn, if you can also take action with pork rib. What is a Bojack? The king of the West Realm said anxiously. Behind him, the strongest warrior, Rib Rice, is here and is paying attention to the battle on China Star in real time. As for Talat, Pork Rib Rice is no stranger, but he had never planned to make friends with him forever. His conceited personality made Bisguffin think that his strength is far beyond Talat's comparison. Now he is much more serious because the strength shown by Talat is indeed enough to make him face it. On the northern border of the star, Bohawk, I didn't expect that the seal over the years would actually increase your strength to such a terrifying level. If your cancer is not removed, the future of this universe will definitely not be peaceful. Fortunately, Talat is even stronger. The power has not been exerted. Fortunately, I haven't been in a hurry for many years. Now I'm letting Talat deal with you. The king of Northern Realm said to himself. Bohawk's strength was indeed beyond his expectations, but he was not panicked at all. In addition to the second level of the Super Scion, Talat has another ultimate transformation that has not been taken out. Super Ape Scion, Super Scion level 4. Once that form is taken out, Bohawk is nothing. Based on his understanding of Talat, this kid must have hidden a hand. The strength of the second level Super Scion is far more than that. Chapter 143 Super World King Fist. Only the strong can make rules. On the Star of China, Bohawk, who showed his true strength, looked fierce and looked at Talat with a playful and crazy look. I won't let you die easily. Those world kings who only dare to hide must be paying attention to the situation here. Next, I will let you live without dying, and let those world kings witness your death with their own eyes. The miserable situation. Ha ha ha. Bohawk laughed wildly unscrupulously. In his opinion, Talat can no longer cause any major storms. Looking at Bohawk, who was silent in his fantasy, Talat didn't care and silently mobilized a deeper energy pool in his body. Then let's wait and see. After the words fell, Talat completely released the accumulation of the second level Super Scion. The vast golden aura swept across the world like a tornado, causing the entire China Star to start to vibrate. The dense light burst around Talat and the powerful aura continued to expand, covering the four directions, hedging with Bohawk's aura. Feeling this explosive growth aura, the smile on Bohawk's face gradually disappeared. How is this possible? How could you have such strong power? Who are you, sacred? Bohawk frowned. I never expected Talat to have such strong strength to compete with him. At the same time, he didn't understand why such a powerful warrior was willing to obey the instructions of the King of Realms. This strength is over. You can walk sideways in the universe, or even claim to be the Emperor of the universe. Even God can do nothing. Here, the battle has entered the final stage. On the other hand, the battle between Latais and Solari also reached the point of comprehensive suppression of Butchin, Peter, and Zanja. Latais' belligerent factor was fully stimulated, and he became more and more courageous as he fought. Even if Butchin and Peter joined forces, they could only barely resist. Solari also has the upper hand. Although Zangia is strong, her combat skills and combat ability are indeed not at nearly 1 billion, and Zangia's own value has only reached the level of 800 million. After thoroughly understanding all Zangia's skills, Solari launched a one-sided blow. At this moment, Talat's unparalleled aura was conveyed, causing the 5 people on this battlefield to change their faces. The distance between them was widened, and Buchan, Peter and Zangia also took the opportunity to get together, his mind trembling and sweating on his forehead. Their strength is far less than that of Bojack, but they can also perceive the strength of the aura and know that the situation is not optimistic. Latais and Cholari looked at the source of the explosion of aura in the distance. It seems that Talat has taken out the real power of the second level Super Scion. Although that guy named Bohawk has a terrifying aura, it seems that he is nothing compared now. Latais, I opened my mouth to sigh. My eyes changed again and again, as if I had made some decision. Since Brother Talat has already shown the second level Super Scion real strength, it means he wants to end the battle. We should work harder and get them out in in one go. Celery suggested road. That's the point. Leitais nodded. At the same time, with both fists clenched, the Scion energy pool in the body was fully activated. The two reached a consensus and stood together, with the golden light flashing in their eyes, and the silent Scion energy completely exploded. Celery and Leitais burst into deep shouts at the same time. A rich golden aura emerged from the bodies of the two people like an erupting volcano. Boom! The heavy pressure swept across the world, causing violent vibrations within a radius of dozens of kilometers. At this moment, the combat effectiveness of Leitais and Celery has exceeded 1 billion point. These guys actually hide their strength when fighting with us. Bulletin Chin's face turned pale. The feeling of being played in his palm made him furious. Damn it, they have been playing tricks on us before. There is no way. Use that move. Peter, who could not bear it, suggested. So what if there is still hidden? They will die under their own strength later. Zangia glared at the two of them viciously and warned. Butchin and Peter reached a consensus. While Leitais and Celery were releasing the energy gap, the action came to both sides of Leitais and Celery. Cooperating with Zangia, the three of them used the binding thread to absorb energy. The single combat power of the three of them is indeed far inferior to that of Leitais and Celery, but once they jointly take action and use this combination of skills, they have the ability to suppress them even when facing existences that are far stronger than them. However, for a short time, the binding thread was wrapped around Leitais and Celery's bodies. Silk thread. Leitais lifted the energy-bound silk thread that was so thin that the naked eye could not see, and then felt the energy in his body was passing rapidly. This is not an ordinary silk thread. It seems to absorb our energy and make it difficult for us to move. Celery grabbed the energy thread with one hand and exerted force on his arm to tear the energy thread, but unexpectedly, no matter how she exerted force, she was not afraid of how much she exerted force. Even the energy thread cannot be easily pulled off. Celery was not panicked but said more curiously, the toughness of this energy thread is so strong. It's a pity that it's just some inefficient means after all. Do you think you can defeat us with such inferior means? Naive. Leitais smiled disdainfully, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Celery, who was standing aside, understood it, and his face changed, and a strong raging aura flashed through his green pupils. Stop bluffing. If it were the one who just now, maybe he could break free from the bondage thread that Peter and Zangia jointly used, but you can't do it. Buchan controlled the bondage thread and mocked Leitais and Celery. It seems that the ending has been decided. Don't talk nonsense to them. Drain their strength quickly and see if they can still be as self-righteous as before. Peter sneered, speeding up the speed of the binding thread absorbing energy. The energy absorbed enters their bodies, and after the body is filtered, it can greatly recover the physical injury and enhance their physical strength. Hearing the sarcasm of the three, Leitais and Celery looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The next second, the Scion energy in the two of them exploded, and their fierce aura expanded rapidly, and their combat power that exceeded 1 billion points was still increasing. Butchin and Peter also saw this, and at the same time increased the energy absorption power. The bound wire constantly extracted the Scion energy of Celery and Leitais. I want to see how much your bound thread can suck me away energy. Super World King Fist. A hysterical anger sounded, and Leitais decisively took out his trick. Super World King Fist. The World King Fist used in the state of a Super Scion can double your combat power. This is also a skill that Leitais and Celery would never use unless it is absolutely necessary. Celery would too. Just the next second after Leitais played, Celery also used the Super World King Fist. Boom! There was a shocking sound. Two unparalleled bloody lights rose from the ground, and the auras of Leitais and Celery increased explosively. Their combat power increased rapidly, but their dazzling skills exceeded the nearly 2 billion node crack. Accompanied by dense blood-colored light, the binding threads wrapped around Leitais and Celery were all torn off. Feeling the huge pressure coming towards him, Buchan, Peter and Zangia looked at him with horror, and his bodies retreated uncontrollably, stunned. How is it possible there is such a strong power hidden in you? Buchan's face was pale and frightened to the point of being unable to operate. These guys, they've been teasing us. Damn it, abomination, 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 Peter said hysterically, suppressing his restlessness. Damn it, what's going on? Where did these guys emerge with such strength? Why would he obey the instructions of the King of Realms? Zangia felt the huge pressure coming towards him and sweated coldly. Even breathing becomes difficult. At the same time, the bloody aura of Latais and Celery began to expand unscrupulously. The violent aura storm swept across the world. Buchan, Peter, and Zangia felt that their bodies could not be controlled. Under the powerful pressure, the three of them were blown away like kites with broken strings. In the flash of lightning, Latais acted suddenly. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. The ruthless Latais took the lead in locking in Buchan and swung his unstoppable heavy punch out. A fatal sense of crisis came, and Buchan instinctively wanted to defend, but he had no ability to block it. Bang! There was a loud bang. Latais' heavy punch penetrated Buchan's chest, and the brutal force burst out, breaking Buchan's body. You bastard! Peter came to his senses and found that Buchan had died. He was angry and waved his right arm to emit energy to attack Latais. However, the moment he attacked, Latais also arrived in front of him, and his right leg had a sharp blood blade and kicked out, hitting Peter's waist with a lightning speed. Bang! A blast! Peter's body collapsed and turned into two pieces, and an explosion occurred again. In less than 3 seconds, the two died at Latais' hands. Hey! After dealing with the two, Latais breathed a sigh of relief and removed the state of the Super World King Fist. Although this form can improve one's own strength in a very short time, it brings a huge load and the time it can be used is very short. On the other side, facing the murderous Celery, Zangia was shocked and wanted to resist but found that her body could not move at all. She was extremely afraid of Celery's power, and could not have the idea of resisting. That's it. You can make me feel the feeling of fighting with all your might. You are a good opponent, but unfortunately you and I are enemies. After the word came, Celery raised his right arm, spread his 5 fingers, and aimed at Xiong Good. This situation made Zangia's pupils flash continuously, and death was near before her. Wait, the words have not been said yet. Boom! There was a muffled sound. A powerful energy cannon shot out and swallowed Zangia. In the blink of an eye, Zangia was wiped out under this violent energy, and she didn't even have time to scream. It's over. After saying that, Celery also removed the state of Super World King Fist, looked at Latais, and then the two of them looked at another battlefield. The battle here has ended, and the battle between Talat and Bohake should be soon. Above a large ruin, in the process of dealing with Bohake, Talat had already felt the battle situation on the other side. It seems that the explosion of my Super Saiyan level 2 aura stimulated them, but their growth exceeded my expectations. The momentum just now should have been achieved with the help of the King of Realms, right? I have never tried to use the World King Fist in the Super Saiyan state. Talat thought to himself. There are so many thoughts in my heart. Opposite him, fear filled Bohake's eyes, and then a hysterical madness emerged from the depths of his eyes. Ha 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 ha. It's so interesting. I didn't expect that there is really a strong man in this world who can match me. I have been bored for so long and finally have some fun. Bohake laughed unruly and vented his anger. No one can understand his loneliness as a strong man who once dominated the universe. The powerful strength Talat showed now has inspired Bohake's fighting spirit. Your companions can still laugh when they die. It seems that you don't care about them at all. I pity your companions still trust you until they die. Talat remembers the plot of the original work and spoke. I have to say that Bohake's accomplices are actually pretty good. Partner, ridiculous. They are just tools I use to spend my boring time. So what if I die? I can only blame them for being too weak. I have the same bloodline as me, but I am so fragile that I deserve it if I die. Bohake's right arm was accumulating strength and suddenly waved it, and in an instant dozens of blue energy bombs rushed straight to Talat. It's really cruel, but in a sense it's true. Only the strong people in this world can make rules. Facing Bojack's attack, Talat waved his arm and several spiral gases bound through the air and fired it with Bojack. The cyan energy bomb collided. When the energy bomb collided, all the energy bombs were detonated. The moment the thick wall of flame appeared, it was squeezed by the momentum of the two people and blocked it in a certain area. The next second, Bohake took the initiative to attack, and the wild body broke through the explosion. Flames descended in front of Talat, and in an instant the powerful attack attacked Talat like dense lightning. Talat saw through all Bohake's offensive methods long ago in the previous battle. After easily dissolving all Bohake's offense, Talat launched a counterattack. Bang! Chao Tian, which contained terrifying crushing power, hit Bohake's jaw. As soon as the strike was down, Bohake's mouth was full of blood. His eyes were vacant, as if he was fooled by this blow. But Bohake is worthy of being the overlord of the past, and his ability to adjust during combat is beyond imagination. He easily adjusted his condition, waved his arms again, and hit Talat. Chapter 144. There are 21 years left before the Magic View chapter. Faced with Bohake's slam, Talat did not dodge or avoid, and easily blocked Bohake's continuous heavy punches. This made the madness in Bohake's eyes even stronger. He began to attack desperately, and his fierce and powerful fists attacked Talat like lightning, as if he had abandoned everything. Bang, 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 bang. The roar of collisions between limbs spread spreads all over the world, and the impact force during each collision makes this war zone sway continuously. Crack! The lightning flashed around the two of them. Bojack became more and more brave as he fought, and the green aura around him became more and more fierce. As the aura increased, his combat power was also breaking towards a higher realm. Perhaps it was the negative that had been accumulated over the years that met Talat at this time, which in disguise stimulated Bohake's potential and brought his strength to a higher level. This guy's strength is indeed a good thing. It is sealed on a dark planet like China Star where birds do not shit. His physical strength is actually very high. Now, the pressure I brings has stimulated potential and his strength has increased. One floor. Unfortunately, we met in the wrong time. If it were earlier, we might be a very good opponent. It was not right. If I had been 1 or 2 years earlier, I would have been his opponent. Talat said in his heart. He recognized Bohake's strength. This is also the most intense battle he has ever felt so far, and it is also the most difficult battle that makes him want to break out with all his strength. The past Gula and Kurdish king were all far behind them. Go to die! Go to die! With a roar, Bohake waved his right arm and poured all his strength into a powerful destructive blow. Bang! This extremely fierce fist was captured by Talat. Good boxing skills, but if it is only this level, it will not shake me. Talat suddenly exerted force, grabbed Bohake's fist and accumulated his strength with his other hand and suddenly swung it out. Bang! The unstoppable super punch hit Bohake's face. The terrifying power immediately made Bohake lose control of his body and flew backwards like a cannonball. Without hesitation, Talat took advantage of the victory to pursue him and flew out violently. After catching up with Bohake, who was flying back, he kicked Bohake in the back with force. This attack accelerated Bohake's speed of flying backwards again, and he crashed into a towering mountain in the blink of an eye. Boom! The entire mountain shattered in response to the sound, split into pieces, turning into countless rock fragments. Talat approached quickly, stagnating in the air and looking out. After taking 2 heavy blows in a row, he wanted to see how strong this former overlord could have soared under his forced pressure. It is best to reach a level comparable to his second level Super Saiyan peak strength so that he can fight happily. Not disappointing. Talat located in the center of the rock. A blue light burst out, destroying all the huge rock. A strong storm swept across the world, making the entire China Star change his face. In this blue light, Bojack appeared in a slightly embarrassed manner. The boxing technique is good, but it's still not the time to ignite. Bojack wiped off the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, grinned, and replied. Immediately afterward, he waved his right arm unscrupulously and locked Talat with his 5 fingers as if he did not retreat because he was suppressed. Boom! There was a loud bang. An unstoppable destruction energy cannon rushed out strongly, like a rushing tiger, rushing towards Talat with its teeth and claws. When they are so powerful that they are at their level, a casual blow is enough to destroy the world, not to mention that this is Bojack's energy attack to do his best. The existence of combat effectiveness that did not reach 3 billion points will be wiped out. Indiana the ashes when it touched. At this moment, Bohake's combat effectiveness has skyrocketed to more than 4 billion, nearly 4.5 billion. Talat looked at the approaching blue energy beam, and a golden aura ignited from his right hand, turning into an unstoppable air blade. The energy beam was slashed down with one hand as soon as it approached the body. Boom! There was a loud bang. Talat's air blade instantly divided the energy beam released by Bohake into 2 and cut a kilometer-long gap under his feet. Seeing the horror of Talat's attack with his own eyes, Bohake fell into a brief loss of consciousness. After coming back to his senses, his heart was filled with anger and his forehead was bulging with blue veins. I miss him, Bohake, and it's a shame. Aoa! Bohake whistled to the sky, and he was angry in his heart, raising his breath regardless of everything. The blue aura is like the burning fire in hell, and it is like the essence of his body. As the breath increased, a muffled sound came from Bohake's strong body, and his body expanded a circle at a speed visible to the naked eye. After seeing this scene, Talat narrowed his eyes and saw a deep expectation flashing. The intensity of Bohake's aura bursting at this moment is at least approaching the level of 5 billion. Even if the second level Super Saiyan he used now exploded with all his strength, his combat power was only about 5 billion. I want to tear you apart. Bohake's breath quickly retracted, his fierce body quickly advanced, and he rushed straight to Talat. Faced with Bohake's re-attack, Talat stood there without any intention of dodging. Thinking that Talat had no time to react, Bohake, who seized the opportunity, blasted out an iron fist full of killing aura and hit Talat's face. After one blow, a cruel expression appeared on Bohake's face, but soon the smile on his face stopped abruptly. You seem to be too happy too early. With this weak fist, even if you hit it, you will not be able to cause much damage to me. After receiving Bohake's full blow, Talat just leaned his head back. His expression maintained a smile, and his body was still moving. Although Bohake's attack was fierce, it had already integrated the power of the giant ape into its body. Talat's physical strength was far higher than his peers. Moreover, the real strength of the two is very different. Don't be too proud. Bohake's murderous intent was revealed revealed. He didn't want to believe it and launched a fierce attack on Talat again. The attacks were as fast as lightning, and every attack of Bohake was sinister and vicious, heading straight to Talat. Fatal hole. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. The battle continued to heat up, and Bohake's attack became more and more crazy. He used all his strength every time he swung his fist, but every time the attack fell on Talat, it was like hitting the sea. The force of the attack was absorbed and could not cause too much fluctuation. After resisting dozens or hundreds of attacks, Talat saw Bohake's limit. The combat power may reach up to 5 billion ph. A crisp sound. Without the idea of continuing to play, Talat grabbed Bohake's wrist to stop his attack. The powerful grip exploded, causing Bohake's face to change drastically. How is that possible? Bohake roared in a deep voice, constantly increasing his power output, intending to break free from Talat's confinement. He is so strong that he is at his peak, but Talat's strength is still stronger than him, which makes his mind shaken, even his steady mind. I have too high expectations for you. It seems that the gap between us is indeed much larger than I thought. As soon as he finished speaking, Talat's arms shook and shook Bohake's hands away and kicked it out with a kick, hitting Bohake's chest. Bohake was hit hard and flew out like a kite with a broken string. After finally stabilizing his body, Bohake suddenly felt the blood in his body rolling, and the blood was about to spurt out of his mouth, but he forced it to swallow it. Without waiting for Bohake to react, Talat's figure rushed straight to him like a ghost. Damn it! Bohake endured the severe pain in his body, accumulated strength in his left arm, and an energy cannon shot out in a straight line. Strangely, this energy cannon directly penetrated Talat's body and exploded in the distance. After a shadow. No, it's not right. Bohake understood what was going on, but it was too late. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, followed by an unparalleled huge force overturning his body, sending him to the sky and hitting him hard on the seal. Let's stop here. Bohake burst and bombard. Talat raised his hand to gather energy. In an instant, a thick column of energy light shot out from his palm, accurately hitting the wave that hit the painful roar on the seal. Jack room. The explosion of fire was overwhelming, and its destructive power was terrifying enough to blow a large planet into powder. The terrifying power of the explosion swept across China, causing the entire planet to shake. Even the seal was damaged irreversibly under the power of this attack. In the breath perception, Bohake's aura disappeared. But as the former cosmic overlord, was this tough character really so easily killed? Obviously impossible. In the center of the explosion of flames, Bohake's eyes were covered with blood. His facial features were ferocious, and he looked like a wild beast about to be violent. There were dozens of shocking wounds on his tough body. After being hit by Talat's powerful blow, his breath was silent for a while. After that, it suddenly increased like a flash of light. Oh, have you taken it a step further? But this is your limit. Talat looked at Bohake with a sudden increase in the aura in the fire, and seemed to be able to see Bohake's real situation now. At this time, Bohake had reached the limit. The repeated suppression by Talat was a heavy blow to him. In his opinion, this kind of shame must be washed away with Talat's life. The greatly stimulated Bojack, regardless of the injuries on his body, forced his breath to burst out. His hands clasped together to gather energy, and the giant blue energy bomb beat rapidly in his palm. Go to die! As he shouted, Bojack pushed his hands and a blue energy beam of light shot out, falling from the sky like a punishment of heaven, shooting diagonally towards Talat. Faced with this powerful energy bombardment, Talat did not dodge or avoid, but just rushed out at the moment when the energy beam approached. Talat chose to hit Bohake's cyan energy beam head-on, and his powerful aura cut the powerful cyan energy beam in half in one breath, pushing along the way, crushing everything. But in the blink of an eye, Talat, who was moving forward, rushed to Bohake, breaking the energy bombardment, and an iron fist that could penetrate everything was blown out in the opponent's terrified gaze. Bang! The roar of flesh and blood was so harsh and sensational. Bohake's chest was penetrated by Talat's blow. Huff! Bohake, who suffered a devastating blow, squirted a thick blood arrow from his mouth. The breath of life quickly decreased, and the body could not control it. As the former overlord, Bohake would not die so easily. You guy, give it to me. Bohake refused to surrender and endured the pain and punched Talat. Bang! The unstoppable super punch hit Talat in the face, but the result was the same as before, and it could not cause direct damage to Talat. Struggle to death. Talat cold words sentenced Bohake to death. Boom! The violent scion energy burst out, and the golden light burst out, swallowing Bohake. Impossible! I can't end like this. How could I die here? Bohake burst into unwilling cry. But no matter how unwilling he is now, it will be useless. The times are changing. He is indeed the king of the old era, but in the new era, if he continues to be proud of his past achievement, he will only be eliminated. Buzz! The golden aura quickly returned to the cage, and when it completely disappeared, Bohake was no longer in his body. At this point, the battle is truly over. Although I was unable to make me take the full battle seriously, it was also an unforgettable battle for me. Unfortunately, the time I met was wrong. Talat sighed and admitted Bohake's strength. As the strongest opponent Talat has ever met, Yet Bohake is the only existence recognized by Talat, which is enough to show his strength. Standing in the sky, Talat fell into reverie. In fact, with the help of Bohake's battle, he truly realized what level his strength had reached. I have been practicing with all my strength to achieve a higher level. Now that I have a careful calculation, even if the Lightning Shrew in the original work is facing each other, he will still be able to defeat the other party. This is not to rely on the power of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, but simply to use the power of the Super Saiyan to bless the giant ape. If you use the power of Super 4 to compete with the Magic Bu, it is absolutely no problem. In the next period of time, I should really think about my future plans. Calculate the time. It is only 753 years now, and there are still 21 years left before the 25th Martial Art Fair in 774. I thought to myself that Talat couldn't help but be very proud. After all, even if his current strength is not as strong as Sun Bei's normal behavior in the Magic Bu chapter, he has taken a higher step. Speaking of which, the great Demon King of Pico has not been eliminated in his lifetime, and I don't know what the future of this world will be. I used to think that in a sense I would like to guide Sun Wukong to become stronger and then let him go. Now Talat's idea has changed. 4 months left. Vegeta and the others will also arrive on Earth. Spend 4 months to temper Sun Wukong and use his training methods and spiritual tree fruit. After helping Sun Wukong develop potential, he may be able to make a combat unit that can reach 10,000 in a short time to defeat Naba and Biggie Tower. Perhaps it can also help Sun Wukong become a super match. What kind of scene will be like then? I couldn't find Ji Jin before, but now I have fully mastered Ji Jin, who has transformed. Chapter 145 Sun Wukong's Training Plan. On the northern border of the star, after witnessing Talat's removal of Bohake with his own eyes, the King of the North felt extremely happy. The return of power is second. What he cared more about was Talat's growth. The kid who had only 200,000 to 300,000 points in the past has now grown to this point. Over the years, we first attacked the Gula Legion and killed Gula. He also eliminated the Kurdish king and his forces, and now he eliminated the culprits that have troubled their 4 kings for so many years. He felt very proud of himself, especially in the future. When facing the other 3 realm king, he can really have his nostrils facing the sky. At last there was no danger, but the matter has not really ended yet. The king of Northern Realm came to his senses and looked at him. The light looked towards the end of the distant snake path. At this time, in the hall of Yama, Bohak and his gang were being judged by the king of Yama and were sent to hell. A guy like Bohake will definitely not be at peace after death. Talat and the others must go to hell to suppress it again. Looking back at Gula and the Kurdish king making a big fuss in hell more than once, now there is another wave with Jack and his gang joining. Hell will inevitably cause trouble again. In my heart, the king of the north immediately used the authority of the king of the world and used his mental power to contact Talat on the Star of China. On the Star of China, with Bohake and his men dying, it seems that due to the disappearance of the sealed person, the seal barrier that remained outside the China Star changed. It seems to be there or not, as if it will disappear at any time, but it still exists. At this moment Saleri and Latais had arrived beside him, and Talat stopped thinking deeply, quickly removed his transformation and stood on this desolate planet. At the end of the battle they had their own feelings, which was a big eye-opener, and knew that there were many extremely powerful existences in the universe. This time their strength has been greatly improved, so they can easily eliminate Bohak's subordinate. If it were them half a year ago, they would probably be far from being opponent. Latais and Celery were about to say something. Suddenly, the call of the Northern Realm King sounded in the minds of the 3 of them. After a brief conversation with the King of Northern Realm, the 3 of them understood what to do next and looked at each other. Celery and Latais moved away from China Star in an instant, leaving Talat alone. Talat won't leave? Of course not, but there is no need for this planet to exist anymore, and it is also the request of the King of the Northern Realm to destroy this place as a prison planet. The meaning of the existence of this planet itself is to seal Bojack and his gang. Now that Bojack and his gang have been eliminated, China has lost its meaning of existence. Slowly lift off the air. The speed continues to accelerate. Before he knew it, Talat had already passed through the seal barrier and came outside China. The power of this seal is special, but it seems to be not binding on him. As he escaped from China Star, the power of the seal seemed to dissipate quickly, just like a thin film suddenly disappeared. Talat knew that it was not that the seal was hidden, but that the 4 kings of the world had regained their last power when they saw that the overall situation was settled. Therefore, from the beginning, this battle to eliminate Bohake and his gang was not only the Northern Realm King, but the other 3 realm kings were also paying attention. Raising his hand, a huge golden spiral energy bomb was formed. Although it is not the first time to do it, it also has a special feeling for Talat. He is so powerful that he can explode in every move. In his previous life he can only imagine. However, after a brief sigh, Talat threw the energy bomb at China without hesitation. For For a moment everything seemed to become extremely quiet until, boom, a violent muffled sound broke out and a terrifying energy explosion split the planet. Appreciating the explosion of the planet, Talit left the starry sky after sighing with the fragility of the planet. Space teleport back to the northern border of King Kong. They also met with Solari and Latais, who came back early again. After a few simple conversations with the King of the North, the three of them went to the Hall of Yama and found the Hall of Yama and obtained permission to enter Hell. King Yama had already communicated with the King of Northern Realm, so he knew that the three of them went to Hell to suppress the newly arrived evil thug. Come to Hell again, another feeling, because every time they come, their strength will be greatly improved. With his current strength, facing the two heroes of Gula and Kurdish King is actually not worth mentioning. As the King of Northern Realm said, after Bohawk and his gang arrived in Hell, they saw that the guy like King Yama was actually the lord of the underworld, and they directly rebelled. When he arrived in Hell, he began to destroy it, causing countless ghost messengers to suffer. The arrival of Talit, Selar, and Latais also suppressed Bohawk and his gang again. In fact, as long as the dead in Hell is severely injured again, the soul power will be extremely weak and cannot be recovered in a short period of time. Otherwise, Gula and the Kurdish King would not be so honest. He suppressed Bohawk and his gang again, and once again taught Gula and the Kurdish King a lesson so that they would better not take this opportunity to have any wrong thought. Afterward, Talit and the other two returned to the northern territory. All the matters were solved and it was inevitable that there was another heart-to-heart talk. It's just that they are just saying something respectful and praising each other. Talit had already told Chalari and Latais about the next arrangement, so he would stay on Earth to recuperate. Of course, Talit did not say explicitly about the cultivation of Sun Wukong, and this was just his thoughts that he had just been born. Perhaps after telling Latais will be more proactive in training his younger brother than him. In fact, Rades had thought about doing this before, but Talit kept following it. Following the original plot, he deliberately stopped Latais from pulling out seedlings to help grow. Otherwise, even GNEI will be able to make Sun Wukong powerful now, as powerful as Sun Wukong at the beginning of the original Z plot. Before leaving, the King of the North also once again talked about Frisia with Talit, Selar, and Latais. Although the information currently available only found that Frisia's parent star had a great turmoil a month ago and there was no more movement after that. No matter what, this is always a threat. Therefore, the King of Northern Realm was thinking that if Talit could, he would first solve Frisia and completely eliminate hidden dangers. In this regard, Latais and Solari were eager to try it out. After all, the destruction of Vegeta Planet was given by Frisia. They wouldn't know that there is actually a destruction god Beerus behind it. Talit was still not in a hurry. Now he is more looking forward to Frisia turning into a golden form. Otherwise, if there is no pressure, how can you become stronger? So what if you can't beat it? At worst, you can enter the spiritual time house to practice for a few years before coming out. There is a reason why Talit has never touched this in the original work. Back to Earth. Although it was another 7 months later, Netarot and the other three often came back during this period. Talit and Selar returned to Zidu. After learning about what happened in recent days and learning that Talit and Chalari would not go out to practice in the short term, Bulma was extremely happy. She actually always hoped that Talit was by her side. After all, which woman would want her man to be separated from her? Latais returned to Bayazai Mountain and explained the recent situation with Lankai and GNEI. I have been going out to exercise over the years and even did not forget to practice when I was in Bayazai Mountain. Now they can finally calm down for a while. For Jinai and Lankai, they were extremely happy, and even Sun Gohan was very happy. Unconsciously, people without blood relationships live together and become relatives in a sense. The day after returning to Earth, Talit brought Salary and Bulma to Bayazai Mountain. When I came back, I naturally wanted to see Aunt Hina and Sun Gohan. In addition, he took the initiative to talk about Vegeta and Naba, as well as the world's #1 martial art conference in the past 4 months later. Finally, it was mentioned to retrieve Kakarot and then teach Kakarot to become stronger. Talit's decision will not be refuted. Everyone has followed him over the years, and that's why today is here. However, everyone was incredible about Talit's talk about training Sun Wukong, especially Jin and Latais. In the past, Talit opposed active interference, but now he wants to overturn his previous decision. In this regard, Talit's answer is that people live and their thoughts are different at every moment, just like many things that were considered right in the past, but when you waited to think back in the future, it might be wrong. Actually, the reason why I made this decision was because Vegeta and Naba were about to come. Talit suddenly changed the subject. Brother Talit, you are not thinking about letting Kakarot face Vegeta and Naba? Although these years have passed, I don't know how strong they are, but at least tens of thousands of combat power are there. With Kakarot combat effectiveness now, it's only 300 point. Right, Solari exclaimed. When the others heard this, their faces darkened, especially Jin and Latais. Of course, as a grandfather, Son Gohan also looked extremely solemn. I just know Talat character, so he wants to hear Talat's specific statement. I do have this idea, but not all. My purpose is to hope that even if we are not here on Earth, there will be someone who can stand up and defend it. The most important thing is that I hope Kakarot has the ability to protect himself. Although he is considered powerful among the Earthlings, once foreign enemies attack, his strength is far from enough, Talat said. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other. Leitais understood Talat's intention, seemed to have had a psychological struggle, and continued, although I have always thought that as long as I am strong enough, my brother and mother can be safe for the rest of their lives. Even if Kakarot has been, that's it. I'm covering him, but Talat, you're right. We can't stay on Earth all the time. If he doesn't even have the strength to protect himself, something will happen one day. Talat nodded slightly when he heard this. As a mother, Gnei was even more moved. Although Kakarot combat effectiveness is low, he has always worked hard. As brothers and sisters, you should all see it. When I found Kakarot, I hope he can live on Earth with carefree worries. Now, watching him walk step by step from his combat effectiveness to more than 300 points now, he is actually talented, and I have always hoped that you can bring him with you, Gnei said. As a mother and an elder, Gnei is very qualified. She has devoted a lot of feelings to Kakarot, both for Leitais, Talat, and Siriri. The considerations are very comprehensive, but never force any relatives to do things they don't want to do. Even, I have been cooperating with their growth. Don't worry, Aunt Gnei. Since I have made this decision, I naturally have a plan, and I am sure that I can let Kakarot grow up in a short time, and even let Kakarot also become a Super Saiyan. Talat calmed down Gina's emotions with his soothing eyes. Let Kakarot become a Super Saiyan. When Rades and Solari heard this, they looked at each other and were shocked to the point of being incredibly shocked. If it is really possible, that would be a good thing. As relative, especially younger brothers, Leitais and Siriri also hope that Kakarot can become stronger. Even Bulma and Lankai think so. They recalled the 21st Martial Arts Conference in the world 3 years ago, and Wukong finally lost to an old man named Jackie Chan, which was a pity. If Talat and his friends are instructed this time, it will definitely not be a problem to win the world's #1 martial art conference championship in 4 months. And Son Gohan, as a grandfather, how could he not want his grandson to achieve higher achievement? But he began to worry about his master, teacher Wu Tian. This time, I am afraid that Jackie Chan, played by his master, will lose to his grandson. It was decided to retrieve Kakarot and teach him this matter. That night, Talat, Selar, and Bulma lived on Bayazai Mountain. Because Bulma and Talat are together, Bulma takes care of her here more than the original work does to Sun Wukong and Kikai. The most important thing is that a lot of houses have been built here, and it is more convenient for them to live here at Bayazishan. It is worth mentioning that it is not only Talat and Leitais who were urged by Jine, Solari, Bulma, and Lankai were all taught a lesson by Gnei. What did she say when they were so old? She had Leitais long ago. This made the 3 women stare at Talat and Leitais like a wolf. Talat and Leitais were both amused and crying. They obviously knew that Gnei wanted to hold his grandson, but they couldn't refuse. In short, this night is very long. The next day, Talat, Leitais, and 3 girls all got up very late. Son Gohan is old and doesn't make any comment, just pretending that he doesn't know. Gnei smiled in his smile, obviously very satisfied with his assist. It was not until noon that everyone woke up completely, had a hearty lunch under Gnei's preparation, and then Leitais went to find Kakarot. Chapter 146. The growth history of Wukong begins. The next morning, on an open space behind Bayazai Mountain, Talat, Leitais, and Solari surrounded Sun Wukong, who had not seen him for more than 2 years. Although I am still young, I have indeed grown taller and my body has become stronger and stronger. Of course, now is not the time to sigh at these things. The air was filled with a depressed aura, which made Xiao Wukong look serious and dared not relax at all. Are you ready, Kakarot? After a long time, Talat spoke first. Well, brother Talat, I'm ready long ago. The resolute expression on Sun Wukong's face became even more serious, and he clenched his fist and said with a look of putting his horse over, very good, but before the practice officially begins, I still have to remind you that the special training we have carried out on you is not ordinary training. The next 7 days will be your test period. If you keep these 7 days of devil training, you will be able to train you for the next 7 days. If you can't bear it, then you don't have to continue training next. Talat's words revealed a cruel smell. His sharp eyes kept looking at Xiao Wukong and observing any changes in him. I won't give in easily, so please train me, brothers and sisters. No matter how hard or tired I am, I will hold on. Sun Wukong did not hesitate at all. This answer is exactly what the 3 of them want. Talat actually knew that Sun Wukong would definitely answer like this. After all, he is the protagonist of the original work. He will move forward bravely in the face of any difficulties and obstacles. Moreover, in the original work he has encountered so many sufferings and has chosen to face the difficulties difficulties and continue to pursue stronger power. Although this world has long changed due to the arrival of Talat, Sun Wukong is still Sun Wukong in the original work, even more eager to become stronger than Sun Wukong in the original work. I hope you can maintain this optimistic attitude in the future. Kakarot, before the real practice begins, you will open your eyes and see what the real battle is. After watching it, you will understand what kind of opponents will you face in the future. Talat gave Leitais and Celery a look. This was also agreed at the beginning and decided to give Sun Wukong a little bit of shock. Leitais and Celery said a few words to Gaku, and then they distanced themselves from a distance and suppressed their combat power to a level of thousands of points. This is already the limit. Going further down, Leitais and Celery don't know how to perform. Even the battle with thousands of combat power was almost forgotten how it should be carried out. Last night they also made several imitations of this. Look at Kakarot, Leitais said. Don't blink, Celery said. In an instant the unparalleled aura of oppression for Xiao Wukong was permeated by the two of them. When the breath stabilized, Leitais and Celery shuttled across the plain like after images, their figures as fast as lightning and their attacks were as fast as thunder. Bang! Fists collided and a heavy sonic boom sounded. Although they suppressed their combat power to around 5,000 points, the combat power of 5,000 points can easily shatter the mountains and rivers. The match between fist and foot technique that was playing lasted for a short time, but it broadened Xiao Wukong's horizons to the point where it was difficult to move. Looking back on the battles that had been fought in the past, Xiao Wukong understood that his so-called battles were completely a child playing house compared to such battles. So powerful, so fast that I can't see clearly. There is still power, and it's not something I can resist. This is the power of my brother and sister. As the battle between Leitais and Celery continued, the shock on Xiao Wukong's face gradually disappeared, showing excitement and eagerness. He has broadened his horizons and yearned for the future more. He was already thinking, can he become so strong after completing the training? Talat saw Sun Wukong's transformation, and after nodding secretly, he used his thoughts to signal Leitais and Celery to stop competing. Leitais and Celery stopped and returned to the left and right sides of Talat. How do you feel, Kakarot? Talat asked. So the battle can be so fierce, brother Talat. Brother Leitais, sister Celery, can I be so powerful in the future? Xiao Wukong was careless, and as he spoke there was a burning heat in his eyes. Lame. He couldn't wait to start training. That's good. It seems that you have not retreated because of seeing this level of battle. Then, I will teach you the correct way of practicing Qi. In the next 7 days, every morning to noon, every day, dinner. After that you have to keep practicing until you go to bed. As for the afternoon, your brother Leitais and sister Sarai will teach you how to fight and skills. Talat said nothing nonsense, and after some words he would expand today's training course. Leitais and Celery said cheering and walked aside to rest. Only Talat and Wukong faced each other. Talat patiently told Xiao Wukong how to practice Qi carefully, from simply condensing Qi, controlling Qi, releasing Qi, to using Qi to do some things such as flying technique, the use of energy bombs at will, etc. The little Wukong had actually come into contact with him, but he did not really take the right path. It was like flying. He could have done it, but he couldn't really fly as he pleased, so he still used somersault cloud. Besides, he has already learned the energy attack and condensed and released the energy bomb, and he can also use the turtle school Qigong wave. However, he only knows that he can release it, but he does not know the internal principles and has never trained it systematically. The concentric little Gaku remembered what Talat said in his mind. Although he would forget some, he was still very attentive and used his understanding to explore and understand. The training plan has been officially launched. At this time, they walked to Leitais and Celery, who were resting. Although they did not intervene in Talat's teaching, this did not prevent them from expressing their feelings. I was surprised by Kakarot's determination. He was very similar to us in the past, but it was very different. Celery sighed. Yes, so I said from the beginning that I didn't underestimate Kakarot. He is my younger brother, even if he was born with only 2 points in combat power, but innate belongs to innate. We all rely on acquired ones. Only by working hard can we achieve our current strength. Moreover, if we saw the level of battle just now when our combat effectiveness was only a few hundred points, we would have been frightened. Kakarot was no worse than us in terms of courage and belief, and even still above us. Leitais said firmly. Well, I'm almost forgotten if you don't say it. Looking back now, before the planet Vegeta exploded, we were trained by Uncle Badak together just like we are training Kakarot now. Celery sighed. Very good. When Raditz heard this, he did not respond, but just clenched his fist silently. Badak, his father. Usually they don't mention it because it is a taboo for them. That's all. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, a week passed without realizing it. Xiao Wukong's 7-day devilish testing practice ends here. During this week, Gaku can be said to have shown his evil talent and tenacity, which amazed Talat. Xiao Wukong made rapid progress in his cultivation method of Qi, combat skills and fighting method, and even the strength strength and toughness of the body have made great breakthroughs under the joint training of Laitais and Chilleri. His combat effectiveness has increased by more than twice as much as a week ago and has reached 800 points. This strength is already the combat power value that Sun Wukong can only exert when he uses his full strength to exert it. Of course, the reason why Talat has improved so much in 7 days is actually a great contribution to the reason why he has been helping him recover. The characteristic of scions is that as long as they feel huge pressure, once the body is injured or consumed too much, its strength will be greatly improved after recovery. Although Xiao Wukong is still very weak and his characteristic is not obvious, his strength will definitely increase sharply after experiencing this several times a day. In addition, some spiritual tree fruits were added to the food that Xiao Wukong eats every day. This thing Taro I kept nearly 30 pieces and never ate them. Cultivating Wukong is useful now. I just won't give him too much food at once, and the amount added is only a few bites of a normal person. Xiao Wukong's strength is still very weak. Even if he eats too much, his strength will be short-lived. Only by taking it step by step can he take steady steps. In the cultivation area behind Baizai Mountain, 7 days have passed. You have passed the test, Kakarot. With your current strength you can almost change your cultivation method, Taro said. These words made a surprise flash in Xiao Wukong's eyes. So, is the next formal practice? Not only Talat but Laitais and Saleri nodded as if they were answering Gaku. Before this, we have to tell you something about our Scion clan. You used to be young, but now you are growing up. It is time for you to know something. Talat took this opportunity to mix and said it. Laitais and Saleri cooperated on the side to help Gaku understand and accept it faster. In the end, Talat mentioned one of the ways in which they initially became stronger. So, brother Talat, is my next practice going to be gravity training? Xiao Wukong asked. That's right. Taro nodded, then obtained the consent of Laitais and Saleri, directly activated the ability to teleport space and took a few people back to the courtyard of Zidu, the Universal Capsule Private Manor. This is this Bulma's home. Xiao Wukong was stunned for a while before he realized, exclaiming in disbelief. His horizons were also broadened again, which made him know more. It turned out that after he was strong he could still do such things. At this moment Xiao Wukong recalled the words Talat asked him when he was practicing these days. Kakarot, what kind of power do you think is a truly powerful power? At that time his idea was very simple, and he directly answered, the power that can defeat the enemy is the strongest power. Now he gradually realized that his cognition was not completely correct. He couldn't answer what kind of power is truly powerful. This move is called instant movement. You can go wherever you want to go, and you can sense the breath. Talat did not talk about his space teleportation but only said instant movement because Xiao Wukong would definitely do this move in the future. Can learn. Do you move instantly, brother Talat? Can I learn this trick too? Xiao Wukong asked with a fiery look. Seeing him like this, Talat smiled and said, if you want to learn, please wait until your combat power has exceeded 100,000 points. You are still very early now. 10100,000 points. Sun Wukong now has a certain concept of numbers. During his practice before, Sister Saleri often took out virtual glasses to detect changes in his combat power in real time. According to data on virtual glasses, his combat effectiveness is only 800 points now. What Sun Wukong didn't know was that the power he had at this time was far beyond the original self. What's wrong? You just want to give up? Saleri smiled and teased. When Xiao Wukong heard this, he immediately became firm. No, I remember it. 100,000 combat power. I will definitely achieve it. Sun Wukong made up his mind to reach 100,000 points of combat power no matter what, and then learn to move instantly. It's a good thing to have fighting spirit. It's just 100,000 points of combat power. You can definitely do it. Let's go. Let's go to the gravity training room first. Laitais patted his brother's shoulder and signaled him to follow. The next gravity training will also be guided by the three. After a while, the four of them arrived in a super gravity training room. Without wasting too much time, you can directly start the gravity device and increase the gravity to 10 times that of the Earth. The huge gravity pressed down, causing Sun Wukong to be accidentally crushed to the ground. So heavy. Sun Wukong stood up with difficulty, and the pressure brought by gravity training really shocked him again. Growing up on Earth since you were young, your body will not remember the gravity of Vegeta. 10 times is just the original gravity of our parent planet. You have to withstand it. Kakarot. Laitais' a smirk appeared on his face, and then the value of gravity was increased. From 10 times the gravity, it has been increased to 20 times the gravity. This is the limit of testing Kakarot now. Sun Wukong, who finally stood up, was once again overwhelmed to the ground. After struggling for a while, Sun Wukong actually stood up again with his tenacious willpower. This performance was recognized by Talat, Laitais and Saleri. It's so heavy my body can't move anymore. 20 times the gravity. I'm almost unable to breathe. It's completely different from the previous weight-bearing training. Sun Wukong Wukong gritted his teeth and persisted. Dense beads of sweat had emerged from his forehead. Since you have endured 20 times, it's still very difficult. Let's start practicing slowly from an environment of 10 times the gravity. However, you can't take off your 100-pound weight-bearing clothes. Talat signaled. Sun Wukong's second stage of training officially began. Chapter 147. The Turtle Fairy is practicing seriously. What else is there? Before we knew it, 3 months passed quietly. On April 17, 753, there were only 20 days left before the 22nd World's #1 Martial Art Conference was held. With the help of the Super Gravity Training Room for practicing Chi, Sun Wukong's potential was released to a great extent. With the blessing of various methods and props, Sun Wukong's combat power has been rising from 800 points, and to this day, it officially broke through to 8,000 points. This strength is the normal combat power he held in the original work when he fought Naba Burgata. Although it would be much weaker, the value was reached, but the combat power of 8,000 points is far from reaching the goal he set 3 months ago. His goal is to break through to 100,000 points of combat power and then ask Talat for advice and learn to move instantly. At least it cannot be achieved in a short period of time. The reason why Talat needed his combat effectiveness to reach 100,000 points before teaching him this move was also because he hoped that he would set a good goal, and also made him understand that he had to rely on his own efforts to get what he wanted. Looking back on 3 months of hard work, there is a big gap between Sun Wukong and when he went to the planet Make when he became an adult in the original work. After all, when he went to the planet Make, his normal combat power exceeded 10,000. He recovered from serious injuries of that level without 15,000 to 20,000. All of them underestimated Sun Wukong's potential, and with greater pressure, he broke through 90,000 points in just 6 days. Now he is still young and does not have that kind of strength base, so even if he can move freely in an environment of 100 times the gravity, there is still a big gap. Of course, if you really need to calculate it, the multiple of the improvement is actually more outrageous now, but it only takes longer. For Sun Wukong, in just 3 months and 7 days, his strength has improved to his current realm, making him feel like he is dreaming. He was eager to try, always thinking of further carrying out higher multiple gravity training, but was stopped by Talat and the other two. With the strength that Sun Wukong has now, continuing to practice gravity at higher multiples is counterproductive. 3 months is enough, and he is still in the stage of growing up, so the combination of work and rest is also very important. Moreover, the foundation has been solid, and next time Sun Wukong needs to learn more important thing. The time was ripe, and Talat and the other two brought Sun Wukong to the huge plain behind the manor. This was purchased by Bulma and Breve in the past 2 years, and the large area of land behind them was summarized into the scope of the manor. Kakarot, first of all, congratulations on completing the second stage of cultivation, and the combat power has reached 8,000 points. However, the next cultivation will be more difficult, so you must also be more mentally prepared. After the word, Talat's eyes were serious, and Latais and Selaire were both extremely serious. In fact, they couldn't accept it at the beginning. Even though Kakarot was a relative, he was still young after all. Is it not good to teach him how to transform into a Super Saiyan now? But Talat insisted repeatedly and believed that becoming a Super Saiyan in the future will become the norm, and all Saiyans will change, and they can only obey Talat's arrangement. Facing Talat's words, Sun Wukong nodded heavily. Seeing his serious appearance, Talat began to talk about the legend of the Super Saiyan with relief. I told him this more than 3 months ago, but now I will take it out and say it formally. So, what I want to practice next is how to become a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong seemed to have a certain feeling, and when he heard the legend Talat said, he immediately understood what he had to face next. Practice. Talat was actually very shocked when he heard Sun Wukong's responsive question. It is said that Sun Wukong in the original work is very stupid and naive, but in fact he is just an innocent heart and is not stupid. Talat answered him with his actions, mobilizing the S cells in his body and activate the super energy pool. The breath rose, and the black hair was windless. As the golden aura burst out, the hair directly turned into gold and the pupils turned green. Super Saiyan. This is the Super Saiyan. After the word came, Talat looked at Sun Wukong, giving him a more direct feeling. Seeing Talat's transformation and change with his own eyes, Sun Wukong was stunned and opened his mouth wide. The heavy pressure rushed towards him, almost suffocating. But in addition to the great pressure, a special feeling burned in Sun Wukong's heart. He really wanted to do so, and became so powerful. Using his breath to resist Talat pressure, Sun Wukong knew that his strength was 108,000 miles away from Talat's brother. Seeing this, Latais and Chilleri were also liberating the super energy pool in their bodies and transforming into a Super Saiyan state. The 3 Super Saiyans arrived at the same time. Even though they restrained most of the pressure, they were not something that Sun Wukong could bear now. Just a look of eyes suppressed Sun Wukong until he almost fell to the ground. The purpose has been achieved. The 3 Talit cancelled the transformation of the Super Saiyan when Sun Wukong was about to be unable to hold on. I have to say that Sun Wukong's perseverance is really amazing. After a while of ease, Sun Wukong finally came to his senses. His clothes has been penetrated by dense beads of sweat. After returning to his senses, there was no fear on his face, but instead a strong excitement emerged, and his heart was full of yearning. In addition to his combat power exceeding 100,000 points, he has a new goal. That's the Super Saiyan. IG May 6, 753, Papaya Island. The last registration day for the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. Tomorrow is the day when the competition officially begins. Talit and his group came here early, all of whom were on vacation. In fact, I just came to join in the fun. After all, even if it is the number 1 event on Earth, the martial art power on Earth is always too weak. Of course, for Talit, he came to witness the plot unfolding, and he also cared about the growth of people like Klin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan. It should be noted that he had given advice to Klin and Yamcha at the beginning, and also put pressure on Tianjin Rise. As for the great demon king of Pick, Talit actually sensed the appearance of his aura 2 days ago, and the original work was also unblocked by the Pilaf trio in advance. Although it is very weak, it is indeed extremely powerful compared to the Earthlings, so this aura is not difficult to find, especially in terms of its aura. It comes from the same origin as the god Bic. Leitais and Chilleri didn't know, otherwise they could have discovered it. It is worth mentioning that Vegeta and Naba have not arrived yet. At least it will not destroy the holding of the martial arts conference. According to the perception of the breath, Talit also estimated that the 2 guys would arrive in 3 days. The key points of the plot are perfectly staggered so that the original situation will not be too deviated. After these few days, Vegeta and Naba's existence may allow the Earth to enter the next era in advance. Outside the venue, after Talit and his group waited for the little Goku to sign up, they waited for the Turtle Fairy, Yamcha, Klin, and the blue-haired Lankai, who arrived later. It can be imagined that although Lankai, who had blue hair, and Lankai separated from Lankai, returned to Gaixian Island, which was exactly the same as the choice of Lankai in the early original work, everyone has more or less a relationship with Talit. Especially Talit has gained some insights in cultivation from the Turtle Fairy, and Yamcha and Klin have been guided by Talit in turn. It is a mutual achievement. Talit did not expect that the combat effectiveness of the Turtle Fairy had increased to 400 points with 3 years of experience. I remember that it was only 195 points 3 years ago. So, if the Turtle Fairy really practices seriously, there will be nothing else. What is the devil who is CIC? They are all ant. What surprised Talit even more was that Klin and Yamcha's strength reached 330 points and 300 points respectively. If they did not retrieve Sun Wukong's teachings in advance, Sun Wukong would have reached 400 points of combat power, and the difference between them and the Turtle Immortal is not too big. The Earth of this world was pushed to the beginning of Talit. Talit was anxious for the great devil of Pico. After the crowd said hello, Talit and the Turtle Fairy communicated with each other with their eyes, and in the end they naturally helped him hide the fact that they pretended to be a dragon and participated in the competition again. Speaking of which, the Turtle Fairy should have seen Sun Wukong's current strength. In fact, it is no longer meaningful whether he participates or not. However, according to the temperament of the Turtle Fairy, he should still want to test the strength of his disciples. Whether you should say it or not, the master of martial arts always looks like a master. Talit would not get involved, but instead wanted to see how things would develop. Finally, Talit also waited for Tianjin rice dumplings and their master Hexionran. The combat power of the Hexionran is 120 points. If it were the case before, he could indeed dominate the earth and would be considered a master of martial art, but now, it's really too weak. The combat power of dumplings is as high as 150 points. It should be even more powerful than the original work. As for Tianjin Fried, it's worthwhile that he played with him. His strength has improved rapidly in the past 2 years, and he can actually be compared with Yamcha and Klin, who received his guidance. However, it was still a little weak, only 280 points. I don't know if he can beat Yamcha, whose combat power has reached 300 points. Yamcha in the original work was defeated by Tianjin Fried and had a broken leg. I remember that Tianjin Fan in the original work has 180 points of combat power. With the help of your own hard work, you will change your destiny. If it weren't for the protagonist group having a cheat, Tianjin Fan would be the son of destiny. When the brothers met, the Turtle Fairy and the Crane Fairy had an unsolvable hatred. This also makes the staff of both sides incompatible. Only Talit and others were out of the matter and were not disturbed at all. During this period, it attracted the attention of Tianjin Fan. After just one look at each other, the personnel of both sides were dispersed. Taking this opportunity, Talit suddenly remembered something, so he explained to Leitais and Celery that Tianjin Fan was not an earthling but a three-eyed star. After learning the news, everyone was shocked. Of course, with so many years over the years, Turtle Fairy Fairy has already known that Talat and the others are aliens, but Klin and Yamcha don't know, and Lanfa doesn't know. Shock is inevitable. It's a blessing that these words were not heard by Tianjin Fan, otherwise he would be suspicious of life. However, not long after this, Tianjin Fan will definitely use this to know his life experience. The Turtle Fairy will definitely cherish her talents like the original work and jump off the striking Taiwan. We must also pull it back to the right path. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. Because the preliminary round is internal and external, outsiders can hardly see internal competitions except for participants and internal personnel. There are a total of 182 contestants and there are several arenas to determine the quarterfinals here. In fact, it is a flowing battle, eliminating the wrong people and saving time in the game. It is indeed a bit unfair to players with average strength, but the world's #1 martial art conference is a showdown between the strong. The preliminary round was completed in one morning. There are only 8 people left in 182 people. Like the original work, Yamuti, Tianjin Rice, Turtle Fairy, Male Wolf, Klin, Dumplings, Bobuet, and Sun Wukong. Among them, the Male Wolf still has some skills, at least he is a martial artist. But Bobuet, the contestant, really stood out by luck. In the original work he was knocked out after eating Sun Wukong 3 times. He was really a rooster. However, for this type of person, if he can reach the top 8, this reputation will be enough to benefit him for his whole life. In fact, if he hadn't known that this man was Bobuet, Talat would have doubted whether this guy would have anything to do with Satan. The preliminaries ended and the afternoon quarterfinals were also announced after the lunch break and meal. There was an unexpected accident that Talat could not imagine. The plot trajectory that had not changed originally somehow deviated. Logically speaking, it should be Yamuti vs Tianjin Rice, but he turned into Tianjin Fried vs Turtle Fairy, and it was the first game he came up. Yamcha's opponent is Bob. Klin's opponent becomes a Male Wolf, and finally a battle between Jiaozi and Sun Wukong. If I hadn't had the idea that the plot would change at any time, I wouldn't have accepted it all at once. If you say that as a time traveler, your strength is at this level and you also want to participate in this game, then this change is undoubtedly the king of the beginning. Tianjin Fan knew his identity early in the first game, so he came up with almost all his strength. The battle at the beginning was like the development trend in the original work, but the Turtle Fairy is obviously stronger now. Even if Tianjin Fan's strength is so strong that it can be comparable to the original work's self 3 years later, it is still impossible. The opponent of Turtle Fairy's combat power is 400 points. Save your strength. The Turtle Fairy played with Tianjin Fan while fighting and guiding. For Tianjin Fan, an alien visitor who grew up on Earth like Wukong, Turtle Fairy felt the opportunity to continue the Earth's martial arts, so she kept holding back. Under such a battle, Tianjin Fan seemed to have a constant advantage on the surface, but he knew in his heart the gap between himself and the Turtle Fairy. In fact, this time I came to attend the world's #1 martial art conference. One was to make a name for myself, the other was to avenge my uncle for Vane, and the third was to learn the master's genre. Now after fighting with the Turtle Fairy, Tianjin Fan suddenly realized his weakness and felt from the Turtle Fairy's words that he was so naive in the past. Chapter 148 Champion Sun Wukong. The truth. Why did you admit defeat? You didn't give your all. Tianjin Rice is surrounded by various emotions and is mixed with flavors. The Turtle Fairy turned around and looked at Tianjin Fan, smiled slightly, and made the same decision as the original work. I am old, and I feel relieved to see that you younger generations have grown up so well. Our martial arts on Earth have not been. If you are in decline, you must go on the right path, otherwise it would be a pity. Follow your heart and do something that martial artists really should do. Hizaienran is not worthy of being your master. What? Tianjin Fan was very excited by these words, but the Turtle Fairy knew that he understood, so she simply turned around and left the ring. At this time, the audience was already in an uproar. The Crane Immortal was so angry because of the Turtle Immortal's operation, but his voice could not be conveyed at all. Only by using telepathy to communicate with your disciples so that they will not be influenced by the instigation of the Turtle Fairy. But the result was that before he could talk to Tianjin Fan, he was ignored by Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fried is not stupid. In fact, he knows everything he has done over the years, even what the master is like. He has been struggling whether this is right or wrong. The philosophy taught by master and uncle him is that strength is first, and with strength, no matter what you do, it will be right. But as his strength and realm grew higher and more, he gradually began to realize that as a martial artist he should not be a killer and do something against people's hearts for money. A sudden awakening and a loss of return. Tianjin Rice is only one last step away. However, in a sense he did betray the master, so later he faced Tao Bibai and showed mercy many times and was unwilling to take action. The first quarter-finals ended. Fortunately, a battle that seemed extremely exciting to ordinary people was shown, which was also a cheer. The second quarter-finals start. It doesn't look like the first game. With Yamcha's strength strength his opponent is just a 5 slag in battle. With his casual wave about flew backwards out of the ring without even a single blow. I fainted when I could block it. The strength shown by Yamauchi shocked everyone. Of course the most shocking thing was Klin, Tianjin rice dumplings and the turtle fairy who came back from disguised. There is no Sun Wukong because Sun Wukong's current strength is no longer the same as before. In just a few months it was a earth-shaking transformation. However, Sun Wukong gave face more or less and said a few amazing comments. It should be Sun Wukong that without the help of brother Talat, brother Laddies and sister Solari his strength would not be much stronger than Yamcha. In the third quarter-finals Lin and the male wolf competed. This showdown involves another interesting plot in the original work. Because of the disappearance of the moon, the male wolf was unable to turn back into human form at the full moon. Therefore, in order to defeat Jackie Chan who destroyed the moon, the male wolf participated in this world's #1 martial arts conference with the original intention of avenging revenge. But this time, it was obvious that the male wolf came to participate in the competition in order to see that his girlfriend could see that he was a powerful martial artist. Unfortunately, the strength he faced was stronger than Yamcha. However, Klin is not like Yamcha and he also gives the male wolf the opportunity to display his strength and finally defeats him. Finally, it was the battle between Jiaozi and Sun Wukong. It seems like a fight between children, but in fact it is not. Sun Wukong has personally experienced how powerful he is in the dumpling's superpowers. If he hadn't been his strength he would not have completely ignored it. After giving dumplings all the opportunities, Sun Wukong easily defeated dumplings. This calm solution to dumplings will naturally make Tianjin Fan and Hezionran, who know how strong the dumplings are, stunned. Especially since Tao Bibai died at the hands of Sun Wukong. They were depressed and had nowhere to vent for a while. The semi-finals were released and the first phase of the afternoon competition came to an end. However, it won't be too long. After the list of matches for the semi-finals is announced, there will be less than 20 minutes of rest time and the two people entering the finals will be decided. Tianjin Fried vs Sun Wukong, Klin vs Yamauchi. It's another completely changed battle situation. This game also made Talat, who was bored, feel a little more interested. After all, after the plot changes, the ending also completely changes. In terms of strength, Tianjin Fan cannot beat Sun Wukong now. This is true. After the game started, Tianjin Mian took the lead in making Sun Wukong even know how to reply. In short, the few months of hard work with Talat, Latais and Celerai have also made his mind more mature. Simply put, I have absolute strength to participate in the world's #1 martial art conference in order to fulfill my long-cherished wish and win the championship. Tianjin Fan is good at strength, but it is far from enough for him to take it seriously. Even if he only took out 1/10 of his strength, Tianjin Fried is still like an ant to him, letting him win with 1 arm, 1 leg, or even 2 arms and 2 legs. Sun Wukong was indifferent to his ridicule and provocation, and Tianjin Fan started a furious attack. He is already in the stage of his mood change, and he needs to vent and prove himself. After a battle, before Sun Wukong could exert his strength, he was already exhausted from his skills. Even if the Qigong cannon used with all his might, he wanted to destroy the arena to force Sun Wukong to fall out of the arena to win. His Qigong cannon was not worth mentioning for Sun Wukong. Qigong cannon is indeed a ultimate move to surpass the level, but the level where Sun Wukong is obviously much higher than him. Simply put, their strength is not in the same dimension at all. In the end, Tianjin was exhausted, and in order to respect his martial arts will that he was unwilling to admit defeat. Sun Wukong ended his past with his own hands. In fact, it just released a breath and then knocked it away with a casual blow. Tianjin Fan was eliminated, and this time he felt an extremely huge blow. However, he received guidance from the Turtle Fairy and finally saw a ray of light on the dark road. Hezionran was not convinced. In order to avenge, he did almost everything and finally chose to attack. Sun Wukong didn't want to be as knowledgeable as him, but this move stimulated Latais, who was protecting his shortcomings. Although Hezionran is an ant, attacking his younger brother in front of him is not asking for death. It was only after the Turtle Fairy came forward that the situation of the final killing was alleviated, but the Crane Fairy was the one who wanted to die. After letting go, he said arrogantly that he would come back to take revenge, and even threatened Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan to submit. At this critical moment, even the Turtle Fairy was so angry that she could not make a fuss. "I'm saving you, but you haven't even counted it yet." However, the Turtle Fairy just used the Turtle Sekigong wave to knock him away to 108,000 miles away as in the end of the original work. It was also the Turtle Fairy who saved the life of the hunter, otherwise the Hunter Fairy would have died. Not to mention others. Just Rades has already had the intention of murderous death. The first game of the semi-final ends. Although this strange farce happened again in the middle, it did not affect the progress of the world's #1 martial arts conference. Tianjin Fried and Dumplings also completely got rid of Hezionran's control, especially Tianjin Tianjin fan. After knowing that Turtle Fairy and Sun Wukong are so powerful, he is even more looking forward to the fight between Klin and Yamcha. In addition, of course, it is also correct his talent, and even Celery felt incredible. He could not sense the depth at all with his strength. Even Gnei and Sun Gohan on the side seemed to face a mountain, making him unable to breathe. This is also inevitable. Sun Gohan's strength is at the level of a martial arts master on the earth. Because he ate some spiritual tree fruits, he not only restored his youth and increased his lifespan, but also his strength has already reached 300 or 400 points. It is incomparable to Tianjin Fried. Besides, even if Gnei did nothing, his combat effectiveness reached 3000 points in his early years. The battle between Klin and Yamcha was extremely intense. It can be said that the previous battle between Turtle Fairy and Tianjin Fan was an unimaginable battle for ordinary masters, but the strength of Klin and Yamcha has reached a very high level. Although the combat effectiveness of 330 points and the combat effectiveness of 300 points are 30 points, Klin and Yamcha have been practicing together for almost 3 years, so the two are more clear about each other's strength. The battle between the same level, the duel they showed, is even more pleasing to the eye. Of course, if it weren't for the physical gap, Klin should have been able to win Yamcha, which is a pity. Yamcha perfectly demonstrates all the strengths of the body. Otherwise, just by competing with strength, he is much weaker than Klin. At the end of the battle, Klin won the semi-finals. Yamcha lost in his scheming, and Klin calculated Yamcha's subsequent moves and plans, so he used opportunistic methods to take advantage of loopholes. Indeed, Klin can always do something unexpected in this regard and succeed. However, it has to be said that in this battle, Klin's strength is indeed stronger than Yamcha. The competition ended after the brothers clasped their fists and complimented each other, comforted and congratulated each other. At the end of the semi-finals, Sun Wukong and Klin made it to the final stage. Of course, I took another half an hour off in the middle. In fact, the significance of the battle is no longer great, but some people think it is meaningless, while others think it is very necessary. At least Klin and Yamcha are both moving forward with Goku as their goal, and being able to temper their own strength to the point where they are today. You can imagine how much effort they have put in. Even if the ending is already destined, Sun Wukong is more serious and merciless to Klin than to fight against dumplings. As long as you are not a fool, you can basically see it. Klin is no match for Goku at all, and the gap is not a little bit or two. However, Klin also showed his stubbornness and unyielding belief. Even if all his attacks did not play any role in Goku, he was still not afraid. After the game, Sun Wukong became the champion without any effort. This is also the first time in history that the champion has easily reached the throne of the world's #1. In fact, the level is too low and the strength gap is too big. At this time, unless you call Vegeta from the original work, how can you compete with the current Sun Wukong? Everyone was shocked by Sun Wukong's strength, but also congratulations to Sun Wukong on winning the championship. The most shocking thing was actually Tianjin Fan. With the help of this martial arts conference, he finally realized how weak his strength was. Not to mention Sun Wukong and others, but also to Klin and Yamcha, they are far behind. After communicating, I learned that Sun Wukong and his group were all scions from aliens, so they were so strong that they were so shocked that they couldn't stop eating. By learning about their own life experience, they also came from outside. He was stunned by the star's three-eyed star. He grew up on Earth since he was a child. Because he had 3 eyes, he was regarded as a monster. Later, he became a disciple in the Hexian school, gained strength and changed himself. After a sudden realization, Tianjin Rice suddenly became smoother, at least no longer as confused as before. Afterward, the crowd went to a nearby restaurant to have a meal. Time came to night without realizing it, except for Talat, who knew the plot was developing. No one realized that the crisis on Earth had quietly arrived. Dan Balin, a subordinate sent by the great demon king of Pick, has lurked into the venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference and has taken away the list of contestants in the martial arts conference. After everyone finished their dinner, the staff at the martial arts conference learned through the news that a lot of people were here and came to seek help. During the storytelling session, Talat and his group naturally listened to it as interesting thing, but for the martial artists on Earth it is a huge impact, especially when the Turtle Fairy told the horror of the great demon king of Pick and the devastation of life in the past. The heads of those except Talat and his group seemed to be covered in haze. Although the story is vivid and it is very depressing and terrifying, I just realized that the strength of the big demon king doesn't seem to be very good. You may not be his opponent in the past, but now you deal with him. There is no big problem. With a smile in his eyes, Talat's casual words broke the originally depressing atmosphere. The Turtle Fairy reacted and smiled and said, "Yes, after you reminded me, I realized that my master Wutedu had to use the demon seal wave to seal the demon king big because it was not how to fight. But now the times are different. Not only me, but you are also powerful and outstanding juniors." The words of Turtle turtle fairy made everyone present feel like they were given a shot of stimulant, but before anyone else could answer, Talat's words changed the atmosphere again. Use his method to tell everyone some truth. The aura of this great devil is very similar to that of the gods on earth. I remember some of the information I knew at the beginning. If there was no accident, this great devil should be the other side of the god Bik. After the words came to an end, Latais and Sarari looked at Talat with strange eyes. They also felt it together, and Sun Wukong was the same. Only a moment later, they discovered the target and probably understood why Talat said that. Sun Wukong naturally still didn't understand, but he didn't care about this great devil because he was just that in terms of strength. Others exclaimed words like God, and others sighed. Chapter 149. The stronger enemy is still behind. As everyone was talking, what no one expected was that a voice suddenly fell from the sky. Although telepathic communication is superficial, it is indeed enough to shock everyone except Talat. It was the god Bik who conveyed his voice through induction in the temple of the god. In short, Talat really didn't expect him to appear so decisively. If he appeared in the original work so early, I am afraid everything that follows will change. The brief communication can be said to be the request of the god Bik. Let everyone present help the earth eliminate the culprit of the troubled times of the great demon king of Pico, so that the earth will no longer suffer from the creatures hundreds of years ago. For such a request, the initially formed Z warrior order naturally took the lead. They just agreed, and they had no idea for a while, let alone any countermeasures. After all, they didn't know where the demon king of Bik was. At this time, we obviously have to rely on Talat and the others. However, from the beginning, Talat did not intend to intervene in this plot, otherwise he would not have been waiting and watching and not preparing in advance. Of course, Talat and the others didn't take action, but Sun Wukong was not included. With Sun Wukong's current strength, he easily sensed the location of the great demon king of Pik. The crowd also used the news sent by the god Bik to learn that the great demon king of Pik was about to collect Dragon Balls and summon the dragon to make a wish to restore youth. So, with the assistance of the Dragon Ball radar, he pursued the double and met the big demon of Pik, who was looking for the last Dragon Ball one step ahead of time. Old Bik's combat effectiveness is obviously far inferior to his prime. However, even his combat power of 260 points at his peak has long been eliminated by the times. Among the group, except for the dumplings that cannot be beaten, no matter who it is, they can press the great demon king on the ground to rub it. However, in the end, the turtle fairy took action personally and resolved the grudges for hundreds of years. When the martial arts master died in order to seal the great demon king of Bik, the turtle immortal was somewhat persecuted. With a combat power of more than 400 points, the big demon king of Pico is like an ant under the hands of the turtle immortal, without any resistance. This made the great demon king of Pik, who had just broken through the seal, completely dumbfounded. In the end, the great demon king of Bik died under the turtle Sekigong wave of turtle immortal. The body was penetrated just as if he was penetrated by Sun Wukong in the original work. The great demon king of Bik was unwilling to accept this result, so he passed on everything he had to Bik too. The development of the plot is very different from the original work, but such results seem to indicate that even if certain prerequisites change, the specific results will not change. Just like Bik 2 will still be born, the god Bik will not die because of the death of the great devil of Bik. Unless Talat intervenes, it is possible to truly kill this development, but this is not necessary. Without the depression brought by the great demon of Bik, the haze that enveloped everyone's hearts completely dissipated, and the god Bik was even more grateful. Tianjin rice dumplings, Lin, Yamcha, and others even began to sigh at the strength of Turtle Fairy, saying things like that of teacher Wu Tian. Turtle Fairy is very helpful for this kind of complimentary word, especially since he has done something that his former teacher has not done, which makes him particularly confident and proud. However, Sun Wukong said inappropriately, Grandpa Turtle Fairy is very strong, but the big demon king of Pik is really weak, which is far from the opponent who will come to Earth in 2 days. The group had known that Sun Wukong was different now, and that Talat and the other two were extremely powerful. At this time, they learned that new alien enemies would arrive on Earth, and the haze that had dissipated condensed again. After some communication, we learned the specific situation, which also made these outstanding martial artists in the current era begin to realize that they were really like ants, the power they were proud of compared to the real alien. A powerful enemy is not even an ant. It's like a normal ordinary person who has been working hard for his livelihood and never thought that the world he lives in is nothing more than a small mountain village isolated from the world. There is also a huge bustling city outside the mountain village. The Earth has always been very big in their eyes, but now it seems too small to compare the Earth with the universe. You are all among the best experts on the Earth. I don't think you will be content with the status quo and stop moving forward. Since you all have the belief to become stronger, let's come together. I believe you must be very curious about how we help Carlot became stronger. In addition, you can follow us us in 2 days to see you. After all, sooner or later you will be exposed to a higher martial art field. Talat made a decision, which was to bring these soldiers back. Although they will gradually be eliminated in the future, for now they are all very outstanding, and perhaps under his guidance they can become stronger. It is a way to help within my ability, and it also makes up for the regret that these soldiers have never been able to keep up with their strength in their previous life. Talat took the initiative to invite such a great opportunity, and no one refused, and even showed an excited expression. Before the Super Scions were in a mess, before they were shrouded in the shadow of Scion's horror talent and transformation plug-in, even Yamcha was working hard to become stronger, let alone Klin. Tianjin has a meal. Jiaozi is also moving forward bravely, remembering that his final record was to beat Gudu, who defeated the Janut team. That's all. As the great demon king of Pick was killed by the Turtle Immortal, the Earth spanned 2 small eras under the promotion of Talat and his group, officially entering a new era. One thing worth mentioning is that the plot changes, and the grudges and revenge between Big 2 and Sun Wukong will not exist in the future, because even if Big 2 wants to take revenge, he will still look for the Turtle Immortal. Even if Biker 2 cannot keep up with his strength, he will be eliminated soon and eventually become an optional existence, and there may be no more bonds between you and Gohan in the future. 2 days after the time arrived, the Gobi Desert wasteland north of the southern capital. Today, the Earth will also usher in drastic changes. There is no doubt that Vegeta and Nappa are about to arrive on Earth. Located at the top of a towering desolate mountain, Talat, Latais, and Solari are waiting for the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa here, with Sun Wukong, Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin rice, and dumplings on the side. It's finally coming. Kakarot, be prepared. It's time for you to show your achievements in your practice, Latais said with a smile on his face and put his hands on his chest toward Sun Wukong. Don't worry, leave it to me. I've been waiting for a long time. Brother Talat, brother Laddie, sister Solari. Sun Wukong's eyes were firm and he was ready. Long before, he had already felt the strength of his opponent from his breath perception, which made him particularly excited. After his strength became stronger, he naturally wanted to fight with more powerful opponent. Now this battle was arranged for him at the beginning. That depends on your performance, Kakarot. Solari chuckled and encouraged him. Yeah, Sun Wukong replied with high morale. The brisk conversation between the few people made Yamcha, Klin, Tianjin rice, and dumplings on the side ashamed. Seeing their laughter and laughing look, they couldn't believe it. After all, even if their combat power is only 300 or 400 points, they also have the ability to sense the initial breath. I couldn't sense it the past 2 days, but now it's different. The two approaching huge auras made them unable to take the courage to resist. The gap is too big. Although we already know that Talat and the others are extremely powerful, this is too lightweight. It seems that he doesn't take his opponent seriously at all, and it simply means letting Sun Wukong fight against him. At this time, in the universe, a medium-sized spacecraft rode through the silent starry sky and headed straight for the Earth. After a while, the spacecraft entered the Earth's atmosphere and appeared in the sky in this area. Talat and his group, who had been waiting here for a long time, naturally noticed the arrival of the spacecraft. As the spacecraft landed in the center of the Gobi Desert wasteland, the hatch opened and Vegeta and Nappa quickly appeared from it. Is this the Earth? It seems to have landed in a more desolate place. Vegeta looked around. This desolate environment was different from what he imagined. However, the Earth's gravity is very low, which makes him feel particularly relaxed. It's finally here. I haven't moved for so long, so I'm almost ruined by the fact that I'm holding it back. Nappa grabbed a stone on the ground and crushed it. The gravity of this planet is lower than I thought, and the strength of the planet is not high. As he said that, an evil smile appeared on Nappa's face. It seems that because I am strong and the Earth is fragile, I am proud. Vegeta was speechless, ignored Nappa and directly moved the combat power detector to scan. Ding beep 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 beep. As the combat power detector is activated, the combat power value of a certain intensity is quickly revealed at the closest distance. There is a very high combat effectiveness near us. 4 of them have only more than 300 combat power, 1 of them has more than 3000 combat power, and 3 have more than 5000 combat power. Vegeta browed tightly. With his IQ, it is not difficult to guess the master of these combat powers is who. You must know that the combat effectiveness of the Earthlings will not be so high. The 3 highest combat power reactions should be the person they are looking for. After all, when we met last time, Talat and Chalari showed a way to control their combat effectiveness as they please, just like he has mastered this method now. As for the remaining low combat reactions, it may also have something to do with their scion. Vegeta, do you think it's them? Nappa asked with a serious expression. Are they? You will know if they go and find out. The words came out and Vegeta took the lead in using his flying technique to slowly float into the sky. Looking from a distance, he saw the cliff not far away. The existence of the figure. Vegeta couldn't help but feel nervous because he realized that they had expected them to arrive here. so he came here in advance to wait. Snort. Since that's the case, I'll save you my visit. Using his flight technique and rushed over, Vegeta said in his heart. Seeing this, Naba followed closely without hesitation. Above the towering cliff, Talat and his group naturally noticed Vegeta and Naba, who were heading here. They are here, Talat said with a calm expression. I haven't seen each other for so many years. It seems that their strength has indeed improved a lot, but that's all. Solari held his hands under his chest and said carelessly. She was indifferent to Vegeta and Naba, and she vaguely remembered that Naba and Vegeta spoke wildly to her. I'm looking forward to how our Prince Vegeta will face us, Radies said with a wicked smile. He was looking forward to Vegeta and Naba looking terrified after seeing his current strength. Of course, he just won't take action against them. In short, today is different from the past, and he is no longer the Leitais of the past. It finally here, stronger than when I felt it before, and the breath is full of barbaric smell. Sun Wukong is ready to fight at any time, and is evaluating the fastest and deeply aware of it. His inner emotions are constantly rising and falling. On the side, Yamcha, Klin, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings were already shocked by the oncoming sense of oppression. Swoosh, swoosh. Two sounds of breaking through the air were remembered, and then two figures arrived at the speed. Vegeta and Naba stayed steadily on the cliff. When the acquaintances met again, the atmosphere became extremely heavy. We finally met. It's you, Talat Solari, and you Radies, Vegeta said solemnly, and when he said Radies' name, his tone was even more special. The weight, an invisible sense of oppression spread rapidly. Although he knew that his strength was far inferior to Talat as the Prince of the Scion, he was still unwilling to give up and burst out his own strength out of his physical instinct. This is a test, and it is also him showing Talat his current strength to Talat, which is no longer what he used to be. Talat, Solari, and Leitais were not affected at all at this level of pressure, but Sun Wukong was different from others. Sun Wukong is a little better. His normal combat power has reached more than 8,000 points. Facing Vegeta's pressure, he only suffered a little impact, but the four of them, Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice and Dumpling, were already exhausted. But I was angry and sweated heavily. I haven't seen each other for a few years, and I have indeed made great progress, but this level of power is far from enough. Vegeta. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light flashed in Talat's eyes. He knew that Vegeta's thoughts were nothing more than the prince's self-esteem, and he wanted to show himself strength without any regard. Chapter 150 Naba. What's the matter with me? Facing Vegeta's breath impact, Talat would not spoil him. Even if he didn't take action, he wouldn't resist. In an instant, an unparalleled aura soared into the sky, not only subverting Vegeta's breath test but also bringing everyone into a more terrifying world. Everyone except Leitais and Celery were frightened to death and their eyes were dull. Vegeta's heart beat faster and his eyebrows and eyes pounded violently. Even if he calmed down, his breathing rhythm became very rapid. In Vegeta's heart he was more unwilling to accept Talat. Just a casual look of aura can reach this point. How powerful is this guy Talat? However, what Vegeta didn't know was that Talat's aura burst had been very restrained, only 1/10 of the normal state, but even if this 10th is converted into combat power, it will have a value of more than 3 million points. The shock effect has been achieved. Talat retracted his momentum, hugged his chest with his hands, and looked at Vegeta with a smirk. You guys actually so powerful. That's right, otherwise how could you kill Gula and the Kurdish king? So this is the power of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta's expression was serious and ugly. His fists were already clenched and his teeth were even more clenched after he finished speaking. This feeling is more like facing Furley. It's even scary when you're SA. No wonder Talat could kill Gula and the Kurdish king. Because of Vegeta's questioning, Naba and Sun Wukong came to their senses first, followed by Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. You can withstand the impact of my breath. It seems that your mental power has been well tempered over the years, Talat said with a smile. Naba on the side was messy in the wind, and he couldn't even interfere in such a scene. I think he has a combat power of 25,000 points and he can dominate one side at least, but he has become an insignificant little character. I couldn't help but think back to the Scion clan back then. Naba really wanted to be reborn and return to his original era so that his strength would be absolutely powerful. Say less like this. Tell me, how did you become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta stared at Talat with his eyes straight at Talat, and he must have known that Talat became a Super Saiyan method. As soon as these words were spoken, Talat didn't expect him to be so direct, but before the words were expressed, Solari on the side first smiled disdainfully and then Leitais spoke with the flow. Do you want to know how to become a Super Saiyan? It's very simple. What to say to defeat my brother Kakarot? I can tell you with great mercy. Leitais' sudden interruption shocked Vegeta. Only then did he realize that he tried to use breath perception to feel Leitais' power. This exploration instantly made him feel like he fell into a bottomless abyss. Difficult. Can it be said this guy Leitais has also become a Super Saiyan? What is going on? Vegeta thought of this terrible possibility. Immediately afterward, Vegeta Vegeta looked at Celery again, and there was no doubt that the same feeling made him crazy. Finally, he couldn't help looking at Sun Wukong. Suddenly, the blue veins on the forehead raised and the anger surged in my heart. Leitais is humiliating him. What a joke to let him, the noble Scion Prince, deal with this unfried little devil. This kind of thing is not qualified to let him take action. But in order to become a Super Scion, Vegeta still held back his anger and did not explode. He is indeed not qualified to lose his temper because his strength is not good. Naba, come and get rid of this kid. Vegeta thought of Naba and ordered Naba. As soon as these words came out, Naba was confused. Although he has a simple mind and a well-developed limbs, it does not mean that he is a fool. Isn't it embarrassing to let him take action at this time? Moreover, the current situation is not something he can control, and they are obviously at a disadvantage. His eyes wandered around and looked at Talit and the others, and then looked at Vegeta. Damn, what does it have to do with him? He did not dare to disobey Vegeta's orders, and he did not dare to do anything to Talit. Suddenly, Naba fell into a dilemma. Naba, since Vegeta asked you to take action, then you can take action with confidence. My brother is far stronger than you think, Radies said without caring. As soon as the word came out, BA suddenly felt like he was amnesty, and then he felt relieved. Since that's the case, I'm not polite because he is your brother. I won't act too ruthless. Naba gave Leitais a reassuring look, and he thought Leitais was bluffing. He just told him not to beat him too hard. How could he know that Sun Wukong's strength is actually not something he can underestimate? Looking at Sun Wukong, Naba then said, at this age, he has more than 3,000 points in combat power. In our Scion clan, he can be regarded as an elite superior. Unfortunately, you are facing me. Before the battle, I would like to remind you that my combat power is more than 25,000 points. If you admit defeat now, it is still time to do so. None of the Scions present were concerned about Naba's word, because the combat power of 25,000 points is really not very good at this time. Even Sun Wukong was not moved because he had guessed it long ago. As for Klin, Yamuti, Tianjin rice, and dumplings, they were hit hard. My mind trembled constantly. What is the concept of 25,000 points of combat power? You should know that their combat power is only more than 300. A gap of hundreds and tens of thousands is 100 times. This is not a dimension at all. Even if your combat power is 25,000 points, don't look down on me, big bald. Sun Wukong smiled and retorted. This statement came from the young Sun Wukong's mouth, which obviously hit Naba's weakness. You actually called me a big bald man. It seems that you don't know what the concept of 25,000 combat power is. It doesn't matter. I'll let you feel it in a while, Naba said viciously. During the years he had been in Frisia's army, he was getting older and his hair fell out, which was also the scar in Naba's heart. Sun Wukong made him angry. Looking at the fierce Naba, Sun Wukong smiled again. Immediately afterward, he stole his horse's stand, leaning forward slightly, and the hidden aura power in his body was completely released. Crazy. The white aura burned around Sun Wukong like a raging fire. With Sun Wukong as the center, the surrounding mountains began to shake violently, which also shocked everyone except Talit, Leitais and Celery. My combat power is not only 3,000 points, Sun Wukong shouted. In an instant the air pressure changed and the wind and clouds surged. Ding b b b b b b b b b b b b b b b b b b. Vegeta and Naba's combat power detectors jumped quickly, and looking at the increasing combat power index above, both of them were greatly shocked. This Radies' younger brother is not simple. Behind Sun Wukong, Klin, Yamuti, Tianjin rice, and dumplings all showed incredible expressions. This aura was so terrifying that their hearts trembled and their souls could not bear it anymore. How could this kid's combat power reach this level? Vegeta looked at the combat power index of 8,000 points on the combat power detector and was stunned. At this age, he can have combat power of more than 8,000 points, which is already comparable to himself back then. So that's it. 8,000 points of combat power is your full strength. You can have such strong combat power at this age, even comparable to Prince Vegeta of that year. Naba quickly came back to his senses after a brief surprise. When Vegeta spoke, it came to an abrupt end because he knew that what Vegeta hated the most was that others compared him. If it were back then, facing 8,000 points of combat effectiveness, he would have to kneel down. However, over the years, his Naba has been improving and his strength has skyrocketed, so now is different from the past. Come on! As he shouted, Sun Wukong did not hesitate and took the initiative to attack. Like an aurora rushing towards Naba, the iron fist that poured all his strength went straight to Naba's face. Although the sizes vary greatly, Sun Wukong also has his unique fighting style. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Naba easily blocked Sun Wukong's full strength attack. The strength is not small, but unfortunately it's still too weak. Naba's expression was unruly and she said with a critical sentence. Fierce battle broke out. Unsuccessful in one blow, Sun Wukong launched a fierce attack again, undergoing devilish training and his unique combat method after sublimation formation was tricky and unpredictable. The fierce attack left no room for attack on Naba. If it were an ordinary person, he would be beaten on the spot by Sun Wukong's violent attack. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. Sun Wukong's attack became more and more fierce, and Naba resisted repeatedly without fighting back. Does Sun Wukong gain the upper hand? Of course it won't be that simple. Naba just didn't use any force. He should be worried that he would beat Sun Wukong to death without control when he took action. At that time, Talat and the others would get angry. If his life might be fine, he would have to explain it here. Besides, Leitais is not easy to fool now, and he can also feel the strong deterrence from Leitais. For his own life, he had to play counterfeit games. How could this kind of poor acting skills be hidden from Vegeta and Talat? Vegeta knew Naba's concerns, and although he felt unhappy, he did not expose it. However, Naba's counterfeit game is not something Leitais wants to see. Kakarot is not as fragile as you think. Naba, if you are killed by my brother in this battle, don't blame me for not reminding you. Rades suddenly reminded. Naba, who was in passive defense, was stunned after hearing Leitais' words. He realized that his feelings were a chess piece that was used from beginning to end. The purpose is to give Kakarot a trial. Since you said that, I'm not polite. After the words came, Naba suddenly burst out and he directly took out 50% of his skills. The huge fist was blown out like a meteorite. After seeing this scene, Sun Wukong's face suddenly changed. Without time to dodge, he hurriedly crossed his arms to form a defensive pose and protect him in front of him. But when Naba's fist fell on his hand, Sun Wukong was stunned. Bang! There was a shocking sound. An unparalleled force overturned Sun Wukong's body and directly knocked him to 20 or 30 meters away. Sense the power of Mr. Naba, right boy? He knocked Sun Wukong away with one punch. Naba couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his nose bridge and said confidently, Talat, Leitais, and Celery would not care about such a scene because the battle has just begun. But Klin, Yamuti, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings were very worried. In the distance, Sun Wukong, who had finally stabilized his body, felt the pain coming from his arm and shouted the words, it hurts and it hurt. This bald head not only looks frightening on the surface but is indeed very powerful in terms of strength. At least if he doesn't show his real skills, he will not be able to beat him. I had the advantage before, but I just didn't fight back. What a powerful fist, but I already know how strong your strength is. Sun Wukong sighed, and the belligerent factors in his body made him feel that his body became hot. In that punch just now, Mr. Naba only used 5 successes, and it is still too late to admit defeat. Naba did not pursue, and stood there with his hands on his chest. Abstaining from defeat? Impossible. If you have real skills, then I will use the King of Realm fist. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and a stream of blood burst out from his body, and his momentum rose step by step. Feeling the change of Sun Wukong's aura, the smile on Naba's face disappeared, and his hands were lowered with their chest. At the same time, the combat power detector responded violently. Ding beep 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 beep. How is that possible? The combat power exceeds 16,000 points. It is still improving. Looking at the battle, Naba was stunned by the increasing numbers on the fighting power detector. At this age, there are more than 16,000 points in combat effectiveness. Looking at the history of the Scions, there are very few Scions who can have such strong combat effectiveness at this age. Naba was ignorant. At least he did not count Talat and the others. At the age of Sun Wukong, at least Talat and his team's combat power is far more than this. 3 times Realm King's fist. With a loud cry in her tenderness, Sun Wukong directly burst out the triple Realm King's fist, and his blood and energy swept across the world like a tornado. The huge pressure swept away, almost blowing Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, and others out. If Talat hadn't set up a protective barrier for them in time, I'd probably be the few people who would have been sent out of the battlefield by Sun Wukong's fierce aura. Vegeta, who was watching the battle on the side, was once again shocked by Sun Wukong's sudden increase in combat power. Sun Wukong's combat power has reached 24,000 points at this moment. Although this combat power is nothing to him, it is really hard for him to accept that he can burst out this level of power at this age. Chapter 151. Talat. He is the protagonist. Not right. This is not the strength he really has. It was the move called Jawang Fist that forcibly improved Kakarot's combat power and allowed him to reach a level comparable to Naba. But if it was only this level, it was far from enough. Vegeta is worthy of being Vegeta and has seen through the increase of the World King Fist. He was confident in Naba and still believed that the combat power of 24,000 points was indeed very strong, but it was not enough to compete with Naba's 25,000 points. Besides, how old is Kakarot? The difference in body shape is there and cannot be easily crossed. Moreover, Naba is a veteran soldier with many battles. Whether it is combat effectiveness or combat experience, Naba is stable against Kakarot. The good show is going on. Kakarot, this kid can still use it to this extent in such a short time, said Leitais. We have always regarded him as having a poor poor talent. In fact, his talent may be better than all of us. Choleri continued. This resonated with Latais and he nodded. Talat didn't look at them and couldn't help saying in his heart, the person is the protagonist, so he is naturally different from ordinary people. Listening to such words, Lin, Yamuti, Tianjin Rice and Zhuazi felt that they had broadened their horizons again. Everything we are experiencing now is something they cannot reach before. Did the combat power reach 24,000 points? It seems that what Radais is talking about is your power. Naba changed his previous attitude and looked serious. If you have equal strength, you won't have the same thoughts as before. Although Sun Wukong is just a child, this combat power can already pose a threat to him. In this case, if he doesn't show his real skills, it will definitely not work. Yet, Aoa. As Naba let out a muffled roar, his muscles tensed up, appearing stronger, and more blue veins appeared on his forehead. The terrifying aura came towards him, very strong, but for Talat and the other two, it was just like a gust of wind swept across. Their strength is strong enough that even Vegeta will not be affected too much. But for Klin, Yamuti, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings, it was another big impact. The power of Sun Wukong's explosion was already terrifying enough, but it was well controlled, so they could still bear it. But the aura released by Naba was different. His explosion was not controlled at all, and the energy leak was too serious. This powerful aura storm made their souls tremble and breathe difficult, as if they were only a thread away from death. Crack! After wave of energy, lightning burst around Naba, and then golden light even appeared on Naba's body. If you don't know that this is not a transformation, you have to be considered super second. Naba's combat power reached its peak and his fire power was fully activated. What a strong aura! Is this your real strength? I am getting more and more excited. The fighting spirit was completely aroused, and Sun Wukong felt his blood all over his body, restless, and he couldn't wait to fight. Naba looked at Sun Wukong with a serious face. The next second he exerted force on his right arm, swung his sword, and an extremely powerful energy cannon rushed straight to Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong jumped into the air and cleverly avoided the bombardment of the energy cannon. The energy cannon that was shot in the air hit a huge mountain thousands of meters away. Boom! The devastating super explosion shocked 100 miles. In an instant, thick smoke rolled and fire filled the sky. The attack failed. Naba did not care about the damage caused to the earth and quickly locked Sun Wukong's position. His burly body rushed straight to Sun Wukong like a cannonball. Seeing Naba attacking him, Sun Wukong, who was not willing to be outdone, chose to face the challenge and collided with Naba head-on. Bang! After a violent muffled sound, the fierce battle broke out again. Naba and Sun Wukong fought fiercely in mid-air. The collision between fist and flesh is high. One after another of destructive shock waves were raised in the air, and the deafening roar sounded in everyone's heart like muffled thunder. Naba, who was doing his best, had extremely strong boxing skills. His fighting method, without leaving any room for anything, can indeed fight beyond the level, so that Sun Wukong, who had taken out the triple-time King's Fist, could only be fully suppressed. Whether it is combat skills or combat experience, Badu is indeed much more than Sun Wukong. Faced with Naba's fierce offensive, Sun Wukong also showed great resilience. With his thin and agile body, he avoided and resolved Naba's offensive again and again. Boy, it's already amazing to be able to fight with me to this point. If you don't admit defeat, don't blame me for being rude. Naba attacked while giving Sun Wukong a final warning. Big bald man, I told you not to underestimate me. Just use any trick. At this time, Sun Wukong's fighting spirit was completely ignited, and he grabbed the gap when Naba was relaxed and used his chi combination cannon to bomb Naba's bombardment. Fly out! Naba, who was caught off guard, stepped back more than 10 meters and stabilized his body. His strong body was directly under Sun Wukong's ki cannon without any harm. You ask for it. Naba's eyes sterned, and he immediately burst out with even more effort. I saw his mouth wide open, and a ball of energy light with infinite destructive power accumulated in his throat. Feeling the threat of this move, Sun Wukong did not dare to neglect it. He put his hands together and placed them on his waist to form a stamen-shaped body, and blue energy gathered in his palms. Naba's energy cannon had condensed and formed. In a short moment, a thick energy ray rushed out of Naba's mouth and rushed straight to Sun Wukong. Turtle Sekigong Wo! Sun Wukong swung his hands quickly, and the blue energy beam collided with Naba's energy cannon head-on. Boom! The moment the two energy collided, the space vibrated, and the sky within a radius of 10 miles changed color. After a brief stalemate for a few seconds, Naba exerted force again, and the diameter of the energy cannon increased, instantly pushing back Sun Wukong's turtle Sekigong wave. Not good. Sun Wukong suddenly felt something was wrong, so he removed the energy output, crossed his arms to form a defense, condensed into an air shield. Boom! The energy cannon instantly devoured Sun Wukong, causing a violent explosion in the sky. The raging fire filled the sky. The power of the explosion was like a nuclear bomb explosion, making the sky within a radius of dozens of miles gloomy and dim. The four-person group who witnessed this scene with their own eyes trembled and was so shocked that they could cannot help themselves. If you are hit by such a terrible energy light column, you will be half dead even if you don't die. It seems that the outcome has been announced. Kakarot lost. As agreed. Tell me how to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes turned to Talit and asked impatiently. Is that true? You seem to be a little too early to be happy, Vegeta. Talit said casually. What? Vegeta frowned, puzzled by this. My younger brother is far more than this strength. He just made a small fuss. You don't really think Naba can beat Kakarot, do you? Leitais continued. Looking at the sky again, you will understand what's going on, Vegeta. Solari pointed his finger at the sky and signaled to Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes shifted to the center of the energy explosion again. As time passed by minute, most of the explosion flames dissipated and Sun Wukong appeared in an intact manner. How could this happen? Even I could not block Naba's move without any damage. Vegeta took a deep breath and tried his best to stabilize his mind. In the sky, hey, it's so dangerous. If I hadn't used the fourfold Realm King Fist in time just now, I would have been hit by this move. No matter how strong I have, I will not be able to use it. After Sun Wukong wiped the sweat beads from his forehead, he let out a long sigh. At this time, his figure was still the child posture, and his actions also gave Naba a sense of irony. Sun Wukong himself may not know, but Naba was indeed hit. Impossible. How could you be unscathed after enduring my attack? How powerful is you, a kid? High sometimes, low sometimes. Seeing that the ultimate skill was resolved with your own eyes, Naba couldn't accept reality. At this time, facing Sun Wukong, he no longer took it lightly. I know that although this kid looks small, his strength can actually threaten him. He dared not be careless at all. Naba tried his best to maintain his strength. In this super energy combat mode, he could burst out with very powerful combat power, but he also had a fatal flaw, that is, his consumption was huge. Hehe. Although the combat power value is the strength of strength, I didn't say it from the beginning. 24,000 points are all mine. Sun Wukong laughed, and then his face suddenly became serious. Next, you should be serious. You'd better not hold back, otherwise you will lose a lot. What? Naba was shocked when she heard this, but before he could react, Sun Wukong suddenly approached and appeared in front of him. The small fist was full of power, which made Naba take a breath. He hurriedly reacted, but Sun Wukong's fist wind suddenly changed. Stone, scissors, pound, cloth, ha. Nababa. He stopped to punch, but faced Sun Wukong's eye-popping attack and was finally slapped away. Such a battle situation made Talit and his group cover their faces involuntarily. It's really Sun Wukong. At the same time, the Northern Territory of Kings, the King of Northern Realm, has been quietly paying attention to the situation on Earth. The battle between Sun Wukong and Naba was shocked and amazed. Although I had known how incredible the potential of the Scions was, this kid's growth was really terrifying. At a young age, he can use the 3-time King's Fist to be freely used and can be temporarily driven to 4 times. This child's talent is probably second only to Talit. The King of Northern Realm couldn't help but sigh again. Originally, he was a little mentally obsessed with the drama, thinking that even if Naba and Vegeta were not worth mentioning, they were not something that Sun Wukong could deal with. Now he knew that Naba was definitely not Sun Wukong's opponent, but these two Scions have extraordinary potential. Over the years, they have simply relied on combat talent to upgrade their combat effectiveness to this level. Unfortunately, the opponent they encountered was Talit and the others. The King of the Northern Realm couldn't help but sigh. After all, before Talit and the others, the combat power of the Scions exceeded 10,000 yuan, was absolutely powerful. As expected, you are the biggest factor driving the change of the overall situation. I read it correctly. Neck, even if Frisia break through the barrier, it will not be able to change the overall situation, right? The King of Northern Realm said to himself. He unconsciously watched towards Frisia's home star. Recently, there have been frequent outbreaks. Frisia must have made a major breakthrough and is about to come out. On Earth, the battle between Sun Wukong and Naba is still in a stalemate. Naba took out all his strength, but Sun Wukong looked at Naba with a smile on his face. This made Naba's expression very ugly. Sun Wukong's combat power, which was rising and falling, made him feel a great threat. It seems that if you are not careful, you will be defeated and become the weakest Scion. I already know how strong you are, so I won't show mercy next time. Big bald. Sun Wukong had decided to end the battle with Naba in a thrust. After all, he has another opponent next. Naba was like a warm-up exercise for him. Now the warm-up exercise is over. Crazy. The blood-colored aura erupted from Sun Wukong's body continuously, and the blood-colored storm swept across the world. The powerful aura completely dispersed Naba's momentum, and Sun Wukong's combat power was also soaring at an extremely fast speed. 4 times the King of Realm. Sun Wukong burst out with a thrust. Ding b b b b b b b b b b b b b b b b b. Naba Pei's combat power detector responded violently. Seeing the data on the combat power detector, Naba's bald head was covered with dense beads of sweat. His eyes widened as if he saw something impossible. 32,000 point. How could your combat power reach this level? uncle. What is this trick called the King of Realm Fist? Naba was completely frightened by Sun Wukong's combat power at this moment. He couldn't believe that a boy who was not yet adult could burst out with such a level of combat power, making Naba feel that he had lived to a dog for so many years. Originally, his strength has been constantly improving over the years, which has made him feel confident. Even if he can't compare to Talitzellery and Latais, he will not be able to compare to others. But now he is weaker. In fact, it is also because he has endured 100 times the gravity and has been constantly washed and strengthened by the spiritual tree fruit. Otherwise, how could Sun Wukong's current physique withstand the pressure brought by the fourfold King's Fist? On the cliff, after seeing Sun Wukong's strength surge again, Vegeta was shocked to the point of being indescribable. He really didn't expect that this move could increase combat power to this level by multiples, and it seemed that there was no side effects at all. He was a little moved without hesitation. If he had learned this move with his combat power, even without the power of the Super Saiyan, he might have been able to compete with Frieza. Even Frieza will transform. Chapter 152 Sun Wukong vs Vegeta. The Pull of Fate. Neck. I'll be serious. Bald uncle, take the call. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong's body turned into a blood-colored aurora and rushed straight to Naba. The sudden attack caught Naba off guard. He had no time to dodge and subconsciously put on a defensive posture, but it was still much slower after all. Pound. There was a muffled sound. Sun Wukong's small fist carries unparalleled power. This super punch hit Naba's lower abdomen. A powerful blow directly broke Naba's physical defense, causing irreversible huge damage to Naba. Naba let out a low and depressed roar from her mouth, and blood was hanging from the corners of her mouth. What a joke! How could this uncle be defeated by a little devil? Naba was furious and his eyes were full of reluctance. The next second he endured the pain and waved his right arm to gather strength to attack Sun Wukong. With such a blatant counterattack, Sun Wukong saw through his movements at a glance and cleverly wrapped around Naba through his tail. On his arm, Sun Wukong perfectly avoided Naba's heavy blow and slapped Naba to the ground with another slap. This kind of fighting method is really unique, and it is really effective against people like Naba who cannot adapt. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue, Sun Wukong did not hesitate, folded his hands together and posed for the release of his ultimate skill. The blue energy quickly gathers in the palm of your hand, and powerful energy is formed in the blink of an eye. Damn it, no one can lose to you, a kid. If you lose to him. Naba on the ground stood up tremblingly. His eyes were covered with blood and his aura was unprecedentedly strong. He was teased by Sun Wukong one after another, which completely erupted his anger. A steady stream of energy gathered from his right arm to the heart of his right palm. In a flash, Naba's strongest killing skill condensed and formed the Turtle Sect Qigong Bow. With a loud shout, the blue energy beam shot out from Sun Wukong's palm and headed straight for Naba to kill. How could this kind of attack work for me? Naba took the initiative and he waved his arms proudly, and the golden energy beam rushed out of his palm, and the super explosion wave collided with Sun Wukong's Turtle Sect Qigong wave in front. The two of them collided with each other, and aftermaths were everywhere, and the energy was constantly squeezing, giving the other party pressure. Naba sneered. He thought he had blocked it and was about to fight back now, but the result was that with Sun Wukong's sudden force, the Turtle Sect Qigong wave completely overwhelmed his super explosive wave. What? This is impossible. At this moment, Naba's heartbeat seemed to stop beating. In this case, he could not dodge at all. His body was completely swallowed by Sun Wukong's Turtle Sect Qigong wave. Boom! The energy explosion caused fire and smoke thousands of meters high. The power of the explosion soared into the sky, and the aftermath caused a terrifying hurricane to raft within dozens of miles. In fact, at the last moment, Sun Wukong took off his strength in time, suppressing most of the energy of the Turtle Sect Qigong wave, which reduced the power of the explosion. Obviously, for Sun Wukong, he is still kind. Although he is facing an alien enemy, he also thinks this is just a competition. As long as the other party does not do something unforgivable, he will not hurt the other party's life. When the explosion storm dissipated, Naba, who was covered in bruises, entered everyone's sight. Most of the combat suits have been destroyed, and the combat power detector has also been destroyed in the explosion. The strong muscles are covered with shocking scars, dripping blood. But damn, Naba spoke with trembling voice, and her teeth trembled. No, the whole body was shaking. He was unwilling to give up and was thinking of attacking again, but as soon as he moved his front foot, the injury on his body had a chain reaction. The severe pain and the consumption of the previous battle made Naba completely exhausted and uncontrollable. One knee, kneel on the ground. No matter how unwilling he was, the cruel reality was right in front of him. He lost, completely lost. Latais said nothing wrong, and he did not deceive him. He was careless, and he also felt that if Latais' younger brother Kakarot had not stopped his strength in time and dispelled most of the energy, he might have fallen into the verge of death even if he didn't die. After the battle ended, Sun Wukong fell from the sky. He dispelled the power of the fourfold realm King fist and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Naba, who couldn't stand up, and said, "You big bald head is really powerful. I took out fourfold Realm King Fist. Defeat you." Sun Wukong said it very happily because he won the battle, but his words were filled with a young breath which made him look cute. It seems very direct, but the more this happens, the more Sun Wukong seems to have no scheming at all. When Naba heard this, she immediately fell into another kind of despair. Where can he have room for refutation? The power I am proud of is so vulnerable in front of this kid. Involuntarily, Naba recalled the time he spent with Prince Vegeta in his training. Although his personality was completely different, Sun Wukong gave him the kind of oppression that Vegeta gave him. In the distance, I watched Sun Wukong turn around and make a victory gesture of yes to this side. It's worthy of being my younger brother. Naba, if you use all your strength from the beginning, you won't lose so badly. Radies smiled slightly and said, although this kid still has a great lack of combat skills, it does have unique features. Sailory was amused by Sun Wukong and said, Talat naturally couldn't help but praise him because such a Sun Wukong reminded him of the original Sun Wukong. After everyone expressed their feelings, it was naturally Klin, Yamuati, Tianjin rice and dumplings, but their eyes were full of horror and they were already stunned by such powerful power. After all, there is the power to destroy the world in every move. Okay, Naba has lost. It's your turn, Nak Vegeta. Talat smiled slightly and said to Vegeta. Vegeta on the opposite side snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. The thing he didn't want to see happened. I never expected that Naba was so useless, and in the end he had to let him do it himself. He disdained to attack a little devil like Kakarot, but for the transformation method of the Super Saiyan, he had to do so. Vegeta jumped and landed steadily beside Naba. Vegeta, seeing Vegeta's arrival, Naba's heart tightened, endured the injuries on her body, and wanted to stand up. Since you have the ability to move, go there. I will deal with Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes were full of cold light, and he hugged his chest with his hands and said coldly, I understand. Naba heard Vegeta's order and dragged his scarred body with all his strength and retreated aside. But with his current injury, he could not stay away in a short period of time. Naba didn't know that in the original work he was killed by Vegeta himself, but now the world has been completely changed by Talat and his group, which has somewhat affected the original trajectories of Vegeta and Naba. Naba walked away and Vegeta's eyes turned to Sun Wukong. His cold and fierce gaze released invisible pressure, which made Sun Wukong's scalp numb and felt a lot of pressure. This person is so strong, and compared with the big bald man just now, it is completely different from the same level. Just a look can bring such great pressure to me. Brother Talat is right. I must do my best. Sun Wukong looked solemn, and he took the starting position of the Turtle Fairy School, ready to face it. Seeing that Sun Wukong was brave enough to fight with him, Vegeta couldn't help but raise his lips, showing a very confident smile. I really have to praise you if I can defeat Naba, but I am different from Naba. It is indeed surprising that you can increase your combat effectiveness to above 32,000 points through the World King Fist, but according to my observations, the ultimate combat power that can explode is only about 80,000 points at most. Right, Vegeta analyzed with a reasonable and well-founded analysis. This also made Sun Wukong feel tight. Unexpectedly, Vegeta's insight is so keen. The current multiple of the World King Fist he can use can only reach 10 times, and even if he forcefully takes out 10 times, it will harm his body. It's also very big. As for going up further, it will cause irreversible damage to the body. However, in addition to the Realm King Fist, he also has a trump card. If he really can't beat it, he will take it out to deal with this person. It seems that I'm right about it. 80,000 points of combat power are all yours. It's really amazing. At your age, this prince is far from it, but even if you explode beyond the limit, you won't. It will be my opponent. So before the battle begins, I might as well remind you that my combat power has already exceeded 100,000 points. Vegeta said proudly. These words came to Talat, Celerai, and Lati's ears, which made the three of them laugh. 100,000 points of combat power can dominate any planet, but in front of them, it seems not enough to see. Of course, it was indeed unexpected for them to grow to this level. After all, this guy does not have as many methods of cultivation as they have, let alone as many experiences as they have. For Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin rice, and dumpling, Vegeta's combat power value undoubtedly gave them another heavy blow. Naba was already scary enough before. With a combat power of 25,000 points, Wukong exploded to 32,000 points, which was considered awesome. But now Vegeta not only said that Goku can display 80,000 combat power, but his combat power is more than 100,000. This explosive news made them deeply understand how small they were. Looking at the vast universe, their strength is really not even considered a miscellaneous soldier. Are you 100,000 points? After learning about Vegeta's true combat power, Sun Wukong was also slightly surprised. But soon, the surprise turned into excitement, and the fighting spirit of eagerness flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He really wanted to try how strong his strength was with his combat power of more than 100,000 points. Can you still ignite your fighting spirit after you have passed the battle power of this prince? It seems that you have inherited the Scion desire for combat perfectly, so come, just use any skills. Don't say that I don't give you a chance. Vegeta grinned, put his hands on his chest, waiting for Sun Wukong's active attack. Then I'm not polite. 5 times the Realm King Fist. Knowing Vegeta's strength, Sun Wukong did not dare to neglect. He burst out 5 times the Realm King Fist in one go. At the moment when his blood burst out, his combat power was also it quickly climbed to 40,000 points. Ding BBBBB. At the same time, Vegeta also saw the changes in Sun Wukong's combat power index through the combat power detector. Although his breath perception can already detect the strength of his strength, the combat power detector can see the accurate values to make a judgment. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly. Vegeta's eyes flashed with a proud look. It's the same as I thought. Your combat power is actually only 8,000 points. This trick called the King of Realms has forced you to improve your combat power. I want to see you can how many times the tricks like the World King Fist are developed. Don't underestimate me. Sun Wukong was not affected by Vegeta's provocation and rushed forward quickly and rushed to Vegeta's front. The unstoppable Iron Fist launched a strong attack at Vegeta. However, the powerful Iron Fist was easily dodged by Vegeta. The continuous attacks failed, and Sun Wukong did not give up and attacked Vegeta with all his strength. The Turtle Fairy Flow combat technique that had been improved by him was fully fired, and the continuous attack swept through Vegeta like a storm. This kind of attack is dazzling. Viewed in Vegeta's eyes, Sun Wukong's attack was pitifully slow, and he easily resolved all his offensive, and if he wants, he can knock him out just by taking action. The combat effectiveness is very high, but unfortunately the combat skills are too clumsy. Talit and Latize teach you this way. After the words came, Vegeta attacked instantly and hit Sun Wukong's jaw with a kick. Bang! Sun Wukong's body flew backwards and was kicked into the sky with one blow. After finally stabilizing his body, Sun Wukong covered his chin with his hands and rubbed it and kept shouting pain and pain. It is precisely because of this pain that the warlike nature in Sun Wukong was completely aroused. You are not lying. 5 times the Realm King Fist is far worse than you. Then 10 times the Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong burst out 10 times the Realm King Fist in one go, vigorously improving his combat effectiveness. At the moment his power burst out, the whole world changed in color. Just as I expected, Vegeta said with a comfortable look on his face and ignored it. He raised his right arm, aimed at Sun Wukong's position and hooked his index finger, indicating that Sun Wukong could launch his horse to attack. Seeing this, even the scheming Sun Wukong would be angry and was competitive. After accumulating enough strength, Sun Wukong's arms danced quickly, and in an instant the dense energy bombs bombarded Vegeta like a rainstorm. A little trick to get a carrot. Vegeta's energy surged around him, and with a wave of his arm, the invisible energy shock wave detonated all the energy bombs released by Sun Wukong. Chapter 153. The 15-year-old Super League Sun Wukong. B's method of war. Room. The explosion of flames formed a thick wall in the sky, isolating the site between Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Vegeta is not Naba, and it is not that easy to fool. After taking this move by Sun Wukong, he will not continue to wait for Sun Wukong to take action. In just a moment, his aura burst out and rushed out suddenly. The flames that broke through the explosion arrived in front of Sun Wukong. His fist with infinite destructive power was swung out, which was particularly deterrent in conjunction with his cold and arrogant expression. Seeing this, Sun Wukong was not careless and had already expected to pose in a defensive frame to block Vegeta's punch in time. It's just that Vegeta's fist was extremely fierce, and the terrifying force made Sun Wukong feel unprecedented pressure. After all, there is a gap in strength and the toughness between the bodies is that Vegeta has the upper hand. Even after 100 times of gravity training, Sun Wukong's young body is still young. The silence of the temple was blocked by Sun Wukong, and Vegeta was slightly surprised. The provocative words were expressed. The next second, Vegeta directly attacked strongly, punching his flesh, and the destructive power of each attack was extremely fierce. After just a few moves, Sun Wukong felt a great pressure. If he hadn't experienced high-intensity training, he would have been unable to withstand it. So amazing. You are indeed completely different from the big bald head before. Sun Wukong said, it would be fine if you didn't say this, but Vegeta got angry. Comparing Naba with him, what is Naba? There is indeed a way to block this prince's move, but I am not a fool like Naba. The farce is over here. Vegeta lost the patience to continue playing with Sun Wukong and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he had already jumped behind Sun Wukong so fast. Sun Wukong's back felt cold. Before he could defend, he felt his body swept by a huge force. Not only was he knocked down on the ground, but the earth was shattered. Vegeta did not pursue again and slowly landed on the ground. It's not that he doesn't want to continue to take action. If it were normal, he would definitely beat his opponent opponent until he had no power to resist and even kill him directly. But if Kakarot in front of him was killed, Talat and the others would definitely not let him go. So he could only let Sun Wukong admit defeat. Surrender. You are already proud of being able to fight with me so many moves. If you continue to fight you will die, Vegeta said in a warning tone. At this time Sun Wukong finally climbed out of the pile of gravels and recovered. It is impossible to let him admit defeat. Moreover, he felt that Vegeta in front of him was a little stinky. He didn't even fight much, so he just thought he was self-righteous and let him admit defeat. Taking a deep breath and calming the strength in his body, Sun Wukong stood up and faced with Vegeta. You are very strong. I am not your opponent who has used the King of Realm Fist 10 times. However, if you want me to admit defeat, it is still far from it. Sun Wukong showed a confident smile on his face. Vegeta frowned and angry. To him, Kakarot was a bit boring, but before he could speak, Red Eyes in the distance could not wait to shout, transform. Kakarot, if you want to defeat Vegeta with your current strength, you can only rely on the King of Realm Fist. It can't be done. When the word came into my ears, Sun Wukong relaxed. Vegeta was shocked, looked at Red Eyes dumbly, and then looked at Kakarot in front of him. Transformation. Difficult, can you say it? Vegeta's eyes widened. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose in my heart. I understand, brother. Sun Wukong nodded and smiled hee and then said, I have been patient for a long time. Next, I will use all my strength. After the words finished, Sun Wukong stole his horse, leaned forward slightly, and his fists returned to his waist to gather energy. Hey. The catharsis shouts erupted from the mouth. In an instant, the S-cells in Sun Wukong's body were pulled and rushed towards his spine quickly, and the energy pool of the Super League was activated in the next second. His crab-like hairstyle was windless, and waves of golden light emerged from his body and finally turned into flames, burning all over his body. What is this? The extremely powerful deterrent force came, and Vegeta opened his mouth wide, and then the combat power detector worn on his left eye kept flashing early warnings, detecting an extremely high energy reaction. He has never seen this phenomenon before, and he has never felt this feeling before. He actually had an answer in his heart, but he still didn't want to believe that this was true. Impossible. This kid, how could he become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta gritted his teeth and stared at Sun Wukong, whose shape was constantly changing in front of him. His breathing became rapid and his heartbeat increased. For a moment a strange thought appeared in his mind, that is, when will the Super Saiyan become worthless? The legendary realm he dreamed of is the strongest in the universe. Even Kakarot has reached the little devil, but he has not even touched the threshold. Bang! The combat power detector worn by Vegeta's right eye reached its limit and exploded instantly. This made Vegeta even more incredible. The latest model of combat power detector has the upper limit of detectable combat power that can reach more than 300,000 points. Now his new combat power detector explodes. This also means that Sun Wukong's combat power exceeds 300,000 points. Dring! As a result of a tender shout, Sun Wukong's golden aura exploded. His powerful aura expanded rapidly, and his terrifying combat power was released to the extreme without reservation. Vegeta, the nearest, was swept by a powerful storm and was almost blown away by the air wall. After the storm stopped, Vegeta saw Sun Wukong's posture at this time and stood there in a daze. Blonde hair and blue eyes, Super Saiyan. Not only Vegeta was stunned, but even Naba on the edge of the battlefield was incredibly shocked by this scene. What a joke! The Super Saiyan transformation that they pursued throughout their entire lives was actually trained by this kid. At this moment, Talat and his group on the cliff smiled slightly after seeing that Sun Wukong finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. It's pretty good. Although a lot of breath was leaked when he transformed, it's already great to be able to do this in such a short time. Talat waited and made an analysis after watching for a while. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan became, and he naturally made an indelible contribution. After all, he guides him every day and lets him use his Super Saiyan power to realize and activate his Super Saiyan power. The reason why there are so many S-cells in Sun Wukong's body is that Talat uses his power to help Sun Wukong's gene unlock so that he can achieve the transformation of a Super Saiyan at this age. Otherwise, even if Sun Wukong's own efforts have increased significantly, his combat power will definitely not be able to reach it in just a few years, and his combat power is less than a few million. Kakarot's talent is really far more amazing than we think. I believe that it won't take long for his Super Saiyan realm to catch up with us. Solari sighed a little ashamed. Although it is not the first time I have seen it, nor is it the first time I feel so emotional, but this is the most real idea. Thinking about them, they didn't go so smoothly. I feel relieved when I see Vegeta's expression. Leitai smiled badly. Obviously he was concerned about Vegeta's performance after seeing Kakarot transform. Frightened, uneasy, unwilling to accept. Behind the three Talat, the melon-eating foursomes were so surprised by Goku's Super Saiyan form. This transformation has a great impact on them and is too amazing. Although his strength is weak, even if his perception perception is average at this time. He can judge from the strength of his breath. It was at this moment that the four of them suddenly thought of something even more terrifying. That is, after Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura reached such a terrifying level. So how strong will Talit and the others transform? After careful consideration, the more people thought about it, the more they became more and more afraid. They simply put aside this issue and turned all their attention to the battlefield. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan first level has been stable. Although it is only the first stage that has just been reached, it has also reached another level. His sharp eyes were as sharp as hawk's eyes, staring straight at Vegeta. The smile on his face was filled with absolute confidence. Seeing this, Vegeta took a deep breath, tried his best to stabilize his breath and emotions, and looked at him unwilling to be outdone. The moment the two eyes collided, Vegeta felt a deeper pressure. This feeling of oppression from Sun Wukong in Super League made his scalp numb and creepy, and it was difficult to have the idea of resisting, just like the suppression on the bloodline. But Vegeta, he is also worthy of being the Prince of the Saiyan. It should be said that Vegeta is worthy of being. He has endured himself under Frieza for many years, which has tempered his perseverance and will. Even when facing Sun Wukong in the Super Saiyan state, he was not afraid at all. What a joke! Even such a little devil can become a Super Saiyan. I am the Prince of the Saiyan. How could you lose to such a boy? What went wrong? Vegeta roared in her heart. All power burst out to resist the oppression of Sun Wukong's breath. Vegeta, whose fire power is fully activated, has soared to an astonishing 150,000 point. With the oppression brought by Sun Wukong, he directly burst out with potential power. This momentum is quite terrifying and has surpassed the combat effectiveness of Jinnu in Frieza's army. However, in front of Sun Wukong in the Super Saiyan state, the bursting aura of Vegeta was like a breeze. Sun Wukong didn't even need to exert any force. Just the aura emitted invisibly, he could easily burst Vegeta out by exploding it. The breath that comes out suppresses and blows away. Hehe. It seems that after I transformed into a Super Saiyan, my strength is far better than you. Sun Wukong smiled and took the initiative to release his momentum to suppress Vegeta. Huge pressure hit her face. Vegeta clenched his teeth and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Sun Wukong's breath pressure not only brings physical oppression but also mental impact. If Vegeta's willpower was not far beyond ordinary people, he would have collapsed under the pressure of Sun Wukong's breath and had no intention of fighting anymore. My body is actually trembling. What a joke! I'm a prince of the Saiyan. How could it be possible to lose to a little devil? So what if he is a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's self-esteem was damaged and she roared unwillingly inside. Crazy! A white breath emerged from the depths of Vegeta's body. Under the oppression of Sun Wukong, he was unwilling to explode his self-esteem. Vegeta had accumulated potential in his body for many years and finally felt as if he had found a vent. The combat power soared straight along the way, and the violent aura resisted the pressure of Sun Wukong's aura. Although it was still not as powerful as Sun Wukong, Vegeta's outbreak was far from that simple. Vegeta's combat power just now has exploded to 150,000 points that exceed the limit. Now, under oppression and explosive potential, his combat power exceeds 200,000 points. Hey, his anger has become much stronger again. Sun Wukong was shocked by Vegeta's outbreak, but at the same time, a strong sense of fighting appeared in his eyes. He became more and more excited. So what if you become a Super Saiyan? Receive this, Prince. As if cheering himself up, Vegeta shouted loudly and took the initiative to attack, raising his hand to release the energy beam of light to attack Sun Wukong. Faced with this level of attack, Sun Wukong had to face it carefully before, because he would die if he was not careful. But now, if it's just this level of attack, I don't need to hide now. Look at me, drink it. Sun Wukong was so angry that he perfectly dispersed Vegeta's energy beam. The attack was dispersed so easily, Vegeta's pupils trembled and his face changed drastically. Unwilling to give up, he accumulated his strength with his arms and swung out at the same time, and two red energy bombs attacked Sun Wukong from the left and right side. Bang, bang. Sun Wukong easily smashed two energy bombs with one punch and one kick, and even an explosion did not happen. At the same time, Vegeta rushed forward at full speed, rushed to Sun Wukong, and punched him hard. Bang. The heavy punch that was broken was blocked by Sun Wukong in an understatement. The attack failed. Vegeta exerted force again, and the prince used his tactics without reservation, and continued to attack Sun Wukong's body with continuous fists and feet. Bai Yi's tactic, which can be said to be invincible at the same level, is a pity that the gap between him and Sun Wukong is too big. No matter how Vegeta attacked, he could not hurt Sun Wukong at all. This guy's serious combat method is so fierce, it is completely different from mine. Sun Wukong has benefited a lot from the fight with Vegeta and has absorbed combat experience. Although his strength is stronger than Vegeta's fighting method has allowed him to see his shortcomings, and he still has a lot to learn. Chapter 154 Vegeta's talent. Naba, I want to change too. His attack was completely ineffective. offensive. Vegeta gritted his teeth and the offensive exploded further, attacking Sun Wukong's weakness from different directions with a lightning-fast attack. Sun Wukong, who had been passively defending, was caught off guard by him. It seems that the scions have always been the usual problem, no matter how strong your strength is or how big the gap in strength is. However, after continuously dissolving Vegeta's dozens of moves, Sun Wukong also saw through Vegeta's offensive path. I have seen through your attack method, said the word. Sun Wukong avoided Vegeta's attack from an extremely exquisite angle and punched Vegeta in the abdomen without reservation. Pound. Vegeta, who was hit hard, flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and bright red blood floated in the space seats. Particularly weird. Bang, bang, bang. The Vegeta, which flew backward, ran through several rocky mountains in succession before stopping. His whole body was buried in rock, and his life and death were unknown. The battle seems to be over here. No, not. Boom. Vegeta, buried in rock, suddenly burst out again, and violent energy shattered everything around her. After being injured, his breath increased instead of reducing, and the anger accumulated in his heart also reached its peak. Damn it, how could this prince be easily defeated by you? Vegeta, who was suppressed one after another, had his eyes red. He jumped and reached a height of 1000 meters. The energy in his body expanded, and the white and purple aura flowed rapidly, posing as energy release. There is no doubt that this is the rhythm of the big move. Feeling Vegeta's ever-increasing aura, Sun Wukong was not afraid at all. Then let the horse come over. Sun Wukong stood there, staring at Vegeta in the sky with his sharp eyes. Crack! The wind and clouds were changing, and the lightning was raging, and the world within a radius of dozens of miles trembled violently because of the explosion of Vegeta. Not long after, Vegeta's final killing took shape. If you have the ability, take my move head on. Golly Coramic Cannon. The white and purple electric energy cannon shot out from Vegeta's palm, condensed the power of destroying stars, and headed straight for Sun Wukong to kill him. And go. This attack is so terrifying that it is even comparable to an attack with a combat power of 300,000 points. However, after feeling the strength of this blow, Sun Wukong was not afraid but became even more excited. Look at me. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong burst out with an aura and immediately crashed into Vegeta's Gallic cannon like a dawn light. This move surprised Talat, Latais, and Solari. He didn't expect this kid to be so decisive. Tianjin rice dumplings, Lin, Yamuti, and even Naba couldn't help but sweat for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was like a blade that cut everything, splitting Vegeta's Gallic cannon into two halves. This powerful energy cannon could not stop Sun Wukong from moving forward. While Vegeta was shocked, Sun Wukong had already rushed to him. Heaven and earth penetrate the fist and fight hard. Boom! The powerful fist hit Vegeta's chest, and the ultimate fist penetrated Vegeta's body, cutting the clouds behind him in half. Vegeta, who suffered a devastating blow, vomited blood in his mouth and fell to the ground with weightlessness. No, it's impossible. I'm a prince. How could I lose to a Scion Devil? I'm not willing to give up. At this moment, Vegeta has reached its limit. No matter how he still hide, it will be useless at this time. Sun Wukong looked down at Vegeta, who was falling, and his expression suddenly became serious, and there was no emotional fluctuation. He actually closed the force with the punch just now, otherwise this blow would be enough to kill Vegeta directly. After all, this was played by him in the Super Saiyan state. The winner is decided. On the ground, Vegeta's eyes were blurred and his breath dropped to an extremely dangerous point. After being attacked by Sun Wukong's heaven and earth throughout fist, he had already emitted more energy and had less energy. He stepped into the underworld with half of his foot. If he is not treated in a short period of time, this Scion prince will probably die. Seeing this, everyone did not take action immediately. Naba in the distance was already shocked and trembled all over. Sun Wukong slowly fell from the sky and finally landed beside Vegeta, repelling the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Looking at Vegeta, who was dying in front of him, although my subordinates showed mercy, the gap was always too big. Moreover, the power of the moves is too powerful and cannot be resisted by ordinary opponent. Sure enough, the move of the heaven and earth penetration punch cannot be used randomly. He is almost dead. Sun Wukong felt deeply regretful. He is still kind-hearted when he is young, and Vegeta was not really invaded like the original work, so he didn't have the idea of killing Vegeta, but he had no choice but to do so in this way. He cannot use the power of the Super Saiyan as he wishes. The next second, Sun Wukong suddenly felt three auras coming to his side. There is no doubt that it is Talat, Solar and Latais approaching. Seeing the arrival of his brothers and sisters, Sun Wukong said in a slightly anxious tone, "Brother Talat, Brother Latais, Sister Solari, he is almost dead. What should I do now? I don't want to see anyone die in front of him, even if Vegeta in front of me may not be a good person." Latais and Celery looked at Talat when he heard this. In fact, in their opinion, it doesn't matter whether Vegeta dies or lives, or even has no effect on them. Talat reached out and rubbed Xiao Wukong's little head and said, "You don't want him to die, right, Kakarot? Well, he is a very strong opponent. I have a premonition that he may become become very strong in the future. I hope to fight him in the future. After he becomes a Super Saiyan, he will defeat him with dignified. Sun Wukong's answer satisfied Talat. Leitais and Saleri, who were beside him, looked at each other after hearing this. I understand. Since it's Kakarot's request, I'll save his life. Talat smiled slightly. Even if Sun Wukong didn't say it, he wouldn't let Vegeta go. For more novel 7009, join the second male lead in this original work died. On the contrary, Sun Wukong's active request gave him an excuse to directly treat Vegeta. Vegeta in front of him stepped into the palace of death with half his foot. It was a waste to use fairy beans to treat him. His healing ability can also pull him back from the edge of death. Leitais and Celery showed some strange expressions when they saw Talat intending to save Vegeta, but they didn't stop it. After all, what Talat did was always right. Talat slowly walked to Vegeta's side, aimed his right arm at Vegeta, spread his 5 fingers and activated the healing power. Buzz! The green life energy flashed in Talat's palm. Little by little, green energy particles rushed towards Vegeta's body. The injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his life breath rose rapidly. In a short while, he recovered to his peak period. Vegeta, who had already stepped into the gate of hell, suddenly his pupils contracted and his eyes quickly focused. He actually came alive. After waking up, Vegeta exerted force suddenly and quickly distanced himself from Talat and his group. It seems that the recovery is good and it is stronger than before. Talat retracted his healing ability, hugged his chest with his hands, and joked with a smile on his face. My body and my strength has increased so much. What is going on? You save me. After the recovery, Vegeta felt unprecedented changes and was incredible. The surging power in his body is even stronger than when his potential exploded just now. If it is converted into combat power, he estimated that he now has at least nearly 500,000 points of combat power. He knew that this was the characteristic of the Scion's increasing strength after his dying resurrection. When he was in Frisia's army, he used this method to challenge the limit again and again, and his strength increased greatly. But the combat power that was improved after recovering from serious injuries was far less effective than this time. Vegeta would not know that if this characteristic of the Scion's was deliberately performed, the effect would be extremely poor. The reason why he improved so much this time was because his body and his conscious soul truly realized that he was going to die, so his strength would increase so much after his death. Now let him deal with Sun Wukong in the Super Saiyan state again. He is 100% sure to win. At least he has the power to fight. Not far away, Naba saw Vegeta recovering and followed him up. Vegeta calmed down and his complicated eyes swept over Talat and his group in front of him. The two sides confronted each other again, and the atmosphere became extremely heavy and made it difficult to breathe. For Klin, Yamuti, Tianjin rice and dumplings, they didn't even dare to make a sound. No one spoke and kept silent. After his strength improved, Vegeta's perception ability became more keen, and at the same time he was even more shocked by the strength of Talat and his group. Whether it is Talat, Leitais, or Celery, they are so powerful that he cannot imagine. The unfathomable energy in their bodies was like an abyss, unable to understand the bottom line, like the vast universe, boundless. In front of them, I was like a small boat on the sea, small and helpless. Why do you want to save me? After pondering for a while, Vegeta took a deep breath and tried his best to control his emotions. You have to thank my brother Kakarot for this. If he hadn't pleaded for you, you would have been dead. Leitais answered first with a joking tone. Vegeta gritted his teeth, ignored Leitais' word, stared at Talat with his eyes curled up, waiting for Talat's reply. If you have to say the reason, it is because there are very few compatriots in our Scion tribe left, and we have a common enemy, Talat said carelessly. After receiving Talat's affirmative answer, Vegeta gave up. Don't think that if I save this prince, I will be grateful to you. I lost this battle, but next time, I will definitely win back. Vegeta's eyes were burning with a will to admit defeat. The years of tolerance have made Vegeta's heart extremely tenacious. No matter how many times he fails, he will get up and grow at an extremely fast speed. Although this trip to the earth was a big blow to him, he also gained a lot. It seems that our Prince Vegeta has changed a lot in the years of endurance in the Frisia Legion. At least it is no longer as arrogant as before. Talat smiled slightly and quipped, is that right? I think he hasn't changed much from before. On the contrary, Nabas changes a lot. I still remember that he was furious in his past and acted extremely cruelly. He even teased Celery and was Celery made a hard fix. Now that he has become stronger, he has begun to be timid. As soon as Leitais finished speaking, he felt something was wrong, which made his back chill. A deep chill surged across his body, and Leitais turned his head stiffly and saw Celery's eyes emitting cold light staring at him coldly. Then, the weather is so good today. Did I say something just now? Ha 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 ha. Leitais, who realized that he was saying the wrong thing, hurriedly changed the subject. Little did he know that his embarrassing behavior shocked everyone present. Solari snorted coldly, turned sideways without saying a word. The one next to it, B.A., sweating profusely at this time, could only pretend to be stupid and scratch his bald head, feeling panic, afraid that Celery would settle the old account, so he killed him in one go. Vegeta quickly ignored this matter and realized that there was nothing good about continuing to stay on the earth. He turned around and said to Naba indifferently, "Let's go, Naba. There is no need to continue on the earth." Vegeta's words surprised everyone present. "Oh, didn't you come to earth for the transformation of the Super Saiyan? You were so anxious to leave, or did you give up?" Talit asked interestingly. "My goal has been achieved. After fighting with that kid, I have seen the Super Saiyans, and I have also felt the power of the Super Saiyans, so I can achieve it even without the methods you provide. I met again, and it was no longer like this time." Vegeta's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone, including Talit, did not expect that Vegeta would directly realize the power of the Super Saiyan because of this battle with Sun Wukong. As a Saiyan prince, his talent is indeed evil and extraordinary. Vegeta found his own way, and Talit exclaimed in his heart that he was worthy of being the second male protagonist in the original work. Mr. Bay is worthy of being Mr. Bay. Vegeta was about to leave, but Naba was hesitant. "For Naba, you have found a way to transform, but I don't." Naba also wants to become a Super Saiyan, otherwise he would have always been so eager to see Talit and the others. If he just leaves the earth like this, then he will be nothing. Follow Vegeta. He will become a subordinate of his younger brother in the future. He also wanted to be like Leitais. Naba's helpless eyes moved back and forth between Vegeta and Talit, and his heart was extremely distressed. No matter who was on both sides, he could not resist. Chapter 155 Earth. "I, Naba, wish to be my second hometown." "Damn it, Naba, are you going to betray me?" Vegeta noticed Naba's hesitation and change in expression, and became angry and questioned viciously. "Vegeta, I think, can we not leave? Everyone is Saiyan." Naba dared not disobey Vegeta, but he wanted to become a Super Saiyan in his heart, and he didn't want to miss it even more a chance. He knew that he had no worries about his life now, so he dared to stay. Otherwise he would want to leave more than Vegeta. Vegeta became even more annoyed when he heard this. First, Rades, and now Naba, who has always been acting as a starting point, was about to leave him. He thought in his heart that he should have killed him just now, and now he was too late to regret it. The atmosphere became particularly heavy, and it could be said to be murderous. Vegeta was obviously giving Naba a chance to choose, as if he dared to go against him at this time, he would kill him. Naba could feel the hidden pressure brought by Vegeta, and knew that if he was still hesitant, he would be afraid that he would really suffer from Vegeta's revenge. The fear of Vegeta over the years has already penetrated into his heart, making him dare not speak out, dare to think but dare not do it. Don't be afraid of him, Naba. Follow the true voice of your heart. You have seen what kind of person Vegeta is. Keep staying by his side. What will happen to you this time, the next time, I'm afraid it's hard to say. After all, we prince are cruel and ruthless and only think about our own master. Lotties could think that Naba is the same as he was before, although he was not sure that Naba would have improved now. Even though Naba was still recklessly murdering as before, he just wanted to help Naba so that he would not be controlled by Vegeta. Recalling the past, Rades actually thought of himself when he was young, and he survived several times because of Naba's rescue. If it weren't for Naba, he might have been dead long ago and wouldn't have waited for Talit and Sarari to come to find him. "Rades, you!" Vegeta was furious when he heard Rades' word, but he was unable to target him. He knew that his strength was much worse than that of Rades, otherwise it would be impossible for him to perceive Rades' aura now to be like facing an abyss. Naba looked at Leitais, and her heart felt moved. Memories emerged like a spring, reminding him of the time when Leitais was following him like a follower. It seems that because he found a new backer, Naba made up his mind and looked at Vegeta without fear. "I'm sorry, Vegeta, I don't want to go with you this time. I want to stay here because I want to be stronger and become a Super Saiyan." Naba no longer obeys Vegeta's orders. He wants to live for himself. Hearing that Naba really dared to disobey his orders so boldly, Vegeta took a breath and tried his best to keep himself calm. "Okay, very good." The cold murderous intent seemed to condense into substance. He wanted to let Naba know the fate of disobeying him, but Vegeta could only continue to endure it because Leitais was staring at him with a smile. He could not act rashly. Not only Leitais but Talit and Solari. Obviously, Leitais had spoken to Bayo Naba, so they didn't mind helping. That's how Talit thinking about it. Solari was just a simple cooperation. She didn't like Naba, and Naba had provoked her at the beginning. Tisk. Then it's up to you. Just don't regret it. Vegeta turned around and headed towards the spaceship without looking back. In his eyes, Naba has become an optional existence. It's just that he is unbalanced inside. When we meet next time, he will let them all know and underestimate his fate as Vegeta. You really let him go like that? Seeing Vegeta go away, Solari couldn't help asking. Vegeta is obviously a rebellious boy. Solari could have imagined that if they had not had enough strength, Vegeta would not have let them go easily. Let him develop on his own, create some opponents for himself, and it can also stimulate us to become stronger. Moreover, we, Prince Vegeta, have a lot of ideas. I really look forward to how strong he will become in the future. Talit said, even if he is given the opportunity and time, he will not be able to catch up. Latai's confidence is not groundless. If you are easily caught up, then you will have really been in vain for years. Naba looked around and could only continue to stare at her, unable to speak at all. However, Sun Wukong, he is looking forward to the next time he sees Vegeta. Vegeta also put a lot of pressure on him. At least he won't stop moving forward. He will become stronger faster. Back in the spacecraft, quickly started the operating system. Vegeta drove the spacecraft away from the Earth as fast as possible. For nothing else, Vegeta was also afraid that Talit and the others would go back on their word. Once he is killed to prevent future troubles, he will never have a chance. Wait, after I become a Super Saiyan, I will surpass you all. A strong reluctance was mixed in his tone. Vegeta clenched his fist and calmed down for a long time. Feeling his current strength, Vegeta felt relieved again, because with his current combat power, he was probably at least 4 or 5 times that of his previous one. The next thing is to find a suitable planet to practice hard. After recalling the spaceship's universe map, Vegeta identified a remote planet after searching for a long time. In fact, after so long, the pattern of the Frisia army has undergone tremendous changes, but he didn't plan to get involved. Even if he has the strength to rectify the entire legion now, the Genet team is not worth mentioning in front of him. On Earth, watching Vegeta leave, Naba suddenly sighed for some reason. Originally, he had gotten rid of the pressure that enveloped him. His body and mind should have become extremely relaxed, but he had an indescribable feeling. In the end, the only way is to divert attention. In the first half of his life, he lived under the shadow of Vegeta. In the second half of his life, he will live for himself, and becoming a Super Saiyan is his next goal. I didn't expect the final result to be like this, right? Naba, you took the initiative to break away from Vegeta's control and gave me a high look. We will give you the opportunity to become stronger, so don't let us down. Talit suddenly spoke. These words made Naba feel inexplicably palpitations. Talit is so good. Accept yourself when you come up. No conditions, no requirement. Naba asked back. The fierceness in the original work looked particularly honest at this time. Of course we have to abide by the rules we set on Earth. No matter what kind of person you are now, you can no longer create destruction and killing at will. We are no longer the past, but only know how to obtain by invasion and destruction. A person with a sense of accomplishment. Latai saw Naba's concerns and opened his mouth wide with one sentence. He naturally understood Latai's word, which means that if you stay on Earth and live, you have to be a good person. It's just that. Naba's mind turned. What's this compared to having the chance to become a Super Saiyan? In the past, they invaded, destroyed, killed just to create benefits for themselves and satisfy their desire to fight. Seeing Talit, Latai, Solari nodded one after another. Naba knew more clearly that Talit and the others might have become existences like the guardian saint of the Earth. The Earth has become the new base camp of the Saiyan. I understand. I won't let you down. Earth. Naba is willing to be my second hometown. Naba has already made his enlightenment, and he said this, but he can't mess with Talit. Is this old guy so second class? When I thought about it, I felt relieved. Nothing else. You can become a Super Saiyan. Even if Naba was a person who was unforgivable in the past, he would be willing to be the same as Talit and the others, right? The so-called birds of a feather flock together, and a person's personality is closely related to his living environment. In the past, Talit affected Solari and Jin, and later Rades, and now Naba is the same. It's good to have this enlightenment. We Scions can redevelop and grow on the Earth and reproduce offspring. Latais nodded and patted Naba's shoulder. After a few words of exchange, Naba was not so restrained and asked Latais how powerful they were. It doesn't matter to tell you. My combat power has already exceeded 13 million points and Solari has 12 million points. This is because we have not used our means. After becoming a Super Saiyan, our strength can reach hundreds of millions at will, even billion. Latais smiled. Ying's answer for Napa. Little did he know that as soon as these words came out, Naba was already scared to the point of being frightened. At this time, the 4 people who were approaching Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, and Dumpling also heard this, which made them gasp continuously. This made me finally establish a little worldview, but it collapsed again. Talit couldn't help laughing when he saw this situation. Although Vegetan's guy left, everything did not deviate much from what he expected. History has completely changed. Naba, who should have died, is now on their side. Although it is still unknown whether Naba can become a Super Saiyan. If he succeeds, then the first bald Super Saiyan in history will be born. He is still looking forward to that scene. I wonder if Naba will grow hair after transformation. Naba used to be a stout handsome guy, but at this time he was already in his 30s and was heading 40. In this way, time flies. In the blink of an I. Nearly a month passed after the Vegeta incident. During this month Naba integrated into Talat and his group in different environments. Although I was quite uncomfortable at the beginning and I wanted to go wild and it was difficult to control it. As time accumulated, Naba was gradually affected. In the past he was in the Frisia army for many years and was led by Vegeta to fight continuously. The terrifying hostility was gradually assimilated by life on Earth. Although it was impossible to change suddenly, his mind was no longer as violent as before. It cannot tolerate the weak. Nowadays Naba will at least not be angry and think about killing people randomly. Compared with him in the original work, he is completely different. So the facts prove that anyone can change and even the evil devil can become a good person. Then on this basis he gradually started practicing. At present he has only initially taught his cultivation method. It's not that he didn't teach him more, but that this guy is indeed not as conscious as others. After half a month he learned how to perceive and control his breath in detail. This is still the practice of Klin, Yamuti, Tianjin rice and dumplings, and they can communicate and help each other. In the most blunt words of Talat, Latais and celery, Nabakong has strength, but it is difficult to learn the most basic things. Speaking of which, Naba's talent is indeed limited. His combat power in the original work is only 4,000 points and it seems that it is difficult to improve at this stage. Even if he can rely on means to improve his strength, it is not his real strength. He called himself a descendant of a famous family and he was also a descendant of a declining famous family. In a sense, Naba's cultivation progress is far inferior to Klin, Yamuti, Tianjin rice dumplings and others. The progress of the four people can be seen every day and the combat power value is also improving under the guidance of Talat. Naba cannot be compared with Sun Wukong. After 1 month of hard work, Sun Wukong's strength has made great progress. Just by exceeding 10,000 in normal combat power, he has entered a new field. His goal is still 100,000 points of combat power because he is eager to learn the move of instant movement from Talat. In fact, he is already qualified to study, but the rules set at the beginning should be motivated according to his original plans. Although Sun Wukong has long had more desire to become stronger, on this day Talat was thinking about how to arrange training tasks for Naba and the others. Suddenly, a sound was heard in my ears. It's not someone else, it's the king of the Northern Realm who is in the Northern Realm star. The big thing is bad. The big thing is bad. Talat. Frisia appears. The anxious voice of the king of the Northern Realm could be heard that the situation was serious and he was very worried now. Upon hearing this, Talat immediately focused his attention and responded, "Have you finally come out of seclusion? Lord King of Realm doesn't have to be so anxious, just say it slowly." Talat is not impatient, but where can the king of Northern Realm be calm? He has not paid attention to the lower universe these days. After investigation today, he found out that Frisia came out of his parent star and has now recalled his past capable generals one by one, preparing to make big move. The most important thing is that he sensed the strength of Frisia's aura, and his strength was far from comparable to Frisia's past. Although the surface is not as good as King Kurdish and Gula, Frisia still transforms. He was already so powerful before he transformed, and it is conceivable that after transforming it is at least several times or even dozens of times that he is currently. The most important thing is the aura that makes the king of the Northern Realm scared. This level of power is definitely far beyond the final strength of King Kurdish and Gula. Chapter 156 Frisia is coming. A year in the universe. In an extremely huge Frisia spacecraft central control room, Frisia was sitting on his newly made throne, shaking his red wine glass in his hand, enjoying the taste bud impact brought by the fine wine. By his side, his confidant Sabo was reporting to him everything that had happened in the Legion over the past few days. Two most important points. First, his dear father swallowed little by little for the sake of his rights and his legion, but not long after the start of action was killed by the Super Scion. This was expected by Frisia. During the practice he felt something that is a special response brought by the improvement of strength, and it is also a special means of their clan. Second, it is the separatist phenomenon that has occurred in the Legion in the past 2 years. Everyone thought he was dead or had shrank and hid, causing the ambitions to start separating the country and develop on their own. In fact, he also thought of this, but he didn't care. To him, this seemed like a large-scale game. He hid himself for a while and then came out, which instead created a lot of fun for himself. Finally, Sabo told Frisia about the latest information he had obtained recently. Because the Scions have always been the focus of attention, Vegeta and Naba in the Legion have been under their surveillance. A month ago, Vegeta's combat power detector heard the news. The Super Scion group is indeed on Earth. This is also the news Frisia wants to hear the most now. Thank you so hard, Mr. Sabo. You have worked hard and made great contributions in the past 2 years since my king was away. Frisia still attaches great importance to his confidant, especially Sabo and Dodolia. King Frisia has been awarded. This is what my subordinates should do. In addition, I have been passing information information to Vegeta for the past 2 days, but it is obvious that Vegeta seems to have betrayed the king and the contact signal is currently underway. Regional interference was blocked and we could not contact him either. Sabao reported to Frisia about Vegeta's defection. Ho 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 ho. Don't worry, it's the same as I expected. Our little Vegeta will always grow up. Moreover, we will meet again sooner or later and we will deal with it when the time comes. Frisia didn't care about Vegeta's defection at all, and he had long guessed that this day would come. Vegeta is just his toy. Then King Frisia, your next plan is? Sabo asked. Although Frisia was calm and very happy on the surface, he knew that Frisia was actually very angry. Now Frisia is just sitting there quietly, and the aura emitted invisibly is enough to make people feel proud. Not only is the body trembling, but even the soul feels fear. Is there any need to say? Of course, I am heading to Earth at full speed. It is time for me to break up with that Super Saiyan. After I get rid of those wild monkeys, I will deal with the ants who betrayed me little by little. A sharp cold light flashed in Frisia's eyes and his power leaked a little because of emotional fluctuations. Just a little bit of power made the entire spacecraft tremble for a while. Sabo, who was closest to the nearest, was so scared that he was sweating profusely. Subber, I'll make arrangements now. After a long time, Sabo recovered and controlled his body and walked out of the central control room quickly. Looking at Sabo's back as he left, Frisia smiled slightly. Not long after, Sabo returned here and reported the time it took to arrive on Earth. Is it a year? It's not too long, so let the wild monkeys live for a longer time. At the same time, the northern territory of kings. Through the ability of the King of the North, he learned about Frisia's current situation and also knew that Frisia was about to come to Earth. Talit looked full of expectations, while the King of the North, he was sweating profusely. You kid, sometimes I really wonder how your brain grows. Are you really not worried at all? Asked the King of Northern Realm. Talit smiled and said, as a scion, especially me, the stronger Frisia is, the more excited I am. You also know that with my current strength, I rarely meet a suitable one. I have always let Frisia become stronger, just to use the pressure he brings to become stronger and enjoy the passion brought by the battle. After the words came, the King of Northern Realm had already taken out his white veil and wiped his sweat while speechless. Yolegli and Babrus were by his side without panic at all. Because Talit's strength is very powerful, they are obvious to all. Even though Frisia was so powerful that it was beyond imagination, they always felt that what could be stronger than Talit in the universe now existed almost nothing. Then your next plan is to really wait for Frisia to come to the door on Earth. After calming down, the King of the North asked, it's almost the same, and it takes a long time to go, and a lot of things can happen in the meantime. At least for now, I need to do a lot of things, and I will use this year to further my strength. Talit did not hide the inquiry from the King of Northern Realm and spoke out his plans. Hearing such words, the King of Northern Realm didn't know how to speak for a moment, so he simply let Talit go. Of course, the ugly words were mentioned before, and he had already reminded that Talit and the others had never listened to his advice. Returned to Earth from the Northern Territory, Talit found Solari and Bulma immediately and then took them to Bayazai Mountain, informed Jin and Latais and told them about Frisa's arrival a year later. For Frisia, everyone's performance was different because except for Talit and others, no one on Earth knows it. Especially Klin, Yamuti, Tianjin Rice Dumplings Zi, and Sun Wukong were just as confused, but the difference was that after being confused he was more excited. There were such powerful opponents in the universe, which magnified his worldview again. What about BA? His soul is almost scared away now. The fear of being dominated for many years has reached its peak in his heart's fear of Frisia, especially now that Frisia has appeared, and after Talit said that his strength has increased greatly. Isn't this mean that Frisia is even more terrifying than in the past? Now, we are coming to Earth to seek revenge on their scion. What should I do next? Naba was afraid, but when he thought of the Super Saiyan, he tried hard to calm down and asked Talit, Latais, and Solari. Frisa's guy finally showed up. I thought he would hide on that planet for the rest of his life. It's finally time to reconcile. Latais was in a state of great emotion, as if he had found a vent. The irreconcilable hatred between them, Scion and Frieza, should have been settled long ago. If Talit hadn't been delaying all the time, they would have been to Frisia's lair long ago. Hearing Radi's words, everyone could feel the terrifying murderous intent emitted from him. Brother Talit, since Frisia has the courage to come to Earth to seek revenge, then we might as well take the initiative to attack Frisia. After destroying him, there will be no existence in the universe that will threaten us in the future. Cholari responded, destroy Frisia in one fell swoop and open up a new era, which is what Selaire has always hoped for. As long as Frisia is destroyed, their Scion clan will have great revenge. Solari is right. Instead of waiting for him to come, it is better to take the initiative. I can't stand it in a year, Latais said impatiently. The atmosphere became a little intense, and the two of them set up Talit as if they were forcing Talit to submit. Seeing this, Gnei looked at Talit with concern, as if he could see the helplessness in Talit's eyes, and said, okay, Okay, let's hear Talat say it first. The more anxious you are, the more you are. Things are not done well. I think Talat has made a decision. After saying that, the intense atmosphere was slightly eased, and Latais and Celery were not so anxious either. Talat gave Jin a thankful look, then looked at Latais and Celery and said, "You think it's too easy to kill Frisia? Indeed, according to the intensity I felt before, Frisia may not be a big threat to me, but for you, I'm afraid that Frisia can easily kill you after transforming." After Taro's word finished, Latais and Celery's face turned pale. They were too confident in their strength, which led to underestimating Frisia. It was because their strength improved too quickly that it created an illusion that after all, after the transformation of the Kurdish king, his combat power reached 1 billion. With their current strength they can easily increase their combat power to more than 1 billion. Damn it! In other words, Frisia has been hiding for so long, and his strength has surpassed King Kurdish and Gula, so he rushed straight to the earth with great momentum. Rades gritted his teeth and said angrily, "After working hard for so long, I have been getting stronger, but now it is still the same result." He would not doubt Talat's judgment because Talat had never made any mistake. "It's not that I intend to attack you, but Frisia's strength. I'm afraid that after transformation, it can be at least compared to the Bohake I dealt with." Talat found a suitable target to tell Frisia's at this time strength. It may be more than 30 billion or more, and it may be more than 5 billion. The atmosphere became dull and most people dared not answer. But Naba couldn't help it and asked in horror, "Wait, Talat, do you mean that even if you can become a Super Saiyan, aren't sure to beat Frisia now?" The power of the Super Saiyan people has always believed that Naba has reached the peak of the universe. Even if Frisia appears, it should not be worth mentioning. As a result, his concept was wrong. "Naba, the transformation of the Super Saiyan is just a way for us to improve our strength. Mastering the transformation of the Super Saiyan does not mean invincible. The universe is very large, and people who are stronger than us must exist. It's just that we haven't encountered it. In other words, if you and I now become Super Saiyans at the same time, do you think you can beat me? I can tell you clearly that even if you become Super Saiyans now, you will become Super Saiyans now. Do you think you can beat me? If we fight with us, we don't need to transform and we can easily defeat you." At this point, Talat did not continue to convey this message, just correcting Naba's wrong concept. "Isn't the Super Saiyan invincible?" Nappa was deeply inspired and said to himself, although he still couldn't fully understand it, he had realized it. "That guy named Frisia is so powerful, so let's become stronger and fight." Unlike others, Sun Wukong is worthy of being the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world and has never been afraid of everything since he was a child. Celery and Latais were also driven by Sun Wukong's emotions. They wiped out their inner unwillingness but instead had greater motivation. "You are right. Even if we are not his opponent now, it may not be possible in a year." Latais changed his mind. "That's right, and in a year, we can definitely reach the second level of the Super Saiyan." Celerier's sentence opened up the imagination of the Super Saiyan people to everyone present. Seeing this, Talat laughed. "I'm not in a hurry now. I don't think about going to find Frisia right away. This is a joke." And Latais and Celery's cheeks turned red. "If everything depends on you, then we will be useless." Latais said, "Brother Talat, let's guide us to become stronger. When we master stronger power, Frisia will be solved by us." Celery said immediately. Seeing them like this, Talat nodded and agreed without continuing to tease. In the next year, he probably had a goal and thought of a way to practice for them. Others made their own remarks because they didn't want to fall behind, and their courage was commendable. For others, even if they can't help, they still want to work hard to become stronger, and maybe there will be times when they need them. In the universe, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Located in the northern Milky Way, a remote galaxy not far from the solar system, on a dark green planet. After leaving the Earth, Vegeta came to this planet with not much breath of life but lush vegetation and carried out his own devil training closer to the Earth, and when he succeeds in breaking through, he will go back to avenge his previous shame. He thought it was simple and naive, but today, all his original expectations were disrupted by the arrival of a message. Frisia actually appeared and locked the Earth as his target. "Arriving on Earth in a year? Damn it, this time I will never let you continue to become famous. In a year, I, Vegeta, will definitely become a Super Saiyan. At that time, I will solve the problem with Frisia. I am the prince of the Saiyan and the most genius Saiyan." After speaking, Vegeta worked harder. As for Frisia's orders, he had long been left behind. "P.S. Promote a new book, Cultivating Immortality. Only I am reincarnation, and there is a portal below. Interested guys can take a look." Chapter 157. Celery is pregnant and gets married. Time flies. It seemed as if in the blink of an eye, a year passed quietly. From the moment he learned that Frisia was coming towards the Earth, Talat immediately took Latais and Celery to further practice. As for Naba, Sun Wukong, Klin, Yamuati, Tianjin rice and dumplings, they let them slowly walk the path they once walked. During this year, the Earth is in a calm period. In fact, this is inevitable because according to the plot of Dragon Ball Part 1. The universe has not yet been opened, so although some unexpected things will happen on the Earth, it will not affect peace and no major events will occur. In other words, the Earth's technology is developing, the times are progressing, and everything is moving in a good direction. It is worth mentioning that Demon 2 Big is similar to the original plot development. He was first picked up by a peasant couple and then was scared to be abandoned after being born from the egg. Later, he tossed and turned and traveled on the Earth above, find ways to become stronger and opportunities to revenge. The growth rate of the mechs is completely different from that of the Earthlings, so in just 1 year, Big has grown a lot. His revenge is also stronger than the original work, and his target is naturally Turtle Fairy, because Turtle Fairy killed his father, which can also be said to be his predecessor. In short, although the plot has undergone huge changes, there is no deviation in the main line. Having said that, Talat and the other two have undergone considerable changes this year. First of all, Talat finally increased his normal combat effectiveness to 55 million points in this year. This is the goal set for myself a year ago, and it was overachieved. Fortunately, the map of the Realm King God Realm was unlocked, and you can also go to the Great Realm King Star to compete with those masters in the underworld at any time, especially the duel with Pork Ribs Rice. He will benefit a lot every time. Now, his second level Super Saiyan has reached its ultimate cultivation, and he has vaguely touched the third level Super Saiyan, but he has not really tried to break through. As for the fourth order, Talat has also reached a higher level to some extent because of the more perfect mastery of the power of the giant ape. Its own power is no longer limited to basic multiple amplitude. For Talat, the improvement in strength made him happy, and the reason why he could improve so much in one breath with the help of known cultivation methods in a year is also due to the relationship between Chalari. A few months ago, Chalari suddenly noticed abdominal pain during her practice, and after examination, she learned that she had been pregnant for more than 2 months. When Talat first learned the news, he was surprised and happy. He was a human being for 2 lives, but he didn't expect that he would be a father so soon. Because of her pregnancy, Talat protected Chalari, forcing her to stop practicing and concentrate on raising her baby at home. She was not allowed to continue practicing and become stronger after giving birth. Then, Jin and Bulma became Chalari's nanny, always supervising her and watching her. Chalari is too careless, so we need reminders from others. In fact, she had wanted a child herself for a long time, but she had never been pregnant. Now that she has it, she feels that the time is not the time, because this means that she must retreat from the front line to the backstage and can't help with anything. It was also after Talat persuasion that Chalari had lost this idea as her belly grew day by day. By the way, because Chalari was pregnant, Talat held a wedding with them under the mandatory requirements of Bulma. Although it was hasty, Talat had to accept it. Fortunately, Bulma had been making arrangements, but there was no suitable opportunity. Now, taking this opportunity to fulfill her wish, although she was marrying Talat with Chalari, there was no such marriage constraint as monogamy on the earth of this world. For Bulma, she is becoming more and more envious and jealous now, especially Chalari's already raised belly. Every time she sees her, she will fantasize. Could it be because of the different races of Scions and Earthlings? Bulma, who was unwilling to accept it, could only stare at her. Not only Bulma, but also Huang Falankai, who was affected and envied. After she learned that Celery was pregnant, she directly came to Latais. Unfortunately, there was no movement until today. Speaking of Latais, after Celery got pregnant and retreated to the rear, he was devoted to his cultivation. In the whole year, Latais made great progress and his combat power increased sharply to 25 million points. Although it is still not as good as Talat a year ago, this strength is already very strong. Latais has also achieved the transformation of the second level Super Saiyan, and he can skillfully control the increase in his power. To put it in the simplest data, Latais' combat power can explode to a point far exceeding 3 billion. This is not the use of the Realm King Fist to explode instantly. On Earth, because of the long-term practice, Talat and Latais returned from the Realm King God Realm and have been resting together for the past 2 days. Taking this opportunity, the two of them also saw Sun Wukong's growth with their own eyes. This kid is really worthy of being the protagonist of the original work. After training over the past year, his combat effectiveness has been increased tenfold, reaching 80,000 points. This is the growth of strength, and the biggest change is that he has grown up. At the age of 17, he has participated in the 23rd World's #1 martial art conference as he did in the original work. What about BA? As a famous warrior in decline, although he is relatively stupid, he is also a superior warrior among the Scions after all. He has basic potential, but he didn't know how to explore it at the beginning. Under the cultivation arranged by Talat for him, he also used his own efforts to break through the 150,000 mark. Unfortunately, even with Talat's guidance, Naba only reached the threshold of transforming into a Super Saiyan. It was still much worse to truly transform. I don't know whether he will be able to succeed in the future. At least for now. 1 year of cultivation is far from enough. Except for Sun Wukong and Naba, what remains are naturally Klin, Yamu tea, Tianjin rice and dumplings with all their strength soaringly. Klin's combat effectiveness exceeded 6,000 point. Yamcha's combat effectiveness exceeded 5,000 point. Tianjin Fan may have developed his own bloodline because of the three-eyed star man, and his combat power has approached 10,000 point, which also shows the talent he already has in the original work. It is indeed a big gap compared to Sun Wukong, but the original starting point is already low. There is also dumplings. Although their combat effectiveness has only reached 3,000 point, it can be said that it is quite impressive. Now, they went to the Northern Realm to practice. This is the path Talat arranged for them step by step, and it is also the path they should take in the original work in advance. Next to the manor pool in the private residential area of Universal Capsule, Talat was accompanying Solari and Bulma. After coming back these days, I have been taking care of Solar. She is 7 months pregnant and the baby will be born in another 3 months. Originally, it should be a time to be happy, but Frisia's breath is getting closer and closer these days, which also makes everyone feel depressed. After all, no one knows what Frisia's strength is and how the result will develop. Even if Talat has 100% confidence, he cannot guarantee that he will be invincible. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air came. As several figures appeared in front of him, Talat smiled slightly and said to Leitais, Auntie Jine, Mr. Sun Gohan, and Lan Chi and others have all sent them to the Northern Realm. Wang Xing. Leitais nodded after hearing this and said, yes, Frisia is almost here, and we should solve our worries first. It's almost the same. Bulma, go and call your dad and mom over. I'll send you to the Northern Realm Star first. There, you can also see the battle situation on the earth through Lord King of Realm. Talat said, this has been said long ago. After hearing this, Bulma agreed and quickly called the Brives and his wife. Cholari wanted to stay, but Talat would not let her take risk, especially if she had their children in her belly. 1 hour later, in the universe, after a year of navigation, Frisia's spacecraft spanned hundreds of millions of galaxies and finally arrived at the Earth in the solar system. In the central control room, Fulisa was standing in front of the super-huge transparent protective glass and staring ahead. The Earth was already close, which made him excited, but he was very calm. Is this the Earth? Although it is very small, the fireworks after the explosion should not be too bad. Frisia sneered, and the terrifying pressure released invisibly even affected the space around him. Sabo, who was beside him, and Dodolia, who was recalled to the Earth, were overwhelmed by this terrifying aura and sweating profusely. Fortunately, Frisia quickly withdrew his pressure, and they breathed a sigh of relief as if they were relieved. Saber, let's continue to let all the fighters prepare. This planet, except those scion monkeys, will not leave anyone. Frisia's eyes showed murderous intent and ordered in a deep voice, subordinate to obey the order. Sabo did not dare to neglect for a moment and hurriedly left the command center and passed Frisia's order to everyone. Dodoria, go and open the top hatch. Frisia turned to Dodolia and ordered, yes, King Frisia. Dodoria received the order and quickly opened the road in front until she reached the top hatch. She pressed the control button to open the top hatch. Frisia drove the suspended stroller forward and then slowly arrived outside the spacecraft from the top hatch. Let me give the Earth a glance first and tell the scion monkeys that I have arrived. Frisia smiled sinisterly, raised his index finger on his right hand, and a fiery red energy bomb as big as a grain of rice appeared. Immediately afterward, Frisia bounced his fingers, and the energy bounced as big as a rice grain came out of his hand and landed on the Earth's atmosphere. Boom! A violent fire exploded on the Earth's atmosphere. The explosion of powerful energy tore a huge gap in the Earth's atmosphere. Seeing this scene, Frisia smiled, his eyes full of joke, and controlled the floating stroller and returned to the spaceship. The soldiers of Frisia's legion thought Frisia wanted to destroy the stars directly, but they did not see the stars. Instead, seeing Frisia plays with the Earth like this makes people even more frightened. Set out and enter the Earth. In this way, at Frisia's order, the spaceship drove straight in the extreme north. The cold wind is cold and snow is flying all over the sky. Headed by Talat, Leitais, Naba, Sun Wukong, as well as Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin rice and dumplings are all waiting here. So many years have passed. Frisia, you still like to play this kind of boring routine? Talat first sighed at the explosion and then saw the spaceship captain driving straight in and couldn't help but sneer. It seems that Frisia has not transformed yet. If he only has this level of breath. A rebellious smile appeared on Leitais' face and his aura continued to soar. He waited for too long at this moment and prepared too much for it. Whether it is strength or transformation, he is much stronger than a year ago. I just hope that Frisia's strength will not disappoint him. Although you say it's only this level, it's still terrifying to us. Frisia's aura is full of evil feelings. Sun Wukong couldn't help but gasp. Frisia's strength was far more powerful than he thought. It's even more terrible. An unprecedented feeling surged in my mind. I recalled Vegeta, who I dealt with a year ago, and compared to Frisia now, it was not of the same level at all and could not be compared. This is the terrifying feeling that units with combat power far exceeding 100 million can bring. Now I can clearly feel Frieza's breath, which is even more direct than before. A dense bead of sweat appeared on Naba's bald head, and it was inevitable that he was afraid, because he does not have enough strength to fight. The four of them, Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings, were already breathing rapidly and dizzy. In fact, with their strength they cannot come here to watch the game, but what Talat said stimulated them and made them stand here bravely. If they don't even have the courage to watch the game, how can they become stronger? This is what Talat said. Talat, we have agreed in advance. Frieza is left to me to deal with. You can't rob it. Leitai said on his own initiative. Don't worry, if you lose, I will take action, Talat said with a smile. Leitai was confident. You won't have a chance to take action, Frieza. I will definitely kill it with my own hands. I hope so. Taro's head. If Leitai can really kill Frieza, it will be a good thing for him. I'm afraid that after Frieza transformed, his strength would be greater than previous speculations, and he even developed a golden form. If that were the case, Leitai would never be able to defeat him. In short, let Leitai test it. No matter what the result is, he can guarantee the bottom line. The group watched the spacecraft landing on the ice field with a serious expression. P.S. Promote a new book, Cultivating Immortality. Only I am reincarnation, and there is a portal below. Interested guys can take a look. Chapter 158 Super Vegeta. I'm no longer the same I used to be. As several cabin doors of the spacecraft were hit one after another, starting, led by the Jinnah team, the soldiers of the Frieza Legion kept pouring out of the spacecraft. There were hundreds or thousands of people in number. This situation involuntarily reminded Talat of the scene in the plot of Super Era where Frieza led his men to invade the Earth. Through the detection function of virtual glasses, Talat and his group roughly knew the combat effectiveness of these Legion soldiers. Among them, the weakest combat power reached more than 1,000 points. Most of them had combat power between 1,000 points and 3,000 points, and the higher ones were only 5,000 points. The higher the combat power, the smaller the number of people. This situation is really big, but Frieza was too anxious and just called such a group of low-powered foils. If he rectified the forces of the Legion first, the combat power would be nearly 10,000 or even more than 10,000 subordinate. Talat said indifferently with a contemptuous smile. Tisk, it's already this era, and I'm still thinking about putting pressure on others in terms of the number of people. Frieza is really getting back and forth. Apart from him, even the Jinnah team is all ant. Laddie, there was only Frieza in Z's eyes, and all the others were ignored by him. As long as he is willing, he can destroy all enemies except Frieza with one hand. The conversation between the two obviously made Naba and Sun Wukong, who were already a little shocked by the situation, calmed down a little. They were frightened by the overwhelming advantage of the number of people. Now, after realizing that with their strength, only Frieza poses an absolute threat to them. Among the others, there are only one or two people exuding an extremely powerful aura. Even Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings all got rid of the initial fear. It is true that there are many enemies but not many threats. This is a training for them, but they didn't expect that they would have the opportunity to fight. He's here. Talat smiled slightly in front of him with his hands crossed his chest. Leitai snorted coldly and took the initiative to move forward 2 steps. At this time, Frieza had appeared from the top of the space cabin and rose into the air. His confidants Sabo and Dodolia were still with him. Ho 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 ho. I haven't seen you for many years. Those little monkeys from back then have grown up now. Although there is still a missing female monkey in Vegeta, it's not a problem. I will kill you. After that, find them out and let you scions completely disappear into this world. Frieza came up and gave a shot. The sound spread, causing everyone to tremble. This is the deterrent power of the Emperor. It's true that I haven't seen you for many years. Frieza, you haven't changed at all. Just like back then, you're not only short but also like a clown. Although there was no direct conversation back then, what Talat said was still very ridiculous. These words hit the scar deep in Frieza's heart. You are sharp-tongued. Think about the scions back then. No matter how strong they are, they will kneel down in fear when facing me. You are indeed more promising than those ants. Frieza tried his best to do so. Restrain your anger and prevent yourself from bursting out. After all, this scion killed his elder brother and father. Before he was uncertain how profitable the Super Saiyan was. He didn't want to break up directly, but as soon as he finished speaking, Radies couldn't help it. Okay, Frieza, since he has come to Earth, what else can he say? Nonsense. Leitai's final shot made Frieza frown. He couldn't bear it anymore and sneered. I remember that you were just a follower next to Vegeta, and now you dare to talk to me like this. It seems that I, the king, really needs to remind you of the fear of being dominated by this king. After saying that, Frieza raised his hand and was about to order the entire army to attack to destroy all the humans on the Earth. At this moment, a special spaceship descended from the sky and landed in the center of the battlefield. Everyone's attention was focused, and there was no doubt that this was the Legion's medium-sized spacecraft. left. But no one knows who is here. No, Talat knows it. Is it finally here? It would be a pity if you are absent at this time. Talat put his hands on his chest with a smile in his eyes. He had known that Vegeta would come, but the speed of the spacecraft was slower than that of Frisia's. But now it's just right. As the cabin door of the spacecraft opened, Vegeta descended to Earth again. This guy actually dares to come to Earth, and it's at this time he's really looking for death. Leitais looked at him coldly. It's the Vegeta who fought me a year ago. Vegeta. After Sun Wukong and Naba saw Vegeta, they all showed surprise. Unexpectedly, Vegeta would choose to come to Earth during this period of time. Moreover, he looked a little different from a year ago. Oh, I thought it was someone. It turned out to be you, little Vegeta. You are here at the right time. How about helping me solve the rebellion of these Scion? I can forgive you for your betrayal of me for your own mercy. Frieza smiled playfully. He could not wait to see the scene where Vegeta and these Scions fought each other to the end. The scene of dog biting a dog is quite interesting. Do you think I'm still the Vegeta who was sent by you back then? Frieza, you underestimate me too much. Vegeta's sharp eyes ignited endless anger. At this moment he dared to face Frieza. You haven't seen each other in just a few years. Your courage has increased a lot. You dare to disobey my orders. It seems that you have really forgotten the horror of this king. Little Vegeta. Frieza's eyes were filled with murderous intentions. It showed that when he raised his hand, he mobilized 1% of his power and released a beam of death to attack Vegeta. The beam of death hit her face, and Vegeta didn't care at all. She slapped it out with a casual slap. The beam rushed straight into the distance and passed through an iceberg. Boom! With a loud bang, the iceberg broke into slag. Seeing his attack easily bounced away by Vegeta, a look of surprise flashed in Frieza's eyes. It seems that many changes have indeed happened in the years when he was not in the Legion. A mere Vegeta, especially in this year, has grown to this point. The Scions are really a huge threat. Listen to Frieza. I am no longer the same as I was back then. I will give you 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000 times, 1,000 times. Hysterical sounds were heard. Vegeta's power burst out in a roar. He seemed to care about what was going on now. Except for Frieza, even Talat and Leitais were not seen by him. In an instant the powerful aura took shape and the terrifying pressure swept across the world like a tornado. The combat power detectors worn by everyone in Frieza's army exploded due to overload at the same time. At this moment everyone in the Legion except Frieza was confused and felt incredible about Vegeta's strength. Feeling Vegeta's momentum swelling, Frieza blinked in surprise, revealing an extremely exaggerated expression. Go to die, Frieza. Gallic Cannon. Vegeta swung his hands and Gallic Cannon fired instantly, heading straight for Frieza. Boring trick. A depressing voice came out. Frieza took a casual breath and then a terrifying storm broke out from his mouth. The oncoming Gallic Cannon was breathed by him in one breath. It blows away. What? Gallic's cannon was blown out by Frieza in one breath and Vegeta's face changed. The strength has indeed become much stronger, but in my opinion today you are no different from you in the past. Forget it. Since you are unwilling to surrender to me again, you can only destroy you. Just like when I killed your father. Ho 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 ho. As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza jumped out of the floating stroller. Frieza really planned to take action and deal with him in person. Vegeta smiled without fear, his lips undone slightly, and showed a confident smile that was enough to despise everything. This performance really shocked many people, especially Leitais. Is this guy Vegeta seeking death? The gap in strength between him and Frieza is not at the same level at all. Leitais was puzzled. Why did Vegeta do this? Although now Vegeta's strength has indeed improved a lot compared to a year ago, but he is still an ant in front of Frieza. Leitais didn't believe it. Vegeta couldn't feel the gap in strength. Or does Vegeta have other plans? If I guess correctly, our Scion Prince should have taken that step. Talat's words woke up the dreamer, making Leitais, Naba and Sun Wukong suddenly realize it. You mean he has become a Super Scion? Leitais asked in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Vegeta had really taken this step, and without relying on anyone's help, he relied on his own efforts and only took it for a year. Vegeta he succeeded. As Vegeta's former dog-legged, Naba's heart seemed to sink into the bottom of the sea. At this time he suddenly recalled Vegeta when he was a child. At that time Vegeta was a prince of the Scion and was gifted with a monster, and later it soared all the way. Although not as good as Talat and the others, Vegeta's talent potential may not be worse than Talat and Leitais if they have practiced. They just didn't master the method of cultivation at the beginning. Can he really become a Super Scion? So there will be some fight between him and me in the future. Sun Wukong's voice trembled slightly, but this was not fear but expectation and excitement. He clearly felt Vegeta's normal combat power far above him. In other words, his first goal in the future can actually be changed from Brother Talat and Brother Leitais to Vegeta. First, completely surpass Vegeta. On the side, Lin, Yamauti, Tianjin Rice and Dumpling were worried. They actually determined that Vegeta was not a good person. Vegeta and Frieza looked at each other from a distance. All the Frieza Legion Legion soldiers automatically gave up a huge encirclement. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, and I am always preparing. Frisia, your era can end. Next, I will open your eyes and see clearly. Vegeta, I have grown to be your best scared Super Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his fist. His eyes were sharp, and a large number of S-cells in his body surged rapidly under the control of his mind. It's the so-called Super Saiyan again. In my opinion, it seems to be more and more valuable, and each one will change. Frisia looked at it disdainfully. He is confident that with his current strength, even if Vegeta really becomes for the Super Saiyan, there will be no storm. Just like the information I got at the beginning, the Super Saiyans also have strength and weaknesses. That talent is the most worthy of attention. If it weren't for him, his father wouldn't have died. I hope you can be as calm as you are now. The blue veins on the forehead were completely raised. Vegeta's expression became extremely ferocious, and the golden aura emanated from the inside out. A powerful air pressure quickly expanded in all directions with Vegeta as the center. After sensing Vegeta's change, the smile on Frisia's face disappeared, and instead it became a little bit serious. After Vegeta's hysterical roar, his black anger changed between gold and black, and his breath also showed an explosive growth. Everyone present except Talat, Frisia, and Latais felt a fatal sense of oppression, which made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Crazy golden flames lingered in Vegeta's body, and his Super Saiyan state appeared and disappeared from time to time. In the end, Vegeta burst out with all his strength again, and the S-cells in his body moved to the center of his spine in a regular manner. The violent aura turned into a storm that was enough to destroy everything, causing many soldiers in Frisia's army to be weak and close to him to bleeding in 7 orifices due to the pressure of the breath, and fainted and died suddenly. The 4 people in Talat's side, Lin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, and Dumpling were fine, but they were more or less shocked. Vegeta's Super Saiyan first level completely stable. Frisia, who had witnessed Vegeta's changes, had a strong murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Blonde hair and blue eyes, golden breath Super Saiyan. He actually succeeded. Latais felt unbelievable. This is his Super Saiyan. His breath is so strong that he has far surpassed my Super Saiyan transformation. Sun Wukong gasped and exclaimed. He has not fully realized that the transformation of the Super Saiyan is closely related to the normal state. In fact, some knowledge Talat and Latais had already been taught to him, but his ideas were very simple and he could not calculate. Vegeta's Super Saiyan Naba's eyes became extremely complicated and his breathing was already disordered. Chapter 159 Despair. Isn't the Super Saiyan invincible? Completed the transformation of the Super Saiyan, and his strength was unprecedentedly expanded. Vegeta also slowly walked out of the pit, smiling and extremely proud. Frisia looked Vegeta up and down seriously. After just a few glances, he analyzed Vegeta's approximate strength. Ho. I didn't expect that you had grown to this level after just a while. It's amazing. Little Vegeta is worthy of my praise, Frisia said with a playful smile. This arrogant expression seemed to have not taken Vegeta into consideration at all. This behavior naturally made Vegeta suffer and couldn't help but take action. I hope you can still be as optimistic as you are now. Vegeta, will become your nightmare in the future. Even if you go to hell, you will always be with your evil soul, Vegeta said in a word. He took the initiative to attack, sprinted quickly to Frisia, spread his fingers and grabbed Frisia. Frisia fought back immediately, poked out his hands and linked Vegeta's fingers. At the same time, the aura burst out and the two sides started a competition of pure power. Vegeta kept exerting force, and the golden aura was like an erupting volcano, and the first level Super Saiyan firepower was fully opened. Frisia also showed more than 50% of his strength in the first form. Boom! The ice blue evil spirit and the golden aura collided with each other, turning into a strong storm and heading straight into the sky. The air pressure changed drastically. Ice chips were flying all over the sky, and the breath storm was raging like a tornado. Jinnu led his subordinates to a safe area. Sabo and Dodolia also led the surviving soldiers to follow closely behind. On Talat's side, Naba and Sun Wukong looked at each other, and then they said something to Talat and got permission and flew straight to the direction of Frisia's army. The battle situation here is not something they can interfere with, so it is better to take the initiative to kill other soldiers of the Frisia Legion. Not only Sun Wukong, but Naba also wants to prove himself. Yamuti, Tianjin Rice, Klin, Dumplings, and the 4 of them also acted. This was also what Talat signaled to them. They have their own battles. In the sky, the struggle between Frisia and Vegeta continues. Vegeta, who transformed into the first level Super Saiyan, was extremely powerful and had more than 50 million points in combat. The normal increase of 1 million points, which exceeds the first stage of 50 times, has already reached its peak. It's just a pity that his strength is really nothing at this time. Frieza in the first form has unfathomable combat power. Tal once felt that it was at least 100 million units. So Vegeta and Frieza are not at the same level at all. Of course, Frieza's conceited personality never took Vegeta seriously. Maybe Vegeta could really take advantage of it. Ho ho ho. Is this the power of your so-called Super Saiyan? It seems that it is not the case. Frieza said that he was not under pressure and sarcasticated Vegeta through word. The battle has just begun. Don't be too arrogant. Frieza. Vegeta, who was ridiculed, exerted force with both hands and threw Frieza out horizontally. Frieza, who flew backward, quickly regained control of his body. After locking Vegeta's position, he waved his hands quickly and instantly emitted dozens of death beams, attacking Vegeta like a meteor shower. Vegeta was not willing to be outdone and instantly released dozens of energy bombs to collide with it. The energy explosion had a chain reaction, and all the energy bombs detonated at the same time, and the overwhelming energy flames swept away, forming an extremely thick wall of flames in the air. Vegeta would not let Frieza go so easily. His keen breath sense locked Frieza's position through the wall of flames. The breath burst out like a light of hope, soaring straight into the sky. But in a blink of an eye, Vegeta broke through the explosion flame and descended to Frieza, and his powerful fist and foot attack fell like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta attacked with all his strength, and the prince's tactics were fully fired, and the fierce offensive caught Frieza off guard. Since leaving the barrier, Frieza has not fought any battle. Suddenly facing Vegeta's powerful attack, he was negligent in defense for a while and revealed his flaws. Pound. A thrilling sound of flesh suddenly exploded. Vegeta's angry iron fist hit Frieza's face. The powerful force shock made Frieza's head lean back. See the power of the Super Saiyan. Frieza. Death. Vegeta would not let Frieza go so easily, and his right arm wrapped in golden aura waved out again. But the next second, Frieza controlled his tail to wrap around Vegeta's wrist, cleverly dissolving Vegeta's attack. Little Vegeta, your attack just now made me a little angry. The angry Frieza raised his hand and released the energy of death to bombard Vegeta's face. Vegeta, who had no time to dodge, could only raise his left arm to defend and bear the bombardment of the death energy cannon on the front. Boom. Vegeta, who was attacked by energy, was shot down from mid-air. Although he was hit, fortunately his defense was timely and he did not suffer much influence. Tisk. Vegeta quickly adjusted his energy and looked at Frieza in the air. Frieza is even harder than he thought, but he has mastered the Super Saiyan and has absolute confidence to win. I won't play with you anymore, little Vegeta. Frieza's eyes flashed with murderous intent. As his right hand was raised high, powerful energy gathered in his palm. A hot crimson energy bomb. It was flashing in the palm of the palm. Buzz buzz. The space rippled and the crimson red energy bomb expanded rapidly, and its diameter suddenly increased to hundreds of meters in a short while. Seeing this scene, Vegeta on the ground secretly mobilized the energy in his body and acted as if energy was released. The white and purple aura flashed around him, condensing a killing skill. I used this move to destroy the Vegeta planet of your Saiyan clan. Now, use this move to destroy you, Vegeta. After that, Frieza waved easily, and it was extremely huge. The death energy bomb was rapidly advancing, heading straight for Vegeta like a super huge meteorite. When Vegeta heard Frieza's provocation, he felt even more angry. The strong emotional fluctuations caused his burst of energy to rise to a higher level. Frieza, you will be the only one who dies this time. Look at my golly Kokyo. As a hysterical roar, an extremely powerful white-purple energy cannon came from Vegeta's palm. Shoot it, hitting head-on toward this huge death energy bomb. Boom. The moment the energy attacks of both sides collided, the devastating storm swept across the world, causing the space to ripple. In this battle of killing skills, Vegeta obviously felt a huge pressure coming towards him. His Gallic cannon was obviously defeated, and he was suppressed and retreated step by step. The huge pressure on his face made Vegeta's forehead bulge with a ferocious look on his face. Damn it, Frieza's strength is so strong, but Vegeta has mastered the Super Saiyan. How could he lose to you? Vegeta let out unwilling roars in his heart. Under the huge oppression of the death energy bomb, a deeper layer of potential in Vegeta's body was released, and the Super Saiyan's energy pool burst out. With a muffled sound from his arms and muscles, the energy output of the Gallic cannon increased sharply, perfectly offsetting the impact of the death energy bomb, and even penetrated into the death energy bomb and disintegrated deeply. Wah! Seeing that the death energy bomb was blocked, Frieza's expression changed subtly. He still underestimated Vegeta. Just when Frieza planned to further increase the intensity of the death energy bomb and give Vegeta a fatal blow, an accident happened. In the center of the death energy bomb, white and purple light kept flashing, followed by Vegeta's Gallic cannon directly penetrated. After passing through the death energy bomb, Frieza was swallowed in one breath. The death energy bomb that was pierced through also lost control and exploded in mid-air. Rising fires filled the sky, and boundless storms swept across the entire extreme north, causing thousands of miles to fall into violent turmoil at this this moment. As time passes by minute, the explosion has dissipated. In the sky, the heavy smoke was dissipating little by little. In the sense of the breath, Frisia's aura had disappeared, and life and death were unknown. On the ground, Vegeta's hands drooped weakly, gasped heavily, his breathing dropped sharply, and the rhythm of his breathing became extremely heavy. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta burst into laughter, venting the negative emotions he had accumulated over the years. In Vegeta's opinion, he won this battle, and no one could survive an energy attack of that level, even he could not. Frisia must have lost his corpse in the explosion. However, he seemed to be a little too early to be happy. Frisia's strength is far more than what he saw. Vegeta had laughed enough with a faint smile on his lips, looking at the thick smoke in the air. But soon, the scene in front of you made Vegeta's smile stop abruptly and was replaced by a deep look of horror. Most of the smoke and dust dissipated, and Frisia appeared. The explosion just now only made him feel a little embarrassed and did not cause him any substantial damage. The move just now is really surprising. You have resolved the death energy bombs of the 5 successes of this King of 5. Little Vegeta, you have become much stronger. Frisia's smile on his face, the intention became stronger and stronger, and the ice blue evil aura on his body became heavier and more enchanting. Feeling that Frisia's aura increased instead of falling, Vegeta understood something, and her pupils trembled violently. Damn Frisia, how could your strength be so strong? How did you do it? Vegeta was impacted by Frisia's breath and his spirit was in a brief trance. At this moment he understood how big the gap in strength was. Frisia's horror is far from what he can compete with now. In this case, it was like in the original work that he thought he could compete with Frisia's final form, but was slapped in the face. Ho 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 ho. Yes, it's this expression. When you face me, that's how you should be. Frisia sneered and fired a light of death. Vegeta subconsciously raised his hand to block it, but the destructive power of the death beam this time was far from something he could withstand. Bang! With a blast, Vegeta responded without any resistance. His defense was completely broken, and his combat uniform was also destroyed by this blow, making him look even more embarrassed. Endured the pain of bone shattering, Vegeta struggled to stand up. Huff! A blood arrow spurted out from Vegeta's mouth. At this moment his breath suddenly decreased, and the transformation state of the Super Saiyan also appeared. How could this happen? The power of the Super Saiyan, shouldn't it be invincible in the universe? Why is there such a big gap in strength? Vegeta was unwilling to accept this cruel fact. After mastering the transformation of the Super Saiyan, he challenged Frisia with great confidence, trying to kill his enemy, but in the end he encountered such a result. You have become a Super Saiyan. It is indeed surprising to me. If it were the original king, they might have to transform into the final form to solve you, but now, the legend of the Super Saiyan Invincible is in front of me. It's just a boring joke. Ho 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 ho. Frisia sarcastically mocked Vegeta's incompetence. From the tip of his right index finger, he shot another beam of death energy. This blow was enough to Vegeta's life. Just as Vegeta's life was hanging on a thread, an energy bomb rushed over quickly, blasting the death beam away. This scene made Vegeta and Frisia look in surprise. The person who rescued Vegeta was not Talat but Latais. After the fight, hurry up and go aside. Don't be embarrassed, Vegeta, Rades said to Vegeta with an impatient look on his face. It seems that he is insulting Vegeta, but in fact he is also stimulating Vegeta, and at the same time he saves Vegeta's life. Oh, damn it, Latais, don't think I'll thank you. Vegeta wouldn't appreciate this kind of affection, especially Latais' words made him feel uncomfortable. But if he loses, he can only leave unwillingly. But in his opinion, it is inevitable that Latais loses to Frisia. He, who is also a Super Saiyan, lost. What will Latais win? Then don't disturb my battle. Let me go and watch it. Latais raised his eyebrows, not giving Vegeta a little face. Vegeta snorted coldly, dragging his scarred body, and flew out of the battlefield. Looking at Vegeta leaving in a mess, Frisia didn't care at this time, because even if Vegeta mastered the Super Saiyan, he was just an insignificant little character, another wild monkey who overestimates himself. Frisia did not take Latais seriously at all. The first form was fully fired, and his powerful aura caused the sky swaying. Chapter 160 Tens of Billions. Ding b b b b b b b b b b b b b b b b b. Frisia's explosion caused the virtual glasses that laddies wore to have violent numerical beating. Then, Latais also saw how much Frisia's combat effectiveness index is. 120 million points. It is almost the same as Talat's inferred combat power index. A combat power of only 120 million points is not my opponent. Since you don't plan to transform, I won't blame me next. A bad smile appeared on Latais' face. Frisia has not transformed yet. Now is a great time for him to beat Frisia. He doesn't want to miss the opportunity to ravage. Crazy. The golden aura rose up, not as spectacular as Vegeta transformed. In just a moment, Latais entered the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan. His combat power soared from 25 million points to nearly 2 billion points. The entire transformation process was completed in one go, without any break. breath leaking out. Vegeta, not far away, looked unbelievable after witnessing Radi's transformation. His insight is not bad, and he can see at a glance the difference between Latai's first-level Super Saiyan and his first-level Super Saiyan. Vegeta, whose IQ is online, suddenly thought of a possibility. What's going on? How could his Super Saiyan be so powerful? Could it be is there a higher transformation above the Super Saiyan? At this moment Vegeta understood more clearly how weak his strength was. He still doesn't know what the Super Saiyan really means. What is this power like? It can only be said that even now he only thought that the Super Saiyan he reached was just the beginning. Immediately afterward Vegeta thought of something even more terrifying. But Latai's is so powerful, so how strong is Talat? In the air, Frieza obviously noticed something was wrong. The Super Saiyan transformed by Latai's was far from comparable to Vegeta. What's going on? Frieza only had time to murmur, "Accept it, Frieza." As he shouted, Latai's attacked directly, turning into a golden aurora and advanced to Frieza so fast. Frieza was startled, crossed her arms in front of her, and posed in a defensive posture. The next moment, Latai's right arm was accumulating strength and punched him hard. Bang! Frieza, swept by huge force, spurted blood from her mouth and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. She slid in the air for thousands of meters, smashed an iceberg before she could barely stop. This blow is an absolute crush. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue, Radi's eyes were full of jokes and he advanced quickly and rushed to Frieza's front with lightning speed. His powerful iron fist swung quickly and struck him one after another. Bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound. Latai's attack was fast and fierce, and every attack was full of energy, but he also stopped in time. The huge power released by each attack made Frieza's body flip on the spot for several rounds. After all, it has a combat power of 2 billion. Frieza, who has not transformed, can only be beaten unilaterally. Bang! Latai's punched Frieza in the stomach again. The powerful attack made Frieza's eyes widen, and the acid water mixed with blood spurted out from his mouth. It seems that your strength is just that, Frieza. Where did the arrogance that taught Vegeta a lesson just now go? After the words came, Latai's right foot was accumulating strength swept out, instantly igniting the slightest movement. Frieza overturned it out. Latai's refused to give in and rushed straight to Frieza again. Don't be arrogant, wild monkey. Frieza, who was angry and embarrassed, merged his hands and the super death energy cannon was bombarded and rushed straight to Latai's to kill. Looking at the oncoming super death energy cannon, Latai's mouth lightly raised, and the next second he moved at a super high speed and disappeared from the spot instantly. What? Latai's sudden disappearance made Frieza feel that something was wrong. He could not sense the breath and could only stare at him, but he didn't know that Latai's had come behind him. Latai's, who had a smirk, grabbed Frieza's tail with both hands and his strength exploded and he rotated at full speed. Frieza only felt a huge force dragging and his body was uncontrollable. Wild monkey, you are looking for death. Frieza used his death beam to attack Latai's with both hands. Faced with Frieza's counterattack, Latai's looked disdainfully, turned his head slightly and dodged all the death beam attack. The death beam was ineffective. Frieza's anger increased dramatically and the powerful energy in his body was mobilized and his momentum was rising steadily, trying to forcibly break free from Latai's control. As I guess you can't exert much power without transforming. After that, Latai's exerted force again and threw Frieza out. Taking advantage of the period when Frieza's body was out of control, Latai's quickly mobilized the energy in his body to use a killing skill. Even if he could not kill Frieza, he would never make it easy. Shining shock cannon. The red and golden destructive energy beam blasted out from Latai's hands, swallowing Frieza like a roaring golden dragon. Boom! The roar of the explosion was deafening. The hot fire was overwhelming. The power of the explosion caused the temperature of the entire far north to soar rapidly, and countless glaciers it melted again after collapse. The scene of Radi's easily suppressing Frieza shocked everyone and even more stunned Vegeta. Even with his full concentration, he could only barely capture a trace of afterimage. Both are Super Saiyans. The strengths of the two are very different. Damn it, you all wait for me. Sooner or later, this prince will fully grasp the power of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta's heart is much stronger than he imagined. This trip to Earth made him understand a truth. The Super Saiyans are not invincible in the universe. They are just a means to improve their own strength. Only your own strength is the bottom line. At the same time, the battle on the battlefield on the other side is unfolding. Sun Wukong faces Kainu, and Naba is responsible for dealing with other members of Kainuit's team. Likum, Bart, Geth, and Guldo, Yamcha, Flynn, Tianjin Fried, and Jiaozi joined forces to deal with the invading soldiers in the Frieza Legion. At the beginning, the battle situation was extremely unfavorable to them. After all, the Frieza army was crowded and powerful. The harassed by the elite soldiers from time to time made Naba and Sun Wukong feel very impressed. Yamcha, Flynn, Tianjin Fried, Jiaozi, and others are not strong enough, and the four of them join forces to barely deal with some of the fighters in Frieza's army. However, as time continued, continues. Leitais crushed Frisia, which significantly reduced the morale of the Frisia Legion. The situation of the battle will be beneficial to them in turn. On the main battlefield, the sky was filled with thick smoke and Frisia was gone. It seemed that he had died in Leitais' ultimate skill, but Leitais knew in his heart that it was not that simple. His shining impact cannon only caused some skin trauma to Frisia, and he only took less than 1/10 of his power. When he was fighting with Frisia just now, he felt even more that the energy sleeping in Frisia's body was extremely huge, but the other party had not transformed and could not show all his strength. In the center of the explosion, Frisia's body faintly appeared. Sure enough, feeling Frisia's breath reappeared, Leitais was alert. Neck, the real battle is about to begin. Boom. Located in the center of thick smoke, a storm swept through, dispelling all the smoke. It hurts so much. I haven't felt the pain for a long time. Frisia noticed the injuries on his body. His face was as gloomy as ink, and his icy blue evil aura surged like an upcoming storm. Buzz. A gloomy light flashed around Frisia. The gate sealed with all the energy in his body was opened, and the surging energy burst out from his body like a torrent. Frisia, who had decided to go directly to transform into the second and third forms, and decided to fight in the final form. This breath feeling Frisena's explosive growth aura, Leitais frowned, and the constantly beating value on his virtual glasses made a huge cold sweat fall on his forehead. It seems that Frisia is planning to take out his final form in one breath to fight and learn from Gula and Kurd's lessons. Seeing this, a trace of expectation flashed in Talit's eyes. The belligerent factors in the body resonated with the attraction of Frisia's power and began to move. Frisia in front of him is definitely the strongest opponent he has ever met. Because of Frisia's bursting power, even the virtual glasses 3.0 version he wore could not detect specific data. You should know that the combat effectiveness limit that virtual glasses can detect has reached 10 billion points, but now it is impossible to detect Frisia's combat effectiveness. From this we can see that the final form of Frisia must have exceeded 10 billion in combat power. At the same time, another battlefield was also affected by the momentum of Frisia's transformation. Sun Wukong, Naba, and a group of Earth warriors were shocked by this breathtaking, terrifying aura. The battle was also forced to end. Wait until Frisia arrives in his final form. Everyone saw his posture at this moment. The body became smaller and more delicate, not as hideous as King Kurd and Gula. However, this seemingly thin body contains powerful power that can destroy countless galaxies. Through breath perception, it can be judged that at this moment Frisia's aura has increased to the point where he can crush ordinary strong people to death. Did this guy Frisia have his final form reach this level? Leitais looked at Frisia in the air, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. The intensity of the aura had completely exceeded his expectations. Even the virtual glasses malfunctioned because they could not detect Frisia's power. Damn Frisia, from the beginning this guy was playing tricks on me. After seeing Frisia's transformation form, Vegeta suffered the most spiritual impact. Frisia's power awakened the long-clogged fear in his heart. Faced with such a powerful Frisia, he could not have the idea of resisting at all. I'll die. That guy Leitais is dead. No one can beat Frisia under absolute oppression of strength. Vegeta has been completely dominated by fear. Wild monkey, since I came out of seclusion, you are the first opponent to let me take the initiative to take the final form to deal with. Even if you have to die. It's time to die without regrets if you're lost in the underworld. Ho 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 ho. Frisia looked playful and admired Leitais and Vegeta's terrified appearance. This is what he should show in the face of him. You are so self-righteous. You are very strong, but I won't lose to you easily. Leitais gritted his teeth, showed all his strength, and broke through the limit in one breath to reach the second level of the Super Saiyan. Leitais, who had full firepower, had a strong combat power, reaching 3.75 billion points. Not far away, Vegeta saw the second-order Super Saiyan form shown by Latiz, and his worldview was once again broadened. Above the Super Saiyans there are indeed more advanced transformations. Although the difference seemed to be small, he noticed the essential difference. Oh, the form has changed a little. So that's it. Have you, a long-haired wild monkey, developed a transformation above the Super Saiyan? Unfortunately, in front of me, no matter how many times you have changed, you haven't changed. Use. Frisia was not in a hurry to take action. His scarlet eyes looked at Sun Wukong and Naba in another war zone, with a cruel smile on his face. According to the information provided by the information, the little monkey over there is your younger brother, right? As soon as Frisia said this, Leitais trembled all over and felt something was wrong. Frisia, you dare? Leitais guessed Frisia's thoughts and shouted angrily, ho 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 ho. What's the king afraid of? After the word came, Frisia raised his right hand, locked the target with his index finger, and a powerful death beam headed straight for Sun Wukong to kill. Bastard Frisia! Leitais' anger increased sharply, and his right hand became a sword finger on his forehead. Moving and exerting instantly, descending to Sun Wukong. Brother! Sun Wukong shouted unexpectedly. Do not hide, Kakarot. Leitai gritted his teeth, released all energy to form a protective barrier covering him and Sun Wukong. Boom! A big explosion occurred. Under the death beam of Frisia's tens of billions of levels, such power can easily destroy stars. With this blow, it also passed through the earth directly, as if it was a needle on the surface of the earth's skin at a 20-degree angle. Everyone is afraid of it, especially everyone who was still fighting here, whether it was Naba, Klin and the others, or the soldiers of the Frisia army. On the other side, Talit was slightly surprised. Such power is indeed amazing. Moreover, this is the energy impact released by Frisia. A level of 10 billion is a level of 10 billion. He did underestimate Frisia. Fortunately, I moved and dodged in an instant, otherwise I would be seriously injured, Talit said. The next second, a strange movement of space came from his side, and Leitai arrived in a panic with Sun Wukong. P.S. Recommend a novel about immortality, cultivation of immortality. Only I am reincarnation. The protagonist is constantly reincarnation, omniscient and omnipotent and decisive in killing. There is a portal below. Chapter 161 Super World King Fist below Super 2. Seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Sun Wukong seemed to have walked away from the gate of hell. His face looked ugly, and the dense sweat beads were already wet in the martial arts uniform. The feeling of death just now was so real. If Brother Laddies hadn't arrived in time and took him to move instantly, he would have been blown away. Talit, let's help you protect Kakarot next time. Frisa, that guy has made me angry. From Leitai's angry expression, it can be seen that he really wants to cut Frisia into pieces. Because Frisa didn't attack him, he played with him and attacked Kakarot. Go, I will watch Kakarot. Talit narrowed his eyes slightly and did not stop Leitai from continuing to take action, but nodded and assured. After receiving Talit's answer, Leitai turned around and his angry eyes looked fiercely at Frisia in the sky, and his monstrous anger continued to swell inside. Ho 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 ho. Your angry expression is so pleasant, but what can you do? I am here, and you can only be furious when you are in the same place. Frisia was sinister and sad, sneering. He didn't take Leitai's anger into consideration at all, but instead found it extremely interesting. There is nothing more interesting to play with people's hearts. You lie. S.A. Leitai roared in anger, and his whole aura exploded. The powerful golden aura swept across the world like a tornado, covering the sky, causing rapid shaking in the extreme north. The aura burst to its peak, and Leitai rushed out angrily, heading straight for Frisia like a dawn light. But Frisia is now different from before. Leitai's reckless impact at full speed. In Frisia's eyes, he is as slow as a snail crawling, and is not worth mentioning. A sideways, perfectly avoiding Leitai's impact. Leitai, who rushed to Frisia, launched a fierce attack without leaving any room for anything. The strong attack of desperate attacks has caused layers of sonic booms in the space with infinite power. If it were Frisia, who had the first form before, was afraid that he would be beaten by Leitai's combination of punches and doubt his life. But now Frisia, with more than 10 billion combat power, Radies can be easily played with. The small and delicate body moved very quickly and easily avoided all Leitai's attack. After attacking again and again, Leitai's mind became heavier. In the end, Frisia's strength was no longer something he could compete with now. He was still thinking before that the huge gap in strength after he became a Super Saiyan could kill Frisia. Now that he is less than 2, his original confidence has been hit. But even if the gap in strength is like a natural barrier, he will not retreat. As a fighting nation, Saiyan can only die in battle. Drang! With a roar, Leitai's golden aura suddenly increased. The Saiyan's characteristic that would be strong when they encountered strong people exploded, and his combat power instantly soared to 3.8 billion points. Under the pressure brought by Frisia and the extreme unwillingness, Leitai's was growing, and his speed and strength were also increasing rapidly. But with this level of improvement, it is nothing to the powerful Frisia. Frisia hugged her chest with her hands, feeling contented, and used only one tail to play Leitai's like a monkey. I just like you Scions who would rather die than surrender. How interesting it is. How fierce the resistance is now. How desperate you will be later. Ho 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 ho. Smiling, sarcastic Leitai. Shut up, bastard. Leitai, who was angry, waved his fierce fist and rushed straight to Frisa's face. Seeing this, Frisia smiled contemptuously, and his dexterous tail behind him quickly attacked, locking Leitai's wrist again, making his fist unable to move forward at all. His movements were restricted, and Leitai showed unwillingness on his face, struggling hard but unable to move at all. Pound! Frisia hit Leitai in the stomach with a casual blow. The terrifying impact force instantly shattered the combat armor on Leitai's abdomen. The destructive power of this blow spread throughout Leitai's body, and his internal organs were hit by a strong impact, causing his chi and blood to roll. His eyes were covered with blood, and his facial features were quickly twisted. A touch of sweetness surged into my throat, but when it was about to squirt out. It was forced to swallow by Leitais. I'm quite tenacious. I want to see how long can you last. Frisia smiled jokingly. His hands danced quickly, and his extremely fierce attack suppressed Leitais' body. Bang pound, bang pound. One dull and shocking explosion after another was heard. Leitais, who was hit hard one after another, his breath dropped sharply, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. The severe pain made his facial features distorted and his veins raised all over his body. Logically speaking, under Frisia's fierce attack, even the strong man with a combat power of 3.8 billion points had long been smashed to pieces. However, after practicing in a high-intensity gravity environment for many years, Leitais has already developed a body of steel, and his body strength is far greater than that of a strong man of his class. However, even so, when facing Frisia's continuous attack, Leitais' body suffered an irreversible devastating blow. If he continues to be in a passive state of being beaten, he may be really crushed to pieces. We must find a way to break free, otherwise it will be a matter of time before we lose. I can't tell that your wild monkey is quite hard, and you can just use it as my sandbag to warm up and do some fun. Frisia became more and more excited as he beat, enjoying the feeling of torture. Leitais. Finally, Leitais couldn't bear it anymore, endured the severe pain like a broken bone, pulled Frisia's tail back and bit it up. The tail was bitten, and Frisia was confused by the pain, and the binding force of the tail was also weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Leitais launched a counterattack, and his unstoppable super punch hit Frisia in the face, and the powerful force drove Frisia out in one breath. This is not over yet. Leitais took advantage of Frisia's response to the fact that he had not reacted, mobilized the energy in his whole body and condensed the final killing skill, Super Shining Shock Cannon. As hysterical shout, Leitais waved his hands, and the unparalleled red-gold energy cannon advanced through the air and rushed straight to Frisia. At this time, Frisia, who had regained control of his body, looked at the approaching red and golden energy light column, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. A wild monkey is a wild monkey. Even if you bite people, the tricks you use are so inefficient. Frisia looked at the flashing impact cannon coming towards him and slapped it out with a casual palm. Bang! With a loud bang, Leitais' shining impact cannon was knocked away by Frisia's palm and headed straight for the second battlefield. Naba, Lin, Tianjin Fried, Yamcha, Jiaozi, and others, after seeing this scene, suddenly felt something was wrong, so they hurriedly stopped the confrontation with the enemy and evacuated at full speed. Seeing that the situation was not good, Captain Gino hurriedly led his subordinates to leave. This made the remaining Frisia soldiers suffer. Boom! The energy exploded, and a super huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The unparalleled shock wave of destruction expanded in all directions, and its destructive power was astonishing, directly destroying all the soldiers in Frisia's army except Janu, Likum, Barth, and Geth. The other people who escaped by luck trembled their minds as if they had walked away from the gates of hell. If the super explosion just now is affected, he will undoubtedly die. Frisia's slap made the soldiers under his command miserably. But for Frisia, these useless men are not important at all. As long as he is still there, countless warriors will follow his footsteps and use it for his own use. On the Temple of Heaven, the god Bik and the god servant Bobo were standing on the edge of the temple, watching the shocking battle that broke out in the far north. This level of battle actually goes far beyond what they can understand. Now that the earth is facing foreign invasion, the god Bik cannot do anything, so he can only stare at him, not even have the qualifications to reach the battlefield. Does the earth really need a god like me now? The god Bik's mind became heavier and heavier, and he thought of many things. If you want to protect this planet, you need powerful warriors, not old, weak, sick and disabled, and you can only watch in the Temple of Heaven. But the current earth warriors have not grown up yet, so they can only rely on scions like Talat to help protect the earth. He also has to do something. On the northern border of the star, Solari, Bulma, Brives, Jine, Sun Gohan, Lankai, they are all watching the battle situation on the earth in real time through the abilities of the North King. Everyone has a solemn expression and different expressions. Being able to stay in the North Frontier and not being affected by 10 times the gravity is the North Frontier, and adjusting the gravity of the planet into the Earth's standard. This is just something that can be done easily for him, the king of the world. At this time, the battle situation was completely different from what they expected. Solari clenched his pink fist, very angry that he could only watch at this time and could not do anything. Damn it, Leitais may not beat Frisia. Solari was very angry. Unexpectedly, Frisia's combat power was so high. Don't worry, there is Talat. Even if Leitais loses, Talat won't lose. Bulma, who was standing aside, stood up to comfort her. Besides, Leitais has not lost yet. Until the last moment, no one can tell how much the battle will win or lose. Gnei on the side was worried. She was not strong enough, so she could only serve as a spectator, hoping that there would be no accident. Wang Fulankai was so angry that she was furious. Leitais was destroyed by Frisia before, which made her wish she could tear Frisia to pieces. Frisia's strength is so terrifying that it is not not only far superior to King Kurd and Gula, but even Bohawk may be like an ant in front of him. The potential of this clan is really terrible. It is related to the entire northern galaxy. Safety, everything depends on you, Talat. The king of Northern Realm prayed in his heart. If Frisia doesn't get rid of it, his northern galaxy and even the entire universe will never be able to feel peace in the future. Realm King God Realm. The old King God, the Eastern King God Jabit sat around a crystal ball and watched the battle situation on the earth. As the world King God, now I can only watch the battle here. In the past they were disdainful of Frisia and said that they could crush him to death with just one finger. Now Frisia only needs one finger to crush them. Earth, the extreme north. Frisia and Latice floated in the air to confront each other. The former smiled and fearlessly, while the latter looked fierce and solemn. Ho 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 ho. Why don't you dare to continue attacking me? You understand the gap in strength and plan to give up? You should have given up long ago. After all, I am the best in the universe and give up struggling. You can also be protected from some flesh and blood. Frisia said carelessly. The battle with Vegeta and Latice can only be considered a warm-up exercise at most. His real opponent is Talat, who killed his elder brother Gula and his father King Kurd. In order to welcome the next battle, he must ensure that he has sufficient physical strength. After all, how high Talat's combat power is, it will take him to know after fighting. Even though he was confident enough in himself, Frisia still had a little vigilance. After all, the eldest brother and father were too careless. At this time, Latice completely ignored Frisia, who was barking over there, and seemed to have made up some determination in his heart. At this point, I can only use that move. Latice took a deep breath and adjusted his strength. After it was completely stable, a fierce blood-colored aura suddenly released from the inside out. His aura also began to rise step by step. Hey! Feeling the change of Latice's breath, the smile on Frisia's face disappeared. This long-haired wild monkey won't transform again, right? At this moment, Radi's breath continued to expand, and the entire Earth, including the universe outside the Earth, began to shake because of Radi's continuous bursting aura. In the sky, dark clouds were covered with dark cloud, and golden light fell from the sky, whipping the space around Latice. Super World King Fist. The time has come, and Radi's exploded with a big burst of energy, and the blood-colored evil aura burst out, cutting through the darkness and rushing straight to the universe. With the superposition of Super World King Fist in the second level state of Super Saiyan, Latice's combat power directly increased to nearly 8 billion point. The powerful air pressure hit him. Frisia's face changed drastically, and Latice's change made him feel uncomfortable. Incredible. Daimi Frisa. With a roar, Radi's rushed out quickly, and his whole body cut through the sky like a blood-colored aurora and rushed straight to Frisa. Seeing this, Frisia put away the idea of playing and faced Radi's head-on. Boom. The moment the two collided, a strong storm swept across the entire far north, and the entire Earth trembled because of this collision. Fierce battle broke out. Bloody aurora and purple aurora passed through the space quickly, teetering and expanding rapidly. Chapter 162. Talat goes to battle. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the thrilling roar was wandering in the air. Latice gave all his attack on Frisia. With the blessing of the Super World King Fist, his speed and strength ushered in a qualitative change. The attack is as fast as lightning, leaving no room for every attack and giving away everything. Under the transformation of the second level of the Super Saiyan, the Super World King Fist can be greatly improved in a short period of time, but the load that follows is also quite huge. Even if Latice's body has been tempered, it cannot be maintained for a long time, so he can only fight quickly. But if it is only this way, I still can't do anything to Frisia. On the contrary, the powerful strength shown by Latice made Frisia have a lot of fun. Ho 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 ho. It's so interesting. I didn't expect that you, a wild monkey with long hair, could burst out with such strong power. This is the first time since I left the seclusion. I have been so happy. I will let you die without pain. After the words fell, Frisia suddenly burst out, but in the blink of an eye he disappeared. Not good. The body instinct came with a strong red flag. Latice quickly turned around and posed for a defensive posture, and Frisia's powerful attack also blasted out. Boom! A destructive energy cannon with infinite destructive power exploded instantly, swallowing Radi's body. Seeing Radi's being swallowed up by this terrifying energy cannon, everyone who was concerned about the war situation in the far north was frightened. Is this guy Latice still dead in the end? Damn! Vegeta was stunned outside the battlefield. In that level of energy bombardment, Latice could not be alive. These Scions are really going to be over this time. Frisia is invincible. Brother, brother! Sun Wukong shouted angrily, and the violent emotional fluctuations made him transform into a Super Saiyan uncontrollably, hoping to rush up to find Frisia to avenge him. Just as Sun Wukong was about to riot, Talat pressed one hand on his shoulder. The powerful force made Sun Wukong's body tremble and his reason returned to a little. Brother Talatai. Sun Wukong, who was stopped, couldn't calm down the anger in his heart. His anger was full of nowhere to be released, so he could only throw a look at Talat for help. What are you angry anxious about. Leitais is not killed so easily. You will know if you continue watching, Talat explained. Hearing this, most of the anger in Sun Wukong's heart dissipated, and he turned his eyes and looked at the battlefield in the sky again. His elder brother, is Radies really not dead? In the air, the explosion of flames dissipated, and Radies, covered in scars, appeared in everyone's sight. The combat uniforms on his body were destroyed, and his strong body was covered with deep bone scars. Leitais was still traumatized by mobilizing all body energy as a defensive barrier in a critical moment, but these injuries on his body not only failed to completely defeat him, but instead further stimulated his fighting spirit and made the aura bursting on his body stronger. I released the idea of killing you with the idea of killing you. Friss's scarlet eyes looked up and down, and hugged Leitais with both hands. I was not in a hurry to take action. Now Leitais is just the last moment of his strength, and he doesn't even need to take action. In a few minutes this guy will die suddenly due to excessive blood loss. Do you think you can kill me? Raditz's eyes were burning with raging fire, and the blood-colored evil aura burst out again. Draining, Leitais raised his breath regardless of everything. His breath expanded unusually. His powerful aura swept across the world like a tornado. Frisia was also forced to retreat by this fierce aura to dozens of meters away. It seems you are planning to take a gamble, but no matter what you do, everything is useless. Frisia sneered, not taking Leitais' final burst seriously at all. This energy is far from threatening him. As the energy exploded, Leitais' muscles swelled and blue veins spread all over his body, looking as hideous and terrifying as an evil ghost crawling out of the abyss. He opened his hands, and the red and golden energy bomb was beating in his palms. As his hands closed, the powerful energy bomb merged into one, and the destructive power went to the next level. Leitais drained all the last energy in his body and poured it into the destructive energy in his palm. Ultimate shining bombing. As Leitais' hysterical shout, the red and golden lightning energy beam rushed straight towards Frisia like a roaring dragon. Is this your last attack? The power is really good, but unfortunately it's not enough to deal with me. Frisia still maintained that arrogant attitude, holding his hands in his chest and sneered constantly. Seeing this huge culprit, the extremely flash bombing was about to swallow him, and Frisia moved. The ice blue evil energy flowed all over his body, and Frisia kicked the red and golden energy beam directly into the sky. Leitais' ultimate flash bombing that was desperate to bet was easily resolved by Frisia. The infinitely powerful energy bomb breaks through the Earth's atmosphere and reaches the universe room. The unparalleled super explosion spread in the universe, which was extremely terrifying. The dazzling white light enveloped the world and lasted for half a minute before completely dissipating. At this moment everyone except Talat was shocked, and Leitais was obviously even more powerful in his mental impact. He devoted all his final killing skills to release, but he was actually resolved by Frisia. He has been preparing for so long, but the ending is still a failed ending. The strong contrast deeply touched Leitais' heart and made him unacceptable. Damn it! Leitais clenched his fist and let out an unwilling roar. He was about to attack again, but the strong sense of deficit in his body made him unable to fight anymore. The injury could not be suppressed, and Leitais directly withdrew from the second-level Super Saiyan state. His muscles twitched, and cold sweat mixed with blood kept gliding down. He has reached his limit and has no combat ability anymore. It seems that you are exhausted, so I will send you on the road. Wild monkey. Seeing Leitais' embarrassing appearance, Frisia raised his right arm, and the cunning red flashed across the tip of his right index finger with his right hand. Light swoosh. A sound of breaking through the air sounded. A beam of death with infinite destructive power rushed straight to Leitais' eyebrows. At this moment time seemed to be still, and the sense of crisis of death hit her face. Leitais wanted to dodge, but she was powerless. Her body had reached its limit, and it seemed that everything was doomed. After all, did I lose? A deep regret flashed in Leitais' eyes. I thought that after a year of preparation he could kill Frisia himself and avenge the Scion clan, but in the end it was a waste. Just as the death beam is about to hit Leitais, Talat used space teleportation to arrive in time and raised his hand to disperse the death beam, resolving Leitais' crisis. Ho ho ho. Because the young follower is about to be killed, did you decide to take action? Wild monkey. Seeing Talat's arrival, Frisia was not surprised at all, and he changed his previous attitude and was very serious. The way, neither Leitais nor Vegeta are far inferior to Talat in front of him. There is also a gap between the Super Saions, but Leitais is so strong. Frisia can imagine Talat's how strong is it. The warm-up exercise ends here, and the main battle will be next. Talat. Seeing Talat, Laddie's hanging heart finally let go. He lost, and everything he had to leave to Talat. Originally he said something that was certain, but in the end he had to rely on Talat. You've played very well, let me leave it next, Talat said, and took out a fairy bean from his portable space and handed it to Leitais. After taking the fairy beans, Leitais ate them without any hesitation. As the fairy beans were drunk, Leitais' body muscles swelled and quickly returned to normal. The huge life energy flowed in his body, but in the blink of an eye, Leitais' previous injury injuries suffered in the battle not only healed but also recovered, and due to the serious injury, Leitais' normal strength has ushered in another wave of improvement from the previous 25 million points, almost soaring to 30 million points. All injuries were recovered in just a moment. What exactly is that little bean? I must get it. Frisia noticed the miraculous effect of the fairy beans and felt greedy. However, in a blink of an eye, a half-dead scion monkey was restored to its fullest state. If such a thing could be used by him, he would be truly invincible in the future when facing any threat of difficulties. Hey, I'm alive. Be careful about Talat. Frisia also hides a strong power. After saying that, Rades pinched his right hand into a sword finger and placed it on his forehead. He moved and used it instantly, leaving. Here, we arrived next to Sun Wukong. Seeing that the eldest brother returned safely, Sun Wukong's little emotions were gathered. After looking at each other, they continued to watch the battle. In the sky, the atmosphere at this time became a little subtle. Talat and Frisia confront each other, and the aura between the two strong men continued to expand, causing strange deformations in the eyes of the spectators. In the eyes of others, both of their bodies changed. It's crooked. The real battle is about to begin. The final competition between the Frisia clan and the Scion clan will be held at this moment. That guy is finally going to take action. Vegeta held his breath and focused. This battle is of great significance to him. Ho 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 ho. I am really curious about you. How powerful is your Super Scion? Frisia spoke and asked the biggest question in his heart in one sentence. How strong I am? You will know after you experience it yourself later. Talat smiled indifferently. In a moment of thought, the nearly infinite S-cells in the body move, and the golden aura emanates from the inside out. Crack! The blue and white lightning exploded around him, and Talat made it all in one go. Incarnated as the second-level Super Scion peak full power state, from the initial 100-fold increase to the peak full power of 200-fold increase. At this moment his combat power directly exceeded 10 billion. The powerful aura is formed, but there is no breath leaking out. From this we can see that Talat's control over the second level of the Super Scion has reached the point of being at will. Sure enough, your strength is the same as I expected. Fortunately, I came out to deal with you without any rush. Frisia looked up and down at Talat for a few times, and then concluded the opponent's strength. Talat, who is in the second level state of the Super Scion, has no less combat effectiveness than his current final form. It's indeed a very tricky guy, but he still has his hands on coming to Earth this time. Is that true? In this way, you must have prepared a strategy to deal with me. Talat's face was plain, and there was no sign of any emotional fluctuation. You're too self-righteous. Even if you are the first Super Scion, I don't need to spend a lot of effort to prepare any plans because I'm far stronger than you think. Frisia activated all the sleeping energy in his body in one thought, and finally the form fire power was fully opened, and a powerful storm raged in the extreme north. Faced with Frisia's active demonstration, Talat smiled contemptuously, and the aura released invisibly cleverly resolved the momentum released by Frisia. The two sides were in a stalemate again. The aura of the strong touches everyone's heartstrings, making their hearts extremely nervous. Finally, in the midst of the lightning, Frisia could not bear to take the lead and headed straight for Talat like an aurora. His speed was much faster than when he was before, but Talat could clearly see all his actions. The right hand accumulates strength. Clasp your 5 fingers tightly and shakes your arms and fists. Frisia also launched the strongest attack. Pound. The iron fist, which contains the power of destroying the world, is more fierce than thunder, and the power of the collision is enough to destroy everything, and even destroying the world is no problem. The destructive power of the two fists colliding makes the space ripple and ripples. Backfire by force. Frisia and Talat were shrunk to more than 10 meters away. It's good, but unfortunately it's a little short of time. The belligerent factor in Talat's body was stimulated. After stabilizing his body, he took the initiative to attack and sprinted to Frisia. The iron fist wrapped in golden aura carried the power of opening up the world. Attack Frisia with all his strength. Although Talat's fighting style is domineering and fierce, Frisia is no longer the Frisia he used to be. After leaving the seclusion, he not only improved his combat effectiveness but also improved the new combat method in devil training to avoid Talat's attack from an extremely strange angle, but also gave Talat a powerful counterattack. This kind of battle has increased the level by another level. Compared with the previous battle between Frisia and Leitais, it was like playing house. Fierce battle broke out. Chapter 163. Talat, you don't feel good about my tail? Bang 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 bang. The collision between fist and flesh is full of extreme oppression, and every attack between both sides contains domineering destructive power. The shock waves of collisions between limbs cause space vibrations and create layers of ripples. The deafening roar lingers in the sky, resounding in everyone's heart. Two streams of light, one gold and one purple, shuttled and collided in the sky and teetered continuously, and their speed was so fast that everyone was dazzled. Whether it is the spectators on Earth, the North King and his group of people located on the North King Star, or the World King God in the World King God realm, realm. They are all deeply shocked by this level of battle. The eyes cannot see clearly, and even with the blessing of perception, it is very barely enough. Moreover, Frisia and Talat are still accelerating. Is this the real power of the Super Saiyan? On the ground, Vegeta's worldview was once again open, and his heart developed a strong desire for power. Become stronger. No matter what price he pays, he will become stronger. Frisia and Talat are indeed the peak that he cannot reach. But as the prince of the Saiyan, Vegeta considers himself first-class talent and surpasses all exist. As long as he is given time, he can become more profitable than both of them. I can't see the battle between them at all. My strength is too far behind. Sun Wukong looked at the aurora that quickly passed by in the sky, and his desire reached its peak. Leitais, who was standing aside, had a serious face. He was worried now, and he was afraid that Frisia would still hide a transformation. On another battlefield, with the battle between Frisia and Talat, Naba took action and defeated the Jinnit team step by step. In the end, with the cooperation of Klin and the others, he caught off guard and successfully reaped the heads of the Jinnit team with the help of Sunfist. Main battlefield. The battle situation continues to heat up. The collision between Talat and Frisia became more and more fierce and fierce. The battle between hand-to-hand combat. The high-intensity competition between combat nerves and combat skills. The two look comparable, and neither of them could gain the upper hand. At this level of confrontation, it seems that the two of them tried their best. In fact, it is just the first step of testing. Talat has figured out how strong Frisia is. If converted into combat power, the final combat power of Frisia now should be around 12 billion points. It is equivalent to the 100 times the intensity of the original work. But this should not be Frisia's true strength. Talat felt that Frisia's body was still sleeping with an even more amazing and terrifying energy. Once it breaks out, it may directly exceed 10 billion units. Perhaps it is the transformation of gold. Where is Frisia? He also roughly figured out Talat's way of attack by fighting Talat, and had already come up with a special combat method against Talat in his mind. Spiral bombardment. The energy mobilized by Talat turned into a spiral energy shield on the fist, and the extremely fierce iron fist was bombarded out. Born trick. Frisia learned Talat's trick and put a purple energy cover on the fist facing the front. Bang! The tremendous sound spread all over the world. Talat and Frisia punched each other, and the powerful recoil force forced the two to retreat at the same time. But Talat had only retreated a few meters, while Frisia was bombarded for more than 10 meters. The gap in moves emerged at this moment. Stabilize your body, and the two sides look at each other from the air again, with a sharp cold light bursting out in their eyes, brewing an extremely terrifying killing move. The atmosphere became more strange and heavy. Both sides had their own ideas and did not take the initiative. It's really interesting. This is the first time I'm engaged in such a high-intensity battle. I'm a Super Saiyan who can kill my dear brother and father. Frisia moved his arms. Talat was given a very high evaluation. So you miss Gula and Kurd so much? Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell to accompany them. The moment the words were spoken, Talat waved his hand and the destructive energy cannon went straight to Frisia to kill. Go! The clever wild monkey, don't take out this trick of etiquette. Frisia didn't care at all and raised his hand to release the death energy cannon to face Talat's attack. Boom! The energy collided and the power of destruction expanded rapidly, and an extremely huge wall of flames temporarily isolated the two. Talat quickly locked Frisia's energy. Teleport space appeared quietly behind Frisia and swung it hard. Feeling the strangeness behind him, Frisia had expected it, so he quickly turned around and crossed his arms to form a defense. Bang! Talat's attack was fierce, but Frisia's defense was not bad, perfectly resolving Talat's sudden slam. This kind of trick that suddenly disappears and appears suddenly. I still remember that when you were on the planet of death, you used this trick to escape from the explosion of the planet, right? And my dear brother, also because of this trick, is also pursuing this trick, and finally buried in the planet Adrit. Frisia smiled gloomy, as if telling Talat that he was different from Gula and King Kurd. Talat did not answer. A sharp cold light flashed in his eyes, and the energy gathered on his right arm, turning into a sharp blade. Talat raised his right arm and headed straight for Frisia's eyebrow. Frisia, who couldn't pull his hands away, used his tail again to quickly wrap around Talat's wrist, tightening it quickly, resolving Talat's offensive. The attack was resolved again, which made a hint of impatient flash in Talat's eyes. This annoying tail will be cut for him later. My tail is very convenient, right? You can always deal with some emergencies. Unfortunately, your tail is too short and powerless, far less flexible and sturdy than me. Frisia sarcastically. Is that true? Talat smiled disdainfully. The next second, a smirk appeared on his face and his breath burst out quickly. He locked Frisia's tail with both hands and his body rotated at a high speed, playing Frisia in his palms like a toy. Unrespectful guy. Frisia was in great anger again and kept increasing the release of energy. The purple aura contained a terrifying high temperature, which was enough to burn everything to the point of burning it all. Leitais, who had been before, was afraid he would be forced to retreat in an instant, but unfortunately Frisia faced Talat. At this level level of temperature, even Talat's breath defense could not be broken, let alone hurt Talat. The good show has just begun. Don't worry. Talat smiled wickedly and rushed straight to a huge iceberg with Frisia the next second. Frisia realized the crisis and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He wanted to resist but it was useless. Talat just grabbed his tail, used Frisia as a weapon and smashed it down at the huge iceberg. Boom! Under this extremely fierce impact, the entire iceberg collapsed and the sky was shattered and the ice was flying. Frisia, who was hit hard, had bloodshot eyes covered with anger and turned around quickly to release the energy of death to bombard Talat. Feeling the power of this blow, Talat had to let go of Frisia's tail and avoid the bombing of the death energy cannon. At the moment when he broke free from Talat's shackles, Frisia also took action. The petite body burst out at an extremely fast speed and reached the rear of Talat in an instant. Go to die, wild monkey! Frisia made his right claws and stabbed him with all his strength. Just as he was about to succeed, Talat's tail wrapped around his waist quickly pulled out. Ha! Frisia's right face was beaten by her tail and she was knocked back dozens of meters away. Frisia felt the tingling sensation from his right face and a sense of shame that he had never felt before came to his heart. My tail is also very flexible and powerful, at least not like yours. It's not as useful as yours. Talat turned around and looked at Frisia with a light smile on his face. It's just a lucky chance. I'm not complacent, wild monkey. Frisia, who was ridiculed, was angry and his breath rose and rushed straight to Talat again. If you have the gut, come, little bastard. Talat was not afraid at all. His golden aura soared into the sky, mocking Frisia, and then crashed into him head-on. Boom! The fierce battle broke out again. Frisia and Talat fought again, and the figures of both sides were as fast as lightning, and each attack had infinite murderous intent. Crack! Glorious lightning of destruction shot out from the surrounding space, sweeping across the extreme north, destroying one iceberg after another, and tearing one glacier after another. Space is rippling, and the wind and clouds are changing. Everyone in the battlefield appearance battle was in a turbulent mind and thoughtful manner. Frisia's strength has been improved to a point of terror, but fortunately Talat is in charge of the earth. Otherwise, relying solely on them, they would probably be killed by Frisia in the first round of the fight. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the punches from the flesh continued to expand, and the two sides became more and more aggressive. The strength continued to increase, and the speed became faster and faster. You attack and defend, you chase and fight, and no one can gain the upper hand in hand combat. What a Frisia! This guy's combat ability is as good as me now. It's worth keeping you until now. Talat was excited. This even an extremely dangerous battle was exactly what he wanted. Frisia's strength completely stimulated the militant factors in his body, and the scion blood in his body was restless. A warm current swept across his body, and a steady stream of energy burst out from the cells in his body, making him more courageous as he fought, and his strength improved. As the battle continued to intensify, the scion characteristics made Talat combat power soar. The situation where it was evenly matched was gradually gaining the upper hand. What a wild monkey! I should have issued an order at the beginning, and the whole universe chased you lonely wild monkeys. Otherwise there would not be so many troubles today. Frisia obviously felt the pressure increase, and when she recalled what happened back then, she regretted it. But fortunately he still had a hand, otherwise he would have been defeated by Talat this time like his brother and father. Pound! There was a muffled sound. Talat and Frisia intertwined their fingers and started a competition of pure power. The auras of the two impacted each other, turning into purple gold tornadoes swept across the world, and anyone affected by the storm would turn into powder. Crack! Lightning drifted all over the sky. Talat's scion energy erupted like an endless volcano, heading towards a higher level. The battle with Frisia was his chance. Talat felt that the third level of the super scion at a higher level was waving to him. Although this feeling is very weak, Talat has a premonition that as long as he continues to evolve in this direction, his strength will usher in a leap forward and reach a higher level. What's wrong? Is the strength of a dignified universe emperor only at this level? If you give you so long to practice and you only at this level, it would be disappointing. Frisia. Taro Te grinned, and his words kept stimulating Frisia. The scion's wild power continued to explode, and he gained an absolute advantage in the competition for pure power. Feeling the continuous burst of pressure, Frisia showed a ferocious look on his face, and he was indeed better than him in terms of brute force. After all, he underestimated Talat. This was the most difficult battle he had ever fought since his birth. However, now the time has come, and it is time for him to show his real skills. Ho 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 ho. Don't be too happy too early, wild monkey. Do you think my king's strength is just that? I'm just playing with you. Frisia smiled coldly. A deeper energy pool in the body is mobilized. A fierce aura was expanding with Frisia as the center. Talat, who was fighting, was caught off guard by this sudden aura and was directly bombarded. This feeling, Talat, who stabilized his body, frowned. Frisia's explosion just now was very impressive, far exceeding the power that his super scion can explode in the second level. It's not wrong. This feeling should be the power of the golden form. Frisia has mastered a more powerful golden form. The farce is over. Open your eyes and see clearly. How did I destroy you? As the shouts came, red and golden flames lit up all over Frisia. His hands clasped, and an ultimate death energy with endless destructive power was shaped like a ray of extreme death energy. The cannon rushed straight to Talat. The destructive power of this attack is far greater than before, which is a total of tens of billion. A strong sense of crisis came towards him, but Talat was not afraid of it but laughed. This is how you fight, meaning, do you think my power is nothing more than that? Then you are very wrong. Amid this hysterical cry, Talat activated the power of the giant ape in his body. The second level of the Super Saiyan superimposed a trace of giant ape power, which increased Talat power to 20 billion points in a short period of time. Spiral Destruction Cannon. Talat used his ultimate skill to return to his color. Boom! When the two men's ultimate moves collided, the dazzling light of destruction expanded rapidly, and the powerful storm swept across thousands of miles, and the terrain of the entire extreme north changed. Everyone outside the battlefield is struggling to withstand the impact of the storm. Chapter 164 Hot Competition. Game over. The destructive shock wave generated by the collision of the special killing skills lasted for half a minute, and the dazzling light of destruction and the terrifying storm were dissipated. At the center of the energy collision, a huge mushroom cloud rushed straight into the sky, and the battlefield between Frisia and Talat was isolated, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. The temperature in the entire far north was rising rapidly, and the snow in the sky had long dissipated, turning into pungent ashes, filling the sky. Leitai Sun Wukong, Naba, Tianjin Rice Lin, Yamuti, and dumplings outside the edge of the battlefield. The god Bik in the Temple of Heaven, the god servant Bobo, the king of the North Frontier on the Star of the North Frontier, Solari, Bulma, Brives, Jine, Sun Gohan, and Lankai, the king of the East Realm, the king of the Old Realm, and the king of the realm. There is also the Great Realm King Star, the underworld hall of Yama. It can be said that all the existences who are paying attention to the Earth's war situation are waiting for the storm to dissipate. This battle seems to have come to an end on the surface and is over. In fact, this has just begun. The calm in the far north had not lasted for a few seconds, and suddenly, a strong gust of wind broke out. The unstoppable storm dispelled all the smoke that had spread more than 10 kilometers. Talat and Frisia appeared in everyone's sight again. Although the power of the explosion just now was terrible, it swallowed two people at the same time. It did not have a substantial impact on them. The two sides had their eyes facing each other, and in the center, a huge pit appeared, as dark and terrifying as an abyss. Talat was burning with a golden aura. His expression was cold, standing in place like an invincible god of war. The cells in the body were rhythmic, and a warm current surged throughout the body. Talat's momentum became stronger and stronger, and his combat power index continued to rise. Do you only have this strength? If you have this level, you can't do anything to me. Frisia. Talat's lips raised and he said proudly, you can only use your time to talk to you now. Let me tell you the truth. I have another transformation, but I just don't need to deal with you. Ho 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 ho. This statement completely confirmed Talat's guess in his heart, but he became even more excited. His Super Saiyan is in the 4th level and he is worried that he will not have the chance to perform. However, Frisia was not in a hurry to take it out, and he was not in a hurry to use the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. The battle just now had already made him vaguely touch the higher level Super Saiyan. Perhaps continuing to fight Frisia is a great opportunity for him to go further. The two sides confront each other and their invisible aura expanded. It seems calm, but it is actually extremely depressing, and even the surrounding space has undergone a certain degree of deformation. The two top-level strong men with combat power exceeding 10 billion yuan, but their momentum is far beyond ordinary people's ability to compete with. The next second, both sides acted simultaneously. Frisia raised his hand and released dozens of death rays, turning into dense net, bombarding Talat with overwhelming force. Talat wrung his hands quickly, releasing the same number of spiral air bombs to fight back. Bang, 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 bang. Countless energy collisions triggered a super explosion that shocked the world. In the midst of lightning, Frisia and Talat rushed out at the same time, and two aurora, one purple and one gold, broke through the explosion flames and collided with each other. Boom! There was a shocking sound. A powerful aura storm swept across all directions and enveloped the entire far north. Fierce battle broke out again, mobilizing the sleeping energy in the body. Frisia has undergone a qualitative change in both speed and strength at this moment, almost completely suppressing Talat. Faced with Frisia's crazy attack without leaving any room for anything, Talat was completely passive and devoted himself to the defense. Bang, pound, bang, pound. One after another, thrilling muffled sound came out in the air. Frisia's attack is weird and fierce. Every attack contains mystery. His power flows very strangely. The moment he attacks Talat's body, it will seep into the depths of Talat's skin and carry out deeper destruction. The pain in his body continued to increase. Talat smiled instead of anger. The blood in his body was boiling, and the pleasure brought by the increase in power made him almost selfless. At this moment Talat showed strong resilience and combat ability. No matter how Friss's attack fell, he could not cause substantial damage to Talat. The storm was raging. The sky and the earth were shaking. With the two of them as the center, violent air pressure swept across the world, melting countless ice surfaces, and huge rocks suddenly rose up from the ground. How spectacular and shocking this scene! People outside the battlefield seeing Frisia so strong, even Talat, the second-level Super Saiyan, was at a disadvantage, and he couldn't help but sweat for Talat. Damn Frisia! He unknowingly improved his strength to this level. Even Talat's second-level Super Saiyan was suppressed by him. Leitais clenched his fist and his forehead was on his face. He was flowing dense beads of sweat. He was on the edge of the battlefield and felt the constant burst of aura's shock wave, his mind trembling. This level of battle is completely impossible for him to reach. He also mastered the second level of the Super Saiyan. The gap in strength between him and Talat is as huge as a natural barrier. The situation is completely out of control at the moment, and Frisia's strength is far beyond imagination. Unless Talat still has a backup plan, Rades will not see any hope of winning in this battle. Brother Talat was completely suppressed. That guy named Frisia is so terrible. Sun Wukong was amazed, and dense beads of sweat emerged from his forehead. In his eyes, Talat has always been the strongest brother, and even his own brother Leitais is so strong that he cannot compare with him. But the current situation of Talat being suppressed shocked Sun Wukong, and he couldn't help but sigh that this world is so big. There are countless strong people in this world, and he has always believed that he is the strongest brother Talat, and he has been suppressed. This further aroused Sun Wukong's desire for powerful power. He will sooner or later achieve this level of battle, not to mention surpassing Talat. We must not fall behind too much. Are you going to lose? At this time, Naba was already in a state of desolation, and her body couldn't help but tremble, as if she had returned to the time she was dominated by Frisia. If Talat loses, all of them will be liquidated by Frisia. Everyone, including this earth, will be destroyed, just like the original planet Vegeta was destroyed. Damn Frisia! Damn Talat! Vegeta, outside the battlefield, clenched his fist and stared at the battle that continued to heat up with unwilling expression. Although I don't want to admit it, the strength of these two people in front of me is far beyond my own perception. Neither Frisia nor Talat were fighting with all their strength, they were just playing. But even when he was playing, the strength he showed was not something he could reach. As a Scion Prince, he is like a jumping clown at this moment with no face. Yamuti, Klin, Tianjin Rice Dumpling can only remain silent on the side and act as a little transparent. They were deeply powerless when their horizons were broadened again. When the strong enemy arrived, they could not help at all, so they could only stare at each other. This feeling is really not good, but they are powerless. On the main battlefield, the battle has entered a white-hot stage. Talat had completely adapted to Frisia's attack rhythm. The Scions exploded when they encountered strong ones. From being suppressed and beaten at the beginning to now having the power to fight back until they were in a balanced position. This situation was also noticed by Frisia, and everything was expected by him. The Scions were a fighting nation and were born for war. It was normal to improve their strength in battle, but no matter how much Talat's strength improves, it seems useless to Frisia, and he still teases Talat on his own. First let Talat see hope, and then give him absolute despair. Nothing is more wonderful than this. You wild monkey are tenacious. A fishy light flashed in Friss's eyes. In an instant he suddenly exerted force and kicked out with his right foot. Pound. The blow that was enough to collapse and crack the earth hit Talat's chest. An unrivaled force swept across his body. At this moment Talat's body lost control and flew backwards like a cannonball. On the way he smashed several huge mountains and flew backwards for more than 10 miles before he could barely stop. On his chest a huge footprint was clearly visible, and hot white smoke was emitting. Talat's face was gloomy, and he sighed for a while. Happy. Talat grinned. The pain turned into fighting spirit, and he could feel that the power in his body was sublimating. Crazy. The golden aura was released from the inside out, and the momentum was unprecedentedly high and powerful. His combat power has improved again. His normal combat power has increased to 60 million points in just a few minutes of this battle, and the ultimate power of the second-level Super Saiyan also soared to 12 billion points. Are you more excited when you play with Taro? Since that's the case, then I'll do it a little harder. Looking at Taro's situation from afar, I felt Taro Frisia slowly approached with the fighting wolf from Te, and his mind was very aroused. The moment he raised his right arm, the energy gathered at the tip of his right index finger. Swoosh 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 swoosh. The continuous sound of breaking through the air sounded. As Frisia approached, countless death rays broke through the air and rushed towards Talat. Faced with this cover-like attack, Talat smiled contemptuously, and his legs were charged to stomp the ground and rushed straight to Frisia. In the eyes of others, Talat's actions to face all death rays head-on are no different from seeking death. But then, something unexpected happened. Talat, with a strong posture, he shuttled back and forth in the space, constantly detoring, cleverly avoiding the attacks of one death ray after another, and rushed to Frisia with a lightning speed. Seeing that Talat was approaching, Frisia's pupils shrank and felt incredible. I have seen through all your attack method, Frisia. After the word came, Talat's right fist was wrapped in a golden aura, and a punch of destruction was blown out with a punch. Pound. A powerful punch hit Frisia's face, twisting Frisia's facial features and knocking him out. The body temporarily lost control. Frisia slid for dozens of meters and stabilized her body. Her eyes were covered with blood and her face showed a ferocious look. But Talat didn't plan to let him go so easily, and he pushed forward violently again. Dead monkey. Angry Frisia waved his fist and attacked Talat. Just as his fist was about to hit Talat, Talat was angry again, moved at a super high speed, and cleverly came behind Frisia. Do you think this kind of incompetent trick can be hidden from my eyes? Frisia snorted coldly, manipulated his tail and stabbed Talat's heart. Swoosh. His sharp tail passed through Talat's body, but no substantial touch came from him. Frisia's face changed drastically, and he felt something was wrong. Just now, Frisia's stabbing was just a afterimage, and Talat's true body had quietly come to his right, condensed a killing attack and aimed at Frisia. When Frisia reacted, it was too late. You're so self-righteous, Frisia. As soon as the word fell, a spiral golden electric energy cannon shot out from Talat's hands. At such a close distance, Frisia had no time to dodge, and his body was instantly buried by this violent energy. The spiral golden electric energy cannon that was destroyed and continued to advance with Frisia's body. After sliding for more than 10 kilometers, something unexpected happened. The propulsion speed of the spiral golden electric energy cannon slowed down, and Frisia appeared and blocked the advancement of this force with absolute power. A deeper energy pool in his body was activated, and his breath had expanded to a terrible level. Judging from perception, it is estimated that at least 30 billion nod. Ho 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 ho. This move is very powerful, and I caught me off guard. Unfortunately, that's all. Frisia blocked this energy pillar with his absolute power. With the advancement, Chao Tian kicked the destructive energy hard. With just one blow, the infinitely powerful spiral golden electric energy cannon was changed direction, soaring straight into the sky and entering the universe. Boom! The energy of destruction exploded in the universe, and the dazzling light of destruction bloomed, covering the sky above the earth. Everyone except Talat and Frisia quickly raised their hands to block their eyes and resisted the destruction of the storm. As for Frisia, he easily resolved Talat's ultimate skill and was smiling playfully. On the other hand, Talat's expression was natural, as if he had expected it. Ho 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 ho. In the face of absolute strength, any of your methods is just a useless trick. After so long battles, I have also figured out your approximate strength. I am a little tired of it. After saying that, a strong murderous intent flashed through Frisia's eyes. He no longer wanted to continue playing with Talat. Chapter 165 Super 3. Normal combat power has exceeded 100 million. Stop talking big, Frisia. Come if you have the ability. Talat put on a battle posture and was ready for battle. The courage is commendable, but it is also extremely ignorant. Frisia smiled coldly. The next second, the petite body rushed out of the air like a super shell, with its speed exceeding imagination and hitting Talat hard. Bang, 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 bang. Under the impact of Frisia's fierce power, Talat ran through more than a dozen mountains and flew backwards for more than 10 kilometers, and then he struggled to block Frisia's impact. Talat crossed his arms in front of him, forcibly blocking Frisia's advance. You have blocked my strong impact, so what should you do next? Frisia smiled sinisterly, clenched his fist with his right hand, swung it out quickly, hitting Talat's stomach. The powerful energy penetrated Talat's body, and the strong power shook Talat's internal organ. Even after high-intensity training, his tough and extraordinary body suffered considerable trauma. A touch of sweetness emerged from his throat, as if something was about to spit out. Talat swallowed it, endured the pain, and fisted to fight back against Frisia. Bang! A heavy punch hit Frisia in the face. Frisia, who was attacked again, looked confused, and then an extremely huge anger surged into his heart. Die monkey! Fry Shaman waved his iron fist in anger. Pound! Frisia hit Talat with another punch. Talat turned his head away by this punch, and bright red blood slid down the corner of his mouth, and blood bead floated in the space. This also angered Talat. Regardless of his injuries, Talat launched a counterattack and chose the way of fighting with injuries is extremely cruel. Frisia was caught off guard by Talat's fighting style of fighting with injuries. He was angry and didn't care about so much. For the sake of the Emperor of the Universe, he also chose to fight Talat head-on and attack only. If you don't defend, you will exchange injuries for injuries. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! The hand-to-hand combat became more and more intense, and the collision between the two fists and flesh made all the spectators frightened. These two people are so so fucked and they are really desperate. The storm caused by physical collision continues to expand, and if it is less than a certain level of strength it may be directly killed in this area. At this moment not only the extreme north but the entire earth was impacted by force, and natural disasters of varying degrees occurred around the world, and countless people fled around to avoid natural disasters. There is a place where Bick, who was practicing, seemed to finally feel something which made him panic. The battle continued to heat up. Talat's offensive became more and more fierce, and the combat uniform on his upper body had been completely torn apart during the battle, turning into ashes and floating in the space. On the strong body there were shocking wounds. If it were someone else he would have fallen down after suffering such serious injuries, but for Talat these injuries were nothing at all but the best ones. Stimulant pain turned into pleasure. Scion cells were cheering, and his power continued to increase. Come again, Frisia. Do you have the only ability? Talat burst out his iron fist in the face with a loud laugh. The fierce power distorted Frisia's facial features, and the powerful force swept across his body. Frisia was instantly repelled 100 meters away. Purple blood slid from the corner of his mouth, and Frisia's facial features became ferocious. There is no need to endure it anymore. Die, monkey. I have no patience with you anymore. Go to die. Frisia suddenly rushed out in an angry shout, and a head hammer hit Talat's jaw. Talat, who was hit hard, had a trance in front of him, and his eyes were briefly lost. Seizing the opportunity, Frisia launched a fatal blow to Talat. His tail tied Talat's neck, swung his strength, and danced his hands quickly, hitting Talat's belly dozens of punches in succession. In just a few seconds Talat's body suffered a devastating blow, and the bones and internal organs in his body seemed to be about to break. Seeing Talat's breath weak, Frisia smiled cruelly and drove his tail to throw Talat into the air. Now, everything is over. Super Death Bombardment. Frisia's hands merged, and the deep purple death energy opened its bloody mouth like a roaring dragon, swallowing Talat in the sky. Boom! In the sky, the violent explosion is like a super nuclear bomb explosion of billions of tons, dazzling and brilliant, and the storm it sets up is enough to subvert everything. The hot flames covered the sky. How terrifying this scene was, making people creepy and their backs were chilling. Ho 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 ho. You can fight this far to this point. Even if you die, you will have no regret. Wild monkey. Frisia thought he had obtained the absolute battle. Win and lose. Smiled cruelly and conceitedly. This cold and evil laughter made all the onlookers' scalps numb and their hearts felt scared. The entire earth trembled violently because of the explosion of this destructive energy. The atmosphere was completely torn apart. The landform of the far north was completely changed, swept by hurricanes and flame, turning into a wasteland. Is everything over here? No, this is just beginning. Located in the center of the explosion of flames, Talat was suffering from the pain caused by the energy explosion, and every cell in his body was filled with Frisia's powerful energy. The raging fire released by the terrifying high temperature kept burning his body. It seems that he is seriously injured, but it is not the case. Talat's aura has increased instead of reducing. At this time he was as if he had been opened to the Ren and Du meridians, and Scion rioted and took the last step completely. Ha 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 ha. Talat's laughter echoed in the sky. Hearing the familiar laughter spread with the breath, Frisia's face changed and felt unbelievable. He didn't show any mercy on the move just now. How did this wild monkey withstand it? Outside the battlefield, Reitai Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Naba, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Lin, Yamacha. The group showed joy. Talat is fine. There is still a show. This battle won't end so easily. On the northern border of the star, Solari, Bulma, Jin, Lankai, and others breathed a sigh of relief. The scene of Talat being bombarded by energy just now almost scared them. The king of Northern Realm also wiped off the sweat beads on his forehead, thinking that Frisia, the monster, had increased his strength to this level in such a short time. Fortunately, Talat was safe. The time is almost here. Let's take out that form. Or do you have other plans? The king of the Northern Realm was in deep thought. As Talat's master, he knew very well how strong Talat's strength was. He still remembers the Super Scion who turned into on that desolate planet. Moreover, it has been so long since Talat mastered that transformation, and the transformation of that Super Scion will only be better than that. Time is stronger. It should be no problem to end Frisia now, unless Frisia really hit a transformation as he said before. In the realm of kings and gods, the king of the East Realm, the king of the Old Realm, and Jebet also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Talat's safety. To be honest, they were really worried that Talat would be severely injured by this energy cannon just now. The final result is that even stronger strength cannot be used. It's really a false alarm. However, Talat has obviously had a stronger transformation. He can end the battle as long as he takes it out, but why should he hide it all the time? The king of the East Realm was very puzzled. It seems that although Frisia is strong, Talat's strength is still above this. He will never forget the image of the red-haired monkey who descended to the critical king's god world. He still remembers that kind of oppression and tension so far. Jabet, who was standing beside him, was silent. In such an occasion he could not be interrupted by a servant. servant, just watch it from the side and be a little transparent. The old king god on the side had a thoughtful expression. This kid should have other plans, just keep watching and know. The old king god hugged his arms with both hands, probably guessed Talat thought, and continued to watch the battle situation in the crystal ball. At the same time, it is located in another dimension, the 7th universe, supreme realm of God. Destroy the God realm. Angel Weiss was sitting on a stone bench at this time, projecting the battle situation in the far north on the earth through the scepter in his hand. While enjoying the refreshment, I watched this good show. It's such an amazing battle. It's unexpected that Frisia can improve his strength so much in such a short time, and he seems to have hidden a stronger power. Weiss savored the tea while savoring the tea, while praising Frisia's strength. Back then, the destruction god Beerus ordered Frisia to become the agent destruction god, but he just wanted to find an agent tool to ensure that the performance of the 7th universe destruction planet would not decline during this period of sleep. Who would have thought that Frisia's potential was so amazing that he had grown to this point in a short period of time? However, this scion is more incredible than Frisia. In recent years, he has been quietly paying attention to Talat the scion. He also saw the other party's growth. Maybe one day in the future, you can become the real candidate for the destruction god. Weiss smiled slightly. Obviously, Weiss wanted to train Talat to become the true agent of the 7th universe. As an angel, he had no god of destruction, so he could only stay in the god of destruction. Once there is a candidate god of destruction, he can also get free. At least when he is choosing god of destruction, he does not need to stay in the god of destruction. On Earth, it has become a far north land that has become a wasteland. The explosion of flames had dissipated, and Talat was in the sky, overlooking Frisia. Frisia's move just now was indeed terrifying. Even when he mobilized the energy in his body to turn it into a protective barrier at the critical moment, it was shattered and his body suffered considerable trauma. But he also became a blessing in disguise and took that step completely. Super Scion Level 3. Frisia, who is known as the best sparring player, is definitely the top brother on the list. Anyone who has fought with him will have a huge improvement in his strength. Even he is no exception. Wild Monkey Frisia looked at Talat in the sky, frowned, and his mind suddenly became disordered. For some reason, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. I thought it would take some time to reach that level, but I didn't expect that by fighting with you, I took that step directly. Thank you, Frisia. As a reward, the next attack, I won't show mercy anymore. Talat's eyes narrowed slightly, and blue and white light exploded around his body, and a stronger golden aura erupted from his body. His body leaned forward slightly, and his energy began to increase explosively. Infinite lightning lingered around the body. The golden rays soared into the sky without wind, and kept floating, and deep arcs surged out from the depths of the hair root, exploding like spark, extremely dazzling. Talat's energy is expanding at a speed beyond imagination. Crack! The sky became dark, and in the center of the endless black cloud, amazing thunder exploded in the void. The majestic scion energy surged out of Talat's body like an erupting volcano. A shout burst into Talat's mouth. The golden energy turned into an invisible barrier covering his whole body, and the terrifying momentum hit all directions, causing the world to shake violently. The entire Earth and the entire Milky Way are shaking because of this heaven-defying power. All the waiters were frightened by this amazing aura, sweating profusely and stunned. How spectacular and shocking the process of advancing from the 2nd level of Super Scion to the 3rd level of Super Scion. Talat's golden vertical hair is constantly extending until the waist. The eyebrows disappeared, and the eyebrows seemed to be forced to change and lowered, and the whole person looked cold and looked like a villain. Super Scion Level 3 complete. Transformed stably, Talat stood in the void like an undefeated blonde god of war, surrounded by thick lightning. At this moment, his combat power has soared to a terrifying state. After a battle with Frisia, his potential was released, and coupled with his successful breakthrough of the 3rd level of the Super Scion, his normal combat power has exceeded 100 million. With the blessing of the 3rd level of the Super Scion, Talat combat power has soared to more than 40 billion. Just standing there, that powerful aura is enough to crush someone to death. Moreover, the combat power that this value can show is far from comparable to that of exceeding 2 to reach this value. This is a qualitative change in energy. Bang, bang, bang. In the dark cloud, huge lightning energy beams fell, and they bombarded Talat hard, making them even more terrifying. Talat's smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His expression was cold, and he looked like a god of death. The powerful power of the 3rd level Super Scion flows in his body. Although the 3rd level Super Scion consumes a lot of physical strength, it is acceptable for the current Talat because he has a tail. There is no situation in the original work that Sun Wukong was leaking because of his lack of tail aura. Chapter 166. The ultimate intention of freedom. All the spectators outside the battlefield, as well as those outside the earth, were shocked by this scene. What is this? Vegeta's boss opened his mouth. His eyes trembled violently, fear spreading in his heart, and he couldn't help but tremble. The long blonde hair is as big as the waist. The appearance has changed greatly and the aura has also been raised to and beyond imagination. There are more advanced transformations above the second level of the Super Saiyan. Could it be that their Saiyan transformations are endless? As long as you become strong enough, you can develop a higher level of Super Saiyan transformation. Vegeta, who understood everything, felt powerless in his heart and understood how sad and ridiculous he, the so-called Saiyan Prince, was. I think that if I master the Super Saiyan, I can despise everything and become the strongest in the universe. Little do you know that the Super Saiyans are just beginning. Whether it was Latize, Talat or Celair, they all left him far behind. What an amazing aura! Brother Talat has made another breakthrough and has reached a higher level of Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and calmed down his restless heart. At this time, Talat not only had a huge change in appearance but also reached the point where he could crush people to death by judging from the strength of his breath. This situation once again refreshed Sun Wukong's understanding of the transformation of Saiyan. Super Saiyan 3rd level. Latize looked at Talat in the sky and said to himself, "It's not wrong. This form is the state that surpasses the second level of the Super Saiyan. According to their Saiyans, it is the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan." Talat's energy has increased several times more than before, completely overshadowing Frieza. There is a chance they can win. After breaking through to a higher level Super Saiyan transformation, the form and appearance will change to a certain extent, so after my horizons were broadened. Naba suddenly realized a very serious problem. The transformation characteristics of the Super Saiyan are blonde and blue eyes. The 3rd level Super Saiyans are now even more blonde and have a surprising amount of hair. Looking at him again, there was no bare hair on his head. He won't be unable to transform into a Super Saiyan because of his lack of hair, right? The 4-person group of melons, Tianjin rice dumplings, Lin and Yamcha were already pressed by this invisible aura so that it was difficult for them to breathe. Even though they are so far apart, the pressure of Talat's invisible expansion still affect them. For them, whose combat power has not yet exceeded 10,000 points, the oppression of more than 40 billion combat power is really not the area they can contact now. On the Temple of Heaven, after witnessing Talat's transformation with his own eyes, the God Big showed joy on his face. Judging from the strength of the breath, Talat now has far surpassed Frieza. But soon, the joy on the face of the God Beak disappeared. The battle between the stronger Talat and the terrifying Frieza has ruined the entire far north. The battle that breaks out will only become more intense if it does not end as soon as possible. I am afraid that the entire Earth will be destroyed by this battle. On the northern border of the star. So that's it, Talat, you kid. Treat Frieza as the object of tempering yourself. Is the reason why you don't give your all your strength is for this step. At this moment, the king of the northern realm suddenly realized and understood Talat's plan. However, it is not the time to take it lightly. Frieza said before that he had another transformation that he had not taken it out. If you take out that transformation, I don't know if Talat's Super Saiyan can deal with it. Is this form a brand new Super Saiyan? Gnei opened his mouth wide, shocked Talat's image at the moment, and was also incredible about the huge potential of their Saiyan clan. Every transformation will cause a huge change in appearance. Now in Talat, even she felt unfamiliar with her appearance, like a cruel and ruthless god of killing. Brother Talat broke through himself again. This is the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan, Solari said excitedly. Talat was suppressed by Frieza before, but now the situation has reversed. Solari firmly believes that Talat can win. Since you have already broken through, then take action quickly and kill that guy named Frieza. Bulma echoed. In the realm of kings and gods, the 2 world kings and Jebite followed Talat in real time. The old king god nodded thoughtfully, understood Talat's intentions, and also made a decision in his heart. He saw infinite potential in Talat. Maybe when we meet again next time, he can consider giving him the complete cultivation method of the power of God. With the blessing of the God power practice, he believed that Talat could grow to a higher level in a very short time. In this way, when the time is ripe in the future, he may be able to let out a strong anger. The king of the East realm was shocked and felt incredible by Talat's new form. Beads of sweat as big as beans fell on Jabit's forehead and he couldn't say a word. Destroy the God realm. Angel Wise, who was enjoying refreshment, suddenly had a move in his hand and was attracted by Talat's new transformation. Although the energy intensity has been greatly increased, a lot of breath was leaked when transforming. This form is not suitable for long-term combat. It was endless distance, but Weiss saw the Super Saiyan with just one glance the disadvantages of the 3rd level. Just as Weiss was about to watch the show and eat snack, he seemed to suddenly find something. The teacup in his hand was put down. His eyebrows were furrowed, revealing an unprecedented serious look. In the 7th universe, outsiders appeared. Earth, the extreme northland that turned into wasteland. The battle between Talat and Frieza became more and more anxious. Neither side attacked again, and both of them were looking at each other. The ever-expanding aura collided, and bursts of lightning shot out from the void. This scene was as terrifying as the end of the world. world. All the spectators' hearts were raised to their throat and a great battle was about to begin again. It's just that I have changed from a short-haired monkey to a long-haired monkey. In front of me, it's as small as I am. Frisia raised his right arm, gathering energy from the tip of his index finger. Just as the death ray was about to be shot out, the tower lot moved. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Talat used super high-speed movement and teleport to Frisia within 0.01 second. He grabbed Frisa's right wrist with his left hand and exerted force with his 5 fingers. The terrifying grip force directly dispelled the death energy condensed by Frisia. The speed of Talat's explosion made Frisa's pupils shrink suddenly and he felt the pain on his wrist. He was angry and could no longer bear it and exploded. Die monkey! With an angry shout, the purple aura around Frisia burned like the fire of hell. Feeling Frisa's bursting aura, Talat smiled contemptuously and a golden aura burst out, instantly overshadowing Frisia's momentum. Wah! Frisia felt unbelievable when his breath was crushed. Talat third level Super Saiyan is far stronger than he thought. It's different from Frisia today. Let you experience it yourself. The power of the third level Super Saiyan. Talat showed a smirk on his face and exerted force on his left arm, pulling Frisia. Come back! Your right fist quickly accumulates power and a layer of spiral energy gathers to the extreme above the fist. Waving his right arm, he punched the destruction with a punch. Pound! The unstoppable super punch hit Frisia's abdomen and the terrible energy penetrated Frisia's body, causing an endless storm. Frisia, who was hit hard, had chi and blood in her body rolled and a mouthful of sour water mixed with purple blood sprayed out and her body flew backwards like a cannonball, running through several huge mountains in succession. After one blow, Talat would not let Frisia go so easily. He took advantage of your illness and rushed forward at full speed and rushed straight to Frisia. Feeling the heartache on his body, Frisia's eyes were covered with blood and his anger broke out and forced his breath to stop his body flying back. He fell smoothly with a backflip and his hands were accumulating strength and pushed forward. Boom! The double death energy cannon shot out like 2 poisonous snakes with claws, heading straight for Talat to kill. Seeing this scene, Talat smiled contemptuously. His body quickly rotated, turning into a sharp spiral spike that collided with the double death energy cannon. But in a blink of an eye, Frisia's double death energy cannon was dissolved by Talat, turning into energy fragments in the sky and floating in the space. What a joke! Seeing that the situation was not good, Frisia mobilized all his strength to turn into a protective barrier and crossed his arms to show a defensive posture. Bang! Talat, who turned into a spiral spike, continued to advance, condensing the power of his body at one point, and the impact and destructive power brought by him were extremely terrifying. The protective barrier of Frisia's entire energy condensed was broken through after persisting for only 5 seconds. The spiral spike hit Frisia's hands and the powerful impact of force made Frisia's body retreat rapidly, but in just a few seconds he was knocked back more than 10 kilometers. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Frisia's forehead was bulging and his aura was unprecedentedly rising, and the anger in his heart became more and more intense. I have to say that it is out of seclusion. Frisia was also extremely resilient and he could even forcibly defend against the attack of the third level Talat Super Saiyan. This situation really exceeded Talat's expectations. Different from any opponent I have faced in the past, Frisia is so powerful now, but the stronger he is, the more in line with Talat's wishes. In a moment of thought, the space teleport and Talat, who rotated at high speed, appeared behind Frisia across the space. Die monkey! This little trick is ineffective for me. Frisia controlled his tail and swept towards Talat's chi. Talat, who was prepared for a long time, waved his right arm and accurately grabbed Frisia's tail. After Talat was caught by Frisia's face changed and she felt something was wrong. Sometimes your tail is really convenient. After saying that, Talat's power burst out. His right arm exerted force and he smashed Frisia down on the ground like a weapon. The irresistible huge force came and Frisia's body instantly lost control and his whole body hit the ground hard. Boom! The earth was sunken and rocks were flying and Frisia's body blasted a huge pit out of the ground beneath her feet. The severe pain spread throughout the body. Frisia's angry expression seemed even more ferocious and the blood in his body rolled as if he was about to vomit out the next second. It's not over yet, Frisia. This is just the beginning. Talat locked Frisia's tail and his power burst out, using Frisia as a weapon, smashing back and forth to the ground on both sides. Bang! 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 Several powerful slams made Frisia squirt out a blood arrow uncontrollably. Even if the strong body that has been strengthened by hell training and has endured several attacks of this level in succession, it is difficult to resist. Noting the twisted look on Frisia's face, Talat's smile became even stronger. Just as he was about to give Frisia a heavier blow, Frisia launched a counterattack. A deeper energy pool in his body was mobilized and his tail forced himself to break free from Talat's restraint. The heavy punch that condensed the energy of death suddenly swung out, hitting Talat's face. A fistful of anger knocked Talat away. Die monkey! I want to tear you apart! Amid the angry roar, Frisia's hands quickly danced. In an instant, hundreds of death rays broke through the air and turned into a covered-up ray net head straight to Talit. Seeing Frisia so angry, Talit felt very happy. He swung his body to stabilize himself. The golden particles in his hand flashed, and his big hand waved across the air. Room. The powerful energy that expanded invisibly instantly detonated all the death rays that came in, turning into a giant wall of flames that was 10,000 meters high. The high temperature hit all directions, and the wasteland within 10 miles of the square garden collapsed to varying degrees, and the high temperature swept through it like a fierce prison. Talit, who was in high spirits of fighting, used space teleportation again, appeared in front of Frisia like a phantom, and swung his right arm suddenly. Frisia, who had a very tight combat nerve, raised his hand to block it. Bang! With a loud bang, a powerful storm raged the world, and the fist wind drove away the explosion of flames. With a loud shout, Frisia launched a counterattack. The destruction fist containing boundless anger were successively shot out with infinite power and as fast as thunder. Like the offensive launched by Talit before, he only attacked but not defended, and Frisia was completely red in his eyes. Talit is no longer the Talit before. With a high fighting spirit, his physical combat ability and combat intuition have reached its peak. He didn't even need to think through his brain, and his body could act independently. The combat cells in his body were activated, allowing him to easily avoid all Frisia's fierce attack. It has to be said that the combat talent of the Scion clan is indeed extremely terrifying. In the battle, they seem to be evolving continuously as if they have no limit. There is no strongest, only stronger. This scene was seen by the angel Weiss, who destroyed the god realm, and Talit's dodge at will, which made Weiss's eyes lit up. This action and the frequency of dodging are so similar. Talit's current dodging actions are very similar to the Qiyu Gong. This situation also made Weiss look at Talit even more. Chapter 167 Golden Frisia. After changing the form, your strength has increased so much. You wild monkey is so annoying. All the attacks failed, which made Frisia angry and exerted force again to destroy it. The fist of heaven and earth rushed straight to Talit's face and rushed to kill him. Pound. The harsh roar sounded, and a powerful storm raged everywhere. This punch with infinite destructive power was blocked by Talit's left hand. While cleverly dissolving all impact forces, it also blocked Frisia's fist, making it impossible for him to move forward or draw it back. Frisia, do you only have some strength? With this soft fist you can't hurt me at all. After the words came, Talit seized the opportunity and hit Frisia's jaw with an uppercut. The powerful force instantly overturned Frisia's body and drove him to a height of 100 meters. Talit locked Frisia's position, waved his hands, and instantly released dozens or hundreds of spiral energy bombs. To Frisia. Frisia violently regained control of his body and continuously released the death energy bomb to fight it. Room. The fierce energy war was about to break out, and the energy attacks of both sides were extremely terrifying. The explosion's shock wave continued to expand, making the wasteland devastated. The high temperature even distorted the Earth's space as if it was about to collapse. The bombing between the energy bombs lasted for half a minute, and neither side could gain the upper hand and was evenly matched. But the successive energy bombing also made Frisia feel a little tired, and the frequency of the attack dropped. Talit's keen insight captured Frisia's flaws. With a thought, the space teleport Doubt descended behind Frisia and turned into a warhammer and smashed it down hard. Not good. Feeling the sense of crisis coming from behind, Frisia turned around in horror. A huge fist hit his head, slamming him hard at the back of his neck. Bang! Frisia, who was hit hard, was shot down from a high altitude and knocked out a large pit 10 meters deep on the ground. The successive setbacks made Frisia's killing intention against Talit reach its peak. His body trembled slightly from the anger, but soon calmed down again. Frisia stood up and slapped the dust on her body, looking like a okay person. At this time, Talit also fell from the sky, landing dozens of meters away in front of Frisia, with the eyes of both sides facing each other. It seems calm, but in fact it is undercurrent. The boring temptation is over here. Take all your strength, Frisia. If you don't give your all, I don't mind killing you now. Talit was ready to rub his hands, staring at Frisia with sharp eyes. Sneered. You are right, the boring warm-up exercise has ended here. To be honest, your strength is beyond my expectations. I thought I didn't need to use the latest transformation, but now it seems that I have to take it out. You will be the first person to see this new transformation of my king. Frisia raised his right hand, raised a finger, and said with a smirk, You are so sure? Can your new transformation kill me? Talit asked with a smile. Ho 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 ho. I admire your courage very much. Compared with those scions, you are very different. I just hope that you will not be frightened by my true power in the future and do not even have the courage to resist. After saying that, Frisia didn't intend to talk nonsense. She leaned forward slightly, her fist clenched, her forehead was bulging, and the energy that was sleeping in her body was awakened. The white-purple energy flames rose up and transformed at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly transforming into red gold. Frisia's skin color is also changing. A sense of oppression depression that hits the soul spreads across the world, affecting the climate. The sky above the extreme north that turned into wasteland was shrouded in a thick layer of dark cloud. Crack! Thick golden lightnings landed in the cloud, whipping the ground hard. With Frissa as the center, the surrounding landform environment underwent amazing changes. The whole Earth, no, the entire Milky Way was shaken by his power. Drink Soon, the golden light dissipated and Frisia also arrived in a new posture. Ho 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 ho. You have been waiting for the wild monkey for a long time. This is the new transformation that I mastered after hell-style training on my mother star. Frisia's body surface was coated with a layer of gold. The aura has also been raised to an extremely terrifying state. The unfathomable powerful energy shot out bursts of creeping light in the space. This fierce aura made everyone on the earth feel an inexplicable fear shrouded in their heart, making their heart beat faster, and they couldn't help themselves. Through breath perception, it can be judged that Frisia's aura has now risen to a terrifying level. Talat had to show his cautious look. Although he had made the worst plan from the beginning, when Frisia really took out the gold form, his mind was still greatly affected. Ho 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 ho. It seems that you are surprised by my new form. Don't think that the skin color has just turned golden. At this moment, Golden Frisia arrived, the most vicious and most powerful emperor in the universe. Ha! Is it only this level? Talat looked up and down at Golden Frisia and had a general understanding of the other party's strength. Golden Frisia is very strong but not yet able to deal with it. In this era, Golden Frisia's strength is far from reaching the terrifying level of being able to compete with Super Blue in this era. Oh, it seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet, so I will show it for a while. As soon as the word fell, Golden Frisia waved his arm and a powerful golden energy passed by Talat. Boom! The earth collapsed with a bang and an extremely long and huge gap appeared, and golden light flashed in the gap, stretching for dozens of kilometers. Golden Frisia's sudden attack made Talat's mind tremble, and then he shifted his eyes and looked at the huge bottomless gap on the left. If this falls on him, his Super Saiyan level 3 will not be able to stop it and will be severely injured. Now I understand you, and is there a gap in strength between this king? Very desperate, right? Wild monkey. Ho 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 ho. Golden Frisia smiled playfully. He had already thought about how to torture Talat later. He wanted to break Talat's bones bit by bit so that he could not survive or die. In despair and howling, he prayed for his own death. Outside the battlefield, the moment when Golden Frisia arrived, everyone was frightened to the point where they could not even act. It's over, everything is over. The guy Frisia has been playing tricks on us all from the beginning. Even if that guy Talat becomes a higher level Super Saiyan, we dead. Vegeta's face was pale and sweated heavily. The appearance of Golden Frisia made the dusty fear in his heart awaken again. He recalled the time he was dominated by Frisia. They are completely finished. His aura is so terrifying. Can someone really reach this level in this world? Sun Wukong, who has always been optimistic and cheerful, was also shocked by the powerful aura of Golden Frisia. Just a casual blow has such terrifying destructive power. If he was hit by that move, he would probably lose his bones in an instant. That guy Frisia actually hides such a strong transformation. Can Talat cope as the strongest among the crowd? Latais was also trembling at this moment because of the power of the Golden Frisia, and it was the first time that he had doubts about Talat. It's no wonder that Golden Frisia was so terrifying, that she was far superior to Talat's Super Saiyan 3rd level. Unless Talat has a more advanced transformation, this battle really seems to have no hope of winning. Naba, Tianjin Rice Dumplings, Yamcha, and Klin and his group as the weakest group. Their mood at this moment is no longer described in words. The body cannot control it. The fear deep in the soul makes them unable to move, and they can't even speak, and their throats are like being caught by an invisible claw, and breathing becomes extremely difficult. On the northern border of the star, that guy Frisia, how could his aura be so powerful? No, I'm going to help brother Talat. The pregnant Sarari, seeing that the situation was not good, planned to use his instant move, go to Earth to fight alongside Talat. As soon as she was about to take action, she was forcibly stopped by Jin, Bulma, Rankai, Son Gohan, and others. Don't do stupid things, Sarari. I know you're in a hurry, but please believe Talat. He will definitely solve Frisia's problem. Don't be impulsive. If something happens to you, Talat will blame himself. Listen to my advice, Sarari. Since you are really worried about Talat, just stay here and don't don't go back and cause trouble. But Salary was speechless and didn't know what to do. Okay, why do you think that this is Talat full strength? At this time, the king of Northern Realm suddenly spoke. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the king of the Northern Realm, and they were all stunned. Could it be that Talat has stronger power? But didn't the Super Saiyan level 3 just break through? You will understand if you continue to watch. Long before you don't know, the boy has taken a step far beyond his current situation. The transformation you see now is not even 1/10 of his true power. The king of the North World smiled and signaled everyone to continue watching. In the realm of kings and god, the old king god, the eastern king god, and Jebet were all shocked by the powerful strength of Golden Frieza. The potential of the Frieza clan is indeed terrifying. It is worthy of being the natural overlord in the universe. As long as they react and practice hard, they will grow to a point where everyone is afraid of it in a very short time. That kid should have taken out that transformation. If he doesn't take it out, there will be no chance. The old king god said meaningfully. The real battle is about to begin, and the storm of this battle will only be more intense and fierce than just now. If you don't do it well, the entire earth will be destroyed. Unknown to me, has even a character like Frieza grown to this level? The king of the East Realm looked embarrassed. In recent years, he has also begun to pay attention to things in the universe. Frieza also heard a little. He used to treat the other party as an ant without management. After all, a finger could be stabbed to death, but now, the appearance of Golden Frieza has completely changed his view of Frieza. He had a premonition that if Frieza was not eliminated, the other party might become the second Maharabuyu, which would bring great disaster to the universe. Everything depends on Talat. Lord King of Realm, Old Lord of Realm, do we need to go to Earth if an accident occurs? At this time, Jebet suddenly asked the two Lord of Realm. Let's take a look first. That boy has been settled for so many years. The red-haired monkey must be more skilled in the form. If even he can't win, it's not too late for us to come forward to rescue them. The old king god pinched his jaw with his right hand in his hand. Ordered Jebet. Yes, Lord King of the Old World, Jebet said. At the same time, the king of Yama in the underworld, the king of the Great Realm on the star of the Great Realm, the three kings of the East, South, East, West, and a number of masters from the underworld are all at the verge of the situation on the Earth. This will be a decisive battle that determines the future direction of the North Galaxy. On the main battlefield, Frieza, who transformed into a golden form, opened her arms and showed everyone his new posture and unparalleled powerful power. The golden aura burned around him like endless flames, and the majestic energy filled every cell in his body. The injuries suffered by Talat in the previous battle were also recovered because he turned into a golden form. With the blessing of the golden form, Frieza was extremely arrogant enough to take any existence seriously. In his opinion, he is now the unquestionable number one in the universe. Even if the god of destruction is in front of him, he dares to fight. Are you not planning to attack me? Let's do this. I will give you a special offer. How about using only one hand to deal with you? Golden Frieza was not in a hurry to take action. In his opinion, Talat now it's just a lamb to be slaughtered, and it's hard to fly. He just needs to take a slight move, and it is already Talat limit. Talat looked straight into Golden Frieza's eyes at this moment. The huge pressure of expanding invisibly stimulated his militant factors and stimulated the scion nature of longing for battle. Talat smiled excitedly, and the power of the giant ape in his body was mobilized strongly, ready to go. Hey, what's going on with your look? Do you think you have the ability to compete with this king's golden form? Humph, extremely stupid. Golden Frieza smiled coldly, mocking Talat's weakness and incompetence. Chapter 168 Super 4 vs Golden Frieza. Speaking of this, it was the first time I took it out to fight since I mastered that transformation. It made you develop for so long. You did not disappoint me. Neck, you opened your eyes and saw clearly. As he finished speaking, a golden light flashed in Talat's eyes, and the power of the giant ape rioted. Boom! The unrivaled golden energy beam suddenly rose from the ground and rushed straight into the sky. The violent wild aura swept across the world, and the ever-expanding momentum made Golden Frieza's face change. No, this wild monkey really has hidden mean. The power of the giant ape continued to erupt, and Talat bathed in the golden light, and his body shape underwent an amazing change. The whole body expanded and made a muffled sound, and his appearance was also changing towards the direction of the beast. The fourth-level energy pool of the Super Saions exploded in an all-out explosion. The extreme expansion shock wave set off a super-large storm that destroyed the world and swept across the entire extreme north. The unique golden particles floated all over the sky, and Talat bathed in the golden light, completing the final transformation. Red and golden pupils, wild body covered with bloody hair, slender black hair. That's right, this is the fourth level of the all-round Super Saiyan. Whether it is the energy consumption, power, and speed, it has ushered in all aspects of sublimation. When the fourth level of the Super Saiyan appeared, the world was shocked and everything fell into static. All existences outside the battlefield were shocked by Talat's new state. They really guessed that Talat really really has a backup plan, and his breath strength is completely beyond the third level of the Super Saiyan just now. On the other hand, Golden Frieza is no longer as arrogant as before, and is replaced by a deep sense of fear. It's really that Talat's change this time has been too big. It's been a long time since I've become this form. It's really a matter of missing this power. Talat moved his limbs. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he exuded an extremely confident light. The power of the giant ape exploded in full swing. All the injuries suffered in the previous battle were recovered, and all the strength returned to the peak. No, it surpassed the peak. Moreover, because he fought with Frieza and mastered the third level of the Super Saiyan, his fourth level of the Super Saiyan also took a step further. The powerful giant ape's power is rapidly moving in his body. Now, if his strength is converted into combat power, it will be hundreds of billions of no, even a unit that exceeded 100 million. It reached the mega level. The powerful wild aura expands, fighting against the pressure of Golden Frieza's aura. Golden Frieza and Super 4 Talat confront each other, and the atmosphere became heavier and terrifying. Golden Frieza was looking at the 4 Talat, judging Talat's approximate strength. Super 4 Talat is also examining the Golden Frieza, guarding against the opponent's actions at any time. Time passed by minute, and neither side wanted to take action. After a long stalemate, Golden Frieza suddenly laughed. Ho 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 ho. Is this your hidden trump card? It's just that from a blonde wild monkey to a red-haired wild monkey. Golden Frieza smiled with a playful smile. After just a few short glances of observation, he judged the approximate strength of the 4th level Talat Super Saiyan. Although he is very strong, he will definitely not be his golden opponent. Speaking of this, the transformation in front of you Science looks very righteous, but your transformation now looks much more evil than me, the Emperor of the Universe. Frieza a chuckle and a constant sarcasm. But that's true. You Scions are not what a good guy. The planets destroyed and countless lives killed. Listening to Frieza's criticism, Talat smiled disdainfully. I have never said that I am a sacred good person, right? In this world the strong are prey on the weak. We are weak, so you used to play with them in the palms. We are now strong, so in my eyes you are like ant. Talat is not Sun Wukong in the original work, so he can't say that kind of reasonable thing. He only knows that in the Dragon Ball world who has the final say. Take the god of destruction Beerus. Does he destroy less life on the planet? Does he really have to be reasonable? It's not because he is a god of destruction. He is powerful enough so he can say whatever he says. He has sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Frieza sneered, and the burning aura around her became stronger and stronger. Stop talking nonsense. We will know who is stronger and who is weaker in one battle. Talat didn't want to talk more nonsense and put on a battle stance, ready to go. Then you just die for me. Golden Frieza made a wave of death energy light. Talat did not dare to neglect, and he also released the spiral energy cannon to attack. Boom! The loud bang, the explosion of the flames stretched for more than 10 kilometers, causing a tremor in the world. At the same time, Golden Frieza and Super 4 Talat acted at the same time, and 2 golden rays of light broke through the explosion flames and collided with each other. The moment they collided, an unparalleled shock wave of destruction swept across the world, expanding thousands of miles away, and the entire earth trembled. Fierce battle broke out. Golden Frieza's actions were unpredictable, and the attack was sinister and vicious. Each move was hit by Talat fatal hole. After transforming into a golden form, his fighting style was further improved. There is no room for attack and no extra movement. Coupled with the domineering power output in the golden form, even if Talat has the blessing of the 4th level Super Saiyan, he is temporarily at a disadvantage. An unprecedented pressure came, and Talat couldn't help but sigh at the terror of Golden Frieza. But his Super Saiyan is not weak at the 4th level. What a red-haired monkey! I can block my attacks so many times. I want to see how many times can you block it. Golden Frieza smiled gloomily and exerted force suddenly, and the red and golden aura was burning around her. The lightning-fast collapse punch hit it. Pound! The unparalleled impact of power drives overbearing pressure, but for Talat, he can resist it with just raising his hand. The extreme fist pressure was released, and the wasteland under the two of them collapsed and sunken, turning into a huge pit of 100 meters. Outside the battlefield, everyone except Leitais was blown away by this fierce storm and suffered considerable trauma. The weak Naba, Tianjin rice dumplings, Lin, and Yamua tea tables were even more fainted. The battle continued, and Golden Frieza gritted her teeth and tried her best, intending to suppress Talat from strength to strength. But in terms of brute force, when did the Super Saiyan lose in the 4th order? No matter how strong the power of the Golden Frieza burst, Talat could resist it, and the power of the giant ape in his body continued to intensify, becoming more and more fierce and terrifying. Frieza, it seems that your gold form is just like this. This level of combat power cannot do anything to me. Looking at Frieza, the golden body that was constantly bursting out in front of him, Talat smiled coldly and mocked. The provoked Golden Frieza had murderous intent flashed through her eyes. Don't be too proud of the clever wild monkey. With an angry shout, Golden Frisia's power burst out while shook Talat's arm. His right leg was accumulating force and swept out his whip leg. Talat, who was prepared for a long time, did not dodge or dodge. He raised his hand and grabbed Golden Frissa's right ankle. While cleverly dissolving all the power, he threw Golden Frissa away. The back-flying Golden Frisia landed smoothly with a clever backlip, with the two sides being more than 10 meters apart. After a brief temptation, Golden Frisia has a deeper understanding of Talat's Super Saiyan 4th level, and his mood is getting heavier. Although his strength is not as strong as him, this wild monkey is indeed difficult to deal with, and it is not an easy task to kill him in a short period of time. Ho 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 ho. It seems that not only has he become a wild monkey in appearance, but he has also improved his brute force a lot. But let me remind you that I just used 5 success powers just now. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy storm transformed by Golden Frisia expanded again, and the energy pressure released became more and more amazing. Feeling this expanding breath storm, the huge pressure stimulated Talat's fighting spirit, making his eyes burn with raging fire, his hands itchy, and he was eager to fight. The power of the giant ape in his body was further stimulated, and Talat also burst out his breath to resist the aura of the Golden Frissa. But judging from the momentum, his Super Saiyan 4th level is still inferior. The power burst to its peak, and Golden Frissa made a decisive attack, and her tight body burst out with an extremely terrifying speed. She was like a punch, driving the power of destruction and directly attacking Talat face. Who is afraid of whom? Talat was in high spirits of fighting, and his punch drove an unstoppable pressure and waved it out. Pound. The collision of fists drives endless storms, shaking all directions and destroying the world. Golden Frissa's fist is extremely powerful, but even so, Talat's iron fist is extremely fierce. The power of the fist collided backfires, shocking Talat and Golden Frissa at the same time. Seizing the opportunity, Golden Frisia released dozens or hundreds of death rays in succession, turning into a dense net and attacking Talat. There is no way to avoid it. Talat mobilized the power of the giant ape to turn into a golden barrier to protect his body. Room. The explosion of fire rose into the sky and towered into the cloud. The boundless storm is no longer just destroying the extreme north, but affecting the world. Without the protection of special forces, disasters of varying degrees have occurred across the earth. If you continue to fight, the entire earth may collapse. And Talat's situation is not optimistic at this moment. The protective barrier of energy condensation in the whole body has been damaged by 70%. If Golden Frisia continues to bombard him as unscrupulously as he is now, he will probably lose a layer of skin. Your doomsday is here, wild monkey. A fishy light flashed in Golden Frissa's eyes. Her petite body rushed out quickly, moved at a super high speed, and kicked out with a flying kick. Talat had a premonition of the crisis and crossed his arms in front of him. Boom! There was a loud bang. Talat's protective barrier was completely shattered, and huge force swept Talat's whole body. Even if it blocked in time, his legs still rubbed against the ground and drew a slender crack of nearly 100 meters. This is just the beginning, and Golden Frisia won't let Talat go so easily. With another breakthrough, Golden Frisia stormed towards Talat like a heavy rain. Bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound. The hand-to-hand combat started again, and the two sides fought roundaboutly, attacking and defending, and chasing, and fighting. The two of them went back and forth, and their iron fists left an indelible mark on each other. But for Talat, this is an opportunity for transformation, and he will become stronger. The power of the 4th level Super Saiyan is further developed in battle. The pain turned into a stronger fighting spirit, and the giant ape's power expanded rapidly, making him almost selfless, ignoring the pain on his body, and the offensive became even more fierce. The dense fist and feet attacks poured towards the Golden Frissa like a storm. Bang, pound, bang. 3 high-intensity continuous strikes hit Golden Frissa in the chest and strongly repelling Golden Frissa. Tisk. A look of anger flashed across the face of the repelled Golden Frisia. Although it was not affected much, it really hurt. Come again. Continue. Talat, who was in high spirits of fighting, rushed out again and took the initiative to attack Golden Frissa. Don't be too proud, dead monkey. Golden Frisia was naturally not afraid and faced him head-on. Boom. The moment the two sides collided, the light of destruction expanded rapidly, covering all things in the world. In this light, Talat and Golden Frissa are both moving and colliding quickly in space at a speed that is beyond the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the two had fought and resolved dozens of moves from each other. On the surface, both sides are evenly matched, but in fact they are not. Golden Frisia's attack power is much stronger than Talat thinks, and the pain caused to Talat every attack by the opponent is deep and deep. The battle continued to escalate, and the Saiyan blood in Talat's body was boiling. The characteristic of strongness continued to explode, turning pain into pleasure, turning the situation bit by bit. Golden Frisia was not a fool either. She naturally felt the changes in Talat in the battle. The threat of this red-haired wild monkey was too great. He could not keep it and had to completely defeat the other party. Ho 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 ho. In front of me, the strength of you Saiyan monkeys seems so humble and and insignificant. I will let you see what hell is. Golden Frieza attacked while attacking, disturbing Talat's mind through verbal attack. His offensive has been further improved and the scope of damage caused is also increasing. Talat was not affected at all. His mind was calm and allowed Golden Frieza to attack with all his strength. After the battle just now, he had discovered the weakness of Golden Frieza. In a battle, it is not just the strength of the force but also various factors. Golden Frieza made a fatal mistake like him in the original work. Without thoroughly mastering the gold form, we came to the earth to seek war. The power of this form is extremely powerful and good, but the battery life is a fatal problem. P.S. Let me promote the new book Cultivation of Immortality. Only I am reincarnation. Please help me click on the reading. There is a portal below. Chapter 169 Frieza goes to hell. A new era begins. If he continues at this pace of battle, he only needs to hold on for a while, and Golden Frieza's strength will no longer exist. Your attack is indeed powerful, but I'm used to your attack, so don't be too self-righteous to Frieza. As soon as the word came, a light flashed in Talat's eyes, and his terrifying combat ability exploded. Perfect. While avoiding all Golden Frieza's attack, he punched a powerful punch and hit Golden Frieza's face. Pound. A muffled sound. Golden Frieza was knocked back by Talat, which also made his anger even more intense. You said you are used to my attack, then I will completely break your body. Wipe off the blood stains on the corner of my mouth. Golden Frieza rushed straight to Talat like a cannonball. Seeing this scene, Talat did not dodge or avoid, pushed forward with his hands, mobilizing his breath to form a defense, and facing the impact of Golden Frieza head on. Boom! There was a shocking sound. Golden Frieza's desperate impact was extremely powerful. In just a moment, Talat was hit more than 10 kilometers away by him. Hey! After suffering a heavy blow, Talat roared loudly. His arms swelled, forcibly blocking the continuous impact of Golden Frieza and repelling Golden Frieza to 100 meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Talat gathered a lot of energy, clasped his hands together, aimed at the Golden Frieza, and the red and golden electric energy cannon gathered in his palm. Spiral Destruction Cannon. Talat pushed forward with his hands, and the red and golden energy beam shot out from his palm, heading straight for the Golden Frieza and rushed to kill him. Boring trick. Golden Frieza stabilized herself, mobilized a large amount of energy, and released a super death energy cannon to fight back against Talat. Bang! The two destructive energy collided, causing space to ripples and ripples in layers of space. The energy output of both sides is comparable, and no one can gain the upper hand. The energy stalemate was stalemate, and Golden Frieza gritted her teeth and exerted force again. The output of the death energy cannon skyrocketed, instantly overwhelming Talat's spiral destruction cannon. This also hit Talat's plan. The next second, Talat quickly cut off the output of the death energy cannon, swirled his hands, twisting the direction of the super death energy cannon like a Tai Chi diagram, and returned this destructive energy to Golden Frieza. The attack was resolved by Talat in this way, and Golden Frieza's pupil shrank, but she never expected it. He could not avoid it and could only endure the bombardment of his super death energy cannon head on. An unparalleled super explosion was produced, and the explosion's shock wave vibrated from all directions. When Talat saw this scene, the corners of his mouth fluctuated slightly, and he showed a confident smile. He did not pursue again, but instead took this opportunity to adjust his breath and keep his body in the best state at all times. He knew that it was impossible to defeat Golden Frieza just by this level of explosion, but it will never make Golden Frieza easier. Suddenly, a storm of destruction swept across, dispersing all the explosion flame, and Golden Frieza appeared again in a slightly embarrassed manner. After being hit by his own move, even if he made a defense in time and offset most of the damage, Golden Frieza was still injured. The scorching pain on his body made Golden Frieza's heart rise in anger. Bloodshot in his eyes, and murderous intent was awe-inspiring. Wild monkey, I will tear you into pieces. With an angry roar, Golden Frieza rushed straight to Talat as if she had lost her wisdom. At this moment, Talat's goal had been achieved. All he wanted was Golden Frieza's anger, releasing energy, and consuming energy at all costs. Then come! Talat shouted with great fighting spirit, and faced Golden Frieza head-on without fear. The two sides fought again, and the ultimate hand-to-hand combat between fist and flesh began. The Golden Frieza, who was completely overwhelmed, chose to fight with injuries. Judging from this fierce posture, it was the rhythm of completely putting Talat to death. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. One thrilling sound of flesh wandered in the space. Golden Frieza and Super 4 Talat both suffered injuries of varying degrees, but the two were completely selfless at this moment. These injuries not only failed to make them retreat, but further stimulated their blood. The battle became more and more intense, and neither side was willing to retreat, and the battle with all its might lasted for a full minute. Golden Frieza waved her angry fist and hit Talat's right cheek, but soon something unexpected happened. Logically speaking, Talat, who was hit by this full force, should lose control instantly and fly backward, but now Talat is standing in place like a mountain. frozen, not shaken at all. What? Golden Frissa widened her eyes in confusion, not finding the seriousness of the problem at all. His fists seemed to be less destructive than they were just now. Golden Frissa launched continuous attacks without believing in evil. This time, Talat did not dodge but endured it head-on, and with his strong body he resisted all Golden Frissa's fists. The substantial consumption of energy prevented Golden Frissa's attack from causing substantial damage to Talat. How is that possible? What's going on? Golden Frissa was unwilling to believe that his attack could not work for Talat. What exactly is wrong with this? Have you noticed it yet? Frisia, even if you have become so strong, you are still a hopeless idiot. Talat's chatter and laugh wiped off the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and a trace of it flashed in his eyes. The sharp light hit the Golden Frissa in the next second. The Golden Frissa, who was hit hard, flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, penetrated several huge mountains in succession, and slid for more than 10 kilometers before stopping. No, it cannot be like this ending. I cannot lose to you, the wild monkey. Golden Frisia was unwilling to accept the ending of his defeat, gritted her teeth and stood up tremblingly. But the body is strong. The feeling of deficit almost made him unable to stand firm and fell to the ground. At the same time, Talat was approaching, with a raging fire on his right fist and a wicked smile on his face. With his Super Saiyan level 4, he looked like a heinous supervillain bastard. Seeing Talat's face, Golden Frissa became angry and subconsciously attacked Talat, but Talat took the lead. Hellfire! Talat's heavy punch hit Golden Frissa's chest. The powerful punch penetrated Golden Frissa's body, causing Golden Frissa's expression to stagnate. This is not over. And then an unparalleled energy blasted out from Talat's fist. Golden Frisia tried her best to withstand the impact of energy until she was sent to the universe and barely broke free. The severe pain on his body and the pain of being suppressed by Talat one after another made Golden Frisia extremely angry. Die, monkey! You can turn into the dust of the universe with this planet. Golden Frisia raised his hands high, squeezing all the energy in his body, gathering the ultimate skill. A giant red and golden energy ball is constantly expanding, and its destructive power is amazing. Just the aftermath tore through the Earth's atmosphere. The dazzling light is comparable to the sun, which is extremely terrifying. This is the latest super killer skill developed by Golden Frisia, Death Supernova. Compared with the Death Energy Bombs, the destructive power of the Death Supernova is even more terrifying, and it is no problem to tear the entire solar system apart. At this moment, Talat, who was on Earth, looked at the Death Supernova with a scorching light in the sky and made a choice. I was worried that Frisia would blow up the Earth like the original work, so I bombed him into the universe. Now it seems as he expected. He raised his right hand high and used the absolute killer he had developed this year, which is also an upgraded version of the King's energy bomb, the Destruction Bomb. The spiral red gold super giant energy bomb gathered between his thought, and because this time it was the 4th level form of the Super Saiyan, its power was even more terrifying. Frisia, the golden in the universe, threw his hands forward, and the huge Death Supernova was like an asteroid, advancing through the air and rushing straight to the Earth. From now on, your clan will completely withdraw from the stage of history. Frisia. Talat drove the destruction bomb out, breaking through the atmosphere one step ahead of time, colliding with the attacking Death Supernova. Boom! The moment the two of them collided with the final kill, an unparalleled shock wave spread in the universe. This time, not only the Earth but also the universe of the entire solar system has been affected by huge fluctuations. The final killing of both sides seems to be evenly matched, but it is not. Talat's destruction bomb is extremely special and is eroding, swallowing, and destroying the Golden Frissa's Death Supernova bit by bit. If it is the Death Supernova released by Golden Frissa in a grand posture, Talat is not 100% sure to block it, but now the situation has reversed. Golden Frissa is just a candle in the wind. Impossible. How could this King's Death Supernova be blocked by you? Golden Frisia witnessed his attack being eaten by Talat's energy with his own eyes and felt fear in his heart. Finally, the destruction bomb swallowed the body of Golden Frissa, causing him to suffer a lot, and a shrill wail came out of his mouth. Wild monkey, you will deserve to die. Frisia roared unwillingly in her heart. Buzz! The destruction bomb quickly retracted in the universe, and when the energy light completely disappeared, Frisia no longer existed. In the breath perception, Frisa's dark aura was gone. The battle ends. With Frisia's death, the grudge between the Saiyans and the Frisia clan came to a perfect end. The overlord of the old era, the Frisia clan, was completely wiped out by Talat. A new era is about to begin. Talat on Earth still maintains a highly tense nerve. 2 or 3 minutes passed, but I didn't feel Frisia's breath of life, and then I confirmed that Frisia was really dead. Of course, this is also the message from the underworld that Frisia has gone to hell. Frisia is finally dead. Talat's tense fighting nerves were relieved and he breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was really the most difficult and fiercest battle he had ever fought in his life. It should be said that he is the emperor of the old era Frisia, and in the golden form he almost couldn't beat his Super Saiyan level 4. If Frisia was calm and overcome the shortcomings of greatly consuming physical strength in the golden form, the battle would not have ended so easily. However, even if Frieza perfectly mastered the power of the golden form, he still had a way to kill it, but it would cost a little. Outside the battlefield, some people are still in a daze and can't come back to their senses. The aura of that guy Frieza disappeared. Vegeta said in disbelief. After a brief shock, a deep joy surged into my heart. He witnessed Frieza's death with his own eyes. Although it was not him who killed Frieza, the Saiyan clan had to take revenge. He used to be living in the shadow brought by Frieza. Now that Frieza is dead, his nightmare is also gone. This taste it is extremely refreshing and wonderful. However, he also had a new goal. Frieza's death was just the beginning. Next, he would regain the glory of the Saiyan Prince and everything that had happened, including the revival of the Saiyan clan. To do this, you must defeat Talat. Although his current strength is vastly different, Vegeta believes that with his talent, since he knows that there are so many realms after the Super Saiyan, he will definitely surpass the first level of the Super Saiyan. The limit until the end, surpass Talat. It's over, it's really over. That guy Frieza is so dead. Leitais was shocked and could not calm down. What happened just now was too dreamy. First there was Talat's Super Saiyan 3rd level, then Frieza's golden form, and then Talat became a new form that they had never seen before. Although I don't know what the name of this form is, the ending is good after all. Frieza is dead and their clan has come to an end completely. Next, it is the era that belongs to their Saiyan clan. It's unbelievable that brother Talat actually mastered so many transformations. Can I achieve it in the future? Sun Wukong, who came to his senses, had great longing for and yearning for powerful power in his heart. Talat's invincible posture left an indelible impression in his mind. As for Naba, Lin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rise, Jiaozi, and others who were fainted by the aftermath of the battle just now, they also woke up at this moment. They had just woken up with a confused look on their faces. The battle is over? Is that guy Frieza dead? What happened during their coma? On the northern border of the star, through the power of the king of the northern realm, everyone knew that Frieza had died. Everyone smiled happily and cheered. The Saiyan clan is revenged, and the next era will be written by them. Unknown to you, you have grown to this point, and I have nothing to teach you at this moment. The king of northern realm was relieved and completely admitted that Talat could become a master. In fact, when Talat broke through to the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, he had nothing to give him any advice. Chapter 170. The God of Destruction arrived. The king of hell in the underworld, the great realm king and the kings of the great realm on the great realm king. The old king, god of the realm 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 king, god of the real. When the battle ended, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This battle that determines the future of the universe is finally over. On Earth, it has long been destroyed in the extreme north. Talat stood on the earth as a winner. Behind him, Radies couldn't wait to run, and Sun Wukong and Naba followed closely behind. Lin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice Dumplings and others slowed down. It took a while before I could react. Where is Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince? At this moment he was still in the wind, thinking seriously about what to do next. His spacecraft has been destroyed in battle. The Frieza army's spacecraft was also destroyed. Now his situation is very awkward and cannot leave the Earth, and according to his personality, it is impossible to lower his head and borrow a spaceship from Talat and the others to leave. A special idea was born in Vegeta's heart. Perhaps he can stay on Earth for a while and look for opportunities to break through. Talat, you guy is really not interesting enough. What's going on with this transformation? When did you finish it? Leitais walked to Talat and raised his hand and punched him in the face chest. However, this punch has no power. It is just a way for them to express friendship. Yes, brother Talat, what's your name in this form? So handsome, so strong. Even that guy Frieza was easily killed by you. Sun Wukong asked extremely anxiously. He was forever in what happened today. Memorable. The strength of the 4th level Super Saiyan made him yearn for it and dared not think about what level of strength he would reach after completing this transformation. He yearns for the future even more. This form is a bit similar to our Saiyan giant ape. There is no connection between them, right? Naba's wooden head became keen at this time, and he really guessed it. The 4th level Super Saiyan and the giant ape state are closely related. As for the 4 people behind Tianjin Rice Dumplings, Yamcha, and Klin, they were not even qualified to interrupt, so they could only watch from the side and prick up their ears to listen. In a short period of time, they realized that the times have changed completely. No, it's because this world is so big that they can't imagine that they couldn't get in touch before, but now they have got in touch. Don't worry, I will answer one by one. This form was achieved by me before going to the Realm King God realm, after transforming into a giant ape through the full moon and then destroying the stronger giant ape power. I call it Super Apes. People, but according to normal naming habit I prefer to call Super Saiyan Level 4. After all, this form is much stronger than Super Saiyan Level 3. Talat explained to everyone. Leitai Super Ape Saiyan, Sun Wukong Super Saiyan Level 4. The brothers were full of disbelief. Before they knew it, it turned out that they had been so far away by Talat. They are still wandering in the first level of Super Saiyan and the second level of Super Saiyan, and now they have seen Talat fourth level of Super Saiyan. Their mentality has undergone some huge changes. Powerlessness is inevitable, but as the fighting nation of Saions, they would not be defeated because of such a little difficulty. Instead, Talat's Super Saiyan's fourth level inspired their desire for power and recognized the Saiyan. The limit is far less simple than they thought. Super Saiyan Super Ape Saiyan, Naba was muttering, and a lightning burst into his mind, and a memory that had been covered in his mind for many years emerged. He remembered the words passed down by their Saiyan tribe. Whenever the full moon night comes, it is the time when their Saions show their true power. It turns out that this is the true meaning of this sentence. Now Talat is the real owner of their Saiyan power, and they are just inferior counterfeiters. Doesn't this mean Talat is the founder of the new Saiyan era, the real king of Saiyan? When this idea appeared, Nabadong's heart was shaken, and the dark thoughts that had been buried in the deepest part of his heart were abandoned. Perhaps he should follow the true king of Saiyan with all his heart. Everyone's thoughts were different, but they were all glad that at the end of this battle, the turbulent earth finally returned to its previous peace. Next, they just need to collect Dragon Balls and restore the damaged earth in the battle. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a burst of applause suddenly came from behind everyone. Everyone was stunned when they heard the sound. Looking at the source of the sound, they saw a fat purple-skinned long-eared hairless cat and a tall and beautiful lady wearing special magic clothes appear. It is them? How could they appear here? What the hell is going on? Talat's heart was stormy, and his heart suddenly stopped for a few seconds at this moment. How could he not know these two guys? The six universes, God of Destruction, Elephant Pa, and Angel Bados. How could they be in the seventh universe at this time? And it also came to the earth. Suddenly, Talat's mind flashed and something happened. Didn't it be said the plot has begun? Talat probably guessed the reason why the Destruction God Elephant Pa and the Angel Bados arrived. There were rumors in the information of the previous life that they kept running back and forth between the sixth universe and the seventh universe in order to collect the Super Dragon Ball. If he expected it was okay, these two guys should have come to the seventh universe to collect Super Dragon Balls. The battle just now was quite exciting. Your kid's transformation is quite diverse. He has a good temperament and his strength. It's okay. It's not in vain for me to go there. The God of Destruction, Xiongpa, hugged his chest with his hands, was extremely powerful, said conceitably. As the God of Destruction at the top of the universe, no one can catch his eye except his brother Beerus. This time he arrived on Earth, it was just a whim. Unexpectedly, he really saw a wonderful battle. Although it was just two ants fighting, the performance of these two ants was pretty good. At least it brought him a good show. Lord Xiongpa, this Scion seems to know us. At this time, Angel Bados suddenly said. Her words made Talat's mind tremble. What an Angel Bados could tell what he was thinking at a glance. Fortunately, his psychological quality is excellent and he does not show any flaws. Ah, he knows us? No, I am not the God of Destruction in this world. Where did this kid know? The God of Destruction, Xiongpa, was confused, and then his eyes turned to Talat. The sharp eyes and the divine pressure emitted invisibly suppressed Talat, feeling the breathtaking pressure of the mighty and powerful God. Although Talat seems to be unrest on the surface, his mental body has been greatly oppressed. If the training over the past year and the spiritual tempering method given by the old king god, he would have been scared by the look of the destruction god Xiongpa. Oh, your willpower is good. You can actually withstand the oppression of the look of this god. You, the red-haired monkey, have a strong willpower, Xiongpa exclaimed. He, who was originally indifferent, was now facing to Luo. I'm more interested. Where did this guy come out? Could it be the remnant party of the Frisia army? Forget it, Talat. You don't need to take action this time. Let me destroy him. I'm full of fire now. There is no place to scatter. Seeing that Easy was so arrogant like Pa, he couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Talat felt something was wrong. He was about to shout out and stopped Leitais from doing stupid things, but it was too late. Leitais directly turned into the second level Super Saiyan state with a strong combat power reaching 4.5 billion points, turning into a golden light to rush towards the elephant patty. Ive suffered. Leitais, this guy. Talat's heart was beating wildly, and he knew that Leitais was going to be in great trouble this time. If you are lucky, you can still live. If you are not lucky, you will die without a complete body. Hey, you dare to treat me as a person as you take action? Get out of here. Leitais' rude behavior angered Xiongpa. As the god of destruction in the sixth universe, his divine power cannot be blasphemed. At the moment when Leitais approached, the god of destruction, Elephant Pa, swung out his palm. Pound. There was a shocking sound, and the space was filled with ripples. The god of destruction, Xiongpa, had a casual palm and hit Leitais' face. At this this moment the space seemed to have stopped. Leitais, who was hit hard, had white eyes and distorted facial features. The second-level transformation of the Super Saiyan was instantly dispersed. His whole person flew backwards like a corpse without resistance, smashing one huge one after another. Mountain, bang, 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 bang. Leitais was directly slapped by Xiongpa and flew dozens of kilometers away. This scene completely scared everyone present. Who is this purple fat cat? His strength was so terrifying that he suppressed Leitais with just one hand. Through breath perception, they can judge that the Radi's breath has dropped to an extremely dangerous point at this time. Moreover, they discovered something very terrifying. There was no fluctuation in the aura of this purple-skinned fat cat and the woman beside her, as if it didn't exist. What kind of existence does this really exist? Big brother. Seeing that Leitais was almost beaten to death by a casual palm, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and glared at Xiongpa, but he did not dare to take action because of the powerful strength shown by the other party. He couldn't feel the other person's anger, but the other person almost killed Leitais with a casual blow, which was enough to prove how strong this guy was. Maybe it's even better than the Golden Frieza just now. Good, I just took a little help to teach this mortal who is not polite and did not take his life. Now, I'm back to the topic. Boy, do you know us? The destruction god Elephant Paw looked at the tower with a smile on his face. A sharp purple light flashed in his eyes. This look seemed to be warning Talat. If your answer cannot satisfy me, then I will not mind destroying you. I don't know you, but when I was fighting Frieza before, I accidentally felt a very dangerous force. At that time, I thought it was an illusion. Now it seems that my intuition is correct. Talat, his expression was serious, and the current situation had developed beyond his expectations. The destruction god Xiongpa was moody, and he was not sure to stabilize the other person's emotions. Intuition? So that's it. In this way, your wild beast's intuition is quite accurate. You can even feel the arrival of this god. The god of destruction, Xiongpa, still had an evil smile on his face. Obviously, I didn't believe Talat's reply at all. Bados, what do you think of the strength of this red-haired monkey? Xiongpa looked at Bados with a playful look on his face. I think it's not bad. If it's in our sick universe, it should be considered a first-class expert. It's a pity that he is not a person from our sick universe. Angel Bados looked like a show-like expression said. Hearing this, the smirk on Xiongpa's face became stronger and stronger, and his eyes made Talat's heart shudder. You all dodge it. Talat realized what would happen next, and his breath burst out, directly knocking everyone around him away. The god of destruction, Xiongpa, is going to attack him. Hehe. The intuition of the beast is indeed sharp enough. The intention of this god to attack you was noticed so quickly, but you have no choice. Boy, this god sees you have good qualifications. If you can withstand a finger of this god, you can withstand a finger of this god. The power of the head. I will let you go and let this planet go. How about it? Xiongpa pointed his finger at Talat. Anyway, it's not his own universe. If you do it casually, maybe after the bombing of Talat, the average index of the 7th universe will drop, which is not as good as his 6th universe. When Beerus learns the news, he will definitely get furious, and he will be looking forward to that time. On the northern border of the star, when the destruction god Elephant Paw and Angel Bados appeared and killed Leitais in seconds, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe that apart from Frieza, monsters of this level appeared on the earth. Can Talat deal with such a guy? Everyone's hearts were in their throat, but the one who was most restless was the king of the northern realm. He has seen Beerus, the god of destruction in the 7th universe, and the reason why his planet has become so small is that it is the good thing that Beerus did. Now this existence, coupled with the woman's clothing next to her, who isn't a god of destruction. Although he is not Beerus, he looks very similar to Beerus. Can he be? He is a god of destruction from other universes. I just heard it before, but I didn't expect that there is really a universe outside the universe. The king of northern realm has guessed the origin of the Xiongpa. At the same time, my concerns about Talat became stronger and stronger. Chapter 171. Isn't it just a god of destruction? What a fuck. At the same time, in the realm of the king of the realm, the king of the east realm, the king of the old realm, and Jebit were all shocked by the sudden arrival of the god of destruction, Xiongpa. My ancestor, can you say that this purple color appears on the earth? Fat cat is the god of destruction. Lord Beerus, you mentioned to me before. The person next to him is an angel. The king of the east realm asked anxiously. As the only realm king god in the current position, the inheritance accepted by the east realm king god is not complete. He was unaware of the destruction of the god, but Talat changed the plot and released the old king god in advance. In recent time, he also heard the old king god mention the existence of the destruction god and the angel. That was an existence that even the kings of the realm, such as the kings of the realm, must be respected, but he didn't care at that time. Now the god of destruction and the angels have appeared, and the terrifying strength shown has shocked the kings of the eastern realm, extremely frightened. No, he is not the god of destruction Beerus, but the god of destruction from other universes. The old king god looked solemn and his old face seemed to have grown aged dozens of years again at this moment. As a world king god 15 generations ago, he has a lot of experience and naturally has heard of the existence of other universes. Although he has never seen the destruction god of other universes, he has seen the destruction god of Beerus. The purple-skinned and long-eared fat cat in front of him is completely the fat version of the god of destruction Beerus. Adding to that special clothes, this guy is a god of destruction. Things are not good. Why do other universes' destruction gods appear here? This is already contrary to the law of the universe, right? That boy's Super Saiyan level 4 is indeed amazing, but now facing the god of destruction, he is still too young. The old king god knows the terribleness of the god of destruction. Even though this purple fat cat doesn't seem as deterrent as Beerus, it is not something Talat can compete with now. The situation has been out of control, and these kings of the realm are not even qualified to intervene, unless there are more advanced existences to stop it. Otherwise, all this can only be dependent on Talat himself. At this moment, it is located in the far north of the earth. The atmosphere became heavier. Talat's expression was solemn, looking like he was facing a great enemy. The god of destruction, Elephant Paw, was completely uncontrollable. His arrival and his actions were completely unpredictable. He couldn't escape this disaster. Although the power of the fourth level of the Super Saiyan is powerful, it is too far away to defeat the destruction god. It is only a matter of thought that the other party wants to kill him. He still has a glimmer of hope to obey the proposal of the god of destruction, Xiongpa, and resolve the opponent's attack. If you refuse, this hot-tempered destruction god might implicate others. The worst result is that the entire earth will be destroyed. I can only give up. Talat made up his mind and his eyes became sharper. Isn't it just a destruction god? What a fuck. It seems that you have already realized and dared to face the god of destruction. The courage is commendable. To be honest, if you refused just now, I will definitely blow up you and this planet together. God of destruction, Xiongpai, he said with a joke. In the eyes of the god of destruction, all living beings are just playthings in their palms to please them. If you like it, you can live. If you don't like it, you will be done. If you don't like it. It is precisely this arrogant attitude that makes Talat's pursuit of power more firmly in his heart. Don't look down on people. So what if you are the god of destruction? Let come over, just as I want to feel how powerful the so-called god of destruction is. Talat was ready to go, and a deeper layer of giant in his body, the power of the ape, was mobilized. It is related to life and death. He must do everything in this battle and must not be careless. Angel Batos, who was standing beside him, saw this scene and his eyes smiled without saying a word, waiting for Xiongpa's choice. She has deeper scheming and plans. This is a test for Talat. If the other party can survive the destruction of the destructive power, then you can also take this opportunity to bring the other party to the sick universe for cultivation. Perhaps it won't take long to go. With Talat's joining, their sick universe will grow even stronger. So courageous. Then I will do what you want. Let you feel the terrifying power of destroying gods. Xiongpa praised Talat while raising his right hand. Buzz! A purple halo flashed in the palm of the palm, but in a flash, a deep purple energy particle as big as a rice grain condensed into shape. Although it is only the size of a grain of rice, Talat's beast intuition has sent huge red flag. An unprecedented sense of crisis swept across his body. Talat's body couldn't help but tremble, and every cell in his body was screaming in unison. Is this the power of destruction? Just a little bit of residual power made my body feel this huge crisis. It was so scary and excited. Talat turns oppression into motivation, and the scions explode when they encounter strong. Even though this was dangerous, he was very excited. After feeling the power of this god, not only did it not show fear, but it showed a sense of fighting. It's really surprising that this god likes you a little, but I just don't know if you can stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, Elephant Padre bounced, and the destructive particles as big as rice in his hand rushed straight to Talat. At the moment when it was out of control of the elephant paw, the destructive particles as big as rice grains expanded rapidly and their volume increased sharply. The powerful god of destruction came towards him, and the fatal sense of crisis was like a storm that destroyed everything, which made Talat's face change drastically and his muscles were tense. Bring it on! As a shout, Talat pushed forward with both hands. The power of the giant ape in his body exploded in full swing, and the huge pressure rushed straight to the destruction bomb. Boom! There was a shocking sound. The power of the giant ape that Lot used all his strength to collided with the destructive power. In an instant, the sky and the earth swayed, and the dilapidated extreme north was even more shaky. The air pressure changes. The atmosphere tears apart as if it is about to be completely destroyed. Not only the extreme north, the entire earth is overshadowed by the collision of these two celestial forces. The shock wave of the destruction energy ball used by the god of destruction, Xiongpa, and the giant ape impact of Talat aura swept the world with its overwhelming power. Not far away, Sun Wukong, Naba, Vegeta, Tianjin rice dumplings, Lin, Yamuti, the king of the north frontier on the star of the north frontier, Solari, Jin, Sun Gohan, Lankai, and Bulma. The king of Yama in the hall of Yama, the old king god in the realm king god, the eastern king god and the Jabit god, and the angel Wise who was hiding in the dark was cheering up at this moment. They are all waiting for the first battle between mortals and God to end with what kind of outcome. Wise is here too? That's right. As an angel, he came immediately after realizing something was wrong. In the center of the storm, the destructive energy ball of Elephant Paw was suppressed and motionless as if it was frozen by the power of Talat, powerful giant ape. This scene made the god of destruction, Xiongpa, look surprised and also made the angel Bados's eyes lit up. This Scion can actually block the advancement of the destructive power. Looking at the entire universe, it is rare for people to achieve this level. Drink The power of the giant ape expands rapidly and its power increases dramatically, and there is a vague tendency to suppress the destructive power back. It's good, but that's all. The god of destruction, Xiongpa, carried his hands with his back and a smirk on his face seemed to care at all. Suddenly, a purple light flashed in the destruction energy ball. The destruction energy ball, which was originally only 10 meters in diameter, suddenly increased to 20 meters, and the terrifying god's pressure also increased. Talat's giant ape power rebounded back with an extremely domineering force, and the huge atmospheric pressure that hit him face changed drastically. The pressure continued to increase. Talat's heartbeat accelerated and he continued to exert force. His facial features were ferocious and his muscles were tense. The impact continues to increase, but no matter how hard Talat exerts force, it cannot stop the advancement of the energy destruction ball. At most, it will only delay the advancement speed of the energy destruction ball, but in just a few seconds Talat was less than a few meters away. Mortals are always mortals. Even if they are very powerful, they are not enough to compete with the power of God. Regret. The god of destruction, Xiongpa, sighed, carried his hands on his back and turned around with conceit. In his opinion, Talat's ending was decided. At the same time, the destructive energy ball also swallowed Talat in. The power of the god of destruction. It turns out that this is the feeling the body and soul are being washed away little by little in the destruction energy ball. Talat felt the destruction gods while the power made a shrill wail in his mouth. He couldn't help but sigh at the power of the destruction god. If it weren't for the Super Scion's 4th level body being extremely powerful, he would have disappeared the moment he touched the energy destruction ball. It is precisely because of the 4th level Super Scion existence and the power of the giant ape that gives him the capital to fight against the power of destruction. The power of the giant ape deep in the body is resisting the destruction of the destructive power. Talat's current situation is very wonderful. He stepped into death with half his foot, but he could not truly die. The deeper potential in his body was stimulated by the destruction of the destructive power, but he still could not completely break through the constraints of the energy ball and could only barely resist. It is not a solution to continue like this. I have to break the status quo to have a way out. Talat knew how dangerous his situation was, and his brain was running rapidly, looking for a way to break the deadlock. Under the oppression of desperate situations, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and a very dangerous way to break through the deadlock appeared in his mind. The physical fitness of the 4th level Super Scion is far stronger than he thought. While being called an all-round warrior, the internal energy capacity is higher than expected. If he absorbs it desperately, he can even eat it. The energy source that is several times stronger than the limit. Since the destructive power cannot completely destroy his body, it also means that his body has the basis to withstand the destructive power. Instead of resisting, it is better to do the opposite and absorb the power of destruction. If successful, he will reverse the situation and dismantle the destruction energy ball of the destruction god Elephant Paw, and may even have unexpected surprises. But if the body cannot withstand the baptism of destroying the divine power, he will explode and die, and both the body and soul are at risk of collapse. Once it fails, it will be doomed. After pondering for a while, Talat made a decision. Instead of sitting there waiting for death, it is better to give it a try. Isn't it just the power of destroying God? This time I'm going to do my best. Talat gritted his teeth and activated the trick of energy absorption. In an instant, a deep purple vortex appeared at Talat's chest, destroying the huge energy in the energy bomb was pouring into Talat's body quickly. Moreover, this powerful destructive energy bomb is also shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feeling the strange elephant behind him, he quickly turned around and witnessed his destructive energy ball getting smaller and smaller. He looked confused and his eyes widened. "You kid, how dare you absorb the destructive power of this god?" Xiongpa wiping her eyes repeatedly, afraid that she would have misunderstood her eyes. "Why is his destructive energy bomb getting smaller and smaller? What the hell is this kid doing? Could it be that he can really resolve the destructive power of this god. After repeated confirmation several times, Xiongpa also understood what was going on. At the same time, his view of Talat in his heart also changed. Without the contempt he had at the beginning, it is not something that cats and dogs can do to resolve his destructive power. What a bold decision. Do you know that you can't break through the destructive power? So do you absorb this power in turn? If you can withstand it. A meaningful light flashed in Bados's eyes. The universe is so big that there are countless living beings, and there are very few that may be competent for the existence of God of destruction. If Talat really eats this destructive power, it means that he is already qualified to become a candidate destructive god. Bados has never had a turbulent heart for millions of years, but now he has more expectations. It was just a whim test which seemed to have made her pick up a treasure. Buzz 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 buzz. With the destruction energy ball as the center, layers of deep purple halos flashed. Under the attention of countless gazes, the destructive energy ball was extremely unstable and burst into lightning in space and eventually turned into nothingness. And Talat, who had just been swallowed, also appeared. His strong Super 4 body was covered with shocking wounds, looking like a beast that had survived countless battles. Talat's appearance made the destruction god elephant widen his eyes in a daze, and Angel Bados looked surprised. The angel Wise, who was watching secretly, felt even more incredible. The king of Northern Border on the king of Northern Borders was full of rain, looking stunned. Behind the North King, Gnei, Solari, Bulma, Sun Gohan, Lankai, and Brive all put down the big stone hanging in their heart. The old king gods of the realm, king gods of the realm, king gods of the realm, king god, as well as Jebet, had a ghost expression. They witnessed with their own eyes an impossible thing, and it was realized. The power of mortals dissolves the power of destruction god. Chapter 172. Are mortals inferior to God? Then come and fight. This scene is very similar to the scene in the Dragon Ball GT Legend, where Super 4 Monk absorbs Baby's Revenge Death Bull. Although Talat's body suffered considerable damage during the process of absorbing energy, he also became a blessing in disguise. While his strength was greatly improved, he found an opportunity to break through to a higher form. Talat felt the realm above the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. Is this the power of the god of destruction? Although it is very powerful, it seems not as difficult as imagined. Talat's lips fluctuated slightly, and he showed an extremely confident smile. Hearing this, the destruction god Elephant Pa and the angel Bados also came to their senses. You kid, you have really resolved the destructive energy of this god. No, you have eaten this power. Xiongpa had an incredible expression. After living for so many years, the destructive power was absorbed. See you for the first time. At the same time, he was in a very unhappy mood. He was a destruction god. Even if this is not the universe under his jurisdiction, his majesty is not something that a mere mortal can blaspheme. Talat ate his destructive power, which was equivalent to challenging his authority. After all, the energy destruction ball just now was released to erase Talat. It's amazing. You are even better than I thought. Not only did you resolve Lord Xiongpa's attack, but you also absorbed this power and turned it into your own use. Angel Bados, who had watched the show for a while, watched the good show for a while. Suddenly he took a step forward and blocked the destruction god Elephant Pa. Her beautiful eyes looked at Talat with interest, and the smile on her face became more and more intense. She looked amiable, but it made Talat feel uncomfortable. It seemed that in her eyes he was just a little transparent, without any hidden secret. Hey, the destruction god Xiongpa also saw the heresy. Bados's behavior today was wrong. After spending so many years with Bados, this is the first time he has seen Bados so interested in a human being. What is she planning? What does this woman want to do? Talat is vigilant. The more beautiful the woman is, the more dangerous it is. Bados, who seems to be harmless, knows what he will do. Maybe I will eat him in the next second. At this time, Angel Bados pinched his chin with his right hand, and the pair of beautiful eyes exuding a special charm looked up and down at Talat, and finally the corners of his mouth lightly raised, bringing a mysterious curve. The energy absorption ability is good, and your body is strong enough, which allows you to avoid the ending of exploding body. But now you look okay, and you may be sure next. Bados gave Taro a message. Special analysis said, what do you want to say? Talat smelled a trace of conspiracy. The taste. This woman's idea is definitely not just a reminder of him. Although you ate the destructive energy ball released by Lord Elephant Pa, this is not your own power after all, and the power of the destructive god is not so easy to digest. If it is not unexpected, in a few minutes your body will be the destructive power inside will be uncontrolled and riot. Even if you don't explode, you will never be able to have a good time. Bados replied. Hearing this, Talat frowned slightly. As Bados said, although he ate the destructive power released by the Elephant Pa, this power is too domineering and it will not be successful in a short while if he wants to refine it. Besides, he has no way to refine it. In recent years, he has been focusing on studying the power of giant apes and the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, and has not been exposed to the power of God. What's more, the destruction of the divine power is already at the top level among the power power of the god. What Bados said makes sense, and as an angel, Bados could not lie to him. Let's do it. Follow us. I can help you refine the destructive power in your body, and even I can guide you in practicing. Bados narrowed his eyes slightly and expressed his true purpose. The fox's tail was revealed, and from the beginning, she came for Talat. These words also surprised the destruction god Xiongpa. Bados wants to take Talat with them. This is to cultivate Talat as a candidate for the god of destruction. Hey, I'm still here. You said you would take him back without asking me your opinion. Is this really good? The destruction god Xiongpa was dissatisfied. The real destruction god, is still here, and Bados is blatantly trying to replace him. Moreover, they did not comply with the regulations when doing this. Talat is a person from the 7th universe. If that guy Beerus discovered it, there would be a lot of trouble later. What's the matter? You saw his performance just now. Lord Xiongpa, right? He has the qualifications. Bados glanced at Xiongpa from the corner of his eyes, and his tone sounded plain, but it had a deep meaning. These words made Xiongpa look ugly. Forget it, just do whatever you want. You are an angel anyway. Xiongpa snorted coldly and said with an unhappy look on his face, in normal times he is the god of destruction and the master of Bados, but when it really came to such a decisive moment, he was like a pet cat of Bados, and Bados was the owner. Talat fell into deep thought when he heard this. There were so many things happening today, and the successive impact of information made him feel very impressed. Neither agree nor not agree. He seemed to have no way out, nor had he choice. Have you thought about it? There is not much time left for you. Bados looked at Talat with a smile. His little eyes made Talat feel scared. Just as Talat was in a dilemma, an ethereal voice suddenly came from the sky. Sister, I took away the people of our universe without permission. This is not in compliance with the regulations. The smile on Bados's face stopped abruptly when the voice sounded. Everyone also looked at the source of the sound. The owner of this voice is Angel Weiss. Angel Weiss slowly fell from the sky and finally landed beside Talat, confronting Angel Bados. Seeing this, Talat looked at Weiss with a look, and everything was indifferent. It's such a fucking thing today, outrageous things one after another. Even he came. Talat complained in his heart. First, the Battle of Golden Frisia attracted the destruction god Elephant Paw, and then he resolved the attack of the destruction god Elephant Paw, and was finally recruited by Angel Bados. Until now, Angel Weiss has also come. This small earth has ushered in so many tough characters that will appear in the later stage today. The moment Angel Weiss arrived, everyone outside the battlefield couldn't help but feel nervous, because Angel Weiss had no breath, just like Bados and Elephant Paw. This means that the other party is at the same level as the two guys on the other side. Located in other dimensions, the Northern Realm King in the underworld, the old King God in the Realm King God realm, felt relieved after seeing the arrival of the Angel Weiss. They naturally knew Weiss and knew that he was the angel of the 7th universe. With him here, the crisis can be resolved. The two angels from different universes looked at each other like this. Bados looked a little embarrassed, while Weiss looked serious. Long time no see, my lovely brother, Bados said with a forced smile. If my sister wants to see me, you can come directly to destroy the God realm and find me, instead of entering the 7th universe without permission like now. Weiss' expression was serious and his attitude was very tough. After pondering for a while, he heard him say again, I can think that nothing has happened today. Please respect my sister and Lord Xiongpa. Talat is our 7th universe, and you 6th universe can't take it away. I don't think so, Bados retorted. His eyes shifted to Talat again, and said with a smile, even if he is from your 7th universe, he must respect his personal wishes. Right, if he agrees, you have no reason to stop it. Weiss. This made Weiss frown, and his eyes also fell on the tower. Lot's body. Bados was right. If Talat himself agreed, he, the angel of the 7th universe, could not stop him. Even if you are an angel, you cannot control a person's will and decisions. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, Talat's face was gloomy and his mind was full of thought. Finally, he made a decision. It's not impossible to let me go with you. If the god of destruction over there can defeat me under the same power as me, then I will leave you. Talat made a move for everyone to unexpected decision. As soon as these words were spoken, the destruction god Xiongpa and the two angels present were stunned for a moment. Talat is challenging the god of destruction. This is the first time such a thing has happened since the birth of the universe. How incredible it is for mortals to challenge the god of destruction. Hey, boy, are you looking down on me? Even if we are of equal strength, I only need one hand to deal with you. The destruction god Elephant Paw looked at Talat fiercely and shouted angrily. He felt that his dignity as a destruction god had been blasphemed. So what if the strength is the same? God is God. Mortals are mortals. The two are not the same concept at all. In Xiongpa's view, mortals can never beat God. Moreover, not only one god of destruction, Xiongpa, has such an idea, but other god of destruction in the universe are all like this. I don't think so. Talat grinned, his eyes full of strong fighting flame. Just now, Xiongpa almost destroyed him by relying on his advantage of destroying his power, and this account must be settled. Under the premise of the same power, Talat is at least 70% sure to make himself invincible. Living for battle, never stop until death. In combat he will not be inferior to a god who has always been pampered. You really want to do this? In fact, as long as you don't want to, I can protect you. Weiss repeatedly confirmed. Talat took the initiative to challenge Xiongpa, which he unexpectedly expected. He could see that Talat was so angry, that he was so angry because of his behavior just now. Talat is going to use Elephant Pat to vent his fire. As an angel, Weiss can indeed see the thoughts in Talat's heart, but he cannot see everything. If he just vented, he would not challenge Xiongpao to death. After all, this guy is the god of destruction. Even the tail of the crane among the god of destruction is not something that a mere mortal can shake. Talat had his own plans. I have my own sense of responsibility, Talat replied. His eyes were so firm that Weiss knew that he was not talking angry. Since this is the case, he cannot object. So, what do you think, Lord Xiongpa? Patos asked Xiongpa with a smile. Although Xiongpa has not been trained all year round, she is at least a god of destruction cultivated by her. No matter how bad she is, she still has high combat ability. There is also a lot of confidence to deal with Talat with the same force. I agree to this duel. Boy, don't think that you can challenge the destruction god by resolving this god with one destruction. Even under the same power, I am an existence that you cannot reach. God of destruction, Xiongpa said with great conscience. I hope you can still maintain this arrogance when the fight starts later. God of destruction. After that, Talat took out a fairy bean and stuffed it into his mouth. As the fairy beans entered the abdomen, the huge life energy spread and the wound on Talat's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his physical function returned to its peak. No, this is the peak that surpasses the peak. However, the destructive power of the destruction god has not been completely eliminated. The fairy beans can only play a recovery role and cannot drive away the external forces that are hosted in the body. Since the decision has been made, I will seal your power first, Lord Xiongpa. After the words fell, the angel Bados waved the scepter in his hand and set a ban on the destruction god Xiongpa. With the activation of the angel's power, Xiongpa obviously felt that most of the destructive power in her body was sealed. Only a little bit, but even if there is only 1 point, he is absolutely sure to be invincible. He is the god of destruction, the invincible god of destruction. Since I want to fight, I will strengthen this planet first, otherwise the planet will explode when you fight. Weiss waved the scepter in his hand and activated the power of the angel, but in a blink of an eye, this wasteland that was destroyed by the battle has once again returned to its original appearance as ice and snow. In addition, Weiss's angel power also strengthened the earth as the battlefield for Elephant Pa and Talat. The two angels then retreated and came to the area far away from the battlefield. At this moment, the atmosphere became extremely heavy, and the snowflakes flying all over the sky were shattered by an invisible aura. God of destruction Yongpa vs Sion Talat. Boy, if you dare to challenge the god of destruction, you are the first and the last one. I will let you understand how terrible the name god of destruction is. Xiongpa's eyes froze, and all over her body the invisible divine power expanded, and the huge pressure of the god put pressure on Talat's spirit. The huge divine power came towards him, and Talat's spirit was affected. A certain impact, but not a big impact. The elephant handkerchief with power sealed is far less domineering than before. Then I have to experience it. God of destruction. A glimmer flashed in Talat's eyes. The power of the giant ape burst out, and the power of the huge giant ape collided with the power of the god of destruction of the elephant Pat. Chapter 173. Transformation of divine power. When you encounter strong ones, you will be strong. Boom. When the moment the two auras collided, the entire far north, no, the world was affected and trembled violently. The power of the Scion giant ape and the power of the god of destruction swept across the world quickly, creating an unparalleled storm in this icy and snowy world. This scene was watched by countless existences, whether it is the kings of the world kings and the great world kings of the world king, or the kings of the world kings of the world king. They couldn't help but clench their fists. Their hearts beat faster, and they were all focused on the battle. This battle between mortals and destruction is of great significance. If Xiongpa wins, Talat has to follow them to the 6th universe. But if Talat wins, it means that the god of destruction can also be defeated. The two sides started the first round of confrontation, and their auras collided, constantly putting pressure on the other side. Because Xiongpa's power was limited by Bados, the power of the god of destruction erupted was comparable to that of Talat. But the god of destruction is the god of destruction after all, and the powerful god of destruction accumulated over the endless years is far beyond ordinary existences to compete with. Even though the power of the giant ape released by Talat is quite extraordinary, it is slightly inferior to Xiongpa, the power of the god of destruction, which has accumulated endless years. However, even though he was at a disadvantage in his aura, Talat was not afraid at all. Xiongpa's powerful aura further stimulated his fighting spirit, allowing the belligerent factors in his body to spread rapidly, and in his body human blood is burning. All the waiters outside the battlefield were at their throats at this moment. Although the distance is very far apart, the terrifying aura emitted by Xiongpa and Talat makes their minds unable to calm down. In their sight, the space where Xiongpa and Talat were located had already undergone amazing deformation because the power of the two of them exploded was too terrifying. Just the momentum distorts the space. When you really start, you can imagine how intense the battle will be. What's wrong? Don't you want to see the power of the god of destruction? Why are you so timid and dare not act? Attacking me? Xiongpa grinned, raised her right arm, hooked her index finger, and pointed at Talat provocatively. Then it's better to obey your duty than respect. After that, Talat opened his arms, and the energy in his body rioted, and dozens of spiral-shaped energy bombs appeared in the space around him. Immediately afterward, Talat shook his arm and these spiral energy bombs attacked the elephant patties like a net of heaven and earth. Don't use this kind of garbage-like trick to embarrass you. Energy attack is ineffective against me, Xiongpa said with great conscience on her chest with her hands. Buzz! There was a muffled sound. The destructive power was mobilized and a rich purple light flashed around the body of the elephant papa. Talat's spiral air bomb was destroyed on the spot when it touched these purple light. Destroy the divine power. Talat, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, frowned. Destroying the divine power is a bug. With the power he currently has and the energy attack he uses, he cannot break through the body protecting divine power of the elephant pat unless he also masters the power of God. In that case there may be a glimmer of hope. I just want to master the power of God, but it is not that simple. I can only fight head on. Don't you attack me yet. I'm welcome to the god. I hope you won't be killed by the bomb. Xiongpa smiled jokingly, raised his right arm, and exerted force with his 5 fingers. The deep purple light flashed in the palm of the palm. As the elephant pat waved his arm, the dense destructive energy bombs shot out continuously, heading straight for Taro to kill. Talat has a deep understanding of the domineering power of destroying the power of God. Even if the power of Xiongpa is now sealed and his strength has been greatly reduced, he cannot fight him head on. Bang, 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 bang. The explosion of energy is endless and the hot waves are surging everywhere. The face-to-face pause merciless energy bombardment. Talat could only temporarily avoid the edge and fight in a roundabout way. While dodging the continuous attack of destructive energy bombs, Talat was also observing the elephant paw, waiting for him to reveal his flaws. On the other hand, after seeing Talat's escape in a panic, the playful smile on his face became stronger and stronger. Even I dare not bear the first round of attacks in front. With this ability, why are you talking about fighting with me? Give up the loss and return to the 6th universe with me so that you can avoid the pain of flesh and blood. Having gained an absolute advantage, Xiongpa laughed unscrupulously. So arrogant and arrogant, he seemed to have forgotten that his power had been sealed by Bados, and the destructive power he could exert was just about the same as Talat. Talat didn't care about Xiongpa's ridicule, and his combat nerves were very tight. While moving through space at a high speed, he was looking for opportunities and waiting for opportunities to move. The stubborn boy. Since that's the case, a cruel look flashed in Xiongpa's eyes, and then he folded his hands together, and the destructive power gathered in his palm. When he pulled it apart again, a large destructive bullet condensed, forming. Feeling the destructive power of this attack, Talat stopped dodging. The beast's intuition told him that the attack could not be avoided, and he had been elephant.palak. Destruction. In a shout, Xiongpa threw her hands forward, and the huge destruction bound through the air and rushed straight to Talat. Spiral destruction cannon. Talat did not dare to neglect, and quickly mobilized the power of the giant ape to release the ultimate skill to fight it. The moment the two energy collide, the shock wave generated caused the entire extreme north to vibrate. The earth collapsed and the space was distorted. If there weren't angels in charge, I was afraid that this aftermath would be enough to blow up the entire extreme north. It's quite tenacious. Xiongpa smiled contemptuously and exerted force with one hand, increasing the intensity of the sabotage propulsion. Don't look down on human. Feeling the huge pressure from both hands, Talat gritted his teeth and exerted force again, directly detonating the spiral destruction cannon. Boom! The explosion of the spiral destruction cannon caused a chain reaction, detonating the elephant paw's destruction bomb. The shock wave of the explosion of the two ultimate skills was extremely terrifying, and even the elephant pat was forced to retreat more than 10 meters. Tisk! It's just a little trick that's not good. Xiongpa quickly adjusted his state and stood firm. At the same time, Talat used space teleportation to descend behind Xiongpa, waving his iron fist to catch Xiongpa off guard, but he never wanted to be easily dodged by Xiongpa. Talat was knocked back 10 meters away by a punch. Click, click. Yinpa was ready to rub his hands, his face filled with a smirk. Although I haven't fought seriously for tens of thousands of years, my combat intuition has not regressed much. If you want to sneak attack on me, you are a little tender, Xiongpa said with great conscience. Hearing this, Talat did not take it to heart. After wiping away the blood stains at the corner of his mouth, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The next second, second, a golden aura burst out from all over his body, rushing straight towards the elephant hand like a light of dawn. Seeing this, Xiangpa was not afraid at all and exploded to fight head-on. Bang! After a thrilling roar, it was transmitted from all directions. The real battle between Talat and Elephant Pa has begun. Talat devoted himself to the attack, dealing with the destruction god Elephant Pa. He did not hold back at all. Every attack was extremely fierce and hit the vital point. However, as the god of destruction, the Elephant Papa seems to be at ease in dealing with it. As a god of destruction, a supreme existence in the universe, even though he has not fought for tens of thousands of years, the way of fighting has already formed muscle memories in his body. Talat's attack was fierce, but in Xiangpa's view, it was just that. He doesn't need to think, he just needs to deal with it easily with his muscle memory. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. The collision between the limbs of both parties caused the space to ripple and caused a burst of sonic boom. Talat's attack became more and more fierce, and the Scion's combat instinct exploded. Every attack was extremely fierce and without any extra move. Unfortunately, although the offensive is fierce, it is still impossible to threaten the attack of this level. On the contrary, because of Talat's continuous attack, Xiangpa's fighting consciousness that had been sleeping for countless thousands of years began to wake up, and Xiangpa's body began to become restless. The seal of strength by Bados is a good thing for him, at least it has helped him regain his long-lost pleasure. Boy, are you the only one level? That's too weak, Xiangpa said provocatively. Hearing this, Talat's anger increased sharply, and the golden aura around him turned into a storm and swept across the world, and the power of the giant ape was fully fired. Hellfire. Talat tried his best to shoot a destructive fist that was enough to burn everything. This blow is currently Talat's strongest single explosive move. Even if Xiangpa is a god of destruction, he will never be safe and sound if he endured this blow head-on. Feeling the destructive power contained in this attack, Xiangpa's heart tightened and subconsciously raised her arms to protect her chest, posing as a defensive posture. Bang! The destructive power of the hellfire is far beyond imagination. An extremely huge force swept across the body of the Elephant Pa, and the golden energy flame continued to advance, but in a flash, it blasted the Elephant Pa, who was the god of destruction, to 100 meters away. The extraordinary attack was beyond expectations. Elephant Pal gritted her teeth and forced herself to stabilize her. Her arms exerted force to disintegrate the remaining power of the hellfire. Seeing that Xiangpai had no major problems after disintegrating the hellfire with his own eyes, a strong look of fear flashed in Talat's eyes. It can only be said that the god of destruction is worthy of being the god of destruction. Even if most of the power is sealed, the strength of the body is here, and it is not easy to hurt. Even if the strength is equal, this is definitely not a battle of equality. Talat was in a heavy mood. He didn't know his moves, which really made Xiangpa feel a sense of shock. The intensity of the hellfire move was felt by the patriarch, which made his arms hurt. This move is very powerful, but it's a pity that the user's strength is not enough. Xiangpa praised Talat with a wicked smile on his face. The pain turned into pleasure made the destruction god even more excited. His eyes looked at Talat unscrupulously. Suddenly, a dangerous feeling swept across the body. Talatin felt something was wrong and put on a battle posture and was ready for battle. Few red-haired monkey are even more powerful than I thought, but even if I am suppressed, you are not a mortal who can touch the pill. As soon as the word came, Xiangpa's fat body was like a shell shot out. A punch containing infinite destructive power led to the destructive power of destruction and rushed straight to Talat. You can fight or not, just try it out. Talat burst out with the power of the giant ape, gathering all his strength and exerting all his strength to shoot a destructive punch. Pound! The deafening roar sounded. Talat and Elephant Pa's fists collided, tearing the earth and shaking the space. Xiangpa's fist is extremely domineering. With the blessing of the destructive power of this attack is even more amazing. But Talat is not weak either. The strong body of the 4th level Super Scion combined with the attack of the power of the giant ape is not irresistible. The two of them flew backwards at the same time by the power and flew backwards one after another. However, Talat flew backwards for more than 10 meters, while the elephant Pat only retreated 2 or 3 meters away. As a mortal, I am already proud of myself as a mortal, but that's all. Xiangpa locked in Talat's position, and her plump body moved again with a speed that was beyond imagination. She flew with one blow kick through the air and killed Talat. Talat quickly stabilized himself, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Boom! There was a loud noise. This extremely fierce force tears the earth and shakes the space. This extremely fierce attack directly repelled Talat hundreds of meters, and his defense was almost broken. This is not over yet, and the attack of Xiangpa is far from over. Holding the pain on his arms, Talat gritted his teeth and fought. Bang! As the two of them collided again, fierce battle broke out again. This time, Xiangpa did not hold back and fully demonstrated his combat skills as the god of destruction. The destructive power of each attack is extremely strong, and the fists and feet are fast and fierce. He continues to suppress Talat and steadily gains the upper hand. A huge pressure came towards him and Talat did not retreat and faced the battle head-on. The pain in his body continued to increase and several shocking huge fist marks appeared on his strong body. Above these fist marks, purple light flashed and the destructive particles penetrated into Talat's body for secondary damage. It seems that the situation in this battle is extremely unfavorable to Talat, but the more dangerous it is in a desperate situation, the faster Talat's growth rate will be and the scions will explode when they encounter strong ones. The pain turned into fighting spirit and Talat's combat power increased linearly. The destructive power accumulated in his body was mobilized because of the attack of Xiongpa. During the battle he was digested bit by bit, absorbed. The situation has changed. From being beaten unilaterally at the beginning, Talat has now had some ability to fight back. Xiongpa naturally noticed this. Although her face did not change, she caused a lot of turmoil in her heart. Does the human race have such great potential? In just a few minutes of battle, so much has grown. For a moment Xiongpa wanted to know how humans of the same race as this guy in their universe, if possible, if cultivated, the average index of the universe will be greatly improved. Chapter 174 Transformation into a God. It is indeed amazing to be able to block my god's attack, but how many times can you block it? Human beings. The smirk on Xiongpa's face became stronger and stronger. The next second he suddenly rose up and quickly disappeared from the spot like a phantom. Not good. A chill swept across his body. Talat's heart trembled and he suddenly felt something was wrong. Talat's beast instinct was in advance to warn him and felt the arrival of the crisis. In just a flash, Xiongpa appeared behind Talat and his foot forward was unstoppable, hitting Talat's back. The terrifying power directly overturned Talat's body and sent him to heaven. The pain of the torn muscles on his back distorted Talat's facial expression and blood gathered towards his throat. When he was about to squirt out, he forced him to swallow it back. This pain made Talat unable to recover for a while. If the Super Scion's 4th level physique was not strong enough, he would have been kicked by Xiongpa's sudden move. The body was uncontrollable and Talat rushed straight into the sky like a cannonball. The elephant on the ground smiled contemptuously and with his right hand the destructive power gathered in his palm and the creeping purple light was beating. It's over, boy. After the word came, Xiongpa raised his right hand and the destructive power turned into a destructive light column and rushed straight to Talat. If this attack hit, the outcome will be revealed directly. No matter how powerful Talat's body is, he cannot completely block this devastating attack. At this critical moment, Talat's aura burst out, forcibly regaining control of his body, avoiding the destructive light column of the elephant pat without any danger. This destructive column of light also rushed out of the Earth's atmosphere and exploded on the periphery of the Earth. The powerful destructive power shook the whole world and the dazzling white light enveloped the sky and lasted for several seconds before it was dissipated. It's so dangerous. Talat breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not dare to relax at all because he could not predict Xiongpa's next action. Even though he has extraordinary perception ability, Xiongpa is a god of destruction after all. Even if his strength is suppressed, the level of destruction power of the god of destruction is still greater than that of his giant ape. Unless he can sublimate the power of the giant ape again in a short period of time, or master the power of the gods, only then can you have the capital to fight with Xiongpa. Otherwise he would not win this battle. On the northern border of the star, headed by the king of Northern Realm, Jin, Solari, Bulma, Sun Gohan, Lankai, and his group were extremely worried about Talat. Even if the strength of this purple-skinned fat cat is suppressed, the god of destruction is the god of destruction after all. After living for so many years, his strong foundation and accumulation are not something that Talat can shake now. There is no hope. The strength of this destruction god may not be as powerful as that of Lord Beerus, but it is not something Talat can beat now. The king of Northern Realm was extremely worried about Talat. He knew better than anyone how bad Talat's physical condition was at the moment. He could only say in his heart that Talat was too hasty and confident, especially the destructive power released by Xiongpa before was still left in Talat's body. Although his physical injuries were recovered through Xiandu, if this destructive power was not dealt with, Talat would probably be in danger of his life. Behind the king of Northern Realm, Jin, Solari, and Bulma all clenched their fists. They could only pray silently in their heart, hoping that Talat could escape danger. Realm King God Realm. Watching the battle between Talat and the god of destruction, Xiongpa made them, the kings of the world, feel at a loss. The key is that all the troubles had been resolved the moment Angel Weiss arrived, but Talat actually took the initiative to challenge the god of destruction. Xiongpa, ancestor, Talat, he lost. Right, the king of the East Realm whispered in a deep voice. In this situation, he could not see any possibility of a turnaround. Unless a miracle happened, Talat would not be able to turn defeat into victory. The old king of the world beside him pinched his chin with his right hand. His eyes were solemn, and he watched the scene in the crystal ball without saying a word. He was so scheming and vaguely realized that things things seemed not as simple as he thought. With Talit personality, you should not do such unsure things. Since he took the initiative to challenge the god of destruction, Xiangpa, I'm afraid this kid will have any backup plan. Don't make a conclusion so quickly. Keep reading. This kid can always bring us unexpected surprises at critical moments, and this time may be no exception. The old king god said after pondering for a moment. Although he didn't know what Talit was planning, he always felt that everything was under the control of this kid. The extreme north. Xiangpa stood on the ground with her hands in her chest, her face filled with a proud smile. In his opinion, Talit was already at the end of his strength. In just a few rounds of battle, he could figure out all the ways this kid could do. The growth rate is indeed amazing, but it is far behind him. Boy, use any hidden tricks as soon as possible. I feel a little bored. If I don't take them out, I will have to end this battle. Xiangbao looked at Talit in the sky, said casually. After hearing Xiangpa's provocation, Talit's anger soared, and the emotional riot caused the power of the giant ape in his body to erupt again. Although he knew that this was Xiangpa's provocation method, the reality of being suppressed one after another really made him very upset. But no matter how unhappy he was, Talit had to endure it now, because the gap in strength lies here. Xiangpa does have the capital to look down on him. Of course, he was not without the power to continue the battle. After the competition just now, part of the remaining destructive power in his body had been transformed into his power. He had sensed a higher realm and was very close to that transformation. Hey. After his breath became stable, a deep cry suddenly burst out from Talit's mouth. The power of the giant ape continued to erupt, and the golden aura erupted continuously like an erupting volcano. Not only that, a fiery red arc was also jumping on the surface of this golden aura. When this layer of electric arc exploded, the face of Xiangpa, who was on the ground, changed slightly. Although it is very weak, this feeling cannot be wrong. It is the power of God. Have you realized the power of God in the battle with me? But what if you realize the power of God? You are still no match for this God. Is the god of destruction. Xiangpa has absolute confidence and suppresses everything in the world. Not to mention that Talit now has realized the power of God. Even if he really transformed into a god, he is not afraid. On the contrary, the angel Bados and angel Weiss outside the battlefield changed subtly after feeling the faint divine power released by Talit. Bados knew that he had read the wrong person this time. Talit was far better than she thought. Not only could he absorb the power of destruction, but he even had a preliminary understanding of the power of God without anyone's guidance. There are only a handful of talents in the entire universe. She began to look forward to how far Talit would grow if she had been guided by her. Angel Weiss, who was standing beside him, had a heavy face and an intriguing look flashed in his eyes. Alas, since it is your choice, you have to go to the end. Weiss sighed in his heart, let go of his mind, and quietly watched the battle. High in the sky, with the blessing of the power of God, Talit's energy level has been increased by a higher level, and his strength has transformed. Although he has not yet become a god, he has reached the realm of God in terms of combat power. When the energy explosion reaches its peak, Talit's hands clasped together. The power of the giant ape in his body combined with the power of God gathered in the hearts of his hands, and a red and golden energy bounce was beating in his palms. Spiral destruction cannon. With a loud shout, Talit pushed forward with both hands, and the powerful red and golden spiral energy beam burst out of the air and rushed straight to Xiangpa. The crazy energy instantly spans hundreds of meters away and reaches the front of Xiangpa. Seeing this, Xiangpa's treacherous smile became more obvious. The guy who doesn't have a long memory says that energy attacks are ineffective against this god. You just waste your physical strength in vain. Destroy. Xiangpa raised his right arm and destroyed the power of the god. Under the power of destruction, Talit's spiral destruction cannon turned into particles all over the sky and dissipated into space. But this time, before Xiangpa continued to be arrogant, Talit used space teleportation to descend in front of him. The right fist was accumulating force. His 5 fingers were tightly clasped, and the hot flames burned on his right arm. The spiral destruction cannon is just a trick, and the real ultimate skill is this move. Xiangpa instinctively raised her arms and crossed her arms in front of her. Super Hellfire. With a loud shout, Talit used a killing blow with endless destructive power. Boom! Under this blow, the entire space trembled. With the Super Hellfire strengthened by the power of the god, the destructive power has reached a higher level. The powerful impact force has changed Xiangpa's face and felt a lot of pressure, or can't break through the defense of Xiangpa. Talit continued to explode his power. The power of the giant ape and the power of the gods continued to sublimate, and his whole body was released, and his body rushed straight into the sky with his elephant pat. In just a few seconds, he rushed out of the Earth's atmosphere and came to the universe. The pain on the arms became stronger and stronger, and the anger appeared on the face of the pat. Enough! Xiangpa's arms exerted force, shattering the Super Hellfire, and also forced Talit back. Talit, who was shocked, refused to give in, and his blood surged all over his body. With a high fighting spirit, he rushed straight to to the elephant hand and swung out quickly with a blow that was like a bamboo shoot pound. The lightning suddenly appears and the space is rippling. Talat's super punch hit Xiongpa's chest, shaking Xiongpa's body and repelled him 100 meters away. The destructive power of this punch is enough to break an asteroid, but for Xiongpa it is still not worth worrying. Hehe. It's quite capable, but unfortunately everything is in vain. Xiongpa smiled wickedly and disturbed Talat's mind through verbal attack. Even though his strength is suppressed, the strength of Xiongpa's body is here. The power of that punch is indeed amazing at this level, but it seems to be insignificant in Xiongpa. Seeing this, Talat did not attack again. His sharp eyes looked at the elephant Pat, waiting for an opportunity to move. The reason why he really challenged Xiongpa was not to defeat the other party, but to use the pressure of destroying God to break through to a higher level. The perception of God's power has been completed, and now it is only one last step away. Don't you come and continue attacking? Then let me come. After the word came, Xiongpa raised his hand to aim at Talat, and the destructive power in his body quickly gathered. In an instant, dozens or hundreds of destructive bombs bombed at Talat like a storm. The unavoidable Talat could only squeeze the power of the giant ape in his body again and cooperate with the power of the divine and continuously release multiple spiral air bombs to respond to the elephant Pat. If it was the previous spiral air bomb, it would be destroyed the moment it touched the destructive energy bomb. But now, with the blessing of the power of the god, the spiral gas bomb undergoes a qualitative change, and the force generated by the high-speed rotation cancels out all the damage bombs. Buzz buzz. The destruction bomb collided with the spiral gas bomb, and the two energy sources returned to nothingness at the same time. Seeing his destruction energy bomb be dissolved with his own eyes, a look of surprise appeared on Xiongpa's face. Unexpectedly, Talat had a way to deal with him destroying his divine power. Have you found a way to resolve this? Xiongpa said in disbelief. Although he is in a vacuum as a god, he can use divine power to transmit voice into Talat's ears. Don't be too self-righteous. Destroy God. It's not only God in this world that is powerful. As long as there is enough power, mortals can also compete with God. In the previous battle, I was completely used to your attack. Now it's my turn to fight back. As the words fell, the power of the gods around Talat's body fluctuated even more and more intensely. The remaining destructive power in his body was greatly transformed and became his stronger power. The crimson light emitted from the inside out, and the endless golden aura was gradually replaced by the blood-colored divine light. The power of God. Why did the breath increase so much? Xiongpa felt Talat's change and his face gradually became cautious. He understood that this kid's intention was not arrogant, but that he had planned it long ago. It's really unpleasant to treat this god as your training partner, but I'm also starting to look forward to it. Your posture of transforming into a queen of God. Xiongpa did not interrupt, but was quietly in the same place, waiting. Show. If he takes action at this time, doesn't it mean he is afraid of him? So he will never take action at this time. He will wait until his transformation is over and then defeat him with more powerful means. In this way, it is considered to stabilize oneself and destroy God's supreme status. Even if you become a god, God still has levels, so how could a mere wild god shake him? The supreme god of destruction in the universe. At best, it is this level. In the dark universe, an extremely gorgeous and sacred deep red light accompanied by the boundless divine power affecting the entire northern galaxy. The unparalleled power of gods expanded rapidly, and the huge divine power impact even changed the trajectory of all planets in this solar system. Chapter 175. Breakthrough of the Four Boundaries, and the God War breaks out. At this moment, Talat was bathed in the divine light. The power of the gods in his body perfectly blended with the power of the giant ape, causing him to completely enter the realm of the gods and transform into a god. Buzz. The crimson divine light quickly retracted, and Talat appeared in a brand new form. Wild body, divine breath, bloody pupils, long crimson hair on waist. Although this form is still the fourth level of the Super Saiyan, it is no longer the fourth level of the ordinary Super Saiyan. With the blessing of the power of God, Talat took the last step completely. This form is a higher level Super Saiyan, fourth level and boundary breakthrough, abbreviated as Red Hair Super 4. Feeling the tremendous energy in his body, all the injuries Talat suffered before he healed, and the destructive power absorbed by his body in the previous battle was almost completely digested at this moment, and all the negative states were swept away. Successful. Finally took this last step, Talat murmured to himself while raising his head, his sharp eyes revealing an extremely strong confidence. Facing the god of destruction, Xiongpa. The eyes of the two gods collided, and the invisible aura rubbed, causing distortion of the universe and vibration of the galaxy. After reaching a higher level and touching the realm of God, Talat re-examines the elephant paw, and it is different. This confrontation made him truly feel the terrifyingness of God of destruction. Although the current elephant paw is sealed by Bados, the powerful force in the elephant paw's body is far from comparable to that of him now. Talat has a new understanding of the power of the god of destruction. Although it is powerful, it is not invincible. He can reach this state sooner or later, or even surpass it. Xiongpa was also looking up and down Talat. After observing for a while, he roughly saw Talat's strength and realm. Although his power was sealed, his eyesight was still there. He quickly saw through how strong Talat's current strength was. Is it a perfect combination of God's power and mortal power? This god has lived for so many years, and this is the first time that a mortal has realized God power by himself without anyone's guidance. And the most important thing is, you have mastered the divine power, but you still chose to focus on your original power. You guy, aren't you stupid? Right. Xiongpa pinched her chin with her right hand and started to educate her. Receiving the power of God does not mean that I have to give up my original power. In my opinion, divine power has characteristic, but it is not that my power is useless, Talat said with a smile. This made Xiongpa a little dissatisfied. Tisk, I could have become a god completely, but I gave up. With your current state of false god, I think you can compete with this god. Then please give me advice, Lord Destruction. Let me see how big the gap is there between my false god and you, the real god. Constrained his divine power, Talat put on a battle posture. Ready. The battle just now was just a small fight, a dispute between mortals and the god of destruction. Now is the real divine war, transformed into an alternative Super Saiyan god. Talat versus destruction god Elephant Paw. Since you said so, how can I refuse? The battle just now was not even a warm-up exercise. I hope that after you become a false god, you can bring me some different experiences. Xiongpao with a joke. The powerful god of destruction exploded, pressing towards Talat like a cosmic storm. Although his strength is suppressed, the powerful impact contained in the power of the god of destruction is not something that ordinary mental and physically capable of bearing. If it were Talat before, no matter how tenacious the mental power was, it would be affected to a certain extent, but now he is no longer the Talat he used to be. I promise not to disappoint you, god of destruction. Talat smiled confidently. His divine power was rippling, and the sun, moon, stars, and the universe and the galaxy were shaking continuously at this moment. The collision of divine powers between the two sides affected the entire northern galaxy. Under the impact of the power of the god, a trace of cracks appeared in the surrounding universe. This is the rhythm of breaking the space. On Earth, Angel Bados and Angel Weiss projected the battle situation in the universe in real time through the scepter in their hands. In addition to stabilizing the Earth, the Angel's power is also stabilizing the space in the universe, preventing the two from exerting too much force, directly breaking the space of the universe and going to the alien dimension world. It seems that he has succeeded. He quickly realized the power of God when fighting against Lord Xiongpa, absorbed the power of destruction for his own use, and transformed into a god. Bados looked at Talat's new form. His face showed joy, and his heart was filled with joy. I think I did not see the wrong person. It is worthy of being the candidate god of destruction. Although his strength after he transforms into a god is not too strong, he only needs a little training and will inevitably usher in a qualitative change. With Talat's talent and growth rate, it is entirely possible to replace Xiongpa as the official god of destruction in the near future. The Angel Weiss on the side was also shocked by Talat's growth. This growth rate was something he had never seen before. No one was instructed, and he realized the realm of God by himself alone. At first, although he had expectations for Talat, he did not think that this kid was qualified to be the position of the alternate god of destruction. But now, even Talat's demonic talent showed was moved by it. Such a good seedling must not be taken away by his sister. At the same time, the people on Earth were also watching the gods breaking out in outer space through the huge light curtain projected by the scepter projected in the hands of Angel Weiss and Angel Bados in the distance. After Talat transformed into a god, they could no longer feel the fluctuations of their aura. They could not feel the power of God without touching the realm of God. Therefore, they did not know how strong Talat is now. But one thing is certain, that Talat's strength will never be inferior to the current Xiongpa. Talat Donti, let this fat cat look down on us Scion clan. Show him the real power of the Scion clan. Latais, who woke up from a coma, suppressed his eyes in his eyes furious. Just now, the god of destruction, Elephant Paw, slapped him to death. This also made Latais develop an extremely desire for power and hate his weak self. Has it evolved again? Super Scions who surpassed the 4th level Super Scion Vegeta as a Scion prince suffered an unspeakable huge impact today. The powerful combat power and diverse transformations shown by Talat really subverted Vegeta's perception. It gives him the feeling that the transformation of the Scion is endless. As long as you keep pursuing and constantly breaking through, you can reach the supreme realm that others cannot imagine. I can't sense the breath anymore. Is Brother Talat's form also the 4th level of the Super Scion? Sun Wukong, outside the battlefield, was shocked when he looked at Talat's new posture in the light curtain. Can this form win? Naba, one of the Scions, looked at the continuous heated battle and felt extremely heavy. At this time, he was even more convinced that Talat was the future of the Scion clan. If this battle battle is won, a new era for the Scions will begin. As for Tianjin rice dumplings, Yamu tea, and Klin eat gua foursome, they seem to have become accustomed to this huge shock. Every breakthrough of Talat can subvert their cognition. As earthlings and three-eyed stars, they can no longer think about anything else. If a heart is in the face of Talat's victory, on the northern border of the star, have you reached this point? If you master the power of God, you may still have a chance. The king of the northern realm was extremely excited, and he saw hope in this battle. If the fourth level of the Super Scion only touches the realm of God, then the fourth level of the Super Scion in Talat, current Super Scion, is truly reaching the realm of God. As a master, he was very happy for Talat. At the same time, I was even more worried about Talat. Although it was a good thing to transform into a god, it also meant the battle will be more intense in the future. The battle between gods and mortals is not a battle of the same level. This will be a battle that will be recorded in history. Behind him, Jin, Solari, Bulma and their hearts were beating faster. Everyone was so energetic that they did not dare to slack off at all. Next, the real victory or defeat will be decided. Once you lose, it means that Talat may leave them forever. In the realm of kings and gods, ancestor, has Talat become a real god? The king of the East realm came back from a brief shock and said later, after these days, after the guidance of the old king god, he has obtained the correct method of cultivation and has also begun to cultivate the power of the god himself. The cultivation process is slow and its strength is far less powerful than Talat. Today, the scene of Talat transforming into a god gave him a fierce slap in the face. The king of the world, after living for so many years, he felt that he had lived to be a dog. He is so small and incompetent. The king of the world, he is close to him. As the king of the realm, he is not only blessed by the god but also taught by the older generation, but he is still so far away. Yes, no, I didn't expect that he could realize the power of God in such a short time. I can see the next battle. The old king god hugged his chest with his hands and said to himself, although it seems calm on the surface, it is actually already stormy in my heart. He once had olive branches to Talat, intentionally or unintentionally, promising that if the other party becomes the king god of the intern world, he would tell the other party how to practice the power of the god so that Talat would become a real god. Now it seems that I am too self-righteous. People can understand the power of God without a teacher, and they can initially understand the power of God through combat. The position of the king of realms seems supreme, but in fact it is not worthy of Talat at all. He should have a broader future. This battle is over. If Talat can continue to stay in the seventh universe, then he didn't mind teaching the full version of the divine power cultivation method to Talat to take it a step further. However, maybe Talat no longer needs it. In the universe. The collision of divine power became more and more intense, and purple-red light was emitted from the universe. The dark universe was shining by this ever-expanding divine light. Seeing that the divine oppression could no longer have an effect on Talat, the next second Xiongpa took the initiative to attack, and the fat body burst out to the extreme, which was not the speed that a fat man should have, at least more than 100 million units. Obviously, the god of destruction, Xiongpa, was serious and planned to use all the current power to defeat Talat. Xiongpa took the initiative to attack. Talat's fighting spirit was aroused, and he grinned and turned into a crimson aurora to collided with it. Boom! The universe is turbulent, and hand-to-hand combat breaks out again. Talat and Elephant Par quickly wrestled together, and hand-to-hand combat broke out. Both sides attacked and defended, chased and fought, and their physical functions exploded in full swing, just like two aurora collides in the dark universe. After transforming into the fourth level Super Scion and breaking through the boundary, Talat's hand-to-hand combat ability has risen to a higher level again. It is unlike the previous suppression by Xiongpai. This time, with the remaining strength to fight back, the two sides are in a difficult battle. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. The battle maintained a balanced power, and the battle between the two sides became increasingly fierce. In hand-to-hand combat, both sides are hard to solve and no one can truly gain the upper hand. Talat enjoys the pleasure brought by this battle and is improving the fourth level and boundary breakthrough of the Super Scions through the battle with Elephant Pa, allowing himself to exert more powerful power. He is a scion and a natural warrior. For them, the fastest way to improve their strength is to fight. As long as he keeps up this rhythm and continues to fight, his power will become stronger and stronger, and it is no problem to go beyond the limit and become stronger. It's different to a Padana. His power was sealed by the prohibition set by Bados, and there was only one power he could exert. Through his previous fight with Talat, he had already understood the horror of the Scion race, and naturally he would not give Talat a chance to develop slowly and become stronger. The offensive accelerated. Xiongpa opened fire with all his energy, and the strong attack made Talat lose and retreat. Such a direct and ruthless attack made Talat fall into a passive moment, and at the same time he also smelled the opportunity to defeat the god of destruction, Xiongpa. If he keeps playing steadily, he may be able to win or a miserable victory. But now Xiongpa is anxious, which means that his chance has come. Give me a god. fallen down. Xiongpa waved his iron fist with endless destructive power and rushed straight to Talat face. Seeing this scene, Talat used super high-speed movement and disappeared from the spot in a blink of an eye. Xiongpa's fist was empty. His face became extremely ugly. His destructive power was rippling. His perception was enlarged by the limit, and he quickly locked Talat position, raised his hand and turned around and swung his fist. Talat also appeared behind Xiongpa at this time. Just when Xiongpa felt that his attack was about to hit, the scene in front of him stunned his eyes. Swoosh! Xiongpa's arm passed through Talat's body directly.